Harry felt as if his heart had been plunged into a frozen lake, the cold seeping into his bones and draining every ounce of warmth from his body. His stomach twisted, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. He even felt like he might throw up.
So, Quirrell is, he's Voldemort, Wade confirmed.
Or rather, he's possessed by Voldemort. The room was filled with sharp intakes of breath. Michael paled and muttered, "Stop saying that name, Wade."
Wade sighed.
"If you're too afraid to even say a name, how do you manage not to shake in front of Professor Quirrell?"
"That's different." Michael shot back.
"Professor Quirrell is a coward."
"But him, he."
Michael shuddered, falling silent as though even breathing had become difficult. Wade scanned the others, noting that they all wore similar expressions of fear. Even Hermione seemed deeply unsettled.
How strange, Wade thought.
They dare to face the man himself, yet they're terrified of saying his name? Harry, however, had no such hesitation. So Voldemort isn't just sending lackeys to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he's come himself. Exactly, Wade said. He latched onto Quirrell, hiding on the back of his head. Surrounded by the stink of garlic all day and dealing with students throwing snowballs at his face. Imagine that, thinking they were hitting cowardly Quirrell when in reality, they were pelting, the Dark Lord himself. Despite the grim conversation, a few of them cracked nervous smiles. Even Harry felt the corners of his mouth twitch.
But Harry hesitated. "Why didn't Dumbledore want me to know?"
"I have a right to the truth. Voldemort killed my parents." "Dumbledore was trying to protect you," Hermione explained. "He probably feared that if you knew, you might try to take revenge. And that would be too dangerous." Harry was forgiving by nature, and hearing that Dumbledore had acted out of concern softened his anger. But one question still gnawed at him. Then why don't we stop him now? While he's unprepared. Can Quirrell and Voldemort really escape if we act together? "Well, this is just a guess," Wade said, choosing his words carefully. "That person did die 11 years ago, but somehow, not completely. He's like a ghost, he can't be imprisoned, and he can't be killed. Even if we caught Quirrell, Voldemort would still escape."
"Stop saying that name," Michael whispered. "Fine.
The Dark Lord could still return, a second time, a third time, you'd never know when." A shiver ran through the group. It's like having a venomous snake in your house, but you don't know where it is. It could slither out and bite you at any moment. Wouldn't you feel safer keeping an eye on it?
But Harry's fists clenched.
What if Quirrell does manage to steal the stone? If Voldemort regains his power, or worse, becomes immortal?
"Don't say that name," Michael grumbled.
Besides, Dumbledore probably set a trap where the stone is hidden, just waiting for Quirrell to make a move. But that guy's been hesitating for too long. "Maybe he knows it's a trap," Ryan suggested. "But his greed won't let him walk away. Maybe he's waiting for the perfect moment." "And what would that be?"
Theo asked. Harry's expression darkened. "It would be when Dumbledore leaves the school."
"Because Dumbledore is the only one he fears." In the following days, the young wizards became hyper-aware of Dumbledore's whereabouts. Whenever they saw the white-bearded wizard at meals in the Great Hall, they felt at ease. But if he was absent, unease crept in, and they scrambled to find out whether he had left Hogwarts. However, their paranoia was soon overshadowed by another challenge. Exam week had arrived. For many students, the terror of exams rivaled that of the Dark Lord himself. Even Hermione, usually confident, was not immune to the stress. At Hogwarts, exams were split into written and practical sections. The written tests took place in a vast hall, with anti-cheating quills provided to ensure integrity. The practical exams varied by subject. Professor McGonagall, for instance, required students to transfigure a rat into an ornate snuff box. For Wade, the exams were a breeze, and the practical portions felt more like performances than tests. Judging by the approving smiles of the professors, he was confident he'd receive top marks. The last exam was History of Magic. Thanks to Wade's meticulously organized notes, he only needed to skim key points before the test. When he finished, he felt certain he had scored over 90%, good enough for him. That same afternoon, as the other students celebrated their newfound freedom, Wade waved goodbye to Michael and made his way to the astronomy tower for his private alchemy lesson with Professor Murray. When he arrived, Professor Murray was peering into a microscope with fascination. "Look at this, Wade. Muggles use these devices to observe the smallest details, even the millions of cells inside the human body." He eagerly showed Wade how to prepare slides, adjust the focus, and examine specimens under the lens. Wade didn't mention that he had already learned this before. Instead, he followed along, observing worm eggs and moth wing fragments while they discussed his recent alchemical progress. "I'd like you to see something," Wade said, reaching into his bag. Just as he was about to pull out an object, he felt the slight warmth of his book of friends beside him. Pausing briefly, he closed his bag and instead placed a small blue-gray box on the table, about the size of a pencil case. Professor Murray's eyes lit up. "You succeeded this quickly?" "I've only made some preliminary progress," Wade admitted. He flipped open the box, revealing several quills and a single ordinary pen. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. But then, Wade shut the lid and tapped it with his wand. The box rippled, stretched, and unfolded like the pages of a book. Within seconds, it expanded into a full-sized wardrobe, towering over them in the middle of the room. Wade grinned and pulled open the door. "Professor, perhaps you'd like to take a look inside?" Harry felt as if his heart had been plunged into a frozen lake, the cold seeping into his bones and draining every ounce of warmth from his body. His stomach twisted, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. He even felt like he might throw up.
"So, Quirrell he's Voldemort," Wade confirmed.
"Or rather, he's possessed by Voldemort." The room was filled with sharp intakes of breath. Michael paled and muttered, "Stop saying that name, Wade."
Wade sighed.
"If you're too afraid to even say a name, how do you manage not to shake in front of Professor Quirrell?"
"That's different." Michael shot back.
"Professor Quirrell is a coward."
"But he."
Michael shuddered, falling silent as though even breathing had become difficult. Wade scanned the others, noting that they all wore similar expressions of fear. Even Hermione seemed deeply unsettled.
How strange, Wade thought.
They dare to face the man himself, yet they're terrified of saying his name? Harry, however, had no such hesitation. "So Voldemort isn't just sending lackeys to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he's come himself." "Exactly," Wade said. He latched onto Quirrell, hiding on the back of his head. Surrounded by the stink of garlic all day and dealing with students throwing snowballs at his face. Imagine that, thinking they were hitting cowardly Quirrell when in reality, they were pelting, the Dark Lord himself. Despite the grim conversation, a few of them cracked nervous smiles. Even Harry felt the corners of his mouth twitch.
"But..." Harry hesitated. "Why didn't Dumbledore want me to know?"
"I have a right to the truth. Voldemort killed my parents." "Dumbledore was trying to protect you," Hermione explained. "He probably feared that if you knew, you might try to take revenge. And that would be too dangerous." Harry was forgiving by nature, and hearing that Dumbledore had acted out of concern softened his anger. But one question still gnawed at him. Then why don't we stop him now? While he's unprepared. Can Quirrell and Voldemort really escape if we act together? "Well, this is just a guess," Wade said, choosing his words carefully. "That person did die 11 years ago, but somehow, not completely. He's like a ghost, he can't be imprisoned, and he can't be killed. Even if we caught Quirrell, Voldemort would still escape."
"Stop saying that name," Michael whispered. "Fine.
The Dark Lord could still return, a second time, a third time, you'd never know when." A shiver ran through the group. It's like having a venomous snake in your house, but you don't know where it is. It could slither out and bite you at any moment. Wouldn't you feel safer keeping an eye on it?
"But..." Harry's fists clenched.
"What if Quirrell does manage to steal the stone? If Voldemort regains his power, or worse, becomes immortal?"
"Don't say that name," Michael grumbled.
"Besides, Dumbledore probably set a trap where the stone is hidden, just waiting for Quirrell to make a move. But that guy's been hesitating for too long." "Maybe he knows it's a trap," Ryan suggested. "But his greed won't let him walk away. Maybe he's waiting for the perfect moment." "And what would that be?"
Theo asked. Harry's expression darkened. "It would be when Dumbledore leaves the school."
"Because Dumbledore is the only one he fears." In the following days, the young wizards became hyper-aware of Dumbledore's whereabouts. Whenever they saw the white-bearded wizard at meals in the Great Hall, they felt at ease. But if he was absent, unease crept in, and they scrambled to find out whether he had left Hogwarts. However, their paranoia was soon overshadowed by another challenge. Exam week had arrived. For many students, the terror of exams rivaled that of the Dark Lord himself. Even Hermione, usually confident, was not immune to the stress. At Hogwarts, exams were split into written and practical sections. The written tests took place in a vast hall, with anti-cheating quills provided to ensure integrity. The practical exams varied by subject. Professor McGonagall, for instance, required students to transfigure a rat into an ornate snuff box. For Wade, The exams were a breeze, and the practical portions felt more like performances than tests. Judging by the approving smiles of the professors, he was confident he'd receive top marks. The last exam was History of Magic. Thanks to Wade's meticulously organized notes, he only needed to skim key points before the test. When he finished, he felt certain he had scored over 90%, good enough for him. That same afternoon, as the other students celebrated their newfound freedom, Wade waved goodbye to Michael and made his way to the astronomy tower for his private alchemy lesson with Professor Murray. When he arrived, Professor Murray was peering into a microscope with fascination. "Look at this, Wade. Muggles use these devices to observe the smallest details, even the millions of cells inside the human body." He eagerly showed Wade how to prepare slides, adjust the focus, and examine specimens under the lens. Wade didn't mention that he had already learned this before. Instead, he followed along, observing worm eggs and moth wing fragments while they discussed his recent alchemical progress. "I'd like you to see something," Wade said, reaching into his bag. Just as he was about to pull out an object, he felt the slight warmth of his book of friends beside him. Pausing briefly, he closed his bag and instead placed a small blue-gray box on the table, about the size of a pencil case. Professor Murray's eyes lit up. "You succeeded this quickly?" "I've only made some preliminary progress," Wade admitted. He flipped open the box, revealing several quills and a single ordinary pen. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. But then, Wade shut the lid and tapped it with his wand. The box rippled, stretched, and unfolded like the pages of a book. Within seconds, it expanded into a full-sized wardrobe, towering over them in the middle of the room. Wade grinned and pulled open the door. "Professor, perhaps you'd like to take a look inside?"
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After buying a gift for his mother, Wade knew he couldn't forget about his father. He came across a bag made from chameleon lizard skin, with an expanded internal space that could hold a lot of items. The most important feature was that only the owner could retrieve things from it, making it both rare and expensive. However, the enchantment on this bag had been damaged, causing it to become a one-way bag. Items could go in, but couldn't be taken out. As a result, it had been discarded and left unnoticed. Wade examined it and realized that he could repair it, so he decided to buy it. With his special sight, he could clearly see the damaged magical rune circuits and spells, and no hidden curses or hexes could escape his detection. Next, Wade found a pair of broken two-way mirrors, which he planned to repair himself. A set of immobile wizard chess pieces, perfect for practicing alchemy by infusing thought into inanimate objects. Sneakoscope and detectors, useful for early warnings. And an invisibility cloak, also damaged, which he could use as more alchemy practice material. He also picked up some miscellaneous items like crystal vials and potion ingredients before heading to the counter to check out. Leslie glanced through his selections and was surprised. 3 wands. "Yeah, is there a limit here?" Wade asked in return. "Of course not." Leslie calculated the prices, pausing briefly when he saw the potion ingredients. Most of the ingredients were capable of being used to brew dangerous potions or poisons, making them contraband. However, since Nocturne Alley continued to exist, the so-called contraband was more of a legal technicality. In reality, unless someone reported it, the Aurors wouldn't bother. In fact, some Aurors often came to Leslie's shop to buy dangerous items themselves. It was only because Theo had brought Wade that Leslie paid extra attention. After Wade finished paying and left the store, Theo prepared to follow him out when Leslie suddenly called out, "Theology." The boy turned around. "Go home early," Leslie said. His tone was serious. The underlying message, of course, was clear: stay away from that wizard. Whether Theo understood or not, he just waved and smiled, saying, "Got it, Mr. Leslie, see you." The candles in the shop went out one by one, leaving only the one near Leslie still burning. Through the window, he watched Theo run up to the wizard, chatting and laughing as they walked together, and couldn't help but frown slightly. At that moment, the topic of conversation between Theo and the dangerous wizard was something Leslie would never have expected. "Have you finished all your holiday homework?" Theo asked. "Of course," Wade replied. "What about you?" "I'm still missing an essay on transfiguration," Theo sighed. "You know, I'm not very good at it." "Need a reference?" Wade asked casually. Theo was tempted for a moment but then shook his head. "No, I'll write it myself. I've still got a week left." Even though the essay needed to be a foot long, he could always write a bit bigger to fill the space. "You should check out Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration," Wade suggested. "Chapter 3 is pretty similar to our essay topic." "Really? I think my dad has that book on his shelf." "I'll take a look when I get home," Theo said excitedly, then asked, "What are your plans next?" "I've bought everything I needed, so I'm heading home," Wade replied. The two walked to the end of the alley, where they would part ways. "Wade." Theo looked at him and said, "Thank you for saving me and my brother. Well, if there's anything you want to do, I'll do my best to help. He emphasized seriously, whatever it is. Wade smiled as he pulled up his hood. All right, if I need anything, I'll let you know. Don't wait until you feel like you need help, Theo said. Things often go wrong when people least expect it. I know my magic isn't very strong yet, but even if it's just keeping watch or helping carry something, having someone with you is better than being alone, right? Wade, no matter what you're doing, I hope I can be part of it, instead of always being the one who's helped or saved. I want to help you, Wade. I hope you can trust me too. Wade looked at him, his mind swirled with thoughts, and after a long pause, he lowered his hood and said, when the time comes, I'll reach out to you, just make sure your homework is done by then. He chuckled as he spoke. Theo laughed too. Don't underestimate me, I'll finish it this afternoon. The two said their goodbyes and walked in opposite directions. From start to finish, Theo never asked why Wade had changed his appearance, nor why he had bought so many old wands. He knew Wade had his secrets. But Theo also understood that Wade had only revealed his identity to save them. Just imagining what might have happened if the werewolves had taken both him and his brother. Even if the werewolf hadn't killed them, but waiting until the full moon to turn his brother into one, the thought that it almost happened made Theo furious with himself for being so foolish and trusting. Wade saved them. Theo silently repeated this to himself. His eyes became clearer and more determined, and he even felt a bit excited. So what if Wade might be doing things that the law doesn't permit? Everyone knows the ministry's laws are flawed, and its enforcement is arbitrary. And my friend, even if he is hiding his true identity, he is still just, strong, and dependable. The summer holiday flew by. On the last day of the break, Wade managed to fix the chameleon lizard skin bag. For that, he spent 2 days staying at the Leaky Cauldron, where using magic wouldn't be monitored. Through the Book of Friends, he also learned that Lupin had bought a new house in Hogsmeade. Lupin, this way, when you're in your 3rd year, you and Harry can come over to visit. It's small, but I promise it'll be fun. Lupin, and, this is the first time I've had my own house to host guests. I really appreciate that you didn't turn me away just because I'm a werewolf, Wade. That's what Lupin wrote in the Book of Friends. Since his identity had been revealed, Lupin seemed more at ease and no longer avoided talking about his past experiences. He always spoke of those painful memories in a light-hearted tone. Lupin, after leaving Dumbledore's protection, it became difficult to find work. Once people knew I was a werewolf, they wouldn't even talk to me. Wade, why not look for work in the Muggle world? With your magical abilities, it shouldn't be too hard to get by. Even so, Wade couldn't just sit and wait. The young wizards who had gone to face the challenges were unlikely to die, but injuries were inevitable. So much time had passed, and Wade had no idea which stage they had reached by now. I'm going to check it out, Wade said to Padma. It's almost curfew. You should head back to the common room. If I find anything, I'll send you a message through the book. But Padma grabbed his sleeve tightly and shook her head vigorously. Padma, Michael said the same thing to me. The girl choked up. I don't want to wait anymore. Waiting is worse than anything. I'd rather face the Dark Lord with you. Wade was silent for a moment, then sighed. All right, just stay close behind me. Padma nodded and followed Wade step by step as they entered the 3rd-floor passage. Meow. Suddenly, Mrs. Norris let out a sharp yowl, arching her back and blocking their way. Wade glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. The fish treats he had thrown earlier were still on the ground, untouched. Sorry, but we have to get through. As they walked forward, Mrs. Norris bared her teeth and retreated a few steps, then darted off quickly, heading downstairs. Stupefy. Stunning spell. Wade flicked his wand, and a red flash struck the grey cat's back. She collapsed with a thud and slid to the side of the corridor. Thank goodness she was probably going to alert Filch. Padma couldn't help but say, how can a cat be so annoying? In her owner's eyes, she's the most loyal and diligent cat. As Wade spoke, he pushed open the half-closed wooden door. Padma gasped at the sight inside. A terrifying, vicious 3-headed dog was gnawing at a harp. The moment it heard the door, the beast turned toward them, growling deeply from its throats. Padma's lips trembled as she stammered. Harry said, as long as it hears music, it will fall asleep. Should I sing to it? But in her panic, she couldn't remember any song to sing. Music, huh? Wade tossed a small ball onto the ground. It rolled for a moment before a pleasant piano melody began to play. What's that? Padma asked, dazed. For Elise, a classic by Beethoven, Wade replied. No, I meant, what is that ball? Padma was staring at the ball, which not only played music but also spun and emitted colorful lights. A music player, the magical version. Is this your new invention? Not really, Wade said. It's a Muggle invention. I just made a few magical modifications. Since Wade knew there was a 3-headed dog in the chamber, he had come prepared. From the moment the first note played, the once ferocious dog began to grow drowsy. Soon, it collapsed on the floor, fast asleep, its 6 nostrils puffing out foul-smelling hot air, while its massive body took up most of the room. Gathering her courage, Padma circled around the slumbering beast. I heard there should be a trapdoor here, on the floor. Both of them glanced at the 3-headed dog. Looks like it's lying on top of it. Wade cast the levitation charm, and the dog was gently floated to the side, continuing to sleep. Sure enough, a trapdoor appeared on the floor. Wade grabbed the handle and opened it, and immediately, a familiar voice could be heard. Thank goodness, someone finally came. Neville's relieved voice echoed up. Who's up there? Draw your wand, Neville. Michael warned in a low voice. Whoever's up there might be one of their allies. Hearing their voices, Padma realized they were okay. She leaned over the trapdoor, both crying and laughing, and said, Michael, are you all right? Padma, several voices called out in surprise and relief. Wade is here too, we're together. Padma informed the group inside. One by one, they flew up through the trapdoor on their brooms. Michael was helping Neville, whose leg was broken and bleeding. Thank goodness you came. The three-headed dog blocked the trapdoor, and we tried everything but couldn't get out, Michael explained. Theo's face was bruised, and he had many small, narrow cuts all over his body, as if slashed by sharp blades. Ryan's arm was bent at an odd angle, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. The worst off was Ron, who was being carried by Hermione. He was unconscious, with blood all over his head. Oh my god. Seeing the state they were in, Padma was shocked, frozen in place, as tears immediately welled up in her eyes. I didn't bring any, did any? She stammered in panic. It's okay, I've got some. Wade pulled out a few vials of potions from his bag and handed them over, and painkillers too. To be honest, Wade was impressed by these kids despite having such severe injuries, like broken limbs. Not one of these 11 or 12-year-olds was crying, screaming, or writhing in pain. Many adults couldn't manage that. Maybe magic gave them some kind of natural resilience to pain, or the ability to heal quickly. Ryan gulped down a painkiller, and said with a pale face, Harry's still down there. What happened down there? Padma asked, fearfully eyeing the dark hole. Did you encounter that person? No, Hermione said, crossing her arms anxiously. If Quirrell and Snape want to steal the Philosopher's Stone, they must be in the final room. There's a wall of black flames blocking the way, and there was only enough potion for one person to pass safely through the fire, so Harry chose to go alone. Padma gasped, is he not afraid of dying? Of course he's afraid, but he still chose to face it. Wade's book of friends suddenly grew warm in his hands. When he opened it, there was a message from Maggie, it's over. The phrase it's over could mean many things, but at this moment, it signified only one thing. Dumbledore is back. Let's head to the hospital wing, Wade said calmly as he closed the book. Even if it's just because of your injuries, Madame Pomfrey will contact Dumbledore immediately. This last line convinced everyone. They rushed to the hospital wing as quickly as they could. Along the way, the students they passed wore expressions of shock, probably assuming these young wizards had just been in a deadly brawl. As they neared the hospital wing, they spotted a tall, thin figure in the distance, with long silver hair almost reaching his waist. Dumbledore was hurrying toward the hospital wing, carrying a black-haired boy in his arms. Hermione leapt off her broom and rushed toward him. Harry Potter's eyes were closed, and his body was covered in wounds. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead was red and swollen as if freshly injured, and his hands looked scalded, like they had been burned by boiling water. Tears immediately began to fall from the girl's eyes. Wade looked at Dumbledore. The greatest white wizard did not have his usual calm, gentle expression, nor the slightly childlike eccentricity he sometimes displayed. Instead, his face was filled with unmistakable worry. But beyond the worry, there was something else, an emotion as deep as the sea. When Madame Pomfrey suddenly had to treat so many injured students, she initially thought that a dark wizard army had invaded Hogwarts. Fortunately, for wizards, broken limbs were a relatively minor issue, and she quickly took care of them. The real problem was Harry Potter, who remained unconscious. After discussing with Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey arranged a private room for him. Wade shared the packed food with the others. It was only then that they realized just how starving they were. As the young wizards devoured their food, they filled Wade in on what had happened beneath the trapdoor. To protect the Philosopher's Stone, the school's professors had set up numerous traps. The first was a devil's snare beneath the trapdoor, which cushioned their fall and prevented them from dying on impact. Unfortunately, Neville landed badly and broke his leg, so he had to stay behind while the others continued. Next, they had to capture the correct flying key from a flock of enchanted keys. Harry, using his seeker skills, managed to catch the key, but Theo got cut up badly by the other keys while trying to protect the group. Then came a dangerous game of wizard's chess. Ron won the match but was knocked unconscious by a heavy blow to the head from one of the opposing pieces. He still hadn't woken up. Following that, they faced a giant troll, larger and more ferocious than the one they had encountered during Halloween. The young wizards used every trick they knew to defeat it, but Ryan broke his arm in the process, and the others suffered various injuries. Wade was surprised. A troll. Yes, a foul-smelling troll, Theo sighed. I can't believe you lot defeated one without a scratch half a year ago. If the troll was part of Quirrell's trap, then the one we faced at Halloween must have been released by him to cause chaos, Michael added. I heard he even pretended to faint back then. Wade frowned but didn't say much. The original trio didn't encounter a troll. Is this a butterfly effect, or? The final challenge was a room filled with fire, Hermione said, and her lips trembled slightly. Professor Snape had left 2 potions, one to move forward, one to go back, and the rest were either poison or nettle wine. I solved Snape's riddle, and Harry chose to move forward. The rest of us each took a sip of the potion and went back to find Ron and Neville. After that, well, you know the rest. She tightly twisted her fingers, her voice still calm, rational, and organized. However, her hair seemed to stand slightly on end, and her body was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Hermione. Padma suddenly leaned over and hugged Hermione. Don't worry, and don't blame yourself. Facing that person was Harry's choice. It's not your fault, and he will recover, right? She gently pulled Hermione's hands apart, revealing that the back of her hands was covered in scratches, self-inflicted. You don't understand, Padma. Hermione leaned against Padma's shoulder, and without warning, tears started to fall. Choking on her words, she said, the trapdoor led to a bottomless drop, and Harry jumped in first without knowing that the devil's snare would catch us. He even said, if anything happened to him, we should immediately go back. I really. Padma gently stroked her back, slowly realizing why Hermione was crying now. It wasn't just the worry over their unconscious friend, but also the overwhelming fear and helplessness that had been buried deep within, now surfacing after returning to safety, from watching a friend willingly face death. She glanced around at the others. The boys weren't crying, but there was something different in their expressions, as if, silently and unnoticed, they had all gone through some kind of transformation. Suddenly, a commotion came from the door. No, Potter hasn't woken up yet. No visitors allowed. Madame Pomfrey said sternly. Ma'am, we came to see Theo and Ryan. We're all from Hufflepuff. Someone at the door pleaded. All right, but no noise. Madame Pomfrey relented. A bustling crowd squeezed in through the doorway, likely students who had seen Theo and the others, injured, flying through the corridors on broomsticks, and had rushed over to find out what had happened. While the injured were surrounded by the visitors, Michael exchanged a glance with Wade. Since both of them were unharmed, they were largely ignored by the others, who assumed they were mere spectators. Taking advantage of this, the two quietly slipped out of the hospital wing. I want to go back to the chamber. Once outside, Michael exhaled and said to Wade, now that Dumbledore has brought Harry out, the flames blocking the path might have disappeared. I want to see what happened in the final chamber. Wade said, we'll go together. Of course. Michael smiled. I figured you'd be curious as well about how Harry Potter managed to escape danger once again. In truth, Wade wasn't particularly curious. He just wanted to see for himself. The traps under the trapdoor had been almost completely destroyed. The two of them, riding broomsticks, easily passed through the stone corridor and the brightly lit rooms, reaching the final destination. It was a fairly spacious room, with an arched ceiling and tall stone columns embedded in the walls. Remnants of flames still flickered around the room. In the center stood a massive mirror with an ornate golden frame, carved with inscriptions, supported by two clawed feet at its base. Look, Wade. Michael suddenly crouched down and poked at a wizard's robe lying near the steps with his wand. He said quietly, if I'm not mistaken, this is Professor Quirrell's robe. Look, the scarf's still here. His words abruptly stopped. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the ash wrapped within the robe, and took stiff steps backward. Wade, on the other hand, stepped forward. He conjured a cylindrical bottle and collected some of the ash from the ground. Wade. Michael's scalp prickled, and he exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, do you know what that is? Professor Quirrell's remains, also the vessel of the Dark Lord. Wade sealed the bottle and looked at the grayish ash inside. Who knows, it might come in handy. Suddenly, as if something had been awakened, a chilling voice echoed from all directions. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Disturb the dead, and the living shall die. The nameless dead receive no reward. Wade Grey. Michael Corner, do you wish to embark on the journey to eternal rest? Michael's legs went weak, and goosebumps covered his entire body. He grabbed Wade's arm, and his face went pale as he stammered, Wade, why you should just throw that stuff away, right now. Wade, too, felt a chill down his spine for a moment, but then he realized something. Weasley. Wade called out softly. As soon as the voice stopped, the eerie sound immediately disappeared. Michael's terrified expression froze for a moment, quickly turning into speechlessness. Moments later, two red-haired heads popped out from behind the mirror, one on each side. Huh? How did you know it was us? Fred asked curiously. Probably because you didn't hide your feet properly, George said as he stepped out. Aren't we the same? Fred retorted. Just a moment ago, they thought the professor was coming, so in a panic, both of them hid behind the mirror, one foot tucked behind the claw-shaped base, while the other was awkwardly lifted, clinging to the mirror like an octopus. When they heard that the people coming in were Wade and Michael, the twins immediately got playful. They pretended to be ghosts, trying to scare Wade and Michael, but to their surprise, they were caught immediately. What are you doing here? Wade asked. Same as you guys came to see why our little Ronnie got knocked out. Fred also walked over to the pile of ashes, squatted down, and curiously poked it with his finger. Michael said, then you should go to the school infirmary. Percy already went, George replied, blinking. Besides, investigating a restricted area is way more fun. So, this is Quirrell? Fred asked in confusion. What kind of magic can burn someone like this? Fiend fire. Michael guessed. He had only heard the name of this dark magic, and guessed that it was much more powerful than ordinary fire spells. Impossible, George said. Fiend fire burns everything that can burn. It wouldn't leave the clothes behind like this. It's more like some other kind of dark magic. When Harry wakes up, we can ask him, Wade said, steering the conversation to what he was more concerned about. Have you guys studied fiend fire? Fred grinned proudly. During our night adventures, we snuck into the library, read a few books the professors wouldn't allow, like the complete book of spells and secrets of the darkest art. Fiend fire is way too dangerous, hard to control. But jinxes for the jinxed is pretty good. We learned some very useful little jinxes from it. George generously shared his experience. The group gathered around the mound of ash to study it for a while but didn't come up with any conclusions. However, the twins did collect some of the ashes to take back with them, saying they wanted to make a souvenir for their brother Ron. Michael walked around the stone house, but found nothing. As he passed by the mirror twice, he suddenly felt like he saw something strange. He stepped back again and slowly turned to face the mirror. Michael's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly his face turned red. In the mirror, he saw himself, but neither Wade nor the Weasley twins were there. Instead, he saw Padma. The girl's sun-kissed skin looked healthy and full of energy, and her oval face was graced with an enchanting, sweet smile. She was wearing a deep blue sari, revealing smooth, slender arms like lotus stems. The girl, full of affection, was holding Michael's arm in the mirror, and the two were leaning tightly against each other, inseparable. For a moment, Michael even felt jealous of his reflection in the mirror. What did you see? Fred suddenly leaned over, looking at him with a mix of surprise and teasing. Your face is so red, it looks like you're about to boil water. Nothing. Michael hurriedly blocked the mirror. Wade also came over, looking up at the words engraved on the mirror and reading them aloud. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. He gave Michael a knowing look. Michael, still red-faced, coughed awkwardly and secretly took a deep breath to cool down his face before stepping away from the mirror. Once he calmed down, he realized that when standing off to the side, the mirror was completely empty. It showed nothing at all. This is a magic mirror that lets you see your innermost desires, Fred said with a laugh as he stood in front of it. I see our prank products becoming a huge success, and the two of us lounging on a pile of galleons. George laughed as well, and I see the Quidditch cup. Michael noticed that Wade was standing to the side, not approaching the mirror, so he asked curiously, Wade, don't you want to take a look? Wade was silent for a moment before smiling and saying, the mirror only shows illusions, right? So there's no real need to look. Michael nodded in agreement. What Michael understood was this: Wade knew exactly what he wanted, so he didn't need the satisfaction from a mirror. Still, Michael wanted one more look at Padma in the mirror. They lingered in front of the mirror for a while, but eventually, they managed to break free from the illusory happiness and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Wade glanced back one last time. The magic mirror stood silently in the center of the empty room, as if it was silently calling out to him. Wade lowered his eyes and hurried to catch up with the other three, as though escaping from a whirlpool. Harry remained unconscious in the school hospital for 3 days before finally waking up. During these days, rumors spread wildly throughout the school. Dumbledore hadn't announced the truth, nor had he stopped the students from discussing the event. Those who had entered the trapdoor were surrounded constantly, with people begging them to tell the adventure story over and over again. Neville, having been knocked out early, quickly escaped this attention. But Theo, with his easygoing nature, found himself talking so much his mouth went dry. Sometimes, when he accidentally told a part of the story wrong, someone would loudly correct him. No, that's not what you said last time. Soon, except for the part Harry experienced alone, the entire school knew every detail of the story. Everyone learned how Professor Quirrell had tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone but ended up defeated by Harry Potter and his companions. Ron, who had bravely sacrificed himself, became a hero of Gryffindor. The day he woke up, several Gryffindor boys hoisted him onto their shoulders and carried him from the infirmary all the way to the Great Hall, while his mischievous brothers cheered him on, making Ron's face as red as his hair. Privately, however, a more outrageous rumor began to spread quietly that Quirrell wasn't really Quirrell, but a puppet controlled by the Dark Lord, meaning that Harry Potter had once again defeated he who must not be named. Of course, this rumor was so absurd that not many believed it. But precisely because they didn't believe it, people shared it with even more excitement, telling everyone, did you know? The real truth isn't what you've heard at all. Rumors spread rapidly, taking flight in all directions. Dumbledore's attitude toward all of this was ambiguous. When someone asked him directly, he replied vaguely, the Philosopher's Stone, yes. It certainly attracted a lot of attention, especially from those who seek to escape death. The person who asked the question immediately understood the name Voldemort. French, Voldemort, means flight of death. Yes, some of our students showed great courage in the face of evil, Dumbledore continued, demonstrating fearless bravery and responsibility. They protected the Philosopher's Stone. Then, with a smile, Dumbledore added, but Nicholas and Pernelli have already destroyed the stone. They've decided to take care of some last affairs and then embark on the unknown journey. For those who have lived long enough, death holds its own unique charm, don't you think? The last week of school, with no classes, flew by quickly. That weekend, the final Quidditch match of the term was held. Without a seeker, Gryffindor was easily defeated by Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's seeker, in particular, leisurely flew around for a long time, waiting until their team had a clear lead before catching the golden snitch. Thus, this year, Ravenclaw finally lifted the Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor was frustrated, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, Slytherin still had the highest house points thanks in no small part to Professor Snape's outstanding contributions in that area. But during the end-of-term feast, Dumbledore finally awarded points to those who had ventured into the secret chamber earlier. Each received 20 points for their respective house, and Harry Potter was given an additional 50 points. This put Gryffindor in first place, with Slytherin dropping to second. At first, the celebration belonged to Slytherin, but soon it shifted to Gryffindor. Ravenclaw students applauded along with the others before the extra points. They had been in third place, and after the points, they remained in third. But for Ravenclaw, even being in last place wouldn't have mattered much. Whether the banners overhead were red or green didn't really matter. What was far more entertaining was watching the emotional highs and lows of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. At the teacher's table, Professors McGonagall and Snape exchanged subtle glances that spoke volumes. I still can't believe it, Michael whispered to Wade. Professor Snape wasn't in league with Quirrell. He looks so much like a Death Eater, don't you think? He certainly does. But if he were, how could Dumbledore have let him stay at Hogwarts for so many years? Wade replied. The day after the feast, the exam results were finally posted. Wade had the highest overall score in the entire year, though Hermione topped the class in both history of magic and astronomy. The other SSC members also had very high marks, with most of them ranking near the top in every subject. To those unfamiliar with SSC, it seemed like this year's first-year students were just exceptionally talented, with strong performances spread evenly across all the houses. Even Slytherin's Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabinai had high scores. Unlike previous years, when most of the top 10 students were from Ravenclaw, the students once again signed the agreement that forbade the use of magic during the holiday break, packed up their belongings, and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Wade, Michael, Theo, and Ryan took one compartment, while Hermione sat with the Potter sisters, and Harry and Neville shared a compartment with their dormitory roommates. How about coming to my place for summer break? Michael said enthusiastically. I live by the seaside, and we can take a boat to visit nearby islands. Sounds great. Theo responded eagerly. Let's set a date for everyone to hang out. Otherwise, staying home for 2 whole months would be so boring. Wade, what about you? Will you have time? Ryan asked. I'll be studying alchemy with Professor Murray, but if I can spare some time, I'd definitely love to join. Wade smiled. Even I don't want to spend the entire summer just studying. All right, I'll keep you updated. Don't forget to check the Book of Friends. Michael reminded them. The train arrived at King's Cross Station, and the students disembarked one by one. As Wade stepped onto the platform, he saw Fred and Fiona standing together, happily waiting for him. As usual, his mother gave him a big hug first, while his father took his suitcase. Let's get going. I've already booked a table at a restaurant, Fred said, and then opened the car's trunk and stuffed the suitcase in. Seeing him struggling, Wade was tempted to use a levitation charm to help for a moment, but he quickly remembered that they had left school and resisted the urge. Wade, I heard some particularly outrageous rumors at the Leaky Cauldron, Fiona said eagerly after they had finished eating. It's not true, is it? I mean, about one of your professors being a puppet for the Dark Lord, and something about your school hiding a stone that grants immortality. Wade looked up and saw Fred also watching him silently. The Philosopher's Stone is real, Wade explained. Mr. Nicholas Flamel and his wife have lived for 6 centuries thanks to the elixir of life. Oh my goodness! Fiona exclaimed, in awe. I've read about him in fantasy novels. I can't believe he's still alive. I wonder what it feels like to be immortal. She looked rather fascinated by the idea. Actually, you can only be immortal, you can't not age. So, Wade spread his hands, letting his mother imagine the rest. The image of an eternally young, mysterious, and handsome wizard quickly crumbled in Fiona's mind, replaced by the thought of someone with white hair, wrinkled skin, and missing teeth. But the oldest person Fiona had ever met was just over 100. She had no idea what someone over 660 years old would look like. Her imagination started to drift toward the image of Thulhu. Fred noticed the part Wade had skipped over, and his heart sank. That evening, after they returned home and Fiona went to freshen up, Fred gestured for Wade to join him on the balcony. So, it's true, isn't it? Fred fiddled with a lighter but didn't light a cigarette, instead asked, about the Dark Lord. Wade hesitated, unsure whether to tell his father the whole truth. Fred noticed this and, with a heavy heart, forced a smile. Don't tell me, the truth is even stranger than the rumors. Wade finally made up his mind. It's like this: the one who infiltrated Hogwarts wasn't just a puppet of Voldemort, the Dark Lord. It was actually him. He hasn't truly died but is existing as a kind of wandering spirit, possessing Quirrell. Aware of how most people feared Voldemort's name, Wade deliberately avoided saying it aloud in front of others. Fred's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the lighter. He isn't dead, he asked with a pale face. No, but his disguise wasn't good enough. Dumbledore knew from the start, so things were always under his control. Wade spoke with a light tone. And you've probably heard already, Quirrell was eventually defeated by Harry Potter, a first-year student. So it wasn't really Quirrell who failed, but the Dark Lord himself. Fred was silent for a long time. Only when he heard the bathroom door slide open did he prepare to return to the living room. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned back. Wade. You've learned magic now, there's no chance you will become a squib. Have you ever thought about? Fred seemed to find it particularly difficult to continue. Wade waited quietly. Have you thought about going to America? Or maybe Australia? Fred said. I heard they have a great magic school in the US. Maybe they'd accept transfer students. Wade was silent for a moment before saying, sorry, Dad. All right. Fred sighed. I'm not surprised at all. But we can still make some preparations, Wade added. If one day things become really dangerous, I hope you and Mom can move there first. Silly boy. Fred smiled wryly. How could we possibly leave you behind, hiding somewhere safe on our own? If I'm in danger, I'll go too, Wade said with a smile. You know, wizards can apparate. I plan to learn that spell in my second year. It'll make running away easier. During the first week of summer vacation, Wade finished all his homework. This was easy for him, all the required knowledge was already in his head, and he didn't even need to consult his books much to complete most of the essays. On the morning of the 8th day, Professor Murray's son, Stephen, appeared at their door. Since it was still early and there weren't any pedestrians on the streets, he operated nearby rather than using the fireplace at Wade's house. Early in the morning, there was a sudden knock on the door. Fred opened it to find a large man standing outside. Hello, Mr. Gray. I'm Stephen Murray. Is Wade here? The big man flashed a cheerful smile. Of course, please, come in. Fred stepped aside, though there was a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Most of the wizards he had met didn't wear muggle clothing, but this man was dressed quite well. Stephen Murray. Fred had heard Wade mention him before. For some reason, Fred had always pictured him as a chubby man, but in reality, he looked more like a basketball player. Hi, Stephen, long time no see. Wade came downstairs, waving in greeting. Wade, I'm here to take you to Alsafilla Manor. Stephen's smile reached his eyes, and he said, I assume you're all set. Of course. Wade grabbed the pencil case from the cabinet and stuffed it into his pocket. After saying goodbye to his parents, the two of them left the Gray household together. The cool morning light cast over the streets, and most of the houses still had darkened windows. A thin mist blurred the distant scenery. How are we getting there? Wade asked. My father reminded me before I left not to take you by apparition. It can be dangerous, Stephen replied, raising his wand. So, there's only one option left: the night business. With a loud bang, a triple-decker bus seemed to squeeze out of thin air with its headlights shining blindingly. Won't that loud noise wake the muggles? Wade, startled, asked with some disbelief. It won't. There's a shielding charm on the bus. Muggles typically can't hear or see it, Stephen explained. Typically. Haha, you're very sharp, Stephen laughed. Occasionally, a muggle might notice the bus, but they usually just think they're seeing things. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor. A thin young man leaned halfway out of the bus door, rattling off his introduction in a rapid string of words, only then noticing the two people waiting by the roadside. Come on, you two. What are you waiting for? Stan said enthusiastically. Waiting for you to give me a chance to speak. It's 11 sickles each, right? Stephen said, leading Wade aboard while handing Stan a galleon and some sickles. Would you like some chocolate, sir? Just 2 more sickles per bar. Stan asked loudly, slamming the door shut. No, thanks. Alsafilla Manor, please, Stephen responded. Right away, sir. Stan replied energetically. Wade glanced around the interior of the bus, noticing several brass bowl beds scattered about. The windows were covered with curtains, and candles on nearby shelves provided a dim glow inside the bus. There was only one other passenger, lying on one of the beds. The person was wearing an old nightcap, completely covered by blankets, with only the sound of steady breathing. The conductor's loud voice didn't seem to affect him at all. Lie down, Wade, Stephen said as he picked a bed and warned, this bus ride is pretty wild. Wade took his advice. Stan Shunpike raised an eyebrow and quipped, speed is the romance of a man. Thanks, but I'd prefer a gentler kind of romance, Stephen joked. No sooner had he finished speaking than the whole bus lurched like a frog, shooting forward in a sudden burst. Wade nearly rolled off his bed. He quickly pulled out his wand and cast a temporary sticking charm on his clothes, keeping him from being tossed around as the bus bounced and swerved wildly. Whoa, a student breaking the ministry's rules. Stan exclaimed, laughing before Wade could respond. Stephen chimed in, are you really going to report him to the ministry? Of course I'm not. Stan replied dramatically, pinching his lips and adding in a funny voice, my lips are sealed, like they've got a permanent sticking charm. The driver up front joined in, saying, sir, we have professional ethics here. Stan, stop messing around. Roger that, Ernie. Stan saluted, mockingly. Despite the night bus's erratic driving, it was incredibly fast. In no time, they arrived outside Alsafilla Manor. Stephen and Wade got off the bus together. The iron gates of the manor silently slid open, and after they entered, they closed behind them automatically. Unlike regular Muggle estates, wizarding manors were much quieter. To maintain a property of this size, Muggles would need at least 50 or 60 servants, but wizards didn't need any of that. House elves can take care of all the complicated tasks. Actually, I wanted to invite you to my farm. Alsafilla Manor is a bit too quiet, Stephen said. But my father insists on giving you a few days of alchemy lessons first. Wade asked, don't you have to go to Mr. Scamander's place? Mr. Scamander gave me 2 weeks off for the holidays, Stephen replied happily. Once you're done with your lessons, we'll spend a couple of days at the farm. Then, after the break, we can head to Dorset. Mr. Scamander said he'd be happy to have you visit. Wade was looking forward to it as well. According to Stephen, there were a dozen house elves working at Alsafilla Manor, but Wade never saw a single one. The food here was also much more varied than at the Hogwarts dining hall. While the school's long tables were always piled high with food, it was usually large dishes of roasted potatoes, grilled steaks, roast chicken, cakes, and so on. It wasn't lacking in richness, but eating at the school dining hall too often could become tiresome. Alsafilla Manor, on the other hand, was different. Professor Murray had traveled around the world when he was younger, and he still frequently visited other countries for meetings, alchemy exchanges, or even to attend Muggle product launches in disguise. As a result, he brought various international cuisines to Alsafilla Manor: Peking duck, Brazilian barbecue, Singaporean chili crab, Spanish ham, Mexican tacos. The menu at the manor was a 2-inch thick booklet, and you could place orders. Whatever you wanted, you could choose in advance, and within half an hour, the house elves would silently deliver it to your table. At noon, Professor Murray returned from outside. Wasting no time with small talk, he began Wade's lesson right away. You've already mastered all the basics of alchemy, Professor Murray said bluntly. This summer, we're going to learn something special: alchemical creatures. Alchemical creatures. The first thing that came to Wade's mind was a walking tin can, then he recalled what he'd learned from books, like the Sorting Hat and Wizard's Chess. Professor Murray smiled. Wizard's Chess and the Sorting Hat may look similar, but they are actually quite different. He lifted a finger, and the lid of a box on the table opened. Black and white chess pieces lined up, and noisily clamored as they took their places on the chessboard. The White Queen glared at Wade with displeasure. Hurry up and make a move, will you? Are you going to give us any commands? On the other side, a knight shouted, let me charge. I'll crush the opposing army. Professor Murray gestured, and the chess pieces immediately fell silent. This is Wizard's Chess, Professor Murray said. It may give people the illusion that it has life and thought, but in reality, it does not. Do you know why? Wade thought carefully. He hadn't played chess much, but because he found these chess pieces amusing, he had collected a set. When he was bored, he would let them battle on the board on their own. After observing them for a while, he noticed that these seemingly lively chess pieces actually behaved in a rather rigid manner. They always exhibit similar personalities, and say almost the same things. Occasionally, there are some variations, but they don't grow or learn from their failures. Exactly. So, these are just toys that merely pretend to have thoughts. Professor Murray had the chess pieces returned to the box and continued. Imbuing inanimate objects with a semblance of thought like mirrors, tape measures, or flying broomsticks so they appear to have minds of their own is a basic form of alchemical creatures. But the Sorting Hat is different. If you talk to it a few times, you'll realize that it actually does have a mind of its own. It truly thinks independently and makes its own judgments, rather than rigidly following the intentions of the 4 founders to choose students. Wade couldn't help but grit his teeth when he remembered being rejected by the Sorting Hat. Exactly. That thing not only has a mind of its own, but it also knows how to be sarcastic. But the Sorting Hat doesn't count as a true life form. It has a mind, but it can't reproduce or carry out metabolism. True biological alchemy, known as life alchemy in ancient times, involves creating actual living beings, and you're not unfamiliar with the most successful creation. Guess what it is, Wade? Wade lowered his head in thought. Biological alchemy, real living beings, capable of reproducing, a successful creation. He had learned about many magical creatures from books, but had encountered very few in person. After a moment, Wade looked up and confidently said, House Elves. Professor Murray smiled with satisfaction. Correct, it's house elves. According to legend, ancient wizards, feeling inconvenienced by their isolation from people, caused various types of elves to emerge from nature. Gorlin elves helped craftsmen improve their skills and craft tools. Dwarven elves assisted on farms, and some even helped make shoes. Cellar elves managed food and wine for people, but they would also sneak wine for themselves. Cob elves helped with milking cows, collecting eggs, and cleaning yards. Grey elves performed household chores with extraordinary speed and efficiency, but if you gave them a reward, they would disappear forever. At the same time, due to the wickedness in some wizards' hearts, many troublesome elves were born from swamps, from under tree roots, from the dark forests. Goblins caused misfortune, redcaps hunted for blood, imps made animals sick, pixies led people astray, and boggarts frightened children at night. Some of these elves have become mere legends, and we don't know if they really exist. But some of them, you'll learn about them in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Wade nodded. Redcaps are mentioned in the third-year textbook. Are house elves descendants of those elves? Setting aside the wizard-centric view of the world, even if the magical world's legends sound unbelievable, they are likely true. Calling them descendants is too mild, Wade, Professor Murray said. To be precise, ancient wizards used extreme methods to strip away the parts of those elves that weren't useful to humans. Things like laziness, theft, mischief, and dignity. The first house elves were born from these experiments. But their magical power was too weak, and their work efficiency was greatly reduced. They were even often harmed by livestock. So the ancient wizards made further modifications, infusing them with goblin blood to grant house elves greater magical abilities. But goblins don't seem to consider house elves part of their kin, Wade asked. Of course not, Professor Murray said slowly. Goblins are extremely proud. In their eyes, house elves are lowly creatures, unworthy of being called kin. After gaining stronger magic, house elves no longer wanted to be enslaved by wizards either. Their predecessors like grey elves and dwarven elves enjoyed working for wizards, but they were proud beings. If they felt insulted, they would even harbor ill will toward their masters. Wade nodded and said, that's why the history of magic records the house elf rebellions. More than half of the conflicts between wizards and non-human races in the history of magic involved goblins, leading many students to overlook the subtle differences in phrasing and mistakenly lump goblin rebellions and house elf rebellions together. Yes, Professor Murray sighed. Although it didn't happen often, house elves did rebel a few times. Wizards were unwilling to completely destroy these creatures, so they kept altering their minds, erasing their personalities, and imprinting them with an instinct for absolute obedience, making them eager to be enslaved by wizards. In this way, the perfect servant was bred. But there's one thing, deeply embedded in the soul of these beings, that wizards could never erase. It's the innate desire for freedom. Thus, there's an unbreakable contract between wizards and house elves. When a master gives them clothes, they gain their freedom. But Wade remembered the original story's plot, where house elves had a disdain for freedom, and especially the freed elf named Winky. The house elves I know all seem to detest freedom. If their master expels them, they feel a great sense of shame and unbearable sorrow. Yes, unbearable sorrow. Professor Murray's smile had a hint of sarcasm. All freed house elves are free, and they can go anywhere, even back to their former master's house. But tell me, have you ever seen a single freed house elf return? Wade was stunned. After Winky was released by her master, she was devastated, drowning in sorrow and alcohol, but did she ever try to go back? Later, when Barty Crouch Sr. and Jr. were moving in and out of Hogwarts for the Tri-Wizard tournament, what was Winky doing? Did she ever think about trying to help her former master, who had been placed under the Imperious Curse? And what about other house elves who were released or accidentally granted freedom by their masters? Did they ever try to return, hoping to be re-employed by their former masters? Or did they collapse to the ground in tears, accept their fate, and then wander away? Though Wade knew many house elves, they all belonged to Hogwarts. Most of them seemed quite content with their current lives. None of them spoke of yearning for freedom, nor had any of them been released. This included Zoe and Maggie. They only wanted to be treated kindly and with respect by wizards, but they had no desire for freedom. Professor Murray didn't dwell on the topic for long. After making his point, he continued, after the success of creating house elves, many wizards became obsessed with life alchemy. But this wasn't an easy endeavor. Many were killed by their own creations, and life alchemy gradually became forbidden. What truly led to the complete prohibition of this magic was the birth of another type of creature. In the 15th century, a wizard named Erised built a castle on an island and lured Muggle ships to the island. He did unspeakably horrifying things to those Muggle sailors and crew. It's said that when people were later sent to investigate, they refused to speak about what they found there. The least terrifying detail was that the place had become a breeding ground for Dementors. And that place is Azkaban. Dementors feed on happiness. Simply being near them makes people feel depressed and hopeless. They can also suck out human souls, leaving their victims as soulless husks, like themselves. The only known effective defense against them is the Patronus charm. These creatures cannot be permanently killed. Even if they are temporarily destroyed, they will eventually re-emerge from rotting, dark places. They transcend life and death, the immortality that humans have longed for. Dementors possessed it from the moment they were created. So in a way, this form of life alchemy could be considered extremely successful, but it's of no benefit to wizards. Wade suddenly had a question. Professor, wizards can use the Patronus charm to defend against Dementors, but Muggles can't even see these creatures, let alone resist them. Yes, that's true, Professor Murray responded. Are you worried that these creatures might harm your parents? In the early 18th century, the Ministry of Magic made an agreement with the Dementors to guard the prisoners of Azkaban, forbidding them from leaving. Although I've always thought it was a foolish decision, so far it's worked reasonably well. Wade shook his head and softly said, no, I was actually wondering during the Wizard Wars, why didn't the Dark Wizards or Death Eaters try to use the Dementors? Professor Murray was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he replied, because to Dementors, the magically powerful souls of wizards are far more tempting than those of Muggles, and very few wizards actually know how to cast the Patronus charm. He paused, then added, that's about the end of the story. I think you should understand by now life alchemy is both wondrous and dangerous. It allows wizards to create beings that surpass the level of their own existence. Every instance of life alchemy is a unique, unrepeatable process. Just as no two humans are exactly alike, no two alchemically created life forms are the same. Creating life is a power that belongs to the gods, but wizards can steal a small part of that power. This temptation is immense, beyond comparison. Any skilled alchemist will eventually walk down this path, sooner or later. No matter how much the Ministry of Magic tries to ban it, there will always be wizards who seek to explore the forbidden realms of life. I just hope that if one day you also become interested in alchemically creating life, you'll remember what we talked about today, remember the failed examples, and remember what I've taught you. Imagine boldly, but verify cautiously. You can never be too careful on the path of alchemy. Of course, for today, we're still focusing on the basics, how to give thought to an inanimate object. Professor Murray's life alchemy lessons only lasted 3 days, after which he gave Wade a few books and a pile of alchemy materials, leaving him to slowly understand through practice. After dinner, Stephen invited Wade to visit his farm. If you have friends you get along with, you can invite them too. My farm has many interesting little animals that kids love, Stephen said. Wade asked, won't that be a bother? Not at all. Some of the little creatures really enjoy the company of children, they'd be thrilled. Stephen teased, and if there's a girl you like, this could be a great opportunity. Wade slowly replied, I'm only 12, why would I be thinking about relationships? Exactly, Professor Murray nodded approvingly. While you're in school, you should focus on studying and not get distracted by these things. But you? He suddenly turned to Stephen, scolding, when are you going to get a girlfriend? Are you planning to live your whole life with your birds and snakes? Stephen shrank back, mumbling softly, you told me the same thing when I was in school, but all my classmates who dated in school ended up getting married right after graduation. You graduated from Hogwarts 20 years ago? In all that time, if you weren't cooped up on the farm all day, you could have had 8 relationships by now. Remember at the last party? The daughter of the Shafiq family kept smiling at you. Did you even try to follow up with her? Stephen froze for a moment, confused. Wait, someone from the Shafiq family was there. Professor Murray glared at him, and Stephen immediately fell silent. Thankfully, since Wade was present, Professor Murray didn't continue scolding his son. After dinner, Stephen tugged on Wade's sleeve and pulled him upstairs to pack his bags. Once upstairs, Stephen, looking troubled, said, let's hurry and leave, otherwise, if my dad remembers, he'll start yelling at me again. Wade had no objections. He took out a pencil case and silently cast a spell. The pencil case expanded into the size of a backpack, and Wade packed his books, alchemy materials, and a few personal items inside. Then the backpack returned to its original pencil case size. That was the beauty of a cami skin. When Wade first got it, it was the size of a caterpillar, but it could stretch to a much larger size. Wade had folded it 7 times, allowing it to appear in different sizes. At its smallest, it was a pencil case. This was the only form that hadn't been enchanted with an extension charm. At its largest, it was the size of a wardrobe, with an even more spacious interior. Another benefit of the extension charm was that no matter how many items were placed inside, it felt as though they were being stored in another dimension, and the user would only experience the weight of the box itself. So Wade could carry it in his coat pocket and move around freely. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Seeing Wade's pencil case, Stephen slapped his forehead, and then quickly left the bedroom and returned shortly with a brown pouch. He said, Akamis are highly sensitive to the scent of their kind. You'll need to put your pencil case in this pouch, or it might get attacked by the Akamis on the farm. All right. Wade took the pouch, and habitually glanced at the magical runes and spell combinations on it. Is this Professor Murray's work? Yeah, how did you figure that out? Stephen asked, puzzled. Every alchemist's work has their own unique style. If you're familiar with it, you can recognize it at a glance, Wade explained. Stephen, is there really any noticeable difference between this brown deerskin pouch and those sold in stores? Stephen didn't quite understand, but he was used to not overthinking things outside his areas of expertise. You could travel directly from Alsafilla Manor to Grainian Farm via Flo Powder. Stephen's farm was named after the Grainian, a type of flying horse, clearly expressing his wishful thinking. In the morning, Wade stretched in the sunlight, feeling his bones crackle. He walked along the small paths between the red brick cottages, stretching his muscles as he went. When he arrived at the farm last night, it was already dark. After washing up, he went straight to bed in the guest room, so today was his first chance to properly explore the farm. Unlike the grand castle of Alsafilla Manor, the farm had only about a dozen red brick cottages, making it feel like a small, remote village from ancient times. The farm was nestled between mountains and rivers, offering stunning scenery and incredibly fresh air. Simple fences, shrubs, and cedar trees divided the farm into different areas, while wild grass and colorful flowers were scattered throughout, giving the place a peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. Grainian Farm, like all places where wizards live, is protected by concealment charms and repelling spells, so it doesn't even exist on Muggle maps. As a result, it hasn't been tainted by the modern world's rapid technological development. The smell of steel and gasoline was absent from this place. It's practically a paradise for animals, where humans rarely tread. Among the trees, little blue birds flitted about joyfully, though they made no sound. Hidden in the thickets were tear-shaped nests, and a vulture-like bird poked its head out from one of them, folding its dark green wings with a grumpy expression. Some creatures, green and resembling a mix between frogs and lizards, squatted on branches or hid beneath leaves. They had devilish grins, red pustules on their heads, and mouths full of sharp teeth, giving them a less than friendly appearance. These are clabbert, Stephen said, walking up behind Wade. He extended his hand, and one of the initially unfriendly clabbert jumped onto his palm, its lizard-like tail gently wrapping around his thumb. Stephen stroked its head, saying, if they sense danger, the pustules on their head lights up red. That's why their pustules are one of the ingredients for making potions. He moved his hand near a branch and gave a slight shake, allowing the clabbert to hop back into the foliage, quickly vanishing among the leaves. A botruckle, which had just been stepped on by the clabbert, slowly shifted its body, causing the leaves on its head to tremble slightly. This place is fascinating, Wade remarked. I'm starting to understand why you want to be a magi zoologist. Yeah, this world is rich and vibrant because of creatures like them, Stephen said with a soft sigh. But habitats suitable for magical creatures are shrinking, and it's getting harder to protect them. Even dragons can't escape unscathed if discovered by muggles. That's why I'm doing everything I can to provide a safe, undisturbed space for them. I hope more people realize that protecting magical creatures is both important and rewarding. A noble goal, Wade said. If there's ever anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. Stephen grinned, delighted. When the time comes, I'll definitely ask for help without hesitation. Considering. He suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixed on something behind Wade. There was a strange crackling sound coming from the leaves, followed by the chirping of birds, flapping their wings as they all took off at once. Wade turned around and saw a massive creature, bluish-gray in color, with an apparent diameter of at least 3 meters, slowly gliding through the forest. Upon closer inspection, its body wasn't even touching the ground, it was actually flying. Don't be scared. It's a Alchemy, you know, they don't eat people, Stephen said softly, placing a hand on Wade's shoulder. It's a bit skittish, so let's not disturb it. Suddenly, the Alchemy shot forward, its beak-like snout snapping up a blue bird. It extended its neck and swallowed the bird, and in no time, its massive body shrank down to the size of a regular python. It slithered through the gaps between the trees, eventually coiling around a tall pine tree. As it shrank even further, it hid beneath a leaf, becoming almost invisible. Let's go, Stephen said. It'll take some time to digest. After walking a bit farther, Wade asked, I thought you might stop it from hunting the jobberknoll. Stephen shook his head. Protecting magical creatures doesn't mean caging them up with plenty of food. I just want to keep them from being harmed by humans, but their natural predator-prey relationships shouldn't be forcibly altered. Wade nodded thoughtfully, then asked, maintaining a farm like this must be costly, right? If you need funds, I can help. With the galleons in his vault multiplying every second, it seemed pointless to leave them idle. Putting them to good use for a meaningful cause made more sense. There's no need for that, Stephen replied with a smile. The house elves gather the feathers, scales, discarded snake skins, and shed horns from the magical creatures. Selling those brings in a hefty sum, enough to maintain the farm. He grinned proudly like a child. Don't underestimate me. I'm quite the wealthy man. I only needed my father's support for the first 2 years of the farm. After that, it became self-sustaining. How many species of magical creatures do you have here? Wade asked curiously. Well, Stephen paused, thinking for a moment before answering, there must be at least 20 or 30. But I can't say for sure. Some creatures move in quietly when I'm not paying attention. The newcomers are usually more cautious. Sometimes, I don't even notice them until they've already settled in with their families. As long as they don't cause any trouble, I tend to leave them be. But for the magical creatures that had been living there for a long time like the Clabbert, they saw Stephen as a companion or even a protector and were quite close to him. Wade imagined that kind of life, and even though he didn't have as much passion for magical creatures, he felt a sense of longing. Stephen checked the time and said, your friends should be arriving soon. Let's go meet them. Last night, Wade asked in the Book of Friends, and Michael, Neville, Hermione, and Theo all said they would come. Padma asked if she could bring her sister. Ryan and his family were traveling to Italy and would not be back for a few days. As for Harry, he hadn't sent a message. Green flames rose, and the group arrived one after another. At school, they were used to seeing each other in black uniforms, but now everyone was in casual clothes, creating a fresh visual experience. The Podell sisters, in particular, stood out. They were dressed in gorgeous long gowns with light makeup. Their wrists and necks were adorned with glittering gold jewelry, making them dazzlingly beautiful. Their figures were graceful and elegant. Good morning. Hope we're not late, the sisters said in unison. The Podell sisters were already very pretty, and being twins only amplified their charm several times over. Michael had been leaning by the window, watching the animals outside. Upon hearing the voices, he practically flashed to the fireplace, gracefully raising his hand in greeting. No, we just arrived as well, he said happily. Miss Podell and Miss Podell, welcome to Grainian Farm, said Stephen, before turning to look at Wade with a slight eyebrow raise. Wade understood perfectly what he meant. Such beautiful girls, why aren't you making a move? Wade shook his head. Stephen was probably so used to his dad pressuring him to get married that he'd taken on a bit of a matchmaker's role himself. Neville stepped out from the fireplace, exhaling deeply in relief. My gran almost didn't let me come, he said with lingering fear. But after she heard that the top 2 students in our year would be here, she changed her mind. Theo arrived, but before he could speak, the Podell sisters suddenly gasped in surprise. What's wrong? Everyone thought the sisters were under attack and rushed over to see. My necklace and earrings are gone, Padma said, touching her now bare earlobes. And my bracelet and hairpin, Parvati added in panic. It feels like they just vanished in an instant. Stephen immediately understood what had happened. It's a niffler, he said helplessly. These little guys love shiny things. Don't worry, I'll get them back for you. He whistled, and a Krupp, dog with a forked tail, came running over, sitting upright like a soldier. Stephen petted its ears and whispered something to it, and the dog quickly ran off. A short while later, it returned, carrying a blue-black niffler in its mouth, which looked a bit like a platypus. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, its face was full of pride, as if asking for praise. Stephen took the niffler and patted the dog's head. Good boy. Is this a niffler? Parvati asked curiously, staring at the small creature. But I don't see any jewelry. Did it hide them in a burrow? Stephen explained, this is a Cornish niffler, different from the Irish ones. It has a magical pouch in its belly. Watch. He held the niffler upside down by its hind legs and gave it a shake. The Podell sisters' gold jewelry tumbled out, along with some bird snake eggshells, golden cutlery, and a few shiny stones. When the little creature was put back on the ground, it looked extremely upset. With teary eyes, it began scooping up all the random items, then turned and scurried away. I think you should put your jewelry away, Michael advised. Otherwise, the Niffler might steal it again at any time. Suddenly, Theo exclaimed, "Look, it's fairies." Everyone turned to look. At first glance, it seemed like a swarm of dragonflies fluttering among the flowers. But upon closer inspection, they realized that besides their colorful wings, they had the appearance of miniature humans. The delicate-looking creatures wore clothes made of petals and grass leaves, busily flying around. Occasionally, they would land on leaves, as if taking a break. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even exhale, afraid of scaring the fairies away. One fairy, seemingly drawn by a scent, flew toward Padma. After circling her twice, it landed on Theo's finger instead. Merlin's beard. Parvati let out a sigh of disappointment. Theo looked in awe at the green-haired fairy perched on his finger. It was holding a tiny wand, and as it flew, golden and red sparks occasionally shot from the tip. Another fairy with transparent wings flew over. The two communicated with a low buzzing sound, and moments later, they flew off together. Theo stared at his finger, feeling a sense of loss. Some wizards use fairies as decorative ornaments, casting spells to fix them onto lampposts or Christmas trees, Stephen said with a touch of sympathy. But I think they're more beautiful when they're free to fly, fixed onto lampposts. Padma asked. Can they still live like that? Some people release the fairies after they're done with them, but not everyone is willing to do that, Stephen replied. Do they feel pain? Theo asked softly. Fairies are generally thought to have low intelligence, with minds comparable to insects, Stephen explained. But every living creature can feel pain, can't they? It's just that arrogant wizards can't empathize with their suffering. These words left the young wizards in quiet reflection, each feeling a bit moved. Hermione arrived later in the afternoon, looking worried. Have any of you been in touch with Harry lately? She asked the group. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. It seems like Harry hasn't opened his book of friends at all, Hermione said with concern. I even rented an owl to send him a letter, but he hasn't replied. Ron hasn't heard anything from him either. Could something have happened to Harry? Theo asked with a frown. Maybe he's been locked up by his muggle relatives, Michael said, surprisingly guessing the truth. I always knew he wasn't being treated well. Locked up? Muggles would dare do that to him. Parvati exclaimed in shock, then suggested, why don't we all go check on him? Yeah, it could be a group activity, Michael said excitedly. No, Wade quickly stopped them. Having so many of us show up in a muggle neighborhood would be too conspicuous. I'll go check on him myself. What can a kid like you do? Stephen said. I'll go with you. I want to go too, Hermione added. I'm really worried. There's no need. Wade, seeing Theo about to speak up as well, firmly refused. And I'm not going alone. I'll ask Remus to come with me. Him. Stephen frowned at first, then seemed to realize something. Oh, Remus Lupin. I remember he was a close friend of James Potter. When James Potter started school, Stephen was already about to graduate. They weren't in the same house and didn't know each other personally, but the famous marauders were well known at the school, and Stephen had heard their names and stories. If Harry Potter was truly in danger or being mistreated by muggles, then Remus Lupin, as his father's friend and an elder, would be the most appropriate person to step in. When Wade stepped out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, Lupin was already waiting for him. Compared to their first meeting, the man was clearly in much better shape. He wore a deep blue-green wizard's robe, no longer the patchwork of old clothing he used to wear. The worry and exhaustion on his face had mostly faded, replaced by a calmness born of time, with a touch of melancholy. This version of Lupin had an undeniable charm, and Wade noticed some young witches discreetly eyeing him. Lupin ignored their glances. Upon seeing Wade, he smiled and walked over. Long time no see, Wade. In the past 6 months, they had met only a few times in person, but Lupin's magical lessons had never stopped. Through their text exchanges, Lupin had come to know Wade quite well. Despite his young age, Wade lacked the common flaws of children: laziness, impulsiveness, immaturity, and restlessness. He had clear goals and an exceptional ability to focus. Always learning, always growing, he exuded a spirit of determination and progress. He was also a good listener, and able to express his own ideas without simply parroting others. Wade was also incredibly trusting and respectful of those around him. He understood other people's difficulties and treated Lupin with the same respect he showed his professors at school, never acting superior despite paying Lupin for his services. Lupin, having spent years as a wandering outcast, had encountered many different employers. Some had the mentality of "I'm paying you, so you must be my servant," trying to squeeze every bit of value out of their employees. Because of this, Lupin's respect and admiration for Wade had grown tremendously. The only thing that held him back was his own werewolf identity. What Lupin didn't know was that Wade had known from the start that he was a werewolf. Remus, Wade greeted him. I hope calling you over didn't interrupt anything important. Lupin smiled. I haven't been too busy lately. Did something come up for you? You know, Harry and I are classmates, and we get along well. Wade didn't mince words. Since the holidays began, Harry has cut off contact with all of his friends. Everyone's a bit worried, so I offered to check on him at his house. The moment Lupin heard Harry's name, a subtle change came over his expression. It was a mixture of distraction and pain. Wade looked at him and said, I heard Harry's parents were your friends during school, so I thought maybe you'd want to help. He paused for a moment before adding, but if it makes you uncomfortable, forget it. I assume Harry is probably fine. If anything serious had happened, Dumbledore would have already stepped in. Lupin's face had become a bit grim, as if someone had just poured cold water over him. No, it's not difficult, Lupin said slowly. I do want to see him, it's just, I'm not sure if I should get close. He seemed a bit lost in thought. If you want to see him, then go see him, Wade said. Who has the right to stop you from checking on the orphan child of your old friends? Especially since he might need help now. The word orphan struck Lupin, causing a moment of visible discomfort. You're right. I should see him. I should have visited him long ago. Once Lupin made up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. The two set off together. To avoid attracting attention, they changed into more ordinary clothes, taking the subway and then a taxi to Little Whinging in Surrey. They got out on Privet Drive, where identical-looking houses lined the street. Lupin asked, Wade, do you know where Harry lives? Wade studied a house's nameplate and said, it should be around here. His uncle's last name is Dursley. Dursley. I remember now, Vernon Dursley, Lily's sister's husband. He was at Lily and James's wedding, Lupin said, frowning with disgust. A rude, obnoxious madman. What happened? Wade asked, puzzled. In his mind, James Potter had been the kind of person who acted like a school bully, always surrounded by loyal friends. A muggle like Vernon Dursley should have been powerless against them and only on the receiving end of pranks. But Lupin's attitude didn't seem to be aimed at a poor muggle who had been teased. It felt more like Lupin himself had been mistreated. Lupin took a deep breath and said, he's the worst muggle I've ever met. The first time I saw him was at the wedding. He looked down at James and asked what kind of car he drove. James told him he had a racing broom. Lupin's voice softened with pain at the mention of James, as memories of the past surfaced. After a pause, he continued, then that man Vernon Dursley loudly declared that all wizards are just welfare-dependent paupers. James told him that he had a lot of gold in Gringotts. Vernon didn't understand what Gringotts was and thought James was mocking him, so he flew into a rage. The couple left the wedding right then and there, which made Lily cry her eyes out. Lupin chuckled bitterly. You don't know, James was willing to do anything for Lily. He promised her he'd make amends with Vernon as soon as possible, but their attitude. Can you imagine? To them, we're all just freaks. Wade understood clearly, there had likely been more unpleasant conflicts afterward. I should have come to see Harry sooner. I didn't know he had been left with the Dursleys, Lupin said with a mixture of worry and guilt. Damn it. I should have seen it coming, they were his only living relatives. But with your circumstances back then, you probably wouldn't have been able to raise a child properly. Wade suddenly stopped in his tracks. We're here. The two of them looked at the house by the side of the road. It looked almost identical to the neighboring houses, as if it had been copied and pasted. There was no difference between the grey roof tiles and the weathered bricks of the walls. A car was parked in the driveway, and the garden was neatly kept. An ordinary house, an ordinary life, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The living room windows were shut tight, making it hard to tell if anyone was home. By now, the sun had set, and a faint light shone from within. Lupin squinted suddenly. Look at that window, Wade, Lupin said. Doesn't the shadow seem strange? Wade looked at the crisscrossing long shadows and said, it looks like it's been blocked from the inside. Perfect, Lupin said with a cold voice. Now we know why Harry couldn't send any messages. Stay calm, Wade reminded him. Using magic on muggles is illegal. Since there was an underage wizard in the Dursley household, revealing magic to them didn't violate the statute of secrecy. However, using magic to harm muggles was a clear breach of the law. The Ministry of Magic's enforcement was always ambiguous. Sometimes, if you cleaned up properly afterward, by using memory charms on witnesses, there wouldn't be any consequences. Other times, the same actions could land someone in Azkaban. Hagrid once gave Dudley a pig's tail, which by law should have resulted in a prison sentence, but Dumbledore managed to smooth things over. However, if Lupin broke the law, given his status as a werewolf, the law would be applied to him far more harshly. I understand. Lupin gritted his teeth, forced away the anger from his face, and pressed the doorbell. The Dursley family was having dinner. On the table were buttered buns, fried cod, sausages, and vegetable soup, while Dudley had a delicious serving of mashed potatoes. I don't want to eat this. Dudley threw a tantrum. I want cheese bread. And I want roast meat. I'll make it for you tomorrow morning, Popkins, Petunia said dotingly, looking at her chubby son. You need to eat a lot before school starts. She always worried that Dudley wouldn't get enough to eat at school. I want roast meat now. If I don't get it, I'm not eating dinner. Dudley stubbornly insisted, and tears quickly welled up in his eyes, as if he had been gravely wronged. Petunia Dursley panicked and quickly said, all right, just wait a bit. Mummy will make roast meat for you right away. She got up to head to the kitchen, but just then, the family heard the doorbell ring. Who could be visiting today? Petunia asked curiously. No guests. Maybe it's someone delivering mail. Vernon had planned to call Harry to open the door, but he suddenly remembered that he had locked the boy up. Grumbling, he pushed his chair back and went to open the door himself. Outside stood two strangers, one tall and one short, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of dignity. Neither of them had any mail in hand. Hello. Vernon's irritation at being interrupted during dinner quickly faded when he saw the visitors. He started trying to recall. Is this man perhaps one of my business associates? Politely, Vernon asked, "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" Petunia, hearing voices, came out of the kitchen and, upon seeing the man at the door, found him vaguely familiar. "Good evening, Mr. Dursley," Lupin said coolly. "I do have some important business, but I'm not here for you." Vernon, not sure why, instinctively stepped aside, watching this man whose name he didn't even know walk right into his house. "Wait, who are you looking for?" Vernon hurriedly chased after him to ask. At the doorway, Petunia suddenly gasped, and her arm trembled as she pointed at Lupin. You're the groomsman. Remus Lupin, Lupin said, looking at the thin woman. "It's been 12 years, Mrs. Dursley." Vernon looked at them suspiciously, but in the end, he trusted his wife more. He asked doubtfully, "You know him, Petunia?" "Actually, you should recognize me as well, Mr. Dursley," Lupin said as he stepped into the house, glancing around before turning to face the home's owner. "We were both at James and Lily's wedding, weren't we?" Vernon, stunned, stammered, You're one of those wizards." His voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out of an air tank. Dudley, who had been munching on his fried fish, suddenly let out a piercing scream. He dropped his plate, frantically clutching his backside as he ran around in circles like a headless chicken, before finally darting into the bathroom and locking the door, refusing to come out. The last time Dudley had encountered a wizard, it was Hagrid, who had left him with a pig's tail as a parting gift. They had eventually needed to take him to a private hospital to have it removed. "Oh my poor Popkins," Petunia cried as she hurried after him, trying to comfort her terrified son. But all she got was a loud bang as the bathroom door nearly slammed into her face. Vernon, equally startled, stumbled back, grabbing a dinner knife and holding it with both hands as he pointed it at Lupin, shouting, "What do you want? Get out of my house." "Petunia, call the police." Lupin, uninterested in dealing with them, turned and started walking upstairs. Petunia lunged for the phone, but the receiver was already lifted. "Call the police? I can help with that," Wade said calmly. 999? Or 116,111? I think either could work. Official emergency and child helpline number. As Wade calmly explained and dialed the number, he was abruptly stopped by a pair of cold hands pressing down on his. He looked up to see Petunia, her face pale, saying, "We can't call the police, we can't, Vernon." "What?" Vernon shouted in confusion, torn between wanting to rush upstairs to stop Lupin and feeling reluctant to leave his wife and son alone, too panicked to think straight. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from upstairs, like the sound of a door being blown open. Lupin's voice followed, filled with anger, "Is this what they're feeding you?" Vernon's face flushed with rage, but Petunia looked embarrassed, her discomfort visible. But they had no choice but to listen to Wade, who added, 116,111 is the hotline for the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC. Wade kindly explained, "It's the only charity in the country with legal authority." Vernon stared at him in shock, his small eyes darting around as he tried to process the situation. Upstairs, in the small bedroom, Harry leapt up from his bed, staring fearfully at the stranger who had burst into his room. Who are you?" he stammered, grabbing a pillow to shield himself. "Come with me, Harry," Lupin said, taking a deep breath, his eyes moist. "I was a friend of your parents'. I've come to take you away." Harry hesitated for only a second before he jumped off the bed and grabbed Lupin's hand. For him, there was no worse place on earth than the Dursleys' house. Many times, he had wondered if they would simply starve him to death. "Wait, Hedwig." Harry ran over to pick up his owl's cage. Lupin shot a look of disgust at the bowl nearby. There was barely any vegetable soup left, and Hedwig's food dish held only a few shriveled pieces of vegetables. Back in the downstairs living room. "You can certainly call 999 to report this, but I must remind you that as guardians, deliberately failing to provide adequate food, clothing, medical care, or housing for a dependent under 14 years old, when you have the financial means to do so, is illegal." Wade spoke calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, you've locked Harry in the room upstairs, haven't you? The windows have been boarded up. Imprisoning children, abusing children, and neglecting children are all criminal acts. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, and domestic violence all fall under child abuse. Reporting such acts can lead to fines and imprisonment. Your actions have already violated the Child Abuse Prevention Act, the Children's Care and Adoption Act, and the Children Act enacted 3 years ago. If you don't believe me, feel free to look it up. Or call the police and let them determine right from wrong. I wonder, though, how your neighbors would view you if the police arrested you. What would become of your Dudley, and how would his situation at school change?" How do you know all this?" Petunia asked incredulously. "You're just as strange, just as much of a freak as they are, right? These laws were not only unknown to wizards but also not well understood by ordinary people. My parents couldn't do magic either. I grew up in an environment just like yours." Wade raised his voice slightly. "What do you think, Harry? If you choose to call the police, I'm sure this couple will face consequences." The Dursleys turned around in a panic, realizing that Harry had come downstairs with Lupin without them noticing. The two were immediately terrified. Police, prison. Dudley would be bullied by his classmates at school, he might even be expelled. Their future was suddenly shrouded in a terrible shadow, and that shadow had come from the very boy they had always disregarded. Hatred surged in Harry's heart. At that moment, he genuinely wanted to call the police, to send this couple to prison, to make the whole world aware of his grievances. But he opened his mouth, hesitated several times without gathering the courage, and finally just raked his fingers through his hair and said, let's just go. Lupin looked somewhat disapproving, but after a moment of silence, he ultimately respected Harry's decision. The Dursleys both sighed in relief, but their expressions twisted a bit at the thought of being forgiven by Harry. Harry looked at Lupin, unsure of how to address him, and turned to Wade for help. This gentleman is Remus Lupin, my tutor, and one of your father's closest friends, Wade introduced him. You can trust him. Mr. Lupin, Harry pointed to the space beneath the stairs and asked, could you help me unlock that? Of course. Lupin, eager to do something for him, immediately kicked open the lock. He glanced briefly at the small, dark cupboard but didn't pay much attention to it. Harry handed the owl cage to Wade and crouched in front of the cupboard, pulling out various personal belongings: his wand, robe, spellbooks, cauldron, broomstick, and the book of friends that was buried at the bottom. As soon as the summer holiday started, Vernon had locked all of Harry's belongings in this tiny cupboard. Harry had done everything he could to at least hold on to his book of friends. It's just a few pieces of parchment. He jumped but couldn't reach the book of friends in Uncle Vernon's hand, only able to shout in frustration. But because Harry cared about it so much, Vernon had taken the book of friends first and hidden it in the deepest corner. Don't even think about it. Vernon had shouted at him in a terrifying voice, don't even think about using your wicked things to contaminate our house. Harry shook his head, as if trying to rid his mind of those awful memories and the gloomy cupboard. He hastily stuffed everything into the trunk, then stood up, a relieved smile on his face, and said, Wade, Mr. Lupin, let's go. He no longer looked at the Dursleys, who were pale and stiff all over, nor did he care about Dudley, who was shivering in the bathroom. With each step he took out of the house, joy swelled in his heart. Wade walked alongside him and asked casually, did you hear what I said earlier? Yes, Harry replied softly. You should know, not just today, but until you turn 18, the Children's Act will protect your legal rights, Wade said. The Dursleys looked as if they wanted to shut him up. Wade was, of course, saying this on purpose for them to hear. Harry thought he could leave the Dursley household for good, but Wade knew that until he graduated, Harry would still have to return here for a period each year. Wade reminded him, don't think that without a wand, you're powerless against adults. In the world of ordinary people, the law is your weapon of protection. I understand, thank you. Wade, Harry said gratefully. No one had ever told him before that he could protect himself this way. He realized Wade had essentially handed him a powerful weapon. No one knew better than Harry how terrified Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were of their family being different. If the police showed up at their door, it would be no different from a death sentence for them. Lupin followed them in silence. As they were about to leave, he turned to look at the Dursleys. I know your relationship with Lily wasn't good back then, he said coldly. But if something had happened to you 11 years ago, James and Lily would never have treated your son like this. They walked quietly for a while. Because of Lupin's last words, Harry's eyes suddenly felt wet. He blinked hard and quickly wiped them with his sleeve in secret. Wade and Lupin pretended not to notice. Once Harry had finally blinked away the moisture in his eyes, he heard Hedwig screeching loudly from inside her cage. Wade raised the cage, frowning at the snowy owl, and asked, is she hungry? Oh, she's been cooped up for too long. Harry hurried to undo the latch on the cage. She's been locked in there for ages without stretching her wings. As soon as the cage was opened, Hedwig eagerly flew out and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Harry watched her vanish, and suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. He quickly clutched his aching, hungry belly and looked awkwardly at the other two. Where are we going? Wade and Lupin stopped walking and exchanged a glance. First, to the farm, Wade said. Everyone is waiting for you over there, Harry. Lupin nodded. I need some time to prepare, at least to get a house. With some awkwardness, he asked, Harry, I don't think I've asked you yet, would you like to live with me? Even though we don't know each other well, I was really close with James. If you're willing, I'd take care of you like a father would. Live with you? Harry asked. You mean, leave the Dursleys? Of course. Lupin bent down and said seriously, I haven't had a stable home for the past decade or so, and I'm currently staying in a small inn, but if you want, I can buy a house. It might not be in the best condition. I'd love to. Harry interrupted excitedly. Do you need money? I've got some savings in Gringotts. As long as it meant leaving the Dursleys, Harry was more than happy. Even though he didn't know Lupin well yet, he trusted him, and Lupin had already made a far better impression than Uncle Vernon ever could. You don't need to pay, Harry. That's the inheritance your parents left for you. Lupin, half amused and half emotional, patted Harry's head and said, thanks to Wade, I've saved up a bit myself, and houses in the countryside aren't expensive. He glanced at the two of them and said, I'll take you both to Grainian farm first. Once I'm ready, Harry, I'll come and pick you up. That's great. The farm. Harry only now realized what they were talking about. You've missed a lot, Wade said. We'll talk on the way. He raised his wand, and in no time, a purple double-decker bus appeared with a bounce. The trash can by the side of the road nimbly hopped out of the way, startling Harry. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for stranded witches and wizards. Before the young man with large ears could finish his spiel, Wade had already tossed him a few galleons and ushered Harry onto the bus. Grainian farm, please. And chocolate as well. All right, seems like you're a regular, Stan Shunpike said with a wide grin as he pocketed the galleons and handed over some hot chocolate. Harry eagerly took a big gulp. The rich, bittersweet taste melted on his tongue, and he felt his painfully hungry stomach finally begin to settle. It was as if a new life was gradually unfolding before him. When Harry arrived at the farm, he was immediately surrounded by everyone, and Stephen enthusiastically prepared a lavish dinner. So, what exactly happened? Theo asked after they finished eating. Holding a cup of pumpkin juice, Harry began recounting his story how the Dursleys had confiscated all of his magical belongings as soon as the summer holidays started. At first, he was at least free to move around until he encountered a house elf named Dobby. He said something terrible would happen at Hogwarts and told me not to go back. Harry recounted, still finding that day surreal. He said he was trying to protect me, and to do that, not only did he intercept all of your letters to me, but he also used a levitation charm to ruin the dinner Aunt Petunia had prepared for her guests, which messed up Uncle Vernon's business deal. Under the concerned and tense gazes of Hermione and the others, Harry tried to recount the events in a light-hearted tone. And then I got a warning from the Ministry of Magic and was locked up in the room, until Wade and Mr. Lupin came to rescue me. That's so strange, Theo frowned. Without an order from their master, house elves aren't supposed to act on their own, nor are they allowed to use magic. Who could be behind this? Hermione asked, glancing around. It's definitely Malfoy, Harry said. He hates me. The group spent some time discussing the various misdeeds of the Malfoys. Michael noticed that Wade had been quiet throughout the conversation. When everyone started yawning, Wade finally spoke up, time for bed. The farm has protective spells in place no house elf can enter without permission. Harry nodded, slowly beginning to agree with what everyone had said that Dobby had been sent by the Malfoys to mess with him. It would be foolish to take his warning seriously. As everyone headed off to their rooms, Michael stayed behind. Wade, he asked, are you still thinking about that house elf's warning? What do you think? Wade responded. Michael thought for a moment before saying, my family doesn't have a house elf, but I've heard my father talk about them. Based on the nature of such creatures, their actions are generally driven by their master's commands. But, Michael paused, then added, I believe that anything with its own thoughts is never absolute. While it's rare for a house elf to betray or even kill its master, it's not unheard of. Still, there's nothing to worry about, Michael said naturally. After all, Dumbledore is around. At this point, Michael's admiration for Dumbledore was at its peak. Though he hadn't voiced it, much of last year had been spent in fear, worrying that the Dark Lord might attack students at any moment. But the outcome proved that the Dark Lord, who had once cast a terrifying shadow over the British Isles, was nothing more than a pawn on Dumbledore's chessboard. What could be more terrifying than Voldemort? Yes, Wade nodded. Let's hope this year at Hogwarts is peaceful. Michael headed to bed, but before going upstairs, he glanced back. Wade sat by the window, reading a newspaper, with a flickering candle beside him. The moonlight, silver and frost-like, bathed him as though wrapping him in a cloak. An owl flew across the night sky. Wade's gaze fell on an advertisement in the newspaper. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical Me in Diagon Alley. In the bedroom, though Harry was a little drowsy, he still opened his long-unseen book of friends. This particular page was connected to him, Ron, and Hermione. When he hadn't received any birthday wishes, Harry had felt utterly dejected, thinking his friends had forgotten him. But after Dobby's appearance, Harry realized that his friends had indeed sent him gifts, only for them to be intercepted by the bothersome house elf. With that knowledge, his spirits lifted once again. Hermione was already here at Grainian Farm, so Harry figured he should send Ron a note of reassurance, letting him know it wasn't that he didn't want to contact them, it was that he simply couldn't. As soon as Harry sent a quick greeting in the book of friends, Ron's messages began popping up one after another. Ron, thank Merlin, you're alive. Ron, why haven't you replied to any of my messages? I've invited you 12 times. Dad says you got a warning from the Ministry of Magic for using magic in front of muggles. Ron, are you okay? I'm planning to steal my dad's car to come get you. Fred and George are coming too. His handwriting was messy and rushed. Every time Harry tried to reply, Ron's next message appeared on the parchment. When Harry read that last sentence, he was startled and quickly responded. Harry, no need. Harry, I've already left the Dursleys' house. Ron, what happened? Finally having the time, Harry explained everything to Ron, including everyone's theories about what was going on. Suddenly, he heard a tapping at his bedroom window. Looking up, he saw Hedwig outside, staring at him intently. Harry opened the window, and Hedwig strutted in, placing a fresh dead rat on the table and pushing it toward him with her claws. For me. Harry chuckled. Thanks, girl, but I don't eat rats. You can have it. Life at farm was full of fun. The group followed Stephen around, learning how to care for botruckle babies, rescuing fairies trapped in vines, and watching a kelpie leisurely play with its foal by the lakeside. In the early mornings, they collected mooncalf dung while walking through dew-covered grass. They traded food with murtlap rats for the juice from their tentacles and, in the evenings, left chicken and fresh fish near gnarled ends. It usually hunts for itself, but now it's nursing, Stephen explained. If it doesn't get enough food, it might abandon one or two of its weaker offspring. The young wizards occasionally found dropped feathers from the jobberknoll in the bushes, which are valuable ingredients for making truth serums and memory potions. Stephen generously told them they could keep whatever they found. In the afternoons, when they had free time, they would gather in the living room to do homework and practice spells. Sometimes, they'd fly around the farm on their brooms. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The young wizards returned home one by one via the Floo network, and Lupin had finished preparing his new house, ready to take Harry with him. Before that, though, he confessed something openly. Harry, Wade, I am a werewolf. He hadn't intended to tell anyone, but after thinking it over, he decided it wasn't something he should hide. A werewolf. Harry was confused. He knew what a werewolf was, but he had no real sense of the danger they posed. Wade nodded. I know. You, no. Lupin was first surprised, then smiled bitterly. No wonder you never contacted me on full moon nights. I can't believe I didn't realize it sooner. Looking at Harry, he explained, I was bitten by a werewolf when I was a child, so I became one too. But I promise, you're safe. I leave the house every full moon, and I take the wolfsbane potion. Now that he had a job thanks to Wade, he finally had enough money to afford the potion, which allows a werewolf to retain their sanity after transforming. Of course. Lupin, worried Harry might be uncomfortable, quickly added, you can also stay at Grainian farm if you want. I asked Mr. Murray, and he said he'd be happy for you to stay here until school starts. I'll stay with you, Harry said firmly, gripping his hand. I trust you won't hurt me. Harry had longed for a place to call his own for so long, and not even the fact that Lupin was a werewolf could make him afraid or hesitant. Get ready, Wade, Stephen said cheerfully after the farm had returned to its usual calm. Tomorrow, we're going to visit Mr. Scamander. I've already set up a meeting with him. Newt Scamander and his family lived in seclusion in Dorset, in the southern part of England, on a small hill. The surrounding landscape was lush with soft, green grass, and from the front door, one could see a distant Muggle village. Of course, the same spells that protected Hogwarts were in place here. To Muggles, the hill appeared to be nothing but barren rocks. Stephen, who was familiar with the place, pushed open the door to reveal a winding garden path. A group of fairies flitted about with butterflies, flying among the large blossoms, creating an enchanting scene. Rustling sounds came from the grass, and a brown-yellow Neasel poked its head out. It watched Wade cautiously, and its large ears twitched slightly. Soon, a second Neasel appeared. These creatures were naturally alert and could sense if someone had a corrupt heart. Hey, Hobie, Millie, Stephen crouched down and smiled happily. It's been a while. Did you miss me? Hobie, recognizing Stephen, relaxed and climbed onto him, making baby-like cooing sounds. The other Neasel approached Wade and brushed its paws delicately against his trousers before climbing up his leg. Wade quickly picked it up. Millie likes you, Stephen said, clearly pleased. They're Mr. Scamander's pets. There's another one named Mauler, but he doesn't like going outside much. The two of them followed the stone path into the yard, where Newt Scamander was already waiting at the foot of the steps, and a Neasel with sharp ears lazily lying at his feet. Newt Scamander was now 95 years old. He was no longer the young, shy figure seen in the films. Time had gifted him with graying hair and faint wrinkles, but it hadn't changed the certain innocent and earnest quality he carried. His eyes were still clear, and he slightly angled his body as if unconsciously avoiding eye contact, giving off a somewhat reserved impression. Even though the two visitors, whether in terms of age, social status, or magical ability, were far below Newt Scamander, he didn't display the slightest hint of superiority. It was as if he were a child, fearful of causing harm and easily hurt by evil. Good morning, Stephen, Newt said quietly, casting a reserved glance at Wade. Welcome, Mr. Wade Grey. Wade gave a slight bow. Please, just call me Wade. I've always admired you greatly. I hope our sudden visit isn't too much of a bother. Not at all, Newt replied softly. I'm glad to see talented young wizards interested in these things. A boy with curly brown hair emerged from behind Newt and flashed a bright smile at Wade. Hello, I heard you invented the Book of Friends. Mind your manners, Rolf, Newt said gently. Clearly, he wasn't the authoritative figure in his grandson's eyes. Rolf made a silly face behind his back before extending his hand. Hello, I'm Rolf Scamander, the boy grinned. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wade Grey, inventor of the Book of Friends. Hello, Wade replied, shaking his hand. Do you want a tour of my grandfather's magical animal sanctuary? Come on, I'll be your guide. Rolf eagerly pulled Wade forward while Newt and Stephen followed behind with amused smiles. I heard you recently went to America, Stephen asked. Yes, to see an old friend, Newt sighed. About 70 years ago, I sent it to America. I didn't expect that now, I would have to send it off from this world. Hearing this, Stephen realized that Newt was talking about a thunderbird. Surprised, he said, I thought thunderbirds had long lifespans. It was injured too badly while protecting its young. It didn't survive long enough for treatment, Newt said sorrowfully. You know, they can summon lightning and storms, which makes them targets for poachers. Damn poachers, Stephen said angrily. I've always dreamed of seeing a thunderbird in person, and they dare harm one. Well, today your dream might come true, Newt said, forcing a smile. After Frank's death, his child was left unprotected. To keep it safe, I brought it back here. Meanwhile, Rolf paid no attention to his grandfather's conversation with Stephen. He was too excited, chatting with Wade. The Book of Friends is such an amazing invention. Everyone in our family has one. My grandmother has the most, she has 3. I have one too. One for my grandfather, one for my grandmother, one for my parents, and one for my uncle. Talking on paper is even more fun than face-to-face. There is one small problem though. The messages don't stay saved for long. Sometimes I take a nap and miss a message from my mom, and she gets upset. We need to go in through here. He placed a brown suitcase on the ground, opened it, and climbed inside. Just as his upper body remained visible, he turned back and waved at Wade, signaling for him to follow. Then, it was as if the suitcase swallowed him whole, and he disappeared. Wade had seen this scene before in a movie in his past life, so he smiled knowingly and followed him inside. The suitcase's entrance was narrow, but inside, the space had been magically expanded to resemble a small portable world. Going down a staircase, they arrived in a small cluttered room that looked like a storage space filled with various old things. But Wade didn't have time to examine them closely. Hurry up! Rolf shouted from ahead, opening a wooden door that didn't seem too sturdy. Creak! The door hinges groaned, and a rush of cool, damp air mixed with the scent of animals greeted them. A vast world suddenly opened up before them with breathtaking intensity. Wade couldn't help but hold his breath, and his heart was pounding like a drum. Experiencing all this in person, being in this magical, extraordinary space was entirely different from just watching it unfold on a movie screen. For a moment, he felt like his breath was taken away. Magic, such an incredible power. Having grown up in this place, Rolf was used to it and couldn't fully grasp Wade's sense of awe. Seeing him stand frozen in place, Rolf pulled him by the arm and led him off to the side. This way, I'll show you the new resident here. They hadn't walked far when they came upon a golden desert, with a few towering stone pillars in the middle. Perched in the hollow of one of the pillars was a baby bird with 3 pairs of wings and a long, slender tail. It was fast asleep with its feathers swaying gently in the breeze. Rolf motioned for silence and carefully led Wade closer. He then gestured for Wade to do as he did and gently extend his hand toward the bird. Just as he was about 4 or 5 centimeters away from the chick, Wade suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation in his fingers. At the same time, he saw that Rolf's hair had stood completely on end, like a porcupine. Wade quickly realized what was happening and figured his hair must look the same. Rolf burst into silent laughter, then tugged at Wade's arm, and the two of them sneaked away from the stone pillar, looking like thieves. After a few twists and turns, they found themselves in a warm and humid bamboo grove. It was only then that Rolf began to laugh out loud. Isn't it amazing? Thunderbird chicks are born with electricity. Laughing heartily, Rolf used his hands to gather water from the bamboo leaves and smooth down his messy hair. Wade drew his wand, Aguamenti, water-making spell. A stream of water flowed down from the bamboo branches, and Rolf immediately gave him a thumbs up. The two of them used the water to tidy up their hair. Suddenly, Wade noticed a dung beetle larger than a retriever leisurely rolling a similarly huge dung ball as it walked past them. Newt's suitcase space was even more magical than the Grainian farm. Just walking a short distance made it feel like they had entered a whole new world. After rounding a corner, the bamboo forest turned into a tropical savanna. After wandering aimlessly for a while, they somehow ended up in a rainforest. A curtain separated icy tundra from fragrant blooms, and massive rocks divided deserts from water-filled areas. A tiny distant cave quickly expanded into a huge cavern once you walked inside. A plain oak door opened to reveal distant mountains and an endless lake. And Newt kept many 4X or even 5X rated dangerous creatures here. In front of that man, these terrifying creatures acted like well-behaved children, bowing their heads to enjoy his touch. Even Rolf could play or feed these creatures freely without worrying that they might harm him. I really like them, Rolf said, puffing out his cheeks. But Grandpa always says we can't keep them in such a small space. That's why, although he constantly rescues magical creatures in distress, he always releases them back to their original habitats once they can survive on their own. If only animals could use something like a book of friends, that way, even if we parted, we'd never lose contact. As he spoke, he hugged a young Riem calf. Both he and the calf looked at Wade with the same pitiful and hopeful expression. Wade couldn't help but laugh. Even if I could make animals use something like a book of friends, they can't read. Rolf's expression instantly fell, and with a sigh full of sorrow, he said, I knew it wouldn't work. Isn't there a way to communicate without writing? There is, Wade said as he sat down beside him. What about two-way mirrors? But two-way mirrors are rare and too expensive, Rolf said dejectedly. I have a lot of friends but very little allowance. Wade couldn't help but laugh again. The boy, with his round head and chubby face, was already adorable, but when he made that adult-like, worried expression, he became even more amusing. As he laughed, Wade felt a subtle stir within his heart. Two-way mirrors, that might be an interesting research direction. After taking a tour, Wade found an opportunity to ask Newt about the practical applications of the undetectable extension charm. Newt had devoted his life to protecting magical creatures, and his enchanted suitcase played a vital role in that. When it came to the use of the undetectable extension charm, Wade suspected that even Dumbledore might not surpass Newt. In this field, Newt was undoubtedly a world-class expert. Wade also showed Newt his pencil case. Layer by layer, it gradually unfolded until it became a tall wardrobe. Seeing the wardrobe, which stood over a person's height, Newt was stunned for a while before muttering softly, yes, a wardrobe is so convenient. When he was younger, he hadn't thought much of it, but as he aged, Newt realized that climbing up and down the stairs inside the suitcase every day was a real challenge for his bones. Newt and Wade walked into the wardrobe space, and after taking a turn inside, Newt nodded in approval. An impressive application. I didn't expect a 12-year-old wizard to achieve this level, but as it stands, it's still just an ordinary storage space. Wade frowned and said, it doesn't seem possible to make it like your suitcase, where many spaces are stitched together seamlessly, with no conflict or oddness. When the conversation shifted to his area of expertise, Newt's confidence became visibly apparent. He smiled and said, space stitching, that's quite an accurate description. In my suitcase, I have indeed stitched together many real spaces. Real spaces? Wade asked, thinking it over. Is it similar to folding space and then unfolding it inside the suitcase, something like that? It's not that complicated. Newt clasped his hands together and thought for a moment before speaking. You know, for magical creatures, the most dangerous beings on this planet are the billions of humans. Humans are turning more and more of the natural environment into cities of steel and concrete, leaving fewer and fewer suitable habitats for animals. To provide these little creatures with a proper living space, I would use a severing charm to isolate an area of land before muggles could destroy it. Then, well, a shrinking charm and an enlargement charm complete the transfer. He explained it as if it were simple, but Wade quickly realized just how difficult this must be, as daunting as a skyscraper. A simple example. Before Christmas break, Wade once saw some upper-year students manage to get their hands on a tall spruce tree, intending to decorate it as the tallest Christmas tree in the school. That spruce tree, which Hagrid could carry on his own, required 5 or 6 students casting levitation charms simultaneously just to move it into place. And Newt? His suitcase even had a snow-capped mountain inside it. Newt continued, sometimes it doesn't have to be so complicated. You can use a space-linking charm to connect part of the inside of the suitcase to an external space, allowing them to communicate with each other. Did you see that lake? Underneath it is a connection to Loch Ness in Scotland. The Kelpie can move freely between the two. But of course, there's always the risk of intrusion, so you have to be especially cautious when choosing which spaces to link. Then how do you ensure the stability of the space inside the suitcase? Wade asked. I've heard that if a spell fails, the contents inside might burst out and destroy the container. But you don't seem to worry about that. Well, that's just one of my little tricks. Newt smiled with a hint of pride. During my travels, I learned a method of separating space from magical creatures. At dinner, Wade met Newt's wife Tina Scamander. Though she had entered old age, she was still an elegant beauty with a charming demeanor. Her white hair was neatly pinned behind her ears, and she wore a well-fitted dark green dress. Even the simple act of spreading butter on bread was done with great grace. With just a glance from Mrs. Scamander, both the distinguished Newt and the slightly mischievous Rolf would sit obediently at the dinner table, waiting for the meal to begin. Life in the Scamander household had its own unique charm. Almost every morning, the whole family would pitch in together to care for the various creatures inside Newt's suitcase. Perhaps Newt's reputation among magical creatures was just as renowned as it was among wizards. Some creatures would even come to him for help when they were injured or in trouble. In just the few days Wade had been there, he had already seen 2 kelpies tangled in fishing nets, a sea serpent that had accidentally swallowed a plastic bag, and a demiguise that had been burned by some unknown source. Newt was also proficient in all kinds of healing spells for animals. He could even perform surgery and help with birthing. Some smaller magical creatures considered this place their ideal paradise. Even after their troubles were resolved, they didn't want to leave. Like children throwing tantrums, these creatures would act cute and clingy, and Newt, unable to resist, would end up letting them stay indefinitely until they decided to leave on their own. Because of this, despite Newt's lifelong commitment to releasing magical creatures back into the wild, his suitcase was never empty. In fact, it became livelier and more crowded over the years. Wade felt as though he had taken several years' worth of care of magical creatures lessons while staying here. During leisurely afternoons after lunch, Newt would offer Wade advice on how to improve the space inside his pencil case. He even took Wade to the nearby Jurassic coast, where they sectioned off a small patch of beach and seawater to transfer into the pencil case's space. Next, they moved a small section of forest from the mountains into the case, and Newt taught Wade how to stitch these different spaces together. Then came applying weather charms to each area, because without them, the environment would quickly deteriorate. However, to prevent the climates from affecting each other, isolation charms were also necessary. For these isolation charms to work, there had to be some physical boundary. Even something as simple as a row of fences, a cloth curtain, or a rock would do. But an entirely open space wouldn't work. Over the course of just over a week, the space inside Wade's wardrobe underwent dramatic changes. In an area slightly larger than a swimming pool, seawater lapped at the beach while hermit crabs slowly crawled around. A narrow forest with a dozen or so trees had begun to grow, and mushrooms were sprouting at the roots of the trees. Next to it was a small, 20 to 30 square meter patch of green grass, with yellow dandelions swaying gently. Although everything looked miniature, the once empty space now had a lively atmosphere, and Newt was full of praise for Wade's quick learning. One morning, as Wade was bandaging a small wound on a Bowtruckle's arm, Rolf came running into the suitcase, holding a letter and beaming with excitement. Wade, a letter from school for you. Thanks, Rolf. Wade tied off the bandage, cleaned his hands, and then took the letter. It contained the time and location for boarding the train, which would again depart from King's Cross Station on September 1st, along with the book list for the second year. Aside from the standard book of spells, grade 2, the rest of the long list was made up entirely of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Without a doubt, this year's defense against the dark arts professor was still that pompous peacock. All Gilderoy Lockhart books, Rolf said, pulling out his own acceptance letter with a grin. Same here. Wade was surprised. You've already received your acceptance letter. Are you already 11? Rolf was so small that Wade had always assumed he wasn't even 10 yet. Of course. Rolf proudly declared. I turned 11 last month. Wade, let's go to Diagon Alley together to buy our books. Sure, Wade agreed. Let's go on Wednesday. Wednesday. Rolf thought about the calendar. Is there something special that day? Gilderoy Lockhart's new book release event, Wade said with a chuckle. I'm really looking forward to it. Wow, I didn't know you were a Lockhart fan. Rolf exclaimed dramatically. Do you really think his smile is that charming? What smile? Wade asked, puzzled. Of course, it's the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. Lockhart's won it 5 times. Rolf curled his lip. Don't get mad when I say this, but I don't find his smile charming at all. It's more over the top. Wade suggested. Yeah, exactly. I don't care whether his smile is charming or not, Wade explained. I just think there will be more people in Diagon Alley than usual that day, and maybe something interesting will happen. Oh, I see. Rolf nodded. Then I'll go on Wednesday too. I want to see for myself why so many people like him. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Wednesday had arrived. Wade packed his things early and, after breakfast, he thanked and bid farewell to the Scamanders. After buying his books, there would be only a few days of summer break left, and he wanted to spend the remaining time with his parents. Rolf wasn't too happy about this. Like many kids from wizarding families, he hadn't had many friends growing up. Meeting someone his age made him treasure the friendship, and he was reluctant to part, even for a moment. However, he was well-mannered. Apart from his obvious sadness, he didn't insist on making Wade stay and play with him. Instead, he gave Wade a set of his favorite comic books as a parting gift. In return, Wade gave Rolf an automatic feeding device he had developed in his spare time. It was enchanted and even emitted a sound that could summon magical creatures nearby. As they said their goodbyes, Newt told him, "This world is vast, and what we know of it is just the tip of the iceberg." Many wizards think that protecting magical creatures is pointless. They only see them as materials for potions and wands or as trophies to show off. But I've always believed that wizards and magical creatures are one. If the day comes when all magical creatures disappear from the earth, perhaps wizards will vanish too. That's just my personal opinion. If you don't agree, that's okay. But I still hope that more people will choose to love and protect magical creatures, instead of recklessly harming them. I promise, Mr. Scamander, Wade said solemnly. Everything I've learned from you will never be used to harm magical creatures. Newt's light-colored eyes gazed at him intently, and then slowly, he broke into a genuinely happy smile. Since Rolf was a new student and had quite a few things to buy, the group set off early. When they arrived at Diagon Alley, they split up as planned. Rolf's mother took him to get a suitable wand, while his father went to buy cauldrons and similar supplies. Stephen and Wade first went to the apothecary. Wade needed to order some potion ingredients, which he would have the shopkeeper mail to him at school. Diagon Alley shops had been doing business with Hogwarts students for years, and their reputation was well established, so there was no concern about them breaking their promises. Stephen, on the other hand, needed to buy some flea powder for his nasal and sell a few things he had collected from the farm, such as myrtlap essence. After they made their rounds, the group planned to meet up at the ice cream shop. Wade and Stephen sat at a table outside to rest for a while and have something to drink. Soon, Rolf arrived, having just picked up his new school robes. "Mom, buy me a filibuster firework, please," Rolf begged, tugging on Mrs. Scamander's sleeve. "Even just one will do." "No," Mrs. Scamander gently refused. "You're not allowed to bring that to school." "I won't take it to school, I'll just set it off at home," Rolf said. "I want to see what fabulous wet start, no heat fireworks look like when they explode in water." "Go on, get him one," Rolf's father joined in, pleading on his son's behalf. What kid doesn't need a toy or two? On the way to Flourish and Blot's, they stopped by the joke shop. Rolf was dazzled by the selection of magical fireworks, and Wade bought a variety of items. Stephen also recommended a can of colorful candy. "This one's fun," Stephen explained. "After you eat it, a plant will sprout from the top of your head. It disappears in a few minutes, and there's no harm to your health." While he talked, Stephen grabbed 2 cans for himself. Other items in the shop included self-shuffling playing cards, quills that could transform into giant spiders, and realistic-looking toads that sprayed foul odors. Wade wasn't particularly interested in the prank toys and put them down after a quick glance. There were more people gathered around Flourish and Blot's than expected, though most of the crowd was outside, made up largely of middle-aged witches. They were standing in a long, winding line at the entrance, clutching 1 or 2 books in their arms, occasionally fixing their hair or straightening their skirts. The adults hesitated at the sight of the crowd, but Wade, pulling Rolf along, skillfully squeezed through the gaps between people. Most were there for the book signing, so the inside of the store was less crowded. After telling the staff their year, a young clerk quickly handed them 2 pre-packed parcels. "Are you sure you want new books?" The clerk, noticing they were kids, kindly offered. "Second-hand books would be cheaper." "We'll take the new ones, thanks." Both Wade and Rolf pulled out their galleons to pay. Gilderoy Lockhart's books weren't cheap, and the 2 heavy bags of galleons clinked as they were placed on the counter. Carrying their books, they squeezed back out of the store, just in time to see Gilderoy Lockhart shaking Harry's hand as photographers snapped pictures. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Harry looked like he wanted to escape. Harry Potter? Is he really here? Hearing Harry's name, Rolf eagerly stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to see. Unfortunately, he was too short, and all he could see was a sea of backs, with no sign of the black-haired boy. Seeing that Rolf was nearly knocked over by the jostling crowd, Wade pulled him back and asked, curious. Of course. Rolf replied excitedly. I grew up hearing his story. I heard he recently thwarted another of you-know-who's plots. Is that true? It is, but there's no need to push through the crowd now. Once you're at school, you'll see him every day. Do you think I can get a photo with him? Rolf asked eagerly. I want to hang his picture on my wall. Wade said, I have a camera, but whether you can get a picture depends on him. As Wade led Rolf away, they could still hear Lockhart's voice booming behind them. I am absolutely delighted and proud to announce that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Good thing I've already found myself a real defense against the Dark Arts teacher. Wade muttered in his heart. If not for his plan, he would have had to find a way to get rid of this Lockhart. After safely returning Rolf to his parents, Wade overheard the excited boy telling them, Mom, Dad, guess who I saw over there? Lockhart. Mr. Scamander said, playing along. No, it's Harry Potter. He was taking pictures with Mr. Lockhart, and reporters were snapping away. Rolf was practically jumping with excitement. I'm going to be a classmate of Harry Potter. Calm down, Mrs. Scamander said as she wiped the sweat off his forehead, reminding him, and don't ask him about his scar, or about the time he first defeated you-know-who. Do you hear me? Why not, Mom? I'm so curious. Rolf exclaimed. Oh, silly boy, he lost his parents back then, Mrs. Scamander said gently. Suddenly, the crowd grew chaotic. There were screams and people hurriedly moving away. Wade heard one of the Weasley twins shout, give it to him, Dad. And Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out, Arthur, stop it, don't do this. Then came the unmistakable voice of Draco Malfoy, try this, Ron Weasley. I think I just heard some familiar names, Wade said as he handed his things to Stephen. Hold these for me. I'm going to check it out. He pushed through the crowd and arrived just in time to see Hagrid, effortlessly separating Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy, one in each hand. Harry had just pulled Ron and Draco apart, and not without bias Ron had landed a solid punch on Draco's eye, which was now turning black and blue. Lucius Malfoy, with his pale blonde hair now covered in dust, furiously shook off Hagrid's grasp and shoved a worn Transfiguration book into Ginny Weasley's hands. Take your book, he sneered arrogantly. It's the best your father can afford for you. Wade, with his wand hidden in his sleeve, gave it a subtle flick. Ginny suddenly stumbled, as if pushed, and fell to the ground. Lucius Malfoy, how dare you lay a hand on a child? Arthur Weasley roared in fury, trying to launch himself at Lucius again, only to be held back by Hagrid once more. That's too much. Hagrid growled, glaring disdainfully at Malfoy. If that's all you can do, you'd best stay out of my sight. Malfoy was so angry his face turned red, but he couldn't say a word in his defense. His past actions spoke for themselves, and no one believed that he hadn't done it on purpose. A poor family can only raise these kinds of cheap tricks. With a cold snort, Malfoy beckoned to his son, and the two quickly left. You shouldn't have paid attention to him, Arthur. That guy's rotten to the core, Hagrid said, while helping Mr. Weasley smooth out his robe. Ginny Weasley, who had fallen, hurried to pick up the scattered books on the ground, including the set of books Harry had given her, a complete set of Lockhart's works, ridiculously expensive, something that the Weasley family couldn't afford to buy even if they emptied their vault. The Weasley brothers and Harry helped her gather the books, and soon they were all picked up. Then, a stranger's hand handed her the last old textbook, asking, this is the last one, right? Probably, thank you. Ginny quickly took it, feeling a bit sad that she could only use these old things. She suddenly realized the voice was unfamiliar. When she looked up, she saw a boy she didn't recognize. Who are you? Wade. Harry said happily, you're here to buy books too today. Yeah, Wade said casually. I heard today is Lockhart's new book release. I'm curious about this adventurer. What adventurer? Ron scoffed. He's nothing more than a peacock full of hot air. Don't talk nonsense. Hermione immediately retorted. Have you even read his books? Gilderoy Lockhart often goes on adventures in desolate places, dealing with the most dangerous creatures. Ron's mouth slowly dropped open and he stared at Hermione, who sounded just like his mother. It was as if he was seeing a dragon perform a dance. Wake up, Hermione. You can tell just by looking at him, can't you? He's just a pretty boy, Ron exclaimed incredulously. His words drew angry glares from many of the surrounding Lockhart fans. If he weren't just a child, he would surely have been beaten up. Hermione was also furious. Don't slander him. Gilderoy Lockhart is a very brave man. He can even defeat a werewolf single-handedly. At the mention of werewolf, Harry's expression turned a little uneasy. He quickly tried to change the subject. All right, let's stop arguing about this. Wade, have you bought all your books? Yeah, I'm ready to head back, Wade waved. See you at school. After Stephen dropped Wade off at home, Wade opened the door to an empty house. There was no one inside. He knew that the Greys were organizing an overtime shift for their company's employees today to complete an urgent order, so he wasn't surprised not to see anyone. Back in his bedroom, Wade pulled out a pencil case and tapped it lightly with his wand. This level of magic wouldn't trigger the Ministry of Magic's trace. The pencil case unfolded layer by layer, transforming into a suitcase. When Wade opened it, the bottom of the suitcase revealed several boxes of different sizes. Only one of the boxes had something inside. He opened a flat box and took out a black notebook. It was a very old diary, with a faded date on the cover indicating it was from 50 years ago. Opening to the first page, there was a blurry name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The same name appeared above the diary in Wade's vision. Wade picked up a pen and wrote a line on the page. It is not our abilities that shape the world, but how we use them. The writing flashed on the paper, then was absorbed and disappeared without a trace. Then, new words appeared on the page. It's been a long time since I met someone who shares my thoughts. I guess you must be a very talented young wizard. The text flashed briefly, then disappeared, only for a new line to appear on the page. But people like us often go misunderstood and unappreciated. I used to feel very lonely. Do you feel the same way? Sorry, I'm not interested in having a heart-to-heart with you. Without hesitation, Wade shoved the diary back into the box. As soon as the lid closed, magical chains began to slither over it, wrapping around like vines, forming intricate patterns that eventually locked in place. He placed the diary as far from the diadem as possible. Even though both Horcruxes were tightly sealed in magic shielding boxes, Wade still felt a sense of urgency. I need to figure out a way to deal with these Horcruxes. At least get rid of one of them. He worried that the two might influence each other, potentially causing some sort of magical resonance and escaping their confinement. At 6 in the evening, the Grey couple finally returned home, bringing back 2 boxes of pizza from a nearby restaurant. Urgent orders are such a hassle. If it weren't for this long-time client, I wouldn't have paid for all that overtime, Fred said, loosening his tie. Wade, have you been waiting long? Why didn't you watch some TV? I read for a bit. I bought new textbooks from Diagon Alley today. Wade helped his mother take off her coat and hung it on the rack. Fred placed a briefcase on the table, saying, here's what you asked for. Wade, use it carefully. Don't put yourself in danger. I understand, Dad, Wade replied. What is it? Fiona asked curiously. I asked your father on the way home, but he wouldn't tell me. Wade smiled and said, it's magical materials required by school, like fly eyes or toad eggs. Do you want to see? He pretended to open the briefcase, and Fiona immediately jumped behind her husband, shutting her eyes and yelling, no, 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 don't open it. I'll have nightmares if I see that. Fred knocked on his son's head, and Wade grinned mischievously. After dinner, Wade returned to his room and finally opened the briefcase. Inside, it was packed with personal dossiers containing photos, names, personalities, family members, and other basic information. Tucked between the papers was a transparent specimen bag with 3 or 4 strands of hair. These were the magical materials Fred had collected for him, mostly from prison inmates. Some of the individuals looked dangerous just from their appearance, while others seemed completely harmless. A few of the samples were gathered from barber shops or hospitals. The people in the photos varied. Some were men, others women, some were elderly, and others were children. Collecting the hair was easy, but gathering information on the hair's owner was much more difficult, especially without hiring anyone else to complete such a crucial task. Fred had spent a long time gathering these bit by bit. As for the polyjuice potion, Wade had brewed a large batch last term. Once someone used polyjuice potion, even Dumbledore couldn't tell the difference. Barty Crouch had already proven that. It had rained last night. A soft, persistent rain that lasted for 2 to 3 hours. By the time the sun rose, the ground in Diagon Alley was still damp, and green moss crept between the corners of the walls and cracks in the bricks. Wade tugged his hood down and walked along the street. His worn boots squashed the moss, leaving green footprints on the gray-black cobblestones. He now appeared as a middle-aged man, with hollow cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and a patched-up wizard's robe that made him look destitute. At this time, Diagon Alley was still relatively quiet, nothing like the crowd that had gathered the day before for Lockhart's new book release. Some shopkeepers were directing brooms and clothes to clean up, and when they saw Wade walk by, they lazily glanced at him without any interest in greeting him. A few children were playing and hopping around in the street, while some were already pressed up against the windows of the broomstick shop, gazing longingly at the latest model of the Nimbus 2001. Next to the broomstick shop was a modest-sized shop called White Deer Beverages, where a young boy was organizing the shelves while calling out to the children. Careful, don't run into people. Got it, the kids responded loudly. But agreeing to be careful was one thing, actually doing it was another. With few people on the street, the children played recklessly. One of them, while calling out to his friend, ran forward without looking and accidentally bumped into a wizard in a black robe standing by the roadside. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He quickly apologized and bowed his head. Before he could look up, he felt an eagle-like claw grip the back of his neck. Do you think a simple apology is enough after bumping into someone? The wizard's bony fingers tightened around the boy's neck, and his sinister voice dripped with malice. Seeing this, the boy from the beverage shop rushed out in alarm. I'm sorry, this is my little brother. I apologize on his behalf. Can I buy you a drink to make up for it? The boy looked up at the wizard and immediately felt a chill down his spine. The pale wizard's eyes seemed to glimmer with a greenish light, his cheekbones were sharp, and a nasty scar ran across the corner of his mouth. A strange odor emanated from him. He licked his lips with his tongue and curled his mouth into a terrifying smile. I don't need a free drink, the wizard rasped. If you really want to show you're sorry, how about doing me a small favor? The boy's scalp prickled with fear, but he didn't dare step back. He swallowed nervously and asked, what kind of favor? Deliver a letter for me, how about that? The wizard pulled out a thick envelope. The boy glanced at the letter. The address was nearby, not in Nocturne Alley, the kind of place that would send shivers down anyone's spine. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at his brother, who was barely holding back tears under the wizard's grip. Reluctantly, he took the envelope with both hands. All right. Is there anything else you need? The wizard's cold eyes swept over both boys before he sneered. The person receiving this letter has a bit of a temper. If you bring your little brother along, it might make him a little more lenient with you. Hearing this, the boy actually felt a bit of relief. If that was the case, it made sense why the wizard didn't want to deliver the letter himself. Oh, and one more thing, the wizard said as he released the younger brother. When you accepted this letter, you were cursed. As the boy's expression changed, the wizard chuckled darkly. If you don't deliver it on time, well, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. The boy took a deep breath. I'll deliver it in time. Good. I wish you luck, the wizard laughed eerily as he turned and walked away. The boy's face was tense. He patted his brother's head with his free hand and said, I'm going to deliver the letter. You head home quickly. No, I want to go with you, his brother cried with tears streaming down his face. It's just delivering a letter, there's no danger. I'll be back soon, the older boy reassured. No, I want to go with you, his little brother insisted. The younger boy didn't fully understand what had just happened, only that he had caused trouble for his brother and was scared, crying uncontrollably. He also remembered the man's words clearly that if he went along, the person receiving the letter wouldn't get angry with his brother. After trying to convince him for a while without success, the older boy gave up. He left a note on the counter, closed the shop door, and set off with his little brother towards the address on the envelope. If all went well, they'd be back in just a few minutes. He thought optimistically. Plus, his father had gone to Gringotts to withdraw money and should be back soon. When he saw the note on the counter, he'd definitely come out to look for them. What the boy didn't see was that the pale wizard quickly doubled back, pushed open the shop door, and went inside. A moment later, he came out again, heading in the direction the boys had left. A middle-aged man sitting on a bench nearby slowly stood up as he watched the group disappear down the street. The older boy compared the address on the envelope with the shop numbers as they walked, gradually finding themselves in a quiet alley. He walked back and forth once but couldn't find the address listed on the letter. Brother. His little brother clutched his hand tightly. What's wrong? The older boy asked. I'm scared, the younger boy said with his voice trembling with tears. The older boy glanced at the narrow alley and the tightly shut doors on both sides. He made a quick decision and said, let's head back first. We'll ask Dad to help us deliver the letter. But just as they turned to leave, they froze in place. The wizard who had given them the letter stood at the entrance of the alley. Bad kids, breaking promises, the wizard rasped in his rough, scratchy voice. You haven't delivered the letter, and you already want to go home. The older boy quickly pulled out his wand, shielding his younger brother behind him, and tried to explain, I didn't break my promise, I just couldn't find the place. The wizard moved closer as he spoke, I know where it is. Let me take you there. You can deliver it yourself, the younger boy suddenly shouted. We're going home. Our dad is waiting for us. No, he's not waiting. He doesn't even know where you are. The wizard tossed a crumpled piece of paper at their feet. The older boy looked down and saw his own handwriting. It was the note he had left for his father. Fearful, the boy took a couple of steps back. His wand shook slightly as he suddenly cast, Stupefy, stunning spell. A red beam shot towards the wizard, who hadn't expected the young boy to know a stunning spell. He barely had time to dive to the ground. The spell grazed his hair and hit the wall behind him. Run. The older boy, unaware his spell had missed, grabbed his brother and ran. But before they could get far, they heard a voice shout, Petrificus totalis. Full body bind curse. Immediately, both of them stiffened and fell to the ground, unable to move. Ahead of them, an elderly witch appeared, slowly putting her wand away. She let out a grating, glass-scratching laugh, saying, little cubs have sharp claws, don't they? The wizard, cursing under his breath, wiped the blood from his nose as he walked up from behind. He angrily kicked the petrified older boy, sending him rolling across the ground. Pointing his wand at the boy's chest, he growled, Crucio. Cruciatus curse. Bang. A deafening noise rang out, and suddenly, blood spurted from the wizard's chest. His entire body was sent flying backward. The elderly witch reacted quickly despite her age. She immediately patted herself, and in an instant, a large cloud of thick, black smoke billowed out, obscuring everything from view. The older boy and his brother squinted their eyes, straining to see through the smoke. All they could hear were sharp popping sounds and spells whizzing through the cloud. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but eventually, the smoke cleared. A shabby, poor-looking wizard, holding a wand, approached them slowly. As the black mist lifted, two figures came into view, or rather, one and a half. The dark wizard was tightly bound to the ground with ropes, his face was swollen, and his legs stuck together, unable to move. His chest was soaked in blood, having been hit by a blasting curse. His body was covered in sores, blisters, and burn marks. He couldn't speak, but his eyes darted around in fear. The full body bind curse on the older boy and his brother had been lifted. The boy quickly covered his younger brother's eyes to shield him from the gruesome sight. The witch, who looked like a creepy hag, had mostly disappeared. Everything below her stomach was left behind on the ground. What happened to her? The boy asked in horror. She got splinched. The grey-robed wizard who had saved them said slowly. When you aren't focused enough during apparition, accidents like that happen. Will she die? The boy asked with a frown. Who knows? The grey-robed wizard replied indifferently. I've never been splinched myself. The boy noticed the wand in the wizard's hand, and his eyes widened in shock. The grey-robed wizard then pulled out a vial of potion and poured the entire contents into the dark wizard's mouth. Killing people is illegal, right? The boy stammered, trying to warn him. Killing people. The grey-robed wizard rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? This is the draft of living death. Oh. The boy scratched his head awkwardly and finally relaxed. The draft of living death, despite its ominous name, was a powerful sleeping potion, not something that would kill or cause actual torment. Let's go, I'll take you out of here, said the grey-robed wizard as he picked up the crumpled piece of paper from the ground and handed it back to the older boy. By the way, that letter wasn't cursed. You were tricked. Thank you for saving us. The younger boy suddenly pulled his brother's hand away and looked up at the man and said, I'm right from the Mancini family, and my brother's name is Theology. What's your name? You can call me Werner, the grey-robed wizard replied in a calm tone. Theo stood by silently, watching him. Is something wrong? Werner asked. Theo glanced back and asked, are we just going to leave those two behind? Of course not, Werner said. Who are they? Why were they targeting you two brothers? And do they have any accomplices? All of that needs to be investigated, but this is where my help ends. As they reached the entrance of the alley, Werner stopped and looked at Theo, saying, go find your parents or guardians and tell them about this. Whether they report it to the Aurors or investigate it themselves, that's up to them. Theo was silent for a moment before nodding. I understand. What about you? Werner waved his hand dismissively, saying, given the state of those two, do you think I can just leave them here? You should hurry. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them until the people you're looking for arrive. All right, Theo nodded and then glanced at Werner before quickly pulling his brother along as they ran back toward the drink shop. Their father, John Mancini, had already returned and was standing at the shop entrance, looking out anxiously. When he saw his two children running toward him, he immediately scolded them. Didn't I tell you both to stay in the shop? Why are you running around with your brother? Theo quickly explained what had happened. John Mancini's expression grew darker as he listened, even though both of his children were standing right in front of him. He still felt a wave of fear wash over him. It wasn't until he heard how they had been saved that his tension eased a little. But when he learned that one of the suspected dark wizards had been captured, his expression shifted again. After hearing the whole story, he shot his son a fierce glare. Go home and stay inside. Don't even think about stepping out. I'll deal with both of you later. Theo's face stiffened. John then pointed his wand at the notepad beside the counter, and a few pieces of paper flew out. They folded themselves into simple paper airplanes and zoomed off. Not long after, 6 or 7 witches and wizards emerged from nearby shops. As a pure-blood family, the Mancinis, though not as large as the Weasleys, still had their fair share of relatives and friends. Besides his father John, Theo's uncle Jason owned a magical supplies shop in Diagon Alley, and his aunt, cousins, and other relatives also worked in the area. John Mancini quickly explained the situation to them, and the group was furious. They hurried toward the alley where the incident had occurred. Only Theo's cousin stayed behind to watch over the two boys, ensuring they wouldn't encounter any more danger. Pretending to be obedient, Theo led his younger brother back inside and whispered, Right, I need to sneak out. Can you distract our cousin? Leave it to me, Wright said confidently. I'll get the job done. With that, he let out an ear-piercing wail. Wah, what's wrong? Their cousin was startled and rushed over to comfort him. It was so scary. Wright wailed, clutching his sleeve. We almost got taken by the bad guys, sob. Weren't you just fine a moment ago? Their cousin asked, exasperated. All right, stop crying. How about I show you some magic tricks? While their cousin was frantically trying to calm him down, Theo quietly slipped out of the shop. He quickly ran to the alley but didn't see Werner. Instead, he saw the dark wizard, who had already been given the antidote to the draft of living death by his father and was now conscious. 3 drops of Veritaserum, that's all it takes, Uncle Jason said as he pulled out a small vial. This stuff wasn't easy to get, so don't waste it. John pried open the dark wizard's mouth and dripped 3 drops of the clear liquid inside. The dark wizard immediately stopped struggling and his eyes grew vacant as he stared up at the sky, ready to answer whatever questions were asked. Who are you? John asked. I'm Chadbrick, and I'm a... His eyelids fluttered, and he whispered, werewolf. The expressions of the Mancini family members changed instantly. During the war, it was common for children to be kidnapped by werewolves and then infected, becoming werewolves themselves. They would be raised with a deep-seated fear and hatred of wizards, and when they grew up, they would become part of the werewolf army, following Fenrir Grey back to attack wizards. Some children were bitten and left with their parents, only to transform into werewolves every month and indiscriminately attack everyone around them. This was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for any family. If the Mancini brothers were taken away by this werewolf, the outcome was almost too obvious to contemplate. However, in recent years, such incidents have clearly become rare. John took a deep breath and suppressed his anger as he asked, "Then why did you go after those 2 kids? Do you have a grudge against the Mancini family?" "No," Chadbrick said in a flat tone. "I was in a bad mood, and they just happened to bump into me. Their parents weren't around." "You bastard." John swung a punch at him, but his brother held him back. "Who was that old witch? Do you have any accomplices?" Jason asked calmly. "She called herself Ursula, and I met her in Nocturne Alley," Chadbrick replied. "I have no accomplices. She liked the children's eyes and nails, and when she saw me take those 2, she wanted to get a piece of the action." Filthy beast. John Mancini couldn't help but curse. Theo didn't want to listen any longer. He recalled the direction Werner had initially taken and his attire, and suddenly thought of something. There was a street in Diagon Alley that sold second-hand goods. Broke wizards often rummaged through that area, occasionally finding items that were worth far more than their price, but mostly picking out things that were not completely worthless from the trash. Theo ran over quickly and indeed spotted the silhouette of the grey-robed wizard in the distance. He was bent over, examining a pile of odds and ends that the shopkeeper had set out. Theo approached but suddenly didn't know how to address him. Mr. Werner. After going through that ordeal, you're still running around everywhere." Werner turned and scolded. "Don't you care about your safety?" Theo suddenly felt tired of pretending. He looked at him blankly and said, "So, are you going to kidnap me too, esteemed Mr. Werner? Or?" His lips moved silently, saying, "Wade." Wade raised an eyebrow but didn't deny it. He looked down at his own attire and asked, "Where's the flaw?" Theo pointed to his sleeve and whispered, "I recognize your wand." Wade sighed and said, "Well, there's nothing to be done about that, as my second wand hasn't been acquired yet." Theo realized that Wade had been looking at a few old wands in a wooden barrel that the shopkeeper had displayed, some of which had their cores exposed. "There's no good merchandise here," Theo said. "Follow me, I know where you can buy reliable second-hand wands." Theo had grown up in Diagon Alley, and aside from places like Nocturne Alley, which his parents had forbidden him to visit, he was familiar with most of the shops. Having been exposed to the environment since childhood, even without paying special attention, he had a general sense of which shops offered good value and which shopkeepers were crafty and cunning. "We all call this place Junk Alley because people say all they sell here is junk," Theo explained. Diagon Alley was relatively clean and orderly, but this street resembled the rural markets Wade had once seen, with all kinds of things piled up even along the roadside. At first glance, the variety seemed dazzling, but upon closer inspection, most of it was stuff left lying around that no one would bother to pick up. Old, yellowed books, oddly shaped stones, roughly carved wooden items, bald quills, tattered carpets, and worn-out water jugs. Thanks to these scattered items, the pathway through the middle had become quite narrow. Theo led Wade through the twists and turns while passing on the knowledge he'd learned from his elders. "Uncle Jason once told me that it's fine to come here during the day, but after 6, stay away. After dark, thieves or werewolves often come here to offload stolen goods. And everything displayed outside is trash. Even if you pick it up for free, it's not worth the space it takes up. The real good stuff is kept inside by the shopkeepers. However, many shopkeepers here judge their customers. If it's your first time, it's easy to get ripped off. In comparison, Boone Leslie is much better. He has fixed prices. He might charge a little more than others, but it's worth it. He won't trick you into spending a fortune on junk." They finally reached the depths of the alley, and Wade looked up to see a wooden sign that read Leslie's General Store. Theo pushed the door open, and the bird-shaped wind chime hanging by the entrance immediately chirped. In an instant, the entire shop lit up. Dozens of magical candles ignited one by one from the entrance to the back of the store, illuminating the once dim and shabby little shop. An old man in a wheelchair silently slid over. His hair, a messy mix of black and white, looked like a tangled steel wool ball, and his thick, bushy black eyebrows were particularly striking. The green robe had been washed so much that it had faded, and there was a pilled checkered blanket draped over his knees. On the blanket sat a completely black cat, crouching quietly. "Mr. Leslie," Theo said with a bright smile, "I brought a friend to buy something from you." Leslie smiled back, glancing at Wade. "Feel free to browse. The price on the tags is what they sell for." "All right." Wade nodded and began walking into the store. Behind him, Leslie continued chatting with Theo. "School's starting soon for you, right? 1 more week. What brings you here today? Didn't that kid Mancini tell you not to wander around on your own?" "I'm not alone. I'm with Mr. Werner. My brother and I almost got kidnapped by werewolves today, but Mr. Werner saved us." Theo didn't hold back from sharing the events of that morning. Leslie's expression immediately grew serious. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Theo explained. "Well, it started this morning. The items in the general store were neatly arranged, just like a regular supermarket. Rows of shelves stood tall, each product marked with a price tag, and some tags even had warnings like extremely dangerous, do not handle carelessly. Prices were slightly higher than those in second-hand stores outside, but much cheaper than the shops in Diagon Alley. Take wands, for example. At Ollivander's, wands for new students could range from a few galleons to over a dozen, and some adult wizards liked to have wands inlaid with gold or gems, which made them even more expensive. In Leslie's store, most wands were priced around 1 or 2 galleons, and there was a small area nearby for testing magic effects, with items like feathers, stones, and spiders available. Though these wands were dusty and showed clear signs of use, at least they were still intact. By contrast, the wands displayed outside second-hand shops often had obvious repair marks where they had been broken, and they only cost a few sickles. Wade thought to himself that using such a wand to cast spells might not even hit the enemy, but it could very well send the caster to St. Mungo's Hospital. Wade's own wand was made of aspen wood with a unicorn hair core. Poplar is a wood that is reliable, supportive, and possesses a consistently strong power, requiring its owner to have a clear moral compass. Unicorn hair produces the most stable magic and is also the most loyal, though it is difficult to use for dark magic. According to Michael, if a stranger heard about your wand materials, they'd probably think you're a loyal and upright Hufflepuff. Wade had been frustrated at the time, thinking, if only the Sorting Hat had understood that. To Wade, his wand was like an extension of himself. When casting spells, it felt perfectly natural, working harmoniously with him. Though Wade had mastered some wandless magic, he always felt most comfortable when holding his own wand, and the magic it produced was stronger as well. That is, as long as he was using traditional spells, not dark curses or hexes. For minor hexes, his wand would cooperate, but for stronger curses, he could feel resistance. Wade sensed that if he insisted on using his wand to learn spells like Fiend Fire or the Imperious Curse, the wand might die. Books on wands often mention that unicorn tail hair can easily become melancholy, which is its inherent weakness. What can you do when your wand has too strong of a moral compass? Well, you have to find yourself a less scrupulous enforcer. After testing for a while, Wade selected 3 wands that seemed to match him well. One was made of walnut wood with a dragon heartstring core, symbolizing intelligence and wisdom. Another was a rowan wood wand, also with a phoenix feather core, known for its excellent defensive properties. The third was a pine wood wand with a thunderbird tail feather core, representing individuality and independence. Since none of them were expensive, Wade bought all 3, and while wandering around the store, he came across some delightful surprises. One was a magical mirror that gave fashion advice to its owner. Its previous owner must have had good taste because its recommendations were quite stylish, and its tone was sweet. As Wade walked past the mirror, it shouted out, "My goodness, I can hardly believe my eyes. Sir, you're wasting the beauty nature has blessed you with. Listen to me, put on that silver gray robe over there, and pair it with the pocket watch to my left. If you've got some money to spare, top it off with the hat on the shelf. It'll highlight your brooding yet charming aura." Wade couldn't help but laugh. He carefully examined the magical runes on the mirror and confirmed there were no curses or harmful spells attached to it. He decided to buy the mirror. Fiona. After buying a gift for his mother, Wade knew he couldn't forget about his father. He came across a bag made from chameleon lizard skin, with an expanded internal space that could hold a lot of items. The most important feature was that only the owner could retrieve things from it, making it both rare and expensive. However, the enchantment on this bag had been damaged, causing it to become a one-way bag. Items could go in, but couldn't be taken out. As a result, it had been discarded and left unnoticed. Wade examined it and realized that he could repair it, so he decided to buy it. With his special sight, he could clearly see the damaged magical rune circuits and spells, and no hidden curses or hexes could escape his detection. Next, Wade found a pair of broken two-way mirrors, which he planned to repair himself. A set of immobile wizard chess pieces, perfect for practicing alchemy by infusing thought into inanimate objects. Sneakoscope and detectors, useful for early warnings. And an invisibility cloak, also damaged, which he could use as more alchemy practice material. He also picked up some miscellaneous items like crystal vials and potion ingredients before heading to the counter to check out. Leslie glanced through his selections and was surprised. 3 wands. "Yeah, is there a limit here?" Wade asked in return. "Of course not." Leslie calculated the prices, pausing briefly when he saw the potion ingredients. Most of the ingredients were capable of being used to brew dangerous potions or poisons, making them contraband. However, since Nocturne Alley continued to exist, the so-called contraband was more of a legal technicality. In reality, unless someone reported it, the Aurors wouldn't bother. In fact, some Aurors often came to Leslie's shop to buy dangerous items themselves. It was only because Theo had brought Wade that Leslie paid extra attention. After Wade finished paying and left the store, Theo prepared to follow him out when Leslie suddenly called out, "Theology." The boy turned around. "Go home early," Leslie said. His tone was serious. The underlying message, of course, was clear: stay away from that wizard. Whether Theo understood or not, he just waved and smiled, saying, "Got it, Mr. Leslie, see you." The candles in the shop went out one by one, leaving only the one near Leslie still burning. Through the window, he watched Theo run up to the wizard, chatting and laughing as they walked together, and couldn't help but frown slightly. At that moment, the topic of conversation between Theo and the dangerous wizard was something Leslie would never have expected. "Have you finished all your holiday homework?" Theo asked. "Of course," Wade replied. "What about you?" "I'm still missing an essay on transfiguration," Theo sighed. "You know, I'm not very good at it." "Need a reference?" Wade asked casually. Theo was tempted for a moment but then shook his head. "No, I'll write it myself. I've still got a week left." Even though the essay needed to be a foot long, he could always write a bit bigger to fill the space. You should check out Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration, Wade suggested. Chapter 3 is pretty similar to our essay topic. Really? I think my dad has that book on his shelf. I'll take a look when I get home, Theo said excitedly, then asked, what are your plans next? I've bought everything I needed, so I'm heading home, Wade replied. The two walked to the end of the alley, where they would part ways. Wade. Theo looked at him and said, thank you for saving me and my brother. Well, if there's anything you want to do, I'll do my best to help. He emphasized seriously, whatever it is. Wade smiled as he pulled up his hood. All right, if I need anything, I'll let you know. Don't wait until you feel like you need help, Theo said. Things often go wrong when people least expect it. I know my magic isn't very strong yet, but even if it's just keeping watch or helping carry something, having someone with you is better than being alone, right? Wade, no matter what you're doing, I hope I can be part of it, instead of always being the one who's helped or saved. I want to help you, Wade. I hope you can trust me too. Wade looked at him, his mind swirled with thoughts, and after a long pause, he lowered his hood and said, when the time comes, I'll reach out to you, just make sure your homework is done by then. He chuckled as he spoke. Theo laughed too. Don't underestimate me, I'll finish it this afternoon. The two said their goodbyes and walked in opposite directions. From start to finish, Theo never asked why Wade had changed his appearance, nor why he had bought so many old wands. He knew Wade had his secrets. But Theo also understood that Wade had only revealed his identity to save them. Just imagining what might have happened if the werewolves had taken both him and his brother. Even if the werewolf hadn't killed them, but waiting until the full moon to turn his brother into one, the thought that it almost happened made Theo furious with himself for being so foolish and trusting. Wade saved them. Theo silently repeated this to himself. His eyes became clearer and more determined, and he even felt a bit excited. So what if Wade might be doing things that the law doesn't permit? Everyone knows the ministry's laws are flawed, and its enforcement is arbitrary. And my friend, even if he is hiding his true identity, he is still just, strong, and dependable. The summer holiday flew by. On the last day of the break, Wade managed to fix the chameleon lizard skin bag. For that, he spent 2 days staying at the Leaky Cauldron, where using magic wouldn't be monitored. Through the Book of Friends, he also learned that Lupin had bought a new house in Hogsmeade. Lupin, this way, when you're in your 3rd year, you and Harry can come over to visit. It's small, but I promise it'll be fun. Lupin, and, this is the first time I've had my own house to host guests. I really appreciate that you didn't turn me away just because I'm a werewolf, Wade. That's what Lupin wrote in the Book of Friends. Since his identity had been revealed, Lupin seemed more at ease and no longer avoided talking about his past experiences. He always spoke of those painful memories in a light-hearted tone. Lupin, after leaving Dumbledore's protection, it became difficult to find work. Once people knew I was a werewolf, they wouldn't even talk to me. Wade, why not look for work in the Muggle world? With your magical abilities, it shouldn't be too hard to get by. Lupin, wizards aren't allowed to use magic in front of Muggles. Plus, for many Muggle jobs, like accounting or car repair, I don't even know where to start. Lupin, also, I have to take a few days off every month, which always makes my boss unhappy. As soon as they find a replacement, I get fired. Lupin, but in any case, things are improving now, so the past doesn't really matter anymore. Wade, since you live in Hogsmeade, doesn't that mean Harry can go straight to school after term starts? Lupin, that's true. But Ron invited Harry to the Weasleys' house for a few days, so he'll still be taking the train to school. Lupin, taking the Hogwarts Express across Britain is a valuable experience for students as well. After reading Lupin's reply, Wade couldn't help but wonder, will Harry still be blocked by the barrier this time and end up flying to school in a car? September 1st arrived quickly. Wade reached King's Cross Station half an hour early. He didn't need his parents to send him off anymore. He simply hauled his suitcase onto the train by himself. After all, by the time Christmas break came around, the Greys had gotten used to these farewells. It wasn't as emotional as the first time he left. Wade found a compartment and, before long, Michael, Theo, and Ryan also arrived. As they chatted, Wade kept an eye on the window. From their compartment, he had a clear view of students running through the barrier. Around 11 o'clock, the Weasley family finally appeared, one by one. Percy, Mr. Weasley, the twins, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley. Then, all of a sudden, their smooth arrival hit a snag. Choo-choo. The train let out a long whistle, puffing white steam as it began to slowly move. Just a few seconds later, Lupin appeared, holding Harry by the shoulder and with Ron beside him, as they hurried through the barrier. Get on the train, quickly. Lupin shouted loudly. I'll send your luggage to the school. Harry and Ron didn't have time to say much. They dashed forward, sprinting to catch up with the gradually accelerating train. The whole train, filled with students saying goodbye to their parents, was stunned as they watched Harry and Ron chase after the train. The Weasley twins were standing at the door of one of the carriages. Reaching out, they grabbed both boys and yanked them aboard, and the four of them tumbled into the compartment together. Ryan let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but comment, they should have left earlier. That was way too close. Michael, leaning over Wade's shoulder to get a better look, responded, they wouldn't have fallen off. The platform's full of wizards. Do you think they'd let that happen? On the platform, Lupin also breathed a long sigh of relief. Spotting Wade, he smiled and waved. It seemed that even though Harry had left with the Weasley family, Lupin still made it to the station, sending Harry off like any other parent. By doing so, he accidentally avoided the trap set by the house elf Dobby. In the original timeline, Dobby, the Malfoys' house elf, would have sealed the barrier, trying to prevent Harry from getting to Hogwarts, in hopes of getting him expelled. Unfortunately, the well-meaning but naive elf didn't realize that Harry, being the savior of the British wizarding world, wouldn't be expelled for missing the train. Even if he skipped a whole semester, Hogwarts would never expel him. Dobby's actions only succeeded in causing unnecessary punishment and alienation for the very person he wanted to protect. The train rattled on its journey, and, as usual, it arrived at Hogwarts after dark. Then came the sorting ceremony. Wade spotted a few familiar names. Colin Creevey was one of them. He was so excited when he was sorted into Gryffindor that he took a long detour just to shake Harry's hand. The boy, brimming with enthusiasm but also a bit shy, said, "Harry Potter, I really admire you. Maybe later we could take a picture together? I have a camera." Harry glanced at his friends for help, but they were all watching him with amused expressions. Resigned, he replied, "All right." Last year, Wade had also dragged everyone to take a few group photos. Some of them were now displayed on Harry's desk. Before, Dudley had tons of photos, while Harry had none. Now, Harry had plenty of pictures, although the look in Colin's eyes made him feel a bit awkward. The last person who had made him feel this uncomfortable was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry glanced up at the teacher's table. Gilderoy Lockhart, who was wearing a shimmering aquamarine robe, turned his head abruptly, as if he had eyes on the back of it. Harry quickly averted his gaze. "Great." Colin nearly jumped up and exclaimed with excitement, "I've read so many books that mention you. I know everything about you." Harry, seeing Colin's mouth opening and closing non-stop, hurriedly pushed him into the nearby seat. "Stop talking, the sorting ceremony is still happening? Professor McGonagall is looking this way," Harry said. Colin turned to look and met the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor's head of house. He immediately shrunk back and finally fell silent. "Luna Lovegood," Professor McGonagall called. "Ravenclaw." A girl with a wand tucked behind her ear and a slightly dreamy expression walked over to the Ravenclaw table. The applause grew quieter and soon died down. Everyone stared at the blonde girl, thinking she looked a bit odd. She had a kind of quirky, eccentric vibe, somewhat reminiscent of Dumbledore. But the girl seemed unaware of the attention and spoke in a floaty tone, "Nice to meet you all. Have you seen the Quibbler?" The Ravenclaw prefect shaking her hand looked a bit awkward. "The Quibbler? Yes, it's the magazine my dad publishes," Luna explained. "Oh, I'll have to check it out sometime," the prefect said, trying to be polite. "What's it about?" "Well, mostly about Crumplehorn Snorkax and such." "Crumplehorn Snorkax? I don't recall reading about that magical creature in any books." "They live in Sweden," Luna replied. "When I grow up, I'll go to Sweden and find them." "Oh." The prefect's smile grew strained, trying to recall if she had missed that part in her studies. "Don't bother," whispered another prefect. "That's a made-up creature." "It's not made up," Luna, with her sharp hearing, said seriously. "My dad says they exist." Both prefects found it hard to keep smiling after that. Next up was Rolf Scamander. He was sorted into Hufflepuff but didn't head directly to his house's table. Instead, he ran over to the Ravenclaw table. "Wade, now we're finally in the same school. I'll come find you tomorrow to hang out." Before he could finish, the Hufflepuff prefect, looking grim, dragged him away. "This year's new students are interesting, aren't they?" Michael said, laughing as he spoke to Wade. "Yeah, they sure are," Wade agreed as they watched the last student being sorted. Ginny Weasley. She looked quite well. When he woke up in the morning and opened his eyes to see a ceiling dotted with stars and the moon, Wade was dazed for a few seconds before he realized he was already at school. It was Wednesday, and Ravenclaw only had one herbology class in the morning, and it wasn't the first period. Wade got out of bed, and after breakfast, he went straight to the room of requirement. He transformed the room into the setup needed for practicing alchemy. He arranged the sneakoscope and detectors he'd bought from a general store around the area, placed broken items like a two-way mirror on the shelves, and then, as usual, approached the Vanishing cabinet. Before the holiday, Wade had already repaired most of the Vanishing cabinet. For the parts he still didn't fully understand, he sought advice from Newt Scamander, which was very fruitful. The lake water in Newt's suitcase was connected to Loch Ness in the outside world, which was almost the same principle as the Vanishing cabinet. The difference was that Newt had set up a barrier at the connection point, so only objects he allowed, typically seawater and small marine creatures, could pass through. However, between the Vanishing cabinets, there was no such barrier. The action of opening and closing the doors could trigger two-way transmission. What had puzzled Wade for a long time was just basic magical knowledge for Newt. He easily solved the problem and even proposed an improvement plan, making the transportation more stable and safe. During the last few days of summer vacation, Wade completed the repair design for the Vanishing cabinet at home. Now, it was time to verify whether it worked correctly. He stared intently at the Vanishing cabinet, and there seemed to be a faint golden glow deep in his eyes. At the tip of his wand, there was also a faint golden arc of light. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" Michael couldn't help but ask when he saw Wade yawn for the third time. Wade, who was looking tired, replied, a bit exhausted. Even just sitting still, focusing intensely with his eyes and using magic could be quite draining. Fortunately, the vanishing cabinet was finally fixed. From Wade's perspective, the magical rune circuit was smooth and flawless. All that remained was conducting multiple experiments, and once safety was ensured, he could come and go freely. They walked across the lawn toward the greenhouse, and as they exited the castle, they ran into a group of Slytherin students heading in the same direction. Seeing Wade, Draco Malfoy, who was surrounded by his usual entourage, suddenly raised his voice. The Nimbus 2001 is the best broomstick right now. It's way faster than the Nimbus 2000, and its defense mechanisms are much better. It just came out last month. Whenever Malfoy spoke, Pansy Parkinson was always the most enthusiastic supporter. In a surprised voice, she asked, "That must be really expensive, right, Draco?" "Of course," Malfoy boasted. "My father told them we're buying 7 Nimbus 2001s. Everyone in the shop was stunned. 7 of the latest broomsticks. That number even surprised students from well-off families. Terry Boot, a Ravenclaw who got along well with the Slytherins, directly asked, "Malfoy, what do you need so many broomsticks for?" "Interesting question, Boot." Malfoy squinted. "Guess why it's exactly 7. It didn't take much guessing." Boot asked in surprise, "You joined the Quidditch team?" Malfoy smiled mysteriously and continued, "The broomstick shop didn't even have that many Nimbus 2001s in stock. They're working overtime to make more. They'll be delivered to me by the weekend." Drawing out his words, Malfoy cast a meaningful glance at Wade, who was walking behind the group, and said, "I've heard some people are still using brooms from decades ago. A Comet 140, tisk tisk. How pitiful. When my new broom arrives, I wouldn't mind letting him admire it." Wade, who flew up and down from the Ravenclaw Tower on his broom every day, had been seen by many students, Malfoy included. The Comet 140 was, in fact, the broom Wade used daily. But at that moment, Wade was still deep in thought about the vanishing cabinet and didn't even realize he was being mocked until Michael spoke up. "Malfoy, I heard you shredded your family's book of friends." Michael feigned surprise and said, "No way. Are you still using an owl to send messages to your family?" At these words, some of the Ravenclaw and even a few Slytherin students began chuckling quietly. In truth, using an owl was still perfectly normal, as the Book of Friends couldn't send items prepared by one's family. Every morning during breakfast, the sky in the Great Hall was still filled with owls flying busily to and fro. The interesting thing about this situation is that, whether Malfoy refused to use the Book of Friends again to maintain his pride, or secretly used it after going back on his harsh words, both options were quite amusing. Either he looked foolish or embarrassed. He had to choose one of these bad options. In fact, the students in his dormitory were well aware that Malfoy regretted his decision the very night he tore his Book of Friends up. He only held out for one day. On the second night, he wrote a letter to his parents, and on the third day, Mrs. Malfoy sent him several new Book of Friends. Malfoy's face turned beet red with anger, and he cursed, "Some people are like lapdogs, following others around all day long. It's really disgusting, mmm." Before he could finish, his tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he couldn't say another word. "Draco!" Pansy shrieked, and glared furiously at Wade. "What did you do to him? Undo it right now. If he can't speak properly, then he shouldn't speak at all." Wade lowered his wand and said coldly, "Malfoy, I suppose you can't tell the difference between friends and tagalongs. That's because, in your heart, you've never considered anyone a true friend, right?" This remark hit home, and even Pansy couldn't help but glance back at Malfoy. Everyone knew exactly how this little prince treated his lackeys on a regular basis. Malfoy fumed and his face was flushed with anger. He pointed his wand at Wade, his eyes were reddening from frustration, but only a few sparks flickered from the tip. He looked around. Goyle and Crabbe had drawn their wands, but they just stood there, dumbly waiting for his command. Could they really not say that I can't speak? Or did they agree with what Wade said and are just pretending to support him? Pansy stood beside him, but didn't dare make a move, and as for the other Slytherins, they were even less willing. It wasn't just because many Ravenclaw students had drawn their wands as well, but more because, after Wade made his move, these sharp Slytherins immediately noticed one fact. He hadn't spoken while casting his spell. Non-verbal spell, that is something only taught in 6th year. The Slytherins instinctively chose to remain silent and step aside, while the Ravenclaws, who had previously been smiling, also became cold. Wade was always a loner, but Michael wasn't. He had good relationships with students from all the houses. Just as Malfoy found himself stuck in a dilemma, someone arrived and broke the tension. Professor Sprout strode over and was immediately on high alert when she saw the students gathered in a tense standoff. "What are you all doing? Why aren't you in class yet?" she asked sternly as she frowned. Pansy wasted no time in tattling. "Professor, Gray used a curse on Draco, and now he can't speak." Professor Sprout was shocked. She glanced at Malfoy, then frowned and asked Wade, "Did you do this, Mr. Gray?" Padma quickly raised her hand and loudly said, "Malfoy insulted other students first, Professor. Wade didn't do anything wrong." Pansy immediately argued back, "It was Michael who humiliated Draco first. He deserved it." Padma shot back, "How did he humiliate him? He just asked Malfoy how he stays in touch with his parents, didn't he?" Pansy was momentarily stumped. Professor Sprout, who was growing irritated with the bickering between the two girls, randomly pointed at a student. "You, explain what happened, Gr. Wait, Wade Gray is directly involved today." Professor Sprout awkwardly shifted her hand and pointed to Anthony Goldstein instead. Mr. Goldstein. Anthony hesitated for a second, then stepped forward and gave a neutral account of what had happened. In the end, Gray used a non-verbal spell to stop Malfoy from speaking. That's what happened. A non-verbal spell. Professor Sprout looked at Wade in surprise and her tone softened. Since class time had already begun, she quickly lifted the curse on Malfoy and said, regardless, insulting classmates or using spells on each other is wrong. I'm deducting 5 points from each of you, and 3 days of detention. Wade quietly accepted the punishment. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked indignant, but under the professor's stern gaze, he remained silent. Next to Wade, Michael watched Malfoy with a cold, steely expression. Today, we'll be working in Greenhouse 3. Professor Sprout led the students to a greenhouse they had never visited before. As she opened the door, they saw hundreds of mandrake seedlings inside. Half of them were still in their nursery pots, while the other half had already been transferred to larger flower pots. The greenhouse also had a long bench with over 20 pairs of earmuffs in various colors laid out on top. Today, we will be repotting the mandrakes. As you can see, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff completed half of the work during the first class. I expect your class to do just as well. Professor Sprout scanned the students and asked, now, who can tell me what is special about mandrakes? Several students raised their hands, and Professor Sprout randomly chose one to answer. Wade gazed at the greenish-purple seedlings with interest. Mandrakes are powerful restorative plants. In the original storyline, they were even used to restore those who had been petrified by the basilisk. Additionally, mandrakes are an essential ingredient for practicing advanced transfiguration, particularly the animagus transformation. Repotting mandrakes isn't easy, as their roots resemble ugly babies that scream and struggle when pulled out of the soil. Hearing their cry can make a person faint for several hours. Fully grown mandrakes can be even more dangerous. Their screams are lethal. Wearing his earmuffs, Wade dug a hole in a large flower pot ahead of time. He then quickly pulled out a mandrake seedling and shoved it into the new pot, while Michael swiftly filled the soil back in. The baby with leaves growing from its head didn't even have time to stretch its arms before being buried under the soil. Their teamwork was efficient. After burying the third seedling, Michael glanced around and saw that many students were still struggling with their first mandrake. The light green baby mandrakes wriggled furiously in the students' hands, kicking their arms and legs, and even hitting with their tiny fists. It was like they were holding a large, squirming rat, unsure whether to let it go or pull it closer. Even with 3 or 4 students working together, they were all sweating profusely. Malfoy's group, in particular, was having a hard time. Crabbe and Goyle were far clumsier than everyone else, and after wrestling with one mandrake for what felt like ages, they still couldn't control it. They nearly had their earmuffs yanked off in the process. Malfoy was furious, but since everyone was wearing earmuffs, no one could hear what he was shouting. Michael smirked sarcastically. To complete all the transplanting work, class ran over by more than 10 minutes. As the exhausted students were leaving, Professor Sprout asked Malfoy and Wade to stay behind for a moment. Mr. Malfoy, your detention starts tonight at 9. Go to the entrance hall and find Mr. Filch. He will tell you what you need to do, Professor Sprout said. Malfoy shot Wade a fierce glare before turning to leave. Mr. Gray, Professor Sprout's tone softened as she addressed Wade. I'm very pleased with your performance in class today. Thank you, Professor, Wade responded softly. Professor Sprout smiled warmly and asked, have you already mastered non-verbal spells? She wasn't trying to show favoritism, but in her eyes, the Slytherin students had been openly hostile toward Wade since last term. As for the reason, well, that didn't really need to be explained. Slytherins targeting students from non-magical families never needed much of a reason. She was sure there had been direct, serious confrontations between both sides. All the teachers at the school were aware that one day last year, several first-year Slytherin students had gone to the hospital wing crying. After that, tensions between the two sides had somewhat eased, but it seemed Malfoy still held a grudge. Comparing the two, even setting aside house rivalry and just looking at their behavior, the professor couldn't help but favor Wade. The difficulty of non-verbal spells is a bit high. I can only manage a few spells non-verbal right now, Wade humbly replied, then waved his wand. The earmuffs and trowels the students had left scattered on the racks floated back into their proper places, and the dust and manure covering the floor disappeared. His movements were so smooth and natural that there wasn't the slightest hint of difficulty. Too much humility is arrogance, Mr. Gray, Professor Sprout said with a smile. That was an excellent non-verbal spell. I'm going to award you 10 points. And, well, your detention will also start at 9 tonight, but in Greenhouse 2. Understood, Professor, Wade replied. The two shared a knowing smile. This detention was more of a private lesson than a punishment. As they left the greenhouse together, Wade added, Professor, once these mandrakes have matured, would I be able to request a leaf? A leaf. Professor Sprout quickly understood. You want to practice becoming an animagus? Yes, Wade answered without hesitation. That's quite an advanced form of transfiguration, Professor Sprout remarked. Minerva must be very pleased with your transfiguration grades, but I doubt she'd approve of you practicing animagus transformation at your year level, she said. Actually, I have a very skilled private tutor, Wade replied with a smile. Could I ask you to keep it a secret for now? Animagus preparation can take a long time, and I'd prefer not to tell anyone until I'm certain I can succeed. Some people take years to complete their animagus transformation, so starting now and succeeding by 6th or 7th year wouldn't be unusual. With that in mind, Professor Sprout agreed generously, of course. But you must promise me that the final step of the transformation is done under a teacher's supervision. Yes, I won't be reckless, Wade assured her sincerely. He wanted to master the magic of transforming from human to animal, but he certainly didn't want to risk becoming a mindless beast. Upon leaving the greenhouse and glancing at the distance back to the castle, Wade decisively raised his wand. Oxio Broom. Summoning Charm. A flying broom shot out from the window of Ravenclaw Tower, tracing a graceful arc through the sky before coming to a stop right beside him. He mounted the broom and flew skillfully back to his dormitory. Wade had once thought that if he were to buy a broom, it would have to be a brand new one, never used by anyone else. Much like how he wouldn't want a second-hand car. But ever since the 3 house elves had happily gifted him this broom, Wade's mindset had changed. So what if it's a Comet 140? He wasn't participating in Quidditch matches. As a short-distance mode of transport, an old broom served just as well as a new one. This broom carried with it the sincere feelings of those who gave it to him, and that was more valuable than even the most expensive racing broom worth thousands of galleons. Besides, Wade had modified the magic on the broom several times after receiving it. Although it wasn't as fast as the Nimbus series, its stability and comfort were just as good, if not better. After returning to his dormitory and taking a quick shower, the bells within the castle began to ring. Wade changed into clean clothes and headed to the Great Hall, where many students were already having lunch. Wade chose a random empty seat and sat down. He had just forked some steak and roasted bread onto his plate when Michael, as usual, sat down beside him. Wade gave him a surprised glance. Michael raised an eyebrow. What's up? He reached for a syrup-filled pastry and began selecting between different types of roast meat. Wade lowered his eyes and smiled. After what was said earlier, I thought you'd distance yourself from me. Michael clicked his tongue. Why would I push away a friend because of something an enemy said? He said as he wiggled his finger. If I were that easily swayed, I would have already distanced myself from you during Herbology class. True. Wade nodded, and the subtle concern he had felt was blown away. Michael then glanced over at the Slytherin table. Malfoy was still in a foul mood. He hadn't eaten much, and after what seemed like a brief argument with the people around him, he pushed his plate aside and stormed out of the Great Hall. Crabbe and Goyle looked like they wanted to follow him, but after glancing at the food on the table, they ultimately decided to stay. Michael squinted his eyes. Bad ideas bubbled up in his mind like air rising to the surface of water. Just then, a beautiful girl passed by. Her reddish gold curls seemed to glow, and Michael's gaze was instinctively drawn to her. Someone nearby let out a loud humph as they walked by and purposely bumped into him, almost sending him face first into his plate. Michael was about to snap, but when he saw that the person who had bumped him was Padma, he quickly changed his attitude. The girl glared down at him with eyes like daggers. Michael immediately withdrew his gaze and flashed an apologetic smile. Have you eaten, Padma? He asked. Padma just snorted again and turned to walk away with her dorm mates. Michael awkwardly rubbed his nose. After Padma left, he couldn't help but look again at the girl who had caught his attention earlier. To his surprise, he realized it was Marietta, a third-year student. She had previously been an ordinary-looking girl, but after just one summer, she had transformed into someone strikingly beautiful and radiant. Girls sure do change suddenly, huh? Michael said thoughtfully. What? Wade was puzzled. Well, Michael started to explain, but then he noticed it wasn't just Marietta. Many other girls in the Great Hall and even some boys looked drastically different from how they had the previous term. Simply put, everyone has become more attractive. He touched his own suntanned face and felt a little disheartened. This is so strange, Michael remarked to Wade. Why has everyone else gotten more attractive? Wade glanced around and immediately understood. He asked, doesn't anyone in your family subscribe to Witch Weekly? Yeah, Michael said, but isn't that mostly witches who subscribe? Witch Weekly is known for publishing celebrity gossip, divination quizzes, recipes, knitting patterns, and advice columns. It's incredibly popular among witches. Michael's mother was a Muggle, so aside from the Daily Prophet, their family only subscribed to Muggle women's magazines. A few days ago, Witch Weekly published an article. Once you see it, you'll understand why. Wade pulled out a magazine from his bag and handed it to Michael. One of the forms for Wade's pencil case was a book bag, and since it didn't weigh much, he often stuffed it with random things without bothering to take them out. Michael took the magazine and looked at him curiously. Wade, do you actually subscribe to Witch Weekly? Wade remained calm. It was a sample copy sent to me. Michael opened the magazine and immediately saw some comparison photos, all in color. There were witches in their 20s and 50s, middle-aged wizards with balding heads, and young people with freckles. In each set of photos, the same person, wearing the same clothes, stood in the same spot. One photo showed dull skin and rough features, while in the other, they appeared radiant, with smooth and beautiful skin. Looking closer, it was an article introducing Aslan's Magic Workshop's new product, Soft Light Badge. The entire article emphasized how this tiny badge could instantly give anyone beauty comparable to Avila. Wait a second. Aslan's Magic Workshop? Michael immediately grabbed Wade's arm. Wade, don't tell me this is your invention too. Wade nodded and asked, why are you so excited? It's a product aimed at women. Says who? Michael dramatically flipped open the magazine and pointed to 2 wizards used as models in the article. See that? The pursuit of beauty knows no gender? I bet there are plenty of boys at school wearing these badges too. I thought so. That's why Malfoy looked even more polished than usual today. Malfoy always looked good, so the difference wasn't that obvious. But some people had changed so much, it was as if they'd swapped faces. Well, boys are wearing them too, so what? Wade shifted to the side and asked. You definitely have some on hand, don't you? Michael said eagerly. Sell me one? I need it this afternoon. You don't have to pay, I can just give you one. But note that it only lasts for a month. Wade pulled out a handful of badges from his bag and handed them to Michael. As always, Martian, the owner of Aslan's magic workshop, not only sent him magazines but also a bunch of samples. Wade had stuffed them all in his bag without any intention of using them. Michael beamed as he took the badges. Are you sure? I feel bad just taking it. They're samples, so I didn't pay for them, Wade replied. Why do you need something like this? You don't look bad. Well, Michael blinked mischievously, that's a secret. In the afternoon, the potions class was held together with Hufflepuff. Once again, Wade paired up with Theo, standing in the corner. Next to them were Ryan and a boy from Hufflepuff. Michael and Padma were up front. Wade noticed that at first, Padma was unwilling to pay attention to Michael. But after Michael said a few words and secretly handed something to her, the girl's anger quickly turned into happiness. Ah, so that's how it is. Wade shook his head secretly. It wasn't surprising that Michael liked Padma, but he also liked other pretty girls. While they reconciled today, it was only a matter of time before they argued again. But when it comes to relationships, it's like drinking water, only the drinker knows if it's warm or cold. Maybe they are just one of those couples who bicker and reconcile regularly? Wade didn't dwell on it any further. Together with Theo, he headed to the storage cabinet at the back to retrieve the potion ingredients needed for class. Looking at the dark and gloomy cabinet, Wade suddenly remembered something. He reached inside to feel around and, to his surprise, found 2 old and tattered copies of advanced potion making at the bottom. What's this? Theo asked. It looks like old textbooks used by former students, Wade said as he casually flipped through one of them. One of the books was filled with tiny, messy handwriting in the margins, even in the gaps between the printed text, making it nearly impossible to read. Wade casually stuffed this one into his bag and put the other book, which had fewer notes, back in the cabinet. While brewing the potion, Theo seemed hesitant, like he had something on his mind but didn't know how to say it. After dinner, we'll go to the 8th floor of the castle, Wade whispered. Theo's eyes immediately lit up. When Theo saw the room of requirement, he was astonished, despite coming from a wizarding family. And when he saw the vanishing cabinet, he was even more dumbfounded. This is the vanishing cabinet from the castle, Theo asked. I heard it was broken. I fixed it, Wade said. I had originally planned to conduct an experiment with Remus today. Oh, Remus Lupin, he's my tutor, but now I have to serve detention with Professor Sprout. Theo nodded, then leave the experiment to me. How should I contact Mr. Lupin? Wade took out the page for Remus from his book of friends and handed it to Theo, also giving him a few important reminders. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Wade quickly headed out. He had just arrived at the entrance of Greenhouse 2 when Professor Sprout appeared. Herbology is the foundation of potions. Transfiguration, divination, and alchemy also often involve the use of herbs. But gifted wizard apprentices tend to focus only on the healing or poisonous properties of plants, overlooking their other uses. As she opened the greenhouse door, Professor Sprout continued, yet, it's often those overlooked aspects that form the basis of a plant's life. For example, a humid breeze filled the air as various green plants intertwined, creating a vibrant scene. Professor Sprout smiled and asked Wade, do you know how plants sprout? When the detention, or rather, the lesson ended, Wade left the greenhouse feeling an indescribable sense of awe. In his hand was a seed gifted to him by Professor Sprout. It was just an ordinary dandelion seed. Its parent plant had been cultivated alongside many magical plants, so the seed carried a faint trace of magic as well. This magic wouldn't turn it into a true magical plant or give it any special powers, it would merely make it grow a little stronger than its counterparts. At least, that was the idea. But right now, the dandelion seed was sprouting in Wade's palm, growing rapidly as its leaves unfolded. Without any water or soil, a few small yellow flowers bloomed swiftly, only to wither in seconds, transforming into fluffy white spheres. A breeze blew, scattering the dandelion seeds. The withered stem and leaves seemed to disintegrate into dust, leaving behind just a single seed that floated back into Wade's palm. The same process repeated, as if the scene was on fast forward. Life. Wade murmured the word, simple yet profound, and felt a vague sense of understanding stirring within him. It wasn't just herbology. Wade had even gained some insights into animagus transformations and life alchemy. There was still some time left before curfew, so Wade headed to the room of requirement. Sure enough, Theo was still there, but he didn't look happy. Instead, he seemed troubled. Hearing the door open, Theo turned around and sighed. Wade, the experiment failed. What happened? Wade was momentarily taken aback and walked over to ask. He carefully inspected the magic rune circuits on the vanishing cabinet and found no defects. I'm not sure what's wrong. It works sometimes but not always. In front of Theo was a sheet of parchment detailing each item that had been transmitted, noting whether the transfer was successful or not. We conducted a total of 50 experiments, 37 succeeded, and 13 failed. So about every 5 attempts, 1 or 2 would fail. Theo had kept meticulous records. Wade noticed that the failure rate didn't increase with more magically powerful objects, indicating it was purely random. But the good news is that even when it fails, the objects or creatures being transmitted don't get damaged. It's like they're just stuck in the cabinet for a bit. Theo looked at Wade and asked softly, "Is there something else that might not be fully repaired? Maybe we could ask Professor Murray." Wade shook his head. "I'm sure it's fully repaired. I even made some improvements based on the methods Mr. Scamander taught me. Of course," he added with a hint of frustration, "maybe there's something I missed, or the modifications aren't fully compatible. If I can't figure out the problem myself, I'll have no choice but to consult the professor. Perhaps he'd need to revert all the enchantments to their original state." But Newt's methods were definitely better, and Wade knew enough about magic to be sure of that without relying on any protagonist's luck. He inspected the Vanishing cabinet repeatedly but still couldn't identify the issue. Consulting Professor Murray was an option, but Wade didn't really want to. It felt like a student at a normal school asking their teacher for advice on how to look cool while skipping class. Seeing Wade deep in thought, Theo, though unsure what Wade was trying to figure out from the cabinet, stayed quietly by his side and thought over the evening's experiments to see if he could spot any patterns. Suddenly, Theo noticed something. "Wade," Theo said, "you mentioned you made improvements to this Vanishing cabinet." "Yes," Wade sighed. Then, Theo hesitated, uncertain if his guess was correct. "Did you also improve the other cabinet?" Wade abruptly turned to look at him, then smacked his own forehead. "I can't believe I was so stupid. Theo, you're a genius." He finally understood why the experiments had failed. After discovering the cause of the problem, Wade was eager to rush off and improve the other Vanishing cabinet. However, knowing he had classes the next day, he reluctantly returned to his dorm to get some sleep. The first class in the morning was Transfiguration. Transfiguration was a form of magic that Wade could quickly master without needing to rely on his enhanced eyesight. Perhaps because he had been diligently practicing occlumency, Wade's thoughts were much clearer than in his previous life. His mental imagery was more specific and vivid, and his magical energy flowed smoothly and steadily. This allowed him to succeed in basic transfiguration in just 1 or 2 tries, even as a beginner. Additionally, Lupin was an exceptional transfiguration teacher. Having been friends with 3 individuals who all successfully became animagi, Lupin's understanding and mastery of transfiguration theory could easily be called that of a master. His guidance for Wade was always straightforward, cutting to the heart of the principles, and as a result, Wade's progress in transfiguration was rapid. It was also Lupin who judged that Wade was now ready to begin preparing to become an animagus. The first step involved holding a fresh mandrake leaf in one's mouth continuously for an entire month without swallowing it or removing it. This process was undoubtedly difficult because people have to eat and drink every day, and during sleep, there is the unconscious urge to chew or swallow. So, while the requirement was for a month, it was not unusual for people to have to repeat the process several times, or even more than a dozen times. Those who couldn't endure naturally gave up. However, at the moment, the mandrakes were still seedlings. Professor Sprout said that it would take at least another month before the leaves could be harvested and used. For now, all Wade could do was continue practicing and improving his transfiguration skills. Since Wade's progress far surpassed the course content, Professor McGonagall gave him special permission to practice independently during class. She would occasionally check on him and offer guidance. Transfiguration class ended early, and after that, Wade headed to the astronomy tower to continue learning life alchemy with Professor Murray. Near the end of his tutoring session, something finally happened on the chessboard. A white knight moved across the board, circling a few times before drawing its sword and making a few sweeping motions, as if battling an invisible foe. Then, while standing firmly with both hands on the sword, the knight spoke in a deep voice, "Evil is evil. Lesser, greater, middling, it's all the same." Professor Murray chuckled and said, "It seems like quite the character. What kind of thoughts did you give it?" Upon hearing this, the white knight suddenly raised its head. "Based on my first impression of you, I don't like your attitude, but I'll listen to what you have to say." Wade explained, "I once read a short story in a magazine where the main character was a witcher. I found it interesting, so I gave it a similar mindset." Interesting. Most people only tell their chess pieces what to do, and their personalities are shaped unintentionally. As Professor Murray spoke, he asked the piece curiously, "Are you a knight of the 8 virtues?" The white knight was silent for a moment before replying seriously, "No, I'm not a knight. I'm a witcher." "A witcher?" Professor Murray almost laughed. "Are you going to hunt demons and vampires?" "Mock me if you must, but I understand how difficult it is for people to truly understand one another." The white knight spoke solemnly, "You may find it hard to believe, but even in places where the sun shines brightly, there are shadows it cannot reach. What if I asked you to fight the pieces on the other side?" Professor Murray inquired. The white knight looked at the mindless black chess pieces and shook its head. "I will not harm the innocent. But you are a chess piece. This is your purpose." Professor Murray actually began debating with it. The white knight disagreed, saying, "I reject the mission you've imposed on me. I know what I must do, even if my path is destined to be lonely." Seeing how much fun Professor Murray was having, Wade decided to leave the knight behind. After bidding farewell, he left. In the afternoon, it was time for defense against the dark arts class. According to Ryan and Harry, their defense against the dark arts class yesterday was an absolute disaster. During lunchtime, Michael shared news he'd overheard from the umbrella room. Professor Lockhart brought in a cage of Cornish pixies, made a mess of the classroom, and then ran away. It wasn't just that, Padma chimed in. Several students got bitten or scratched, and Madame Pomfrey was furious. Lisa said in disbelief, I heard they had to take a quiz before class, and it was all about Lockhart's favorite color and his so-called achievements. Anthony Goldstein quietly gathered all the second-year Ravenclaw students in a small room behind the Great Hall and handed each of them a piece of paper. He said, honestly, I think the questions Professor Lockhart is asking are completely pointless, and it's not worth studying for them. Here are the questions and answers I managed to get. Just glance over them so you can handle it during class. Oh, and don't pull out any cheat sheets during the test. After all, he is a professor, and he might have some way of detecting cheating. Got it, Terry said as he unfolded the paper and glanced at it. I really don't want to go along with this just to impress him. It's still important to make a good first impression, Anthony advised. He's a professor, and sometimes we might need permission slips from him. Plus, if your grades are too bad, he might give you detention. Terry said nothing more. The group of students looked at the notes, muttering the answers to themselves as they quickly memorized them. Although the Ravenclaws weren't photographic memory geniuses, few of them had poor memories either. Some students, after going through the answers once, had memorized most of them. Since they weren't aiming for perfect scores, they set the notes aside. Others, especially most of the girls, went over the notes 2 or 3 times. Wade was also quietly memorizing the answers. He wasn't particularly interested in Lockhart, but he knew it would be easy to get a permission slip to the restricted section of the library from him. So, Anthony was right, making a good first impression was important. However, getting a perfect score wouldn't be ideal either. If his score was too high, the professor might think Wade was some sort of overzealous fan and drag him up to perform ridiculous scenes in every class. That would be unbearable. Once they finished memorizing, the students quickly destroyed the notes to avoid being caught cheating by the professor. When they arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the Slytherin students were already inside. As the Ravenclaws settled into their seats, Lockhart entered the room, beaming, carrying a stack of papers. Excellent, children. It seems like you're all eager to start today's class. And you've all bought my complete set of books. I'm sure you've learned all about my glorious accomplishments from them. Lockhart's voice was bright and cheerful as he spoke. Perhaps some of you are thinking. He imitated a high-pitched, girly voice and said, oh, when will I ever be as great as the amazing Professor Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He flashed what he called his most charming smile and said, as great as that. Don't worry, children. All I can say is, don't rush. Lockhart encouraged them. As long as you study as hard as I did, one day you too can become a remarkable wizard. Now, let's see how much you've learned so far. He began handing out the quizzes. Wade glanced at it. It was exactly the same as the questions Anthony had gathered. Lockhart hadn't even bothered to change a single one. The Ravenclaws exchanged knowing smiles before quickly getting to work. Meanwhile, the Slytherins' reactions varied. Some looked disdainful, others frowned, and a few appeared impressed. Some, like the Ravenclaws, had apparently gotten the answers ahead of time and immediately started writing. The sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the room. Today, Lockhart was destined to receive a set of results that would greatly please him. For the first defense against the dark arts class of the new term, it seemed that Lockhart had learned a lesson from his previous day's disaster. This time, he didn't bring in any creatures he couldn't handle himself. He had the students spend half an hour working on a quiz, and then used the rest of the time reviewing it, occasionally asking them to open his books and read exciting excerpts. These were, of course, the parts that highlighted his supposed strength, bravery, and indomitable spirit. And just like that, he easily wasted a whole class without much effort. Even so, by the end of the lesson, a few students still gathered around Lockhart and asked for his autograph. If the next class is like this, I might have to find a way to fake being sick, Michael complained to Wade, then added, by the way, I thought you weren't going to take that quiz seriously. I've got a few books I want to borrow from the restricted section, Wade replied. Oh, that's easy? I've never met anyone more vain than this guy, Michael said as he pulled out a few pieces of parchment. He used a duplication spell to copy Lockhart's photograph from the textbook cover, then called out to Padma. Padma, Wade needs a few of Lockhart's autographs. Can you help him get them? Michael asked. Padma flipped her braid behind her and confidently replied, leave it to me. Today, she was also wearing a phoenix-shaped badge on her collar, and her skin looked flawless, glowing and radiant. Just like the other girls, Padma joined the group swarming around Lockhart. In no time, she returned with several autographed photos. Let me know whenever you need more, she said coolly and handed the parchment to Wade. All I had to do was smile. He doesn't even bother checking, he could sign 100 without noticing. Michael gave her a thumbs up. We're lucky to have you. If it were up to us, we wouldn't have had it so easy. Wade tapped the photos with his wand, making the copied images disappear, leaving only Lockhart's flamboyant signature behind. He couldn't help but smile. He was in a good mood, but not just because he now had several blank autographed permission slips. As they left the room, Michael nudged Wade with his shoulder and whispered, it's easier than you thought, right? Wade, don't feel like you always have to handle everything on your own. You can rely on us sometimes. Something that's difficult for one person might be easy for someone else, don't you think? Wade awoke from a vivid, surreal dream. He pushed open the window, letting in the fresh, damp air, which cleared out the stale atmosphere inside. It seemed to have rained last night, as the windowsill was damp. Wade thought about the indistinct figures from his dream. He recalled how, in his previous life, his father had gone bankrupt trying to cover for a close friend. He remembered the friend from university who had stolen his research, published it first, and then deleted Wade's files and accused him of plagiarism. That person even posted the accusation online, inciting a wave of cyberbullying from mindless internet users. There were things Wade thought he had forgotten long ago, but they had always been etched deep in his heart. Yet, Michael and Theo's words also echoed in his mind. Friends. As children, trust is given easily, but as we grow older, it becomes much harder. But distrusting everything is as wrong as trusting everything blindly. Without trust, loyalty, and friendship will eventually drift away. He took a deep breath, exhaling the heavy weight that had been sitting on his chest for a long time. After classes in the afternoon, Wade and Michael arrived near the hunchbacked one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor. Leaning against the window, they waited for a few students to leave the corridor. Once it was clear, Wade said, "I'm going?" Michael nodded. "If anyone looks for you, I'll cover for you." Pretending to admire the view, Michael kept an eye out for anyone approaching, while Wade tapped the stone witch with his wand and whispered, "Descendium." The witch's hunchback immediately opened up, revealing a narrow passage. Waving to Michael, Wade quickly slipped inside. Michael watched as the passage closed behind him, then leisurely headed downstairs with his hands in his pockets. He passed by Filch, the caretaker, whose gloomy eyes lingered on him. Michael nodded at him politely, and out of the corner of his eye, spotted a group of Slytherin students. His eyes lit up, and he promptly walked toward them. Wade slid down a long, slanted stone chute before making his way along a cold, damp passage. The ground was uneven and rough, seemingly not man-made. The surrounding darkness was thick and silent, broken only by the bright light at the tip of his wand. The secret passage was incredibly long. Wade had been walking for over an hour before finally seeing a long staircase stretching upward, seemingly with hundreds of steps. Thankfully, he only had to climb it once. Grumbling to himself, Wade resignedly started climbing the stairs. After what felt like an eternity, he finally saw a trapdoor above him. Wade pushed open the trapdoor, and a hand reached down from above, grabbed Wade's arm and pulled him out. Lupin cast a cleaning charm to remove the dirt from Wade's clothes, and asked with a smile, "That journey wasn't easy, was it?" Wade calmed his breath, and replied after a while, "It was much longer than I expected." He felt like his legs no longer belonged to him. Luckily, he was still young, or maybe it was the wizard's physique that helped. After resting for a moment, Wade felt much better. "That passage is indeed long and difficult to traverse," Lupin remarked. "There's also another secret passage under the Whomping Willow that leads to the Shrieking Shack. If you press the knot on the tree, it will stop attacking. If I can fix the Vanishing Cabinet, I won't need to use the secret passage anymore," Wade said. "Why are you so set on fixing the Vanishing Cabinet?" Lupin asked. "You know, compared to the passage, the Vanishing Cabinet can be dangerous. But the secret passage only gets me to places around Hogwarts. If I want to go somewhere farther, there's just not enough time," Wade explained. "And even during regular school days, I don't want to waste too much time traveling." Lupin didn't ask Wade where he intended to go. He was respectful of boundaries. "Hold still," Lupin said. "I'll cast the disillusionment charm on you." With a tap of his wand on Wade's head, a cold sensation flowed from Wade's head down through his body. Wade looked at his hand. No matter how he moved, his body's colors shifted to perfectly blend with his surroundings. It was as if he had become invisible. Only someone with very sharp eyesight would notice the subtle distortion. "Let's go," Wade said. "After repairing the Vanishing Cabinet, I hope to learn this spell before returning to school on Sunday. It's not easy, it involves advanced applications of transfiguration. But if it's you, maybe you can do it," Lupin said kindly and closed the trapdoor as he followed behind Wade. The two of them climbed the stairs and arrived behind the counter at Honeyduke's. Lupin flicked his wand, causing a bottle on the shelf to topple over. The bald, middle-aged shopkeeper bent down to pick it up, and Lupin and Wade took the opportunity to slip out unnoticed. Improving the Vanishing Cabinet was a familiar task for Wade, and he completed the work in half the expected time. Learning the disillusionment charm was somewhat complex, but Wade had been self-studying for a long time and already had a solid foundation in transfiguration. By Saturday evening, he had finally learned the disillusionment charm. At the moment, his disillusionment charm only altered color, and close observation could still detect him. However, if his magical power became strong enough, the disillusionment charm could make him completely invisible. Additionally, the disillusionment charm was also necessary for repairing the invisibility cloak. With his planned tasks completed, Wade still had a full day left for the weekend. "Perhaps you could stroll around Hogsmeade Village? Or go on an adventure nearby," Lupin suggested, offering his favorite activity from his student days. "There are quite a few interesting places nearby. I could guide you. If you want to buy anything, I can help with that too." However, Wade asked, "Remus, do you know the Imperious Curse?" Lupin's expression turned a bit uneasy. "The Imperious Curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Are you familiar with the unforgivable curses?" "I am," Wade said calmly. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse are the 3 unforgivable curses. Using them on a person results in a lifetime sentence in Azkaban. If you know that, then you should understand that I would never teach you such a spell. Lupin responded firmly. These are evil dark magic, and no one should learn or even approach them. It's getting late, you should return to school, he said and turned to open the Vanishing cabinet. Don't be so sensitive, Remus, Wade said. I'm not asking you to teach me the Imperious Curse, I just wanted to know, can Occlumency resist the Imperious Curse? Lupin realized he had misunderstood and felt a little embarrassed, though he didn't blame himself for being overly cautious. Wade wanted to learn everything, and he learned everything quickly. Even though he had surpassed the level of many graduates, he still seemed unsatisfied. That kind of insatiable hunger and desire for knowledge. Sometimes it even frightened Lupin. When he finished learning all the traditional spells, would Wade turn toward more powerful dark magic? Lupin didn't know, but a sense of responsibility made him constantly worry about this. He thought for a moment before saying, as long as one's willpower is strong enough, it's possible to resist the Imperious Curse. However, Occlumency does indeed help. In fact, Occlumency not only helps to resist the Imperious Curse, but it also prevents possession and can even counter the effects of Veritaserum. The Wizengamot had once believed that Sirius might know Occlumency, and thus even an interrogation under Veritaserum couldn't guarantee he was telling the truth. Considering the situation back then, Sirius's murder of Peter, his infamous role as the secret keeper, and the fact that the Potters were killed by Voldemort in their own home. In the end, Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial. Life imprisonment. All these years, Lupin had never had a chance to ask his old friend, why. Lupin's expression grew distant for a moment until he heard the voice of his student in front of him. I've been practicing Occlumency for a long time, Wade said. I'd like you to help me test my progress. Practicing the art of emptying one's mind isn't complicated, but the line between true focus and merely spacing out isn't exactly clear. Without ever experiencing an actual mental intrusion, it's difficult to gauge if one's Occlumency skills are strong enough to fend off such attacks. After a moment of silence, Lupin asked, aren't you worried I'll see your memories? I trust you won't sift through my thoughts needlessly. And if it involves something truly private, I have other magic to resist that, Wade replied. Harry's experience from the story had taught him that with sufficient alertness, defensive spells could also interrupt Occlumency. For example, Expelliarmus. Disarming Charm. All right. Lupin couldn't find a reason to refuse. He took out his wand, and said, if you're ready, we can start. Of course. Wade drew his wand as well. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1. Legilimens. Legilimency spell. The spell intruded. Lupin felt a strong resistance and perceived only blankness. 1 second, 2 seconds. After about 10 seconds, it suddenly felt as though a bubble had burst, and a whirlwind of images flashed by rapidly. Eating in the Great Hall, attending classes, doing homework, eating in the Great Hall, walking through the corridors with friends, doing homework, attending classes. Lupin abruptly broke off the spell. Weren't you resisting? He asked in surprise. Given what he knew about Wade, his Occlumency skills shouldn't only last a mere 10 seconds. If I completely empty my mind, wouldn't that be like signaling that I'm hiding something? Wade said with some discomfort. I tried not to recall anything at all, but then I thought, maybe it'd be better to overlay important memories with trivial ones. Lupin was speechless for a moment. Wade asked uncertainly, did I mess it up? He remembered that Snape was a master of Occlumency and had even spied undercover for Voldemort. If Voldemort tried to look into Snape's mind, would Snape really show him a blank slate? He must have let the Dark Lord see only what he wanted, not merely resisting outright. Wade had been working in this direction all along. No, Lupin finally said after a long pause, ordinary wizards rarely achieve this level, but if you could learn to overlay memories or even forge them, that would be even better. But we need to try a different exercise. He took a bright red apple from the shelf and placed it on the table. Look at it and remember this image. Then hide this memory so I can't find it. Wade stared at the apple. Lupin asked, what's your favorite fruit? Wade replied casually, watermelon, I guess, though mangoes and cherries are good too. Legilimens. Lupin suddenly cast the spell. Eating in the Great Hall, attending classes, doing homework, eating, attending classes, flying on a broomstick, a tapestry with a giant troll, reading, a red apple. A red spell blasted Lupin's wand out of his hand, and Wade stumbled and nearly lost his balance. His head buzzed and pounded painfully. Lupin helped him sit down and poured him a cup of hot chocolate. That was quite impressive. For your first attempt, this is extraordinary, Lupin praised. Wade sipped the hot chocolate and felt the strange magic within it soothe the persistent throb in his forehead. I didn't manage to hold it back, Wade sighed, disappointed. He knew he'd instinctively tried to hide the room of requirement, but in doing so, had exposed the memory of the apple. Don't be so hard on yourself, Wade, Lupin said gently. Magic this challenging can't be mastered immediately. It requires time and persistent practice. After resting for a bit, Wade put down his cup, drew his wand again, and said, let's go again. After receiving a message from the Book of Friends, Theo opened the door of the Vanishing cabinet and saw Wade looking utterly exhausted with his hair matted with sweat. What happened? Theo reached out to steady him. You look like you've just fought a dragon. Honestly, I'd rather have faced a dragon, Wade replied. Legilimens might seem like a spell dealing only with the mind or consciousness, but resisting it made Wade feel as though every muscle in his body was straining. By the end of the practice, there wasn't a spot on his body that wasn't sore. Theo asked in surprise, "Wait, you can actually handle a dragon now?" "No, I mean, if I were facing a dragon, I'd be running as fast as possible," Wade replied, exasperated. "But this was something I willingly signed up for." As they packed up to leave, Wade noticed the parchment Theo had been using for his notes. Once the Vanishing cabinet had been completely perfected, they had naturally run tests and each one was successful. Although there was no need to compare or analyze the results any further, Theo had still documented everything meticulously, showing no intention of discarding his notes just as he did in potions class. Even though Theo wasn't particularly skilled in potions, his attention to detail and diligence were unparalleled. Over the past year, Wade had come to understand his friends quite well. Michael was sharp and perceptive. Though he seemed easygoing and light-hearted, he was actually shrewd and farsighted. Often, Wade felt Michael was very clever, though he rarely showed it. Ryan was quiet, but he was always attentive to everyone, solving problems quietly without seeking praise. For example, when the targets in the umbrella room were broken or if the crab cleaning models malfunctioned, Ryan was the one who fixed them in secret. Michael's words echoed in Wade's mind. Theology. As they stepped outside, Wade said, "Starting tomorrow, let's work on the stunning spell." "Sounds good," Theo grinned. "Finally, we're learning a new spell. Everyone's already mastered the shield charm and disarming spell, so we've been looking forward to learning some powerful new spells. Knowing a spell doesn't mean you can use it well, but mastering these 3 spells just about qualifies you as a wizard ready for real situations." After a brief hesitation, Wade said, "If you manage to successfully learn the stunning spell by next Friday, then you and I, along with Michael and Ryan, will have a club activity next Saturday." Theo asked in surprise, "Just the 4 of us?" "Yes, just the 4 of us," Wade confirmed, then added, "The nature of this activity isn't exactly a pleasant one, so if anyone doesn't want to join, they don't have to." "Got it." Theo's expression grew a bit more serious. He sensed the hesitation in Wade's tone. Wade wanted them to come along but also felt reluctant to involve them. Theo chuckled lightly. "No matter what the others say, I'm definitely going. Will it be dangerous?" "The danger isn't now," Wade replied. "It's something in the future, related to him." Theo was startled. "You know who? Did he sneak into the school again?" "Not exactly," Wade said. "If things go well, we might not need to do anything at all." "You're making me too curious. Can't you give me a few more details?" "Some secrets can't be spoken, whether now or ever." After returning to his dormitory, Wade found a whole coconut sitting on his desk and couldn't help but laugh. The sweet, thirst-quenching coconut water was packed with nutrients. Zoe and the others probably thought he needed some quick nourishment. After drinking, washing up, and going to bed, his exhaustion allowed him to slip quickly into a deep sleep. Over the next few days, the SSC began practicing the stunning spell. Theo and the others put in extra effort, and Harry stayed late each time before leaving. Harry did this because the umbrella room was the only place where he could be sure he wouldn't run into Lockhart or Colin Creevey. The new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, always assumed that Harry shared his desire for attention. Every word out of Lockhart's mouth made Harry want to disappear into the floor with embarrassment. Colin Creevey would run into Harry multiple times each day, always eager to snap a photo of him. This near-stalking level of admiration made Harry quite uncomfortable. As a result, he often spent most of his time in the umbrella room, where he could finally enjoy some peace. One day, Michael privately asked Wade, "Aren't you going to invite Harry? You know, he, easily turned you-know-who to ashes. There's no need. Even if he is the boy who lived, it's not good to have him constantly encountering that guy." Wade replied vaguely, then suggested, "If we can't use that name, how about a code name?" "A code name? What about Tom?" Wade asked. "Tom? Like the barkeep at the Leaky Cauldron?" Michael suddenly had an idea and said, "Actually, are you referring to that Muggle cartoon Tom and Jerry? I watched a bit of it secretly." His imagination ran with the idea. "That guy is like Tom Strong, but always outsmarted by the little mouse. And we're Jerry." Jerry." Michael hesitated a little. Ravenclaws, who identified with the eagle, wouldn't usually think of themselves as little mice. But when Michael imagined Voldemort as a blue cat who was always defeated, he found the Jerry analogy strangely satisfying. Picturing the Dark Lord's terrifying image morphing into Tom the cat, he chuckled. Wade laughed too. He had deliberately left Harry out of this. After all, they wouldn't be facing Voldemort himself this time, just a Horcrux. It was the kind of thing best handled quietly. Including Harry could mean that, when Voldemort would eventually resurrect, he might probe Harry's mind and uncover this information, posing a deadly risk to everyone involved. He simply wanted his friends to know what he was doing, and to offer help if necessary, not to risk their lives. The week passed quickly. On Monday and Wednesday, Wade found himself in detention with Professor Sprout twice more. Detention was supposed to be a punishment for breaking school rules, not a reward. So during the latter 2 detentions, Professor Sprout spent 1 hour teaching him new knowledge and the other having him complete some chores. Fertilizing, transplanting, pest control, pollinating. While he learned a great deal from each detention, Wade was left sore and exhausted. On his way back to the castle, he overheard Malfoy's voice. "I am not a servant. If my father finds out you're making me do this, he'll have you kicked out of school. Filch's eerie voice echoed from a nearby room, either get to work, or get expelled. You can choose. The voice came from an open room, and through the slightly ajar door, Wade saw Malfoy glaring furiously at Filch. After a moment of tense silence, Malfoy finally picked up a rag and started wiping down the seemingly endless number of candlesticks on the shelves. Filch continued to grumble beside him. I'm telling you, Dumbledore is far too soft. Dealing with rule-breaking little brats like you, they should be strung up and given a good thrashing. Wade walked away, passing through the dimly lit corridor. Saturday arrived quickly. Wade had already coordinated with Lupin in advance. Early in the morning, while the other students were still sleeping, he brought Michael to the room of requirement. Not long after, Theo and Ryan arrived as well. Then came Zoe. Michael and the others were quite surprised to see a house elf there and couldn't help but curiously observe her. Zoe nervously fidgeted with her tea towel and bowed to each of them. If you're ready, let's head out, Wade said as he opened the cabinet door. Who's going first? I'll go. Michael eagerly stepped in first. Then Theo and Ryan followed. Wade stayed behind for a moment and crouched down to talk to the house elf. Zoe, wait for my signal. When I contact you, open the cabinet door, okay? The vanishing cabinet didn't require any extra spells. Closing the door triggered the transport. However, to get out, someone had to open the door from the outside, as those inside couldn't open it themselves. So, using the cabinet meant having someone reliable on the other side, ready to open the door when needed. Zoe nodded and whispered softly, Master Wade Grey can rest assured, Zoe will complete the task. Wade smiled and gently patted her head. You don't have to stay here the whole time. If all goes as planned, we'll be back before curfew. I'll send you a message in the Book of Friends when we're about to return, Wade said. Understood, Zoe nodded. Wade stepped into the cabinet and closed the door, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Almost instantly, the cabinet door opened again, and Lupin was standing outside the door, smiling at him. Incredible, Michael exclaimed. We just left the school so easily. Where are we? Ryan asked as he looked around in confusion. We're still in the Scottish Highlands, 2 mountains away from Hogwarts. Lupin said to Wade, as you requested, there are no wizards, no muggles nearby, and hardly any vegetation or wildlife. Wade surveyed the area and nodded slightly. It was a desolate and rugged mountain, littered with rocks and covered in sparse moss and weeds. Wade, what are we here to do? Michael asked. Everyone looked at Wade as they waited for his answer. Tom, also known as the Dark Lord, he invaded the school last year, which you all know, Wade began. Seeing Theo and the others nod in silent acknowledgement, he continued, I found something at the school, possibly a dark artifact he left behind. We're here to destroy it. Voldemort's secret weapon. Lupin frowned. He's still trying to meddle with Hogwarts. Lupin didn't hesitate to say Voldemort's name, though the 3 young wizards visibly paled at the mention. Why not leave this to Professor Dumbledore to handle, Wade? Ryan asked. Don't you trust the headmaster? Of course I trust him. When it comes to fighting the dark arts, there's probably no one more reliable than Dumbledore, Wade replied. But, guys, Dumbledore is over 100 years old. I'm not saying his reflexes have slowed or that his magic is any weaker. But, he's been fighting this battle for so many years, carrying countless burdens. Everyone has become so used to depending on him, placing all the responsibility on his shoulders. But, why should we dump something we can handle ourselves on an old man? We can rely on Dumbledore, but who does Dumbledore have to rely on? Everyone was deeply moved, and even Lupin's face showed a trace of guilt. Dumbledore was like a symbol, a beacon of hope. When it came to Voldemort or dark wizards, everyone's first instinct was always the same, tell Dumbledore and let him handle it. Few seemed to realize that a man over 100 years old, in any other context, should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement. Of course, there were additional reasons why Wade didn't want to involve Dumbledore. Besides wanting to act independently without needing the White Wizard's guidance, he had 2 more concerns. One reason was that he didn't want to face Dumbledore too early and end up as a pawn on his chessboard. The second reason was that Wade didn't want Dumbledore to confirm the existence of Horcruxes too soon and rush off to the Riddle House. In the original storyline, Dumbledore found the Resurrection Stone ring there and got cursed by Voldemort's magic because he put the ring on to see his sister Ariana once more, leading to his death a year later. If Wade's butterfly effect caused Dumbledore to die even earlier, he feared the following years would be even harder, and Voldemort might resurrect sooner than expected. There was no need to say more. Everyone was already in full agreement with Wade's reasoning. Lupin had already scouted a large cave nearby, and together they moved a large stone to completely block the entrance. Wade then explained why they were taking these precautions. Tom's weapon contains immense magical power, and regular spells won't be effective. From what I've gathered, only Fiendfire can completely destroy it. Wade had previously confirmed with Lupin that he knew the Fiendfire curse. Wizards who had experienced war were often proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses, not to mention other dark magic. In fact, casting Fiendfire wasn't the most difficult part, it was controlling it. Wizards who lacked the necessary skill could easily be consumed by their own spell, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Just like in the original story, when Crabbe cast Fiendfire and ended up being burned to death by it. We'd better clear the weeds around here, Theo suggested. I've heard that Fiendfire burns anything that can catch fire. So, they spent another hour meticulously clearing any combustible material inside and outside the cave. That should do it, Wade said, choosing a bare stone inside the cave. They piled some wood on top of it. Wade took out the magic sealing box from his bag and, using tongs, carefully placed the diadem on the stone. His cautious and solemn demeanor made it impossible for the others to view the situation lightly. The diadem appeared dull and gray, with its gemstones lacking any luster. Michael didn't recognize it as the legendary diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. After all, that diadem had vanished over 1,000 years ago along with its owner. Even though the statue in the Ravenclaw common room wore a replica of it, what difference did that make? For over 1,000 years, every year there were students who made imitations of the diadem, pretending they too had attained supreme wisdom. The diadem sat quietly on the stone, showing no signs of any special power, nor did it emit any dark magic aura. Lupin motioned for the students to step behind him. He pointed his wand toward the diadem and said, "Fiend fire." A fierce flame shot out, igniting the pile of wood. The flames roared and grew larger in an instant. "Get out!" Lupin shouted. They hurried out of the cave, ready to lower the large stone to seal the entrance, and their eyes were fixed on the direction of the flames. Perhaps because there wasn't much to burn, the fiend fire wasn't enormous, but its twisting flames constantly morphed into various beasts: an erumpent, a dragon, a leopard. Suddenly, a massive black figure rose from the flames. It writhed and howled in a sharp, agonized scream, and then it surged forward with the fiend fire, rushing at the group near the cave entrance. Boom! The boulder crashed down, sealing the entrance. A few sparks slipped through the cracks. "Wade." After a long moment, Wade heard Michael, wide-eyed and dazed, whisper weakly, "Why did that shadow look just like Tom himself?" "Just a trick of the light, right?" Theo murmured. In the distant Hogwarts, Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain in the scar on his forehead, as if a terrifying scream echoed from far away. He was training on the Quidditch field, and the pain made him dizzy, causing him to lose control and fall from his broomstick. "Harry!" The team gasped in shock. Fred, who was nearby, sped over and managed to catch Harry by the ankle just before he hit the ground. Outside the cave, everyone looked at Wade, waiting for him to give them an answer. Wade spoke calmly, "You know, some magical objects have the creator's thoughts infused into them during the making process. No wonder that shadow just now felt so evil." Michael sighed in relief. It must have been infused with the evil thoughts of Tom. The young wizards accepted this explanation, but Lupin gave Wade a deep look. When he was a student, he had created a Marauders map with James Potter and others, a map that could display everyone's location at the school in real time. Each of them had imbued their thoughts into the map, just like the 4 founders had done with their magical artifacts. So, while Michael and the others believed the explanation, Lupin remained skeptical, knowing firsthand what a magical object imbued with thoughts truly felt like. The fiend fire burned for a long time until it finally died out, with nothing left to consume. When the group moved the boulder aside, they saw that the entire cave had been scorched. Even the spiders in the corners and the roots of grass in the cracks of the stones hadn't been spared. On a charred rock, the blackened diadem still lay there. Wade was pleased to see that the additional name floating on top of it had vanished. Ryan was about to step in to retrieve the diadem, but Wade grabbed him. "Don't go in," Wade said. "There might still be lingering flames. Be careful not to get burned." He raised his wand and said, "Oxio diadem." Even if there had been an anti-summoning charm on it originally, it would certainly have been destroyed by the fiend fire. So the diadem immediately flew toward him, and Lupin grabbed it midair. He turned it over and inspected the diadem. All the magic attached to it had been destroyed, leaving behind only an ordinary metal object. The surface was still coated with a dark and sticky substance, which was burned by the fire and stuck to the surface dryly. When touched, it crumbled like ash. Aguamenti. Water-making spell. Wade summoned a stream of water to clean the diadem, then placed it back into its box. "Does this thing have any use now?" Lupin asked. "No, not really," Wade replied. "But I promised someone I would return it to its original place after removing the dark magic." Recalling the diadem's brief original appearance when rinsed, Michael asked, "Wade, don't you think it looks a bit like the one on the Ravenclaw statue?" "Maybe it's a replica made by Tom," Wade said calmly. "If he attended Hogwarts, he might have imitated the founders and created something similar." Michael nodded in agreement. In the original storyline, Dumbledore only told Harry, Ron, and Hermione about the Horcruxes, but kept it from the Order of the Phoenix members who had risked their lives with him. Wade hadn't understood this at first, but after experiencing this world, he gradually came to understand Dumbledore's reasoning. In the wizarding world, everyone holds a wand, which is akin to everyone possessing a weapon. Ordinarily, they use it for cleaning, brewing potions, and defending themselves. But if someone told them that this weapon could also kill, and that by killing, one could gain immortality, even if people stand by their morals and principles today, who's to say that won't change in the future? Though he personally had no interest in Voldemort's resurrection method, what if the matter concerned his parents, his loved one, or his child? So, it wasn't about trust, nor about character. Some dark secrets are better left as permanent secrets. With the Horcrux destroyed, their mission was complete. However, they didn't return immediately. Accepting Lupin's invitation, they decided to rest for a while at his home in Hogsmeade, then visit Hogsmeade in the afternoon before heading back to school in the evening. Lupin's house was in a secluded area, close to the Shrieking Shack. Due to the local ghostly legends, the house had sold for a very low price. It was a 3-story house with an attic at the top, giving it the appearance of a tall, slender mushroom. Beside it was a fenced area containing a dozen chickens and a single goat. A bit farther out was a rectangular vegetable garden where lettuce, snow cabbage, tomatoes, strawberries, and other plants grew. The garden was bordered by bright, colorful flowers like cornflowers, dahlias, and peonies. Most wizards are fairly self-sufficient. Lupin hadn't had this opportunity before, but now that he had a stable home, he learned to tend to it as others did. With the help of magic, gardening and livestock care were far easier than they would be for non-magical people. Upon entering, there was a spacious living room, where the fire in the fireplace automatically ignited. The coat rack by the door leaned down to make it easier for the young wizards to hang up their coats. To the side, there was a small door leading to the kitchen. Pretty nice, isn't it? Ryan said as he looked around. It's more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Lupin directed the teapot and cups to fly out from the kitchen and pour everyone a cup of hot tea. He also brought out cookies and cakes to serve his young guests. Michael leaned near the fireplace and examined the photos on the wall. Some photos showed Lupin and Harry together, others with Wade and Harry, and one even had Harry holding the goat. One photo was clearly from Lupin's youth, showing him with the same gentle smile he wore today. In the photo was also a black-haired boy with glasses and messy hair, who looked a lot like Harry. This was likely Harry's father, James Potter. Next to him was a short, plump boy with small, round eyes and a pointy nose, smiling shyly. Michael couldn't help but associate his appearance and expression with that of a rat. There was one more person in the photo with black hair, barely visible. He was standing close to James Potter, but his face was obscured. Who's this? Michael asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Someone unimportant. Lupin quickly came over and took the photo down from the wall. I forgot to put this away. He placed the photo face down on the table, then smiled and asked the others, what would you like for lunch? While Lupin was in the kitchen, guiding pots and pans to clang and sizzle as he prepared lunch, Michael whispered to Wade. His expression changed. This person is definitely not unimportant. Don't pry, or you might get in trouble. Theo whispered, I've heard of him. Sirius Black, the most notorious Death Eater, the one who betrayed Harry's father. They used to be friends. Michael asked. Best friends, Theo replied and then paused before adding, or so they say. Where is he now? Ryan asked. In Azkaban, of course. Wade looked up at the empty spot on the wall where the photo had been but said nothing. After lunch, everyone went to explore Hogsmeade. Theo had been there a few times with his parents, but for Michael and Ryan, it was their first time in this famous village. They dashed eagerly into the shops, excitedly wanting to buy everything they saw. Wade and Lupin trailed behind. Watching the children's joy, the middle-aged wizard looked content, though a hint of melancholy showed in his expression. Next break, I'll bring Harry along, Wade said understandingly. That would be wonderful. Lupin smiled like a silly father. When I was on my own, it never really mattered, but now, with one person missing, the whole house just feels empty. Please keep today's events from Harry, Wade requested. He's living happily and carefree right now, and there's no need for him to be entangled in anything related to Tom. Lupin readily agreed. He recalled the question that had been bothering him and asked, Wade, do you remember that shadowy figure in the cave? Of course, Wade replied. Simply infusing thoughts wouldn't create something with such a tangible form. That thing looked as if it had its own soul. Lupin said with concern, given Tom's level of magic, he surely mastered dark magic we can't understand. The danger that diadem posed was beyond what I anticipated. It's fortunate you were cautious and never came into direct contact with it. Of course. It's destroyed now, but if you encounter anything like it in the future, be extremely careful. Lupin wasn't suspicious that Wade was hiding anything, he just assumed Wade might have underestimated the true threat of Voldemort's magic object based on his current knowledge. Wade replied earnestly, of course, I will. For safety, I need to be sure, Lupin continued. You haven't come across any other Tom's weapons, have you? You haven't, right? Wade looked away and said, something like that, even Tom can't have too many of those, right? Lupin looked at him, sighed, and said, I'll teach you the Fiendfire curse. Great. Wade smiled and answered frankly, I've been waiting for this. Promise me, you won't use it until you can fully control it. Of course, I promise. And consult with me if anything happens, don't go acting on your own. I understand. Although Wade agreed, Lupin still looked a bit worried. When everyone used the vanishing cabinet to return to school, Wade went in last. Thank you, Remus, he said with a smile just before closing the cabinet door. But don't think of me as a reckless lion, I'm an eagle who values his life dearly. Lupin paused, and was taken aback. The black cabinet door closed, and the person inside had already arrived back at Hogwarts. Lupin gave a wry smile and murmured to himself, not all lions are reckless. He picked up the photograph that had been face down and brushed his fingers over it. The paper covering it drifted away. In the photo, the black-haired boy wore a carefree, mischievous smile and looked full of spirit and energy. Yet Lupin felt a sharp pang in his heart. Wasn't there also a hidden snake no one noticed? Back at school, the group now shared a secret that brought them even closer. They went to the umbrella room and found only Padma there, who told them that Harry was in the infirmary. What happened? Ryan asked. Did they get into another fight with Malfoy? Theo guessed sensibly. It wasn't that. Harry fell off his broom during Quidditch practice, Padma said. Wade frowned slightly. Did his broom go out of control? Or did a bludger hit him? Could Dobby have come to school this early to cause trouble? No, Padma replied. He wasn't injured from the fall, he just fainted. In the infirmary, Harry lay on the bed, having just regained consciousness. Surrounding him were a few Gryffindor students and team members. Nearby, a young boy, Colin Creevey, was holding a camera, ready to capture Harry's moment of waking. I'm fine. Harry gently pushed the camera away from his face and sighed. Thank you, Colin. But I'm really not in the mood for a photo. Was it scary to fall like that? Colin asked loudly and looked oddly excited. Suddenly falling was pretty frightening, the team captain, Wood, said as he patted Harry on the shoulder. Get some good rest today, and we'll continue practice tomorrow morning. Are you a devil? Ron asked in shock and blurted out his question instinctively. Fred clamped a hand on his shoulder and said grimly, What did you expect, Ron? The team's not for the faint of heart. George added solemnly, Wood isn't a devil, he's way worse than that. Wood gave each of the twins a knock on the head, then launched into a speech about how crucial their new tactics were, how awful the team's coordination had been, and how the match was right around the corner, even though it was 2 months away. The Weasley twins wore matching expressions of agony. Angelina, another team member, grinned at them and barely suppressed her laughter. Taking advantage of Wood's distraction, Fred made a face at her. Harry tried to explain, It wasn't the fall that made me faint, my head just started hurting suddenly. Wood's voice continued to fill the room, so no one seemed to hear what he was saying. However, Ryan, who had just entered the room, did catch it. Headache? He asked as he walked over with a puzzled expression. Roughly what time was it? Finally, someone was listening to him. Harry sighed with relief and quickly said, around 10:30, or closer to 11, maybe. 10:45. Wood, who somehow caught wind of the conversation, commented regretfully, We had only been practicing for an hour and 25 minutes. Ryan and Theo exchanged a glance. 10:45. If I remember correctly, that was when the shadow within the diadem was being destroyed. Could Harry Potter really sense it from so far away? Michael began to feel something was off. He looked at Wade beside him, only to find that Wade seemed to be paying little attention to the exact timing. Instead, he was watching Ron Weasley. That's because you spent an hour talking about strategy, Fred said to Wood. Wood's eyebrows knitted, and he was about to respond. Suddenly, George clamped a hand over Fred's mouth and laughed. Oh, I just remembered, we have detention today. If we don't go soon, Hagrid will be furious. You two got detention again? Wood asked. Yep, all we did was take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, and our dear groundskeeper caught us. Fred shrugged and pulled George's hand away. He thought we deserved a proper lesson. Cleaning out the pigsty, no magic allowed. Since Harry's awake, we'll take our leave. With these words, the twins began to back away and disappeared from Wood's line of sight in an instant. Clearly, to them, Wood's lectures were far worse than cleaning a pigsty. Angelina stifled a laugh. The Weasley twins' punishment was clearly harsher than they had let on. On Tuesday afternoon, as Wade and his friends left Herbology class, they saw the twins cleaning out the pigsty. They had wrapped their scarves around their faces as makeshift masks and used shovels and brooms to clean up pig manure. There were 2 large buckets next to them. As Wade walked past, he noticed the twins' older brother, Percy, standing outside the pigsty. The 3 seemed to be arguing, with Percy looking particularly displeased. Seeing a group of second-year students watching from afar, Percy's pale face was flushed red. He angrily said something to his brothers before stomping away in a huff. The twins shrugged, not seeming too bothered as they continued their work. Slytherins nearby snickered and whispered, See, typical stinky Weasleys, reeking of pig manure. Wade assumed it was Malfoy speaking, but when he looked up, he saw Malfoy walking away toward the castle, alone and brooding. His usual lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, were mingling with the other Slytherin students, as if oblivious to Malfoy's departure. Wade, I'll catch up to the umbrella room in a bit, Michael said, and then casually tossed his bag over his shoulder and blended into a group of Slytherin students. Before long, he had a few girls laughing and giggling. Crabbe and Goyle stood at the edge of the group and looked like they wanted to join in. Wade turned to see Padma walking calmly nearby, and her expression was unchanged as if she hadn't noticed Michael's friendly chatter with the Slytherin girls. What are these two up to? Confused, Wade went ahead and asked. Don't tell anyone. Padma pulled him aside and whispered, Michael's getting back at Malfoy. Getting back at Malfoy? Wade asked, surprised. Last time, when Malfoy had humiliated Michael, he'd ended up in detention, having to work under Filch, the most disliked staff member among the students. Wade thought that settled things. But for Michael, clearly, it hadn't. You know, Michael actually gets along pretty well with the Slytherins. Padma whispered. He said he's going to dismantle Malfoy's little gang so that Malfoy can't go around showing off like before. How? Dismantle it? Wade asked, skeptical. Isn't Michael worried people will catch on? Slytherins are known for holding grudges. He's not worried at all, Padma replied. He's not spreading rumors or making them misunderstand Malfoy, just pointing out some facts. Seeing Wade's doubtful expression, Padma added, well, he's also using a bit of linguistic flair to bring out certain feelings they already have inside, like jealousy, insecurity, vanity, and anger. You know, some things, if you phrase them just a little differently, they start to make people feel uncomfortable and cause tension. Haven't you noticed that Crabbe and Goyle haven't been following Malfoy around lately? They used to love being his lackeys, but recently, they suddenly realized that Malfoy has never really respected them, so they decided they should stand up for themselves. Such a surprising development. Wade was amazed. He couldn't resist being nosy. If I remember right, their fathers are also big Malfoy supporters. Yep. Padma's gaze drifted thoughtfully. But now Crabbe and Goyle feel like the Malfoys are past their prime. Aside from some money, there's not much special about them anymore, and just this past summer, Ron Weasley's father even raided their house looking for dark magic items. So, they think Draco Malfoy doesn't have the right to keep bossing them around. They're all students, after all, and they're taller and stronger than he is. And if they don't follow him around like bodyguards, the girls might actually notice how strong and brave they are, maybe even talk to them, or smile at them. Wade looked over toward the courtyard. Sure enough, with Michael's subtle prodding, a few girls were giving the two big guys a smile. Whether it was genuine or just polite was unclear, but Crabbe and Goyle were blushing with excitement and they said something clumsy that made everyone laugh out loud. Wade muttered, I'd really like to know how exactly Michael managed to brainwash them. Did he say a whole laundry list of things about Malfoy? Padma covered her mouth and then smiled with a mischievous glint in her eyes. No, he never bad-mouthed Malfoy in public. He's always been saying nice things about him. Padma returned to the castle with her dorm mates, and Wade didn't bother with Michael's little revenge game any further. If Malfoy had challenged Wade, he would have retaliated on the spot, and that would have been the end of it. But after insulting Michael, who had said nothing in the moment, Malfoy now faced a subtle and ongoing reprisal. Malfoy's bullying wasn't anything new, and he probably never expected that a regular student like Michael without pure-blood heritage or family standing would turn out to be an immovable obstacle. Now isolated by his Slytherin classmates, Malfoy was likely still clueless about why he'd been shunned. Wade turned and walked toward the pigpen. The Weasley twins had finally finished cleaning the pigsty, with Fred spraying cleaner on the enclosure while George scrubbed it down with a large brush. As Wade approached, the strong odor hit him, so he quickly cast a bubblehead charm to keep the foul air at bay. Hey, Wade. Fred called and pointed to his own head. Care to cast that on us too? Otherwise, I doubt we'll manage to eat dinner tonight. George, in the background, made a gagging motion. Soon, all three had large, bubble-like domes around their heads, making them look as if their heads were encased in soap bubbles. Thank Merlin, I can finally breathe again. George exclaimed with a deep sigh of relief. Fred corrected him, you mean thank Wade. Of course. George said dramatically and bowed deeply. Thank you, Wade. You've saved two poor pig wranglers. Wade asked, looks like you two got quite a harsh punishment this time. Yeah, Fred said proudly. Because we sneaked into the Forbidden Forest on Friday night. You know, there's a big guy in there we've been wanting to meet, George added. You mean the dragon? Wade asked. All the students knew that last year, a dragon had been brought to the school and had stayed near the Quidditch pitch for several weeks. Once it could hunt on its own, Hogwarts had found a place for it in the Forbidden Forest and cast protective spells to prevent it from entering the school grounds. At the start of term feast, Dumbledore had reminded everyone that students were forbidden from entering the forest. In students' minds, the forest was a terrifying place rumored to be full of vampires, werewolves, and dragons. The Weasley twins were clearly not the type to follow those rules. The Weasley twins snuck into the Forbidden Forest, hoping to get up close and personal with a dragon. According to them, they wanted to collect some dragon scales that had fallen off, or even dragon dung would do. However, they were caught by Hagrid, who was furious and punished them by making them clean out the pigsty for 2 weeks straight. Cleaning up pig dung, scrubbing the pens, and even giving the piglets a bath. Fred laughed and said, that's what we'll be doing for the next 2 weeks. Percy was furious and said we've disgraced the Weasley name. As George spoke, he hosed down the floor and even gave a little piglet a quick rinse. Fred asked, Wade, what brings you here to find us? Remember last term, when you told me about the secret passage out of Hogwarts? Wade asked. Of course. Fred said. Don't tell me you're only now putting it to use. Yeah, I left the school a few days ago. The passage is even longer than I'd imagined. Hogsmeade is interesting, isn't it? Fred leaned on his shovel with both hands, rested his chin on the wooden handle, and then blinked. You didn't get caught by Flume, did you? Flume. The owner of Honeydukes, George explained. Oh, no, I didn't, Wade said. But there's something that's been puzzling me. He looked at the twins and said, you mentioned seeing me come out of the corridor where the mirror is, and then we ran into each other in front of Paracelsus's portrait. Huh? Did we? Fred couldn't quite remember and scratched his head. Probably, yeah. But I double-checked when I left the corridor with the mirror, there were no other students around. Wade continued. Later, someone told me that at that time, you two should have just come out from the Gryffindor common room. The person who told him, of course, was Zoe. There isn't much in this castle that house elves and the omnipresent portraits don't know about. George tilted his head and asked, so, you two must have some kind of magical item that shows everyone's location, right? Something like a piece of parchment. Wade sincerely asked, could I borrow it to study the alchemy on it? I promise not to damage it. I'll even pay a galleon a day as rental. How about it? A galleon? That's not a cheap price, Fred remarked, then shook his head. But no. Wade paused, then raised the offer. All right, 2 galleons. It's not about the money, Fred said solemnly. The Marauder's map is a precious gift passed down from our predecessors to future generations. George nodded in agreement, adding, "We owe them so much. How could we possibly use it to make money?" "You can study the Marauder's map for free," Fred said firmly, "but there's a condition. Don't let anyone else see it, especially the professors and Filch. And, we also need to follow in the spirit of our predecessors and help a new generation of rule breakers." The twins burst into laughter. Then Fred pulled out a square piece of parchment. It looked very old and was completely blank. "We stole this from Filch's office. He had it locked in a drawer labeled confiscated and highly dangerous." George added, "Filch has taught us more than all the teachers in the school combined. Remember the incantation?" Fred took out his wand, touched the parchment lightly, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Thin lines of ink spread across the parchment like a spider web, and a few lines of green text began to appear. "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map." In no time, the parchment transformed into a complete map of Hogwarts, down to each corridor and every room. Tiny black dots moved across the map, with small letters forming names beside each one. The letters were much smaller than they appeared in the movies. In busy areas like the Great Hall, common rooms, and classrooms, it looked like a swarm of ants clustered together, making it nearly impossible to make out individual names. However, the Weasley twins weren't concerned with the students in crowded places. They were mostly interested in tracking where the professors and Filch were patrolling during their night escapades. "When you're done, just tap it lightly and say, 'Mischief managed,' and it will return to being a blank piece of parchment," George explained. Wade looked at the twins and noticed their slightly goofy smiles, as if they had no idea just how valuable the item they had just handed over really was. Wade folded up the parchment and smiled. "Would you mind if I invited you both to join in the research? I remember you two are also studying alchemy." At this, the Weasley twins perked up. "Of course, but the magic on the Marauder's map is very complicated. We've been working on some prank candies lately, though, they're a bit too potent." George hadn't finished his sentence when Hagrid's voice came from nearby. "Hey, I hope you've finished cleaning the pigsty while you're chatting." The twins stuck out their tongues and quickly got back to scrubbing the pigsty. "Wade, don't go picking up their habits and treat your life as if it's just a game," Hagrid said as he approached, carrying a huge bucket of feed. He gently nudged the piglets gathered around the trough before pouring in the feed. Wade asked him, "Is the dragon in the Forbidden Forest safe?" "No worries. None of the creatures in the forest can harm Norberta." Hagrid spoke affectionately. Luckily, Dumbledore allowed her to stay. To Norberta, humans are by far the most dangerous creatures in the world. Her original habitat was swarming with people. As he spoke, Hagrid lifted a few larger piglets, inspected them, and placed them in the adjacent pig pen. "So, she won't harm the animals in the Forbidden Forest?" Wade asked. Dumbledore reached an agreement with the Centaur tribe, Hagrid replied. "Norberta also lives quite far away. She's promised not to hunt near the school and won't harm any intelligent creatures. She really is a good girl, don't you think?" Wade looked at the burn scars on Hagrid's arm and couldn't bring himself to nod in agreement. Hagrid offered, "How about coming by my hut for a cup of tea? I just made some rock cakes." "No, but thank you," Wade declined politely. "I've got homework to finish." After saying goodbye to Hagrid and the Weasley twins, Wade returned to the room of requirement. The first thing he did was spread out the Marauder's map and look towards the Gryffindor common room. As expected, there was an extra name there. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail. One of the Marauders, a former friend of James Potter and Lupin, and the true traitor all those years ago. Wade spread out the map and began searching carefully. At this hour, most students were in the Great Hall for dinner, so only a few people were in their dormitories. He found the Gryffindor common room and carefully scanned the handful of black dots there. Alicia Spinnet, Geoffrey Hooper, Cormac McLagan, Dean Thomas, Peter Pettigrew. There he is. Wade focused on that tiny black dot. Pettigrew's dot remained still, perhaps indicating he was asleep. Nearby, Dean Thomas's dot moved around before leaving the dormitory altogether. Then, Pettigrew's dot started moving. It seemed to have a clear destination, then came to a stop again. Wade guessed that perhaps he was sneaking a snack, since Ron likely didn't give a pet rat much food. Or maybe he was reading a newspaper, hoping to find news that the Death Eaters might rise again. Leaving the map open on the table, Wade turned to examine the shelves along the wall. What used to be an empty wooden shelf was now filled with potions, neatly arranged in glass bottles of various sizes, each labeled with a rectangular tag. The potions came in many colors, some emitting a faint mist, others glowing with an ominous dark light. Wade's eyes scanned the labels one by one. Polyjuice potion, shrinking solution, boil cure potion, swelling solution, draft of living death, essence of Dittany, blood replenishing potion, confusion concoction, aging potion. In addition, there were jars of monk's hood, hellebore, cowbane, powdered horn of a graphorn, jobberknoll feathers, lead powder, arsenic ores. The toxic substances were mostly raw materials. After all, the textbooks wouldn't teach students how to brew poisons. Even when ingredients like monk's hood or mandrake were used, it was for their medicinal properties. But most poisons didn't require much preparation, just a small amount of powder could be lethal. Wade reviewed the collection and pondered for a moment. No veritaserum. It wasn't that he didn't want it, rather, it was classified as a controlled substance, and there was no legal way to obtain it. Wade couldn't ask his dad to go into Nocturne Alley to buy illegal potions for him either. In the library, it was likely that only in the restricted section could one find the formula for Veritaserum, mist potent potions. Madame Pants carefully examined the note, with Lockhart's flamboyant signature scrawled on it, and asked, Mr. Gray, this is a very dangerous book. Yes, I understand, Wade replied. I'll study only the beneficial parts with caution. Very well, Madame Pants muttered. Professor Lockhart is far too lenient, approving whatever the students ask for. She strode into the restricted section, and returned shortly with a thick, moldy-looking book and handed it to Wade. Wade took the book but didn't leave right away. Instead, he asked, has Professor Lockhart approved any other restricted books for students? A young Slytherin borrowed magic mist evil. Madame Pants complained. He truly has no sense of discretion. That student, would it happen to be Draco Malfoy? Wade guessed. The fleeting expression on Madame Pants' face confirmed his guess. But she still sternly replied, don't pry, Mr. Gray. I won't divulge student information. Lately, stay clear of Slytherin, especially Draco Malfoy, Wade warned the group during an umbrella room meeting, giving Michael a pointed look. What's going on? Harry asked. He checked out Magic Mist Evil from the library, Wade explained. I suspect he's interested in learning some dangerous dark spells and may want to use them on someone. Speaking of, Hermione glanced at Harry and Neville. Malfoy hasn't been causing you any trouble lately, has he? No, Harry replied, puzzled. He joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, so I thought he'd be showing off for a while. Ryan added, Malfoy's been having a rough time lately. I once saw him near the dungeons arguing with some Slytherins, and he almost got shoved by Crabbe. Since the Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms were close, they frequently encountered Slytherin students. It's so strange, Harry said, confused. Hasn't Crabbe always been Malfoy's lackey? Padma hinted, maybe he doesn't want to be a lackey anymore. Michael raised an eyebrow smugly and was about to say something, but Wade shook his head at him. Forget about Slytherin, Wade said as he tapped his wand against his palm and asked the group, has everyone mastered the stunning spell? Of course, everyone nodded enthusiastically. Hermione asked excitedly, are we learning a new spell? Wade shook his head. In real combat, you don't need a lot of spells, you just need to be most familiar with the ones you know. Ideally, you should be able to cast them without thinking, without incantations, and even without a wand. Non-verbal and wandless magic. Theo muttered, that's really difficult. Which is why that's our future goal, Wade replied. For now, we need to focus on something simpler, drawing our wands in the shortest time possible, casting spells while dodging, and ensuring our aim is accurate. How will we train for that? Michael asked eagerly, will it be practical dueling like before? Wade shook his head. What we did before wasn't real practice, it was just standing around throwing spells. To truly master spellcasting, we're going to play a little game. He smiled in a way that seemed a bit mischievous. What game? Neville asked nervously as he swallowed hard. Wade grinned. Battle Royale. Hey, Wade. You're here. The Weasley twins patted the fence beside them and waved a greeting. Hagrid was nearby trimming the towering shrubs. Seeing them, he waved happily as well. Beside Hagrid was the pumpkin patch, where some of the pumpkins had grown to over 6 feet tall. Wow, they're huge. Neville exclaimed in amazement. Harry, who hadn't visited Hagrid in a while, was surprised by the big changes in the garden and asked, Hagrid, how did you get them to grow so tall? Is it an engorgement charm? Hermione asked Wade as she turned her head. Are we training here? Yes, this environment is great. Hiding behind the pumpkins to launch surprise attacks makes it harder to defend, doesn't it? Fred leaned on a smaller pumpkin and laughed. The ideal place would actually be the Forbidden Forest, but Hagrid won't let us in there, not even to the outer edges. George said with a sigh. For Wade, the best place would have been the Room of Requirement, which could simulate any environment. But with Peter Pettigrew still at Hogwarts, he didn't want to reveal that secret to Harry and the others. Wade tapped a nearby pumpkin leaf with his wand and turned it into a brass bell. He gave the bell a couple of taps, grabbing everyone's attention. All right, let's go over the rules. For this first round, we'll keep the rules simple. Everyone will split into 2 teams. Fred, Harry, and I are the black team, responsible for hunting. The rest of you are the white team. You can run, hide, or even fight back. Hagrid will be the referee. The game will last for 30 minutes. When the whistle blows, you'll have 1 minute to hide or prepare. After 1 minute, the black team will begin the hunt. If there's even one person from the white team left standing after 30 minutes, the black team loses. If no one from the white team survives, the black team wins. The rules are as follows: no dark curses, no use of magical items beyond wands, and anyone hit by a spell is considered dead. A corpse cannot provide any form of assistance to teammates. Any team breaking the rules will immediately be considered defeated. Is everything clear? Everyone nodded. Fred whistled, let's get started. I've been waiting for this. Hagrid had already moved a large stone nearby and climbed on top of it to get a good view of the entire field. All right, kids, are you ready? Ready. The young wizards, who had already split into 2 teams, raised their wands and shouted eagerly. Even Hermione and Padma couldn't help but join in with a cheer. Good. Hagrid grinned, put the whistle to his mouth, and blew hard. Fwee-oh-oh. A sharp, clear whistle sounded, and the white team members immediately darted in different directions, weaving between the pumpkins. They'd already formed their own strategies for hiding or counter-attacking in the few minutes they had before. Hagrid watched his stopwatch intently. After 1 minute, he blew the whistle once more. Black team, go. However, the 3 members of the black team didn't move out immediately. Wade and Harry quickly cast the shield charm on themselves. Fred exclaimed, "Wow, shield charm. I haven't learned that yet. Need a hand?" Wade offered and pointed his wand at Fred. "Thanks," Fred replied. After Wade cast the shield charm on him, Fred looked down at himself and asked, "This feels a bit different from the standard shield charm, doesn't it?" "Wade's shield charm lasts about 10 minutes, Harry explained. "The usual charm only holds up against 2 or 3 hits." "Got it." Fred nodded. He glanced at the tall pumpkin beside him and asked, "Are we allowed to climb on top of this?" Wade responded, "If there's no rule against it, go ahead." With that, Fred climbed up. "Want to come along?" Wade asked Harry. Harry shook his head. "We only have 30 minutes, so splitting up will speed things up. I don't want to lose." "All right, good luck." Without wasting time, Wade chose a direction and started walking, while Harry took another narrow path. The surroundings were very quiet. The tall pumpkins stood like small huts, and their leafy vines were crisscrossing the ground, almost like invisible traps woven into the undergrowth. And a faint scent of plants filled the air. Harry was determined to win, and so was Wade. Even though their opponents were fellow students, Wade was ready to give his best. Wade tapped his wand lightly on his head, and his body instantly blended with the surroundings, camouflaging like a chameleon among the pumpkins. He pointed his wand at his feet, and even the faint sound of his footsteps vanished. As he moved along the winding path, it took only a few minutes before he heard the sound of hurried breathing and caught a faint whiff of perfume. Padma was hiding behind a pumpkin, clutching her wand in her right hand and occasionally peeking around to see if anyone was approaching. She didn't notice the wand right in front of her until a sudden red light filled her vision. Bang! Her thin, invisible shield shattered like a soap bubble, and she was struck by the spell and collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, she thought angrily and in confusion, "Why couldn't I see anyone? Just half an hour. I only need to hold on for half an hour." Hermione muttered to herself as she quickly moved several pumpkins together to form a makeshift barrier. Then she pulled a few vines together, peering through a gap to keep watch. Whoever passed by would be met with a preemptive strike from her, giving her the upper hand. Petrificus Totalis. Full Body Bind Curse. As Hermione heard Fred muttering the spell, the Full Body Bind Curse came crashing down on her. She turned around in shock, and as she fell like a statue, she saw Fred crouching on top of a pumpkin and grinning widely. When the pumpkins are clustered this close, it's pretty obvious from above. Hermione. Petrificus Totalis. Another Full Body Bind Curse flew from the side, hitting Fred this time. George jumped out to look at his brother and was about to celebrate his victory when he, too, was hit by a spell. "Good thing I have the shield charm," Fred muttered and then plucked 2 leaves to place over George's surprised eyes. "You're officially a corpse now, bro," he said smugly and stood up to continue hunting. Stupefy. Stunning spell. 2 or 3 spells flew in from the side simultaneously, shattering his shield charm with a pop, and Fred collapsed next to his brother in the exact same position. With only his eyes able to move, George cheerfully blinked. "Sorry, we can't lift the spell on you just yet," Theo said apologetically, then immediately dashed off in another direction. He, Michael, Neville, and Ryan had initially split up but quickly regrouped. With fewer people on the black team and more on the white team, Wade must be underestimating our skills. Michael said sternly, "We've got to teach them a lesson so we can be on the black team next time." The other 3 nodded seriously. No matter how good friends they were normally, now they were opponents. Hearing the commotion from another direction, Harry realized he'd been searching the wrong way. He listened carefully, then crouched down and moved swiftly toward the other direction. As he rounded a pumpkin, he suddenly came face to face with Ryan. Ryan, who had been setting up a trap with Michael, paused before shouting loudly, "He's here." Harry didn't know he could react so quickly. Without conscious thought, his hands and feet moved on their own. Expelliarmus. Disarming Charm. Ryan's wand flew out of his hand. 2 spells streaked toward him, and as Harry dodged, he tripped on a vine but rolled with the fall, firing off spells even before getting up. Stupefy, Stupefy, Stupefy. Stunning spell. The lights from his spells shot out, one flying into the air, one hitting a pumpkin and bouncing back onto Theo, and the third striking Neville. "Flank him," Michael shouted, as he and Ryan closed in from both sides. "Oops." Harry shouted in his mind and hurriedly used the shield charm to block Ryan's spell, but right after that, he was tripped up by Michael's leg-locking curse. "He's down," Michael shouted and then he ran over, panting. He pointed his wand at Harry with his arm trembling slightly. Though only a brief moment had passed and they hadn't run far, Michael felt a strange heat rising through his body. His breathing grew rapid, and his heart raced. When Harry fell, his wand slipped from his hand, leaving him unable to resist. Victory was clearly within Michael's grasp. However, Harry, lying on the ground, didn't look dejected. Instead, he stared beside Michael in surprise. "Beside me? Why isn't Ryan saying anything?" In an instant, a thought flashed through Michael's mind, and he shouted, "Stop." Suddenly, a spell hit Michael in the back, causing him to fall to the ground like a statue. Next to him was Ryan, laying rigid as if he were a wooden post. "Fuioo." Hagrid blew his whistle, and his booming voice, like low thunder, called out from a distance. The white team has been wiped out. Black team wins. Michael blinked hard and saw someone suddenly emerge beside the pumpkin. It was Wade, who seemed to have squeezed out from the air itself. He smiled at Michael and then lifted all the spells cast on them. Awesome, Wade. Harry jumped up and exclaimed happily, I thought we were done for sure. Michael shrieked in disbelief, disillusionment charm. Just learned it, Wade replied. No, that's not what I was asking. Michael mumbled as his eyes glazed over. Ryan stared silently at Wade, his gaze was accusatory as if to say, isn't this just overkill? Theo pulled Neville up, and the two of them brushed the dirt off their clothes and accepted their defeat rather calmly. Then, they went to help gather the others. Disillusionment charm. Padma, now released from the spell, said in shock. Isn't that the spell that works like an invisibility cloak? Wade explained, the disillusionment charm isn't an external physical object. Besides, you can't expect to have no invisible enemies, right? But we still haven't even mastered the stunning spell, Padma said, feeling a bit wronged. She couldn't shake the feeling that her team had been unfairly outmatched. George sighed, while Fred grinned at him with a playful wink. But we had more people and the advantage of hiding a full minute earlier, Michael said while sitting on the ground in frustration. After they gathered, he had started to understand why they'd been divided this way. The black and white teams were meant to be balanced, but they had unequal numbers, unequal prep time, and an early start, which allowed for ambushes and traps. Clearly, in Wade's view, the 3 members of the black team were stronger than the 7 on the white team combined. Fred and George were more or less even, but Wade and Harry were stronger than the other 6 on his side. Wade's strength was no surprise to Michael, he'd prepared himself for that. But Harry had joined the SSC later than everyone else. Though he'd learned spells quickly, Michael considered his academic skills rather average. Yet, in real combat, surrounded by enemies, Harry had managed to take down 2 of them in quick succession. Checking the time, they realized that only half of the allotted 30 minutes had passed. The 7 members of the white team gathered together to discuss their tactics. We shouldn't have thought to hide right at the start, Hermione said, frustrated. When Padma and I split off from you all, they found us and defeated us so easily. Padma nodded in agreement beside her. With our numbers, we should have used our advantage, Hermione continued. We should also get to know the terrain, Michael suggested. Ideally, we should all run through it and get familiar with the surroundings. Watching the members of the white team split off and start running in all directions, Harry asked in confusion, what are they doing? Trying to find a good spot for an ambush. Fred guessed, then asked Wade, looks like they've got a new plan. Shouldn't we scout the terrain too? It won't help. Wade pointed to the tall Hagrid, who was moving a massive pumpkin to a different spot. See that? Wade said. After each round, Hagrid changes the positions of the pumpkins. He'll even let his chickens and pigs into the pumpkin patch to add to the chaos. How should we play the next round? Same strategy as this time? Harry asked eagerly. That won't work, Fred said. If they move as a group of 7, splitting up would just make it easier for us to get surrounded. The 2 of them quietly discussed a rough strategy, constantly tweaking their plans. Wade didn't intervene much, he was also silently absorbing everyone's tactics, observing their growth. The second round of the battle began soon. This time, the white team lost even faster. They managed to take down Harry and Fred, sacrificing only George from their side. But then Wade used transfiguration on the vines all around, turning them into dozens of snakes that attacked the white team. The young wizards screamed in terror, their formation was thrown into complete disarray, and they were soon all frozen by full-body bind curse. Third round. Wade, your magic level is totally unfair. There's no way to win like this. Michael began to protest, hinting to Padma to pretend to cry in a bid for some moral sympathy. Wade rolled his eyes and asked, how about this Harry and Fred join your team? How does that sound? Perfect. Michael agreed without hesitation, and Padma instantly stopped crying. Fred looked a bit disappointed, but Harry thought it was a great idea. He was curious to see what it felt like to go up against Wade. The 9 of them put their heads together and discussed tactics for a full 20 minutes. The Weasley twins even imitated their Quidditch captain, Wood, drawing complex strategy diagrams with triangles and lines. Wade and Hagrid sat on a pumpkin nearby, drinking tea while waiting for them to be ready. Think you can handle 9 to 1? Hagrid asked, a bit concerned. Wade poked at a tiny ant crawling up the pumpkin with a mischievous smile. They think I'm the one at a disadvantage, but what if it's actually the other way around? The game began, and the 9 players took on various roles. Some stood watch, some hid in ambush, others set traps, and one even disguised themselves as a pumpkin for a sneak attack. Wade yawned lazily, not even bothering to get off the pumpkin. The engorgement charm worked wonders. The entire team ran, yelling, chased by a swarm of enlarged ants and spiders. They couldn't even get close to Wade. Escaping without tears was a victory in itself. Hagrid laughed so hard he toppled off his high stool. Forbidden? Forbidden. After the round ended, even Hermione was shouting, Wade, you're banned from using the engorgement charm again. Wade shrugged. Why don't you use it too? Hermione glared at him with a blank expression. It isn't that we don't want to use it. Whenever we tried to enlarge the ants, the creatures immediately turned on us. The vegetable patch was in an uproar, filled with screams and laughter that had already drawn a crowd of onlookers. Many students had come to watch, peering through the fence to see what was happening inside. In the 4th round, Wade, who was now banned from using the engorgement charm, finally displayed his full skill set. He combined the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm for stealth attacks. The supersensory charm enhanced his perception. Bird conjuring charm for disrupting traps. The doubling charm multiplied pumpkins and vines, causing everyone who thought they'd memorized the terrain to stumble and fall. A sliding spell sent Fred, who was ready for a sneak attack, sliding uncontrollably, and he ended up crashing into a pumpkin. The levitation charm knocked Neville off balance. The full body bind curse immobilized Theo, who was hiding in the vines, rendering him completely helpless. The knockback jinx made Harry spin through the air in 2.5 loops. When he landed, he was so disoriented that he was quickly petrified by a full body bind curse. Wade expertly wielded spells like the trip jinx, stunning spell, and disarming charm as well. He also kept the super shield charm active, which deflected any spells that managed to hit him. When the last opponent fell and Wade stood completely unscathed, everyone finally understood the gap in their skill levels. Wade alone knew more spells than all of them combined. Most of them needed to stand still and carefully aim to cast a spell. If they tried casting while moving, the success rate was less than 50%, and hitting the target was a matter of luck. Through this skirmish, Wade realized even more deeply the immense value of Professor Flitwick's notes and teachings. In casual duels, everyone's skill levels seemed about the same. Wade's spells might have been a bit more powerful, with brighter beams. But in actual combat, where others might only land one effective spell out of 10, Wade's spells hit their mark at least 7 times out of 10. With the added advantage of knowing the terrain, he made a 1 against 9 battle look easy. But Wade wasn't entirely satisfied. Because, in truth, he had been hit multiple times, and during one intense moment of him being surrounded, his shield charm had nearly been broken. Everyone was exhausted. They sat on the ground and reflected on the game. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the fence. "Hey, Fred, what are you all doing? Count me in, will you?" Fred turned around. It was Lee Jordan, their dorm mate and friend. When they looked again, everyone was startled. A large crowd of students had gathered outside the fence, and some were pressing their faces against it with eager eyes filled with excitement. Yeah, let us join too. It looks like so much fun. Fred, George, come on, for the sake of all the times we copied homework together, don't leave me out. If students could sit through every Quidditch match, even when they couldn't see all the action, there was no way they'd resist a competitive game like this. Although Fred was keen on including Lee Jordan, he didn't immediately say yes. Instead, he looked over at Wade. Wade didn't mind more people joining. The more, the better it would challenge his magical abilities even further. After estimating the size of the field, he asked, "Have them line up. Hagrid, could you keep order? No more than 50 at a time." "Absolutely." Hagrid agreed enthusiastically. He loved this game. If it weren't too awkward to join in, he'd have jumped in himself. Wade then asked the others, "This time, you won't ban me from using the engorgement charm again, right?" Everyone's faces went pale, but then they remembered that the pain would be spread across more people. With that, they started looking forward to it. "What game is this, anyway?" Lee Jordan asked excitedly as he stepped in. The group exchanged glances, then answered in unison, "Battle Royale." Wade versus the entire group. Their screams pierced the sky. Filch scoured the school rules but couldn't find an applicable section, so he stormed off to find Dumbledore. "Headmaster, this is a serious violation. They should all be put in detention," Filch said angrily. "Calm down, Mr. Filch," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Look at the children, so full of energy. I wonder if they'd let me join in." Albus. Professor McGonagall frowned. "The students could get hurt." Dumbledore popped a piece of honey toffee into his mouth and replied vaguely, "Madame Pomfrey has already prepared potions and bandages. Besides, the children actually have more restraint than we give them credit for. Care for a candy, Minerva?" "Well, all right, thank you." Professor McGonagall accepted it reluctantly, noting it wasn't one of the cockroach clusters she'd feared. "But I still hope you'll set some rules to ban these harmful." "Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "Have you ever seen young lions?" Professor McGonagall paused. "Of course." Dumbledore smiled. "Then you'll know that young animals always learn survival skills through play, whether it's hunting, evading, or socializing. Our children are no different. If they don't learn to use their wands through play, life will teach them another way. I only regret one thing now, that I didn't think of this game sooner." McGonagall said no more. She turned briskly and headed off to check with Madame Pomfrey to make sure the infirmary was well stocked with supplies. The white-bearded headmaster squinted slightly and cast a spell to watch the scene in the vegetable patch from afar. He saw Harry skillfully fend off several large cockroaches and rescue a frightened first-year girl. He saw Hufflepuff's Theo jump onto the back of a mantis, joining forces with Ravenclaw's Michael to bring it down. He saw Slytherin's Zabinai and Gryffindor's Ron fighting off an onslaught of spiders together. He saw Pansy screaming as she clung tightly to Hermione's hand. Hermione, shouting, fended off a dung beetle and dragged Pansy toward a pumpkin. He also saw Ravenclaws displaying courage, Hufflepuffs showing wisdom, Slytherins demonstrating friendship, and Gryffindors embodying resilience. As they faced down the terrifying insects together, the usual conflicts between students seemed to melt away. They helped one another, and some even willingly sacrificed themselves to protect others. "How wonderful," Dumbledore murmured and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "Snape, who was standing nearby with a scowl, kept a mental list of every Slytherin student who wasn't performing well. Even in a game, he couldn't bear to see his students looking incompetent. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, mostly watched Wade. Yes, very good use of that spell. Slightly off with the timing, but fortunately, the opponent didn't notice. Careful, someone's hiding under that beetle's belly, ready to ambush. Excellent. He blocked it. Flitwick jumped up and down, clapping with excitement, much to Snape's irritation. The one who failed the ambush was none other than Slytherin's Crabbe. He was brave enough to hide under a beetle's belly, but his spell was as weak as a few drops of water. Lockhart, meanwhile, felt inspired. If I could win in a game like this, I'd be the center of attention, and every student would admire me. After watching a bit longer, he changed his mind. No, still too risky, it might damage my image. Maybe starting a dueling club would be a better idea, something popular and safe. Muttering to himself, Lockhart hurried back to his office to draft the perfect plan. In the past, young wizards would avoid Hagrid's vegetable patch, but now it has become one of the most popular spots on campus, commonly referred to as the game field by the students. Hagrid's daily joy now came from acting as the referee for the Battle Royale game. Sitting on his high stool, he got to witness scenes that left him in fits of laughter almost every round. The school professors also frequented the field, partly to enjoy the excitement and partly to ensure students didn't sustain serious injuries. When Wade wasn't around, the professors would take over and cast engorgement charms and confuse charms to send giant bugs chasing after the students. However, for students who couldn't handle the insects, a new game mode quickly developed. Students would randomly draw lots to split into black and white teams, then engage in a battle. This way, groups of just 2 or 3 or even 30 to 40 could join in and enjoy the game. Dumbledore even added a little magic of his own to the game field. After grouping, each student's robes would automatically change to either white or black. He even wanted to join in himself but was unanimously, albeit politely, turned down by the students. Although the professors explicitly stated that harmful curses were prohibited in the field, there were always some students who sneaked a forbidden spell or two and promptly found themselves penalized with points deducted and detention. But unlike typical punishments like copying lines or handling potion ingredients, violations in the game field were met with the most dreaded tasks. For instance, cleaning the bathrooms, or mixing fertilizer without a wand. And the worst punishment being banned from the game field, anywhere from 3 days up to an entire term. Some students didn't mind doing the dirty, grueling tasks, but being barred from the school's most popular activity was unthinkable. After a few rule breakers received these strict punishments, everyone finally understood where to draw the line. Even so, almost every day, a few students ended up in the hospital wing, most often for head injuries or broken bones from falling off pumpkins. For wizards, as long as the injury didn't involve dark magic, most fractures could be mended in a matter of minutes, no more troublesome than a common cold. However, Madame Pomfrey found herself busier than ever, with more students arriving in a single day than previously seen in a whole week. She submitted requests to close the game field 3 times daily to the headmaster. Dumbledore, smiling cheerfully, declined her every time. Wade, who had started the game, hadn't dared show up in front of Madame Pomfrey for quite some time. When he finally returned to the game field, he found that it had changed dramatically. First, only about half of the giant pumpkins remained in the field. They had been hollowed out and could now fit 2 or 3 people, looking like tiny houses. The other half had been picked and were stacked behind Hagrid's hut. These are for Halloween, Hagrid explained to Wade. If the kids destroy them too much, we won't be able to carve them into the proper shapes. As he spoke, he took a huge knife and cut out the damaged parts of a pumpkin. He then scooped out the insides, leaving the hollow pumpkins like giant lanterns. To fill the empty spaces left by the removed pumpkins, Professor McGonagall had moved statues and suits of armor from the castle into the game field. These would occasionally wander around and sometimes stick out a foot to trip passing students. Michael, who had tripped and fallen face first because of one, spat out a mouthful of dirt, then pondered for a long moment before asking, Wade, do you think they're playing pranks on us by themselves, or is Professor McGonagall making them do it? Impossible. Hermione immediately defended her head of house. Professor McGonagall would never do that. Well, you never know, Wade said. Think about it, what's Professor McGonagall's animagus form? Harry answered, a cat. Ryan thought for a moment and then said seriously, we have a cat at home, and it loves to push things off tables. The group exchanged looks and pictured McGonagall's stern face. And then they immediately fell silent and each of them decided to keep this thought to themselves. The next day, during Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall noticed Harry grinning foolishly and asked sternly, Mr. Potter, do you have any questions about today's lesson? Harry scrambled to his feet, stammering, no, Professor. Professor McGonagall stared at him intently, like a large feline eyeing its prey. I actually wanted to ask. Harry's mind raced as he stammered, Animagi, how do you train in that magic? It's far too early for you to be thinking about that, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall replied, not entirely pleased. Hermione bravely raised her hand. But we all want to know, Professor, this magic must be really difficult, right? I heard only 7 people in the 20th century managed to do it, and you were one of them. The students looked at Professor McGonagall with curiosity and admiration. The witch cleared her throat. All right, since you're all so interested, I'll give you a brief explanation. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down at the professor's gesture and gave Hermione a grateful glance. An animagus is a wizard who can transform into an animal. However, you can't just choose any animal, nor can you transform into magical creatures. Professor McGonagall explained, the animal you transform into is usually connected to the wizard's personality and body weight. If the transformation isn't practiced carefully, one might end up unable to return to human form, which makes it a very dangerous branch of transfiguration. So it really is connected to personality. Several students all thought this in unison, feeling as if they were seeing their head of house in a new light. Following Professor McGonagall's addition to the game field, Professor Sprout contributed a few things as well. These included pea pods that could shoot beans, waist-high baby whomping willows, juvenile devil's snare, and beautiful but mildly hallucinogenic mushrooms that looked innocent yet posed mild challenges. The magical plant's harm was limited to a safe degree, but they always managed to give the students a bit of a hard time. Additionally, under the headmaster's suggestion, the house elves brought in old tables, chairs, storage shelves, broken stone statues, and more, arranging the game field to resemble a maze. As a result, the field's area expanded to more than twice its original size. Soon afterward, a notice appeared on the bulletin board in the entrance hall. A dueling club. Michael asked with interest. Will Professor Flitwick be leading it? He was a dueling champion in his younger days. If I could learn a few tricks from Professor Flitwick, perhaps I will have a shot at defeating Wade? I hope so, Wade replied. But I haven't heard the professor mention anything about it. He had just been to Professor Flitwick's office yesterday with some questions. If the professor had been planning this, he would have likely dropped a hint, wouldn't he? In the original storyline, this club was started by Lockhart. Wade wondered if Professor Flitwick, having seen the game field, might be inspired to teach the students some of his own dueling expertise. However, as it turned out, he wasn't. After dinner, the familiar, beaming Gilderoy Lockhart appeared in the Great Hall, and Professor Snape stood nearby, enveloped in shadows. The long tables in the hall had disappeared, replaced by a stage about half a person high. Lockhart opened his arms on the stage and said loudly, "Welcome, children. I'm delighted to see almost all the students here. Your enthusiasm for learning truly moves me." Michael murmured in disappointment, "If he's so moved, can we have Professor Flitwick back?" After a month, almost everyone, except for a few girls wearing fangirl filters, could clearly see what kind of professor he was. Rather than a defense against the dark arts professor, he was more like a drama teacher. Lockhart was keen on having students perform scenes from his books during every class, spending at least 30 minutes boasting about his bravery and greatness. However, when it came to professional knowledge, he would stammer and change the subject. Michael was also called up to perform as a werewolf and a yeti, which he considered a lifelong shame. I suddenly remember that Lockhart seems to have never made you perform one of his scripts. Michael asked Wade. How did you manage that? Ignore spell, Wade whispered. If you want to learn it, I can teach you next time. Don't wait until next time, let's go to the umbrella room now. We won't learn anything useful from Lockhart anyway. Hold on a second. Wade tilted his chin and gestured toward Snape. Professor Snape is here too, he wouldn't just show up for no reason. As he spoke, Lockhart on stage also pointed at the black-robed wizard. Professor Snape is our assistant. He has graciously agreed to help me with a little demonstration before class. Don't worry, I'll return your potions professor to you in one piece, he said with a triumphant grin while Snape glared at his back. The students instantly grew excited. Wow. Michael, who had intended to leave, quickly turned back, reveling in Lockhart's predicament. I'm starting to admire this professor, he really has guts, doesn't he? Neville covered his mouth in horror. How dare he? He probably thinks Professor Snape is just a weak technician, right? Wade speculated on Lockhart's thoughts. Snape always wore loose robes and moved like a bat with its wings spread, but he was actually quite thin. Ignoring his terrifying expression, he did give off a frail vibe. But magical ability doesn't depend on muscle. The two professors demonstrated the process of dueling on stage. They faced each other, bowed, Snape only nodded slightly, and raised their wands. Lockhart continued to prattle on, "Pay attention to my etiquette, children. You were too rude in the battle royal game. A true wizard duel is very elegant and swift. We will count to 3, and then in just an instant, your potions professor will lose his wand. 1, 2, 3. With a loud bang, Lockhart flew off the stage, crashed into the wall, and then slid to the ground and his wand flew out of his hand. The Slytherin students cheered, and Wade and Michael also clapped along. Let's go, there's nothing else worth seeing now. As Lockhart groggily got back up, Wade glanced over at Harry not far away and said to Michael. Currently, there hadn't been any incidents of Slytherin heirs attacking students at school, and even if Harry accidentally revealed his Parseltongue ability, he wouldn't be seen as the school's public enemy. Of course, after all his training, Harry would never just think of using Parseltongue to fend off a snake. The two squeezed through the crowded hall and encountered Theo and Ryan along the way, who joined them. Don't listen to Lockhart's nonsense, Wade told his friends. In a real fight, no one is going to bow at you like that. If you can sneak attack, do it, if not, dodge and protect yourself. Only when the strength disparity is extreme is there any room for elegance and style. Theo unexpectedly recalled the scene when Wade defeated the werewolf and the dark wizard. Before those two fell, Wade hadn't revealed his intentions at all. It was the same during the Battle Royal game. From the very beginning, Wade never stood there like them, foolishly facing off and throwing spells at each other. And he always won. Theo pondered this thoughtfully. The Umbrella Room activities still ended just before curfew. Michael and the others returned to their common room, while Wade headed to the Room of Requirement. He first entered the Room of Hidden Things and found that it was indeed much emptier. The tables and cabinets in the game field likely came from here. Then he switched to the potion brewing room, where several cauldrons bubbled away with potions, each emitting small bubbles. The potions they learned in class could generally be completed within a single lesson, some even taking just 10 minutes. However, advanced potions often require a long time to brew. For example, a Truth Serum, Veritas Serum, takes about a month, a Complex Potion also takes about a month, and a Felix Felicis, Liquid Luck, potion requires 6 months. Fortunately, except for the necessary stages, the cauldrons don't need constant supervision, as magic keeps the flames burning steadily and continuously. After checking on his potions, Wade noticed that it was already quite late. He used a summoning charm to call his broom, flew through the corridor's window, and landed directly on the rooftop of the Ravenclaw Tower. The eagle-shaped door knocker gently asked, "What is too much for one, enough for two, nothing for three?" "A secret," Wade replied. When the common room door opened and he stepped inside, he was surprised to find that there was still someone in the common room. A girl was curled up on the sofa in front of the fireplace, sound asleep in her pajamas. She had originally been covered with a blanket, but it had slipped off halfway, exposing her calves and bare feet. Wade waved his wand, and the blanket floated back up to cover the girl. The process was light and silent, but the girl was startled awake. A golden brown head stirred beneath the covers, and then she looked up at him in confusion. The girl had pale skin, very light eyebrows, and rare silver eyes that bulged out, as if she was quite surprised. Wade's footsteps, which were meant to take him back to his room, came to a halt. Wade usually doesn't pay special attention to the names above people's heads, as it gives him a sense of disconnection, as if he's in a game world. Because of this, he's gotten used to treating names as just part of their hair and ignoring them. However, at this moment, he still took a look at the name above the girl's head. Luna Lovegood. It really is her. This girl didn't look quite like the ethereally beautiful character in the movie. Her appearance wasn't particularly striking, but her unique aura was very noticeable. Luna, who was wrapped in a blanket, sat up in a daze and looked at Wade without saying a word. Wade walked over and asked, "You're a first-year student, right? Why aren't you sleeping in the dorm at this late hour?" The blonde girl looked at Wade with her slightly bulging eyes, not blinking for a while, giving off a very odd feeling. After a moment, she slowly said, "I lost my book. I came to look for it but couldn't find it, and the dorm door is locked. Did you knock? Or did your roommates not let you in?" Wade asked with a frown. "What does it matter?" Luna lay back down and pulled the blanket up just under her eyes. She said in a very Buddhist way, "The door will open in the morning anyway." With her so calm, if Wade were to get involved, it would seem like he was meddling in other people's business. He asked again, "What's your name, and which book did you lose?" The little girl looked at him through the darkness and asked, "Are you going to help me look for it? If it's not too much trouble." She thought for a moment before saying, "My name is Luna Lovegood. Some people call me Loony. I can't find my history of magic." Wade waved his wand and said clearly, "Oxio Luna's History of Magic book. Summoning charm." Suddenly, a book flew out from the gap in the sofa and landed right in Wade's hand. He placed it beside the little girl. "Wow." Luna let out a soft gasp of surprise and, after a few seconds of silence, as if she had just remembered, said, "Thank you. If you ever need help, you can come to me. I'm Wade Gray, a second-year student." With that, Wade picked up his bag and headed back to the dormitory. Even though Luna was sleeping alone in the common room that night, Wade wasn't worried about her safety. The house elves who cleaned the castle typically worked in the common room at night, and the portraits on the walls and the ghosts floating around were hardly just decorations. The next morning, when Wade got up, Luna was already gone from the sofa. The heavy rain had poured down all night and hadn't let up by morning. Raindrops pattered against the windows with streams of water running down the glass. The game field was flooded a foot deep, and even the animals Hagrid cared for were huddled in their sheds. Since the students couldn't play the Battle Royal game outside, many were crowded by the windows and were gazing at the sky longingly, hoping the rain would stop soon. But the rain continued for several days in a row. "I wish I knew a weather charm," Michael, an avid gamer, said in frustration. "Then I could stop the rain whenever I wanted." When the weekend finally came, they were still stuck in the castle because of the rain, a tough blow for the game-obsessed young wizards. While Michael was still making wishes, Harry and Hermione had already gone to the library to look up books on weather charms. During these days, Wade's Veritas Serum potion was finally ready. The clear, transparent liquid sat in a crystal vial and it looked just like water. He took out the Marauder's map and checked Peter Pettigrew's location once again. As usual, the rat was in Ron's dormitory. Sometimes, he'd venture out for a stroll, wandering through different parts of the castle. The first time Wade couldn't spot him on the map, he worried for a moment, thinking Peter might be up to something serious. He later realized that Peter was merely bored of being cooped up in the dormitory and wanted to roam around outside. Even as a rat, Peter always avoided crowds, and also dodged students' pet cats and owls, and sneaked around during his little walks. Recently, with Ron going off to play the Battle Royale game, Peter had been sticking close to him. It was rumored that once, he'd even scratched one of Ron's opponents to help him out. At dinner, Ron boasted proudly at the long table about his rat, calling it a hero. Wade had once considered trying to trade Ron something valuable, like a new wand or galleons, in exchange for the rat. However, after weighing his options, he gave up on the idea. Ron's current wand wasn't broken, though the unicorn hair was showing, it still worked reasonably well. Ron certainly lacked money, but that didn't mean he'd be willing to sell his pet rat. He was someone with many flaws but also deeply loyal and sentimental. Perhaps he considered the rat as part of his family and wouldn't let it go easily. Trying to trade might only alert Peter Pettigrew, putting him on guard. If that guy escaped the school and hid in a Muggle city or remote area, Wade wouldn't know how to track him down. Capturing Peter Pettigrew had to be foolproof. Possibly due to the rain, students had been cooped up in dorms and common rooms, and Peter Pettigrew hadn't snuck out in days. Wade put away the map and Veritaserum, took out his book of friends, and sent messages to several people, coordinating the next steps before finally leaving the room of requirement. The corridor was empty. He made his way down to the 5th floor, where he found the Weasley twins, whom he'd arranged to meet earlier. Seeing him approach, the twins immediately covered their ears with both hands and shouted, "Look, Wade." They covered their ears for a moment, then released them, sending a huge puff of white smoke floating up toward the ceiling. George added a creative touch, making uneven smoke rings, which floated up like bubbles in water. Even with the rain, the Gryffindor Quidditch team hadn't stopped training. To avoid catching colds, they drank a small amount of pepper-up potion after each session, though the side effect was that smoke would puff out of their ears for a while afterward. Harry was embarrassed by it, especially after Colin Creevey snapped some photos where he looked like a steaming locomotive. But the twins were thoroughly enjoying it, and even developed new smoke ring tricks. "Look, we can do this too." Fred covered his ears again, then released a big cloud of smoke and blew into it, turning it into a hollow ring. George waved his wand and created a bubble around the smoke ring, balancing it on top of his head. "Do I look like a crowned pope?" "Yes, exactly, ha ha ha." Fred doubled over in laughter. Wade couldn't help but smile, infected by their cheerful energy. After a bit of fun, Wade asked, "Fred, George, have you two checked Ron's dorm on the Marauders map?" Fred looked puzzled for a moment. "Why would we be looking at Ron's dormitory? Mum didn't tell us to tuck him in at night." "Do you know who Peter Pettigrew is?" Wade asked again. George thought for a moment and then asked, "Who's that?" "Follow me," Wade said. They moved to an empty classroom, where Wade spread out the Marauders map. "You can take a look for yourselves." The twins exchanged a glance, and George tapped the parchment with his wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The map's contents unfolded layer by layer, and the Weasley's twins focused directly on the Gryffindor common room and carefully studied the tiny letters. This was a section they normally wouldn't have paid much attention to. Before long, they found their younger siblings Ron and Ginny were both in the common room, along with a few other familiar names. Then they looked at the dormitory. Neville Longbottom was in the dorm, as was Peter Pettigrew. Fred frowned and asked, "Who's this guy? Why is he in Ron's dorm?" "He's not just in Ron's dorm," Wade added. "At night, their two dots are very close together. I believe he's actually on Ron's bed." The twins' eyes widened as they stared at each other, and they were speechless for a long moment. "Peter Pettigrew, that sounds like a man's name," George said with a pale face. "Haha, did little Ronnie get himself a boyfriend?" Fred said weakly. The two brothers looked at each other, and they were almost unable to make their usual jokes. Of course, they didn't really believe that their little brother had a boyfriend no one knew about, who had been sleeping in the same bed with him every night, completely unnoticed. But if they dismissed that absurd possibility, then the truth was even more terrifying. "Let's go see for ourselves." Fred made a quick decision. He glanced at the map again, took a deep breath, and headed towards the Gryffindor Tower. "Wait." Wade called them back and handed over a vial. "Draft of living death. We don't know what that guy's capabilities are, so it's best to be cautious." George took the vial, gripped it tightly, and nodded silently. The common rooms of each house did not welcome students from other houses. Wade waited near the entrance to the Gryffindor common room and monitored the situation on the Marauders map. Unlike the Ravenclaw knocker that required a question to be answered, Gryffindor's entrance was guarded by a portrait of the fat lady. She was quite tipsy, and, hearing Fred say the password, she swung open to let the two inside. The common room was bustling with students. Lee Jordan greeted the Weasley twins warmly, but noticed they only waved at him briefly and looked unusually preoccupied. "What's with them?" Lee Jordan asked a friend nearby. "Maybe they've caught a cold," a fellow student replied casually. "Look, their ears are still smoking." Ron was deeply engrossed in a game of wizard chess with his roommate Dean, oblivious to anyone entering the room. As they climbed the stairs and found themselves alone, Fred whispered, "George, I feel like I've heard the name Peter Pettigrew somewhere before. Do you remember where?" George frowned, thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Nope, doesn't ring any bells. Maybe it was a long time ago. I'm sure I've heard someone mention it," Fred said, looking grim. "We'll ask him once we catch him," George replied. They found Ron's dorm, and luckily, the door was unlocked. A gentle push, and it opened. Neville was sitting on the carpet, polishing his wand. He looked up when he heard the door open and was stunned. Did I go into the wrong dorm? He asked as he looked around in confusion. No, everything looked right. My bed, my dorm. Want to play a game of Battle Royale this afternoon, Neville? Fred said casually as he scanned the room. Invite Ron. Are any of your other dorm mates around? They're probably in the common room? Harry went to the library, I think. Neville scratched his head, belatedly asking, did the rain stop? It'll clear up this afternoon, George said absently. Noticing that the twins weren't even glancing his way, but were instead closing in on Ron's bed from both sides, Neville added, Ron's not here. Oh, no worries. We'll bring along his hero rat. Ron needs him, right? Fred, speaking absent-mindedly, lifted Ron's tangled-up blanket. A dirty sock fell to the floor. Curled up in a small nest made from an old towel at the head of the bed was a scruffy gray rat, sleeping. But as George reached out to grab it, the rat bolted. It stood on the bedpost and stared at them with beady black eyes. Fred quickly scanned the bed, and besides this rat, there was no other creature, not even a stray insect. A chill ran through him. Come on, Scabbers. We're taking you to the game field to help Ron restore his honor, Fred said in an overly cheerful tone. George quietly uncorked the vial of draught of living death behind his back. The rat, Scabbers, sat dumbly on the bedpost, as if it didn't understand a word they were saying. Fred suddenly pointed his wand at it. Petrificus totalis. Full body bind curse. Bang! The spell struck the wall as Scabbers leapt out of the way just in time. George quickly threw the draught of living death, but he was a moment too late. The crystal vial shattered with a crack, and Neville, who was about to say something, caught a whiff of a strange smell. Grab it! George yelled. The rat shot out the door like lightning. Neville, feeling dizzy, shook his head. By the time he came to his senses, the room was empty. The Weasley twins pounded down the stairs, spells flying as they ran. But the small rat was much more agile than they were, dodging each spell as it bolted directly into the common room. Everyone stared at the Weasley twins in shock. Crack! A spell hit a vase on the cabinet by the wall, shattering it. Fred, George, you're breaking school rules. Percy yelled angrily. No spell casting in the common room? I'm docking points. Enough, just catch that rat. Fred shouted. A rat. Ron, seeing that his pet Scabbers was the one being chased by his brothers, asked in surprise, what's wrong with Scabbers? Even if he chewed up some of your things, he's just a rat. He reached out to block his brothers, and just as someone opened the common room door, Scabbers shot through the opening with a squeak and escaped. Wait, stop right there. The Weasley siblings who had turned the common room upside down bolted out the door, only to fall straight into a muddy pit. Wade poured the draught of living death into the unconscious rat's mouth and placed it in a glass jar sealed with an unbreakable charm. Watching the muddy, disheveled group, he sighed deeply. Harry, who had just opened the common room door with the password, asked in confusion, what happened here? Before receiving Wade's message, Harry had been in the library with Hermione, studying weather charms. It was an extremely difficult spell, and after just a few minutes, Harry's head was already spinning. However, Hermione continued studying intently, leaving Harry no choice but to force himself to keep reading the complicated text. He found that every time he finished reading a couple of sentences, the information would quickly fade from his mind, forcing him to go back and read it all over again. Over half an hour passed, and Hermione had filled several pages with notes, while Harry was still on his first page. Wade's message felt like a lifesaver. Eagerly, Harry jumped to his feet, packed his things, and hurried off. Hermione was a step behind. She hastily returned the books before she rushed to catch up with him. When they arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, they found Wade leaning against the wall and staring intently at a folded piece of parchment, focused on something unknown. Wade, you said there was something important? Harry asked. Yeah, just a second. Wade gestured for him to stay quiet and continued watching the parchment for a moment. Suddenly, he pointed his wand forward, and a large, sticky mud pit appeared in the middle of the hallway. You little rascal, what do you think you're doing? Get rid of that, immediately, the fat lady shrieked. Wade, what are you doing? Hermione covered her face and exclaimed, Professor McGonagall is definitely going to take points off for this. Don't worry, I'll remove it in a moment, Wade replied. Harry, go ahead and say the password. Harry was baffled. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to trust his friend. After all, even if someone stepped into the mud, a quick cleaning charm could fix it. Is Wade planning some kind of prank? Harry couldn't help but wonder, noting that Wade was taking this prank awfully seriously. With a jumble of thoughts in his head, Harry stood beside the mud pit and spoke to the fat lady, Fire Salamander. Make him get rid of that mess? Get rid of it, the fat lady continued to shriek. I've given the password, fat lady, you need to open the door, Harry said in a firm tone. The portrait finally opened, and the fat lady tried to shrink to the edge of the painting, as if terrified that the mud might touch her. The next moment, a blurred shadow shot out from the door and fell straight into the mud pit. It squealed with high-pitched squeak sounds as it struggled in the muck. Scabbers! Harry exclaimed in surprise. He was about to pull Ron's rat out of the mud when the person next to him rapidly cast a series of spells. Petrificus totalis, Stupefy, Incarcerus, Full Body Bind Curse, Stunning Spell, Incarcerus Spell. The rat, struck by the spells one after another, lay unconscious and was now bound tightly with ropes. Wade used a levitation charm to lift it out of the mud just as several others burst out from the common room behind him: Fred, George, Percy, and Ron. Hermione's eyes widened, and she was unable to figure out how so many people had scrambled out of the door in such a short time. Ron, who was the last to come out, tripped over Percy and then crashed into Fred, finally rolled into the mud pit and shouted angrily, "Damn it! What on earth is going on? Where did this mud pit come from?" Percy shouted furiously, "I'm giving you all detention." "He escaped? Wade-o, you caught him." Fred's voice was filled with delight. "Really?" George tried to lift his head from under his brother's elbow and called out, "Be careful, he's as slippery as Peeves." Ginny, who had remained in the common room doorway, had luckily avoided the mud pit. She leaned over the entrance and laughed at the misfortune of her brothers. "What's going on?" Harry asked, utterly confused. Noticing him, Ginny let out a small shriek and quickly ducked back into the common room, disappearing from sight. Wade had already taken care of the rat. He slipped the jar with the captured rat into his bag, then glanced down at the tangled and mud-covered Weasleys, all stuck together and unable to get up. With a deep sigh, he muttered to himself, "All right, this is Gryffindor." He cleared the mud pit with a vanishing spell and then used a cleaning charm to remove the mud from the Weasleys, who finally managed to disentangle themselves and stand up. Percy, who straightened his robes with a scowl, was practically steaming with anger. He glared icily at everyone involved and said, "You'd better have a good explanation for this." "Never mind that now. Where's Scabbers? What did you do with him?" Ron demanded. Harry and Hermione exchanged confused glances, clearly baffled by the situation. Fred and George, however, locked eyes with Wade. "Are you sure it's him?" "Yes," Wade confirmed. Wade nodded and then said to the others, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the umbrella room to explain." "All right," Harry and Hermione, the eager onlookers, responded immediately. In fact, other students had already begun gathering to watch the commotion. Percy, with a frosty expression, stood unmoving, until the twins started pushing him forward. "Once you've heard the whole story, if you still think we're in the wrong, feel free to report us to Mom," Fred said smugly. "But I guarantee that you and little Ronnie here will thank us." Scabbers was actually Percy's pet first. After Ron started school, Percy passed the rat along to him. Percy had originally intended to give the rat to their youngest sister, Ginny, but she couldn't bring herself to keep an aging rat as a pet, so it ended up with Ron instead. Thinking about this, Fred and George felt a chill of fear. The Ministry of Magic strictly regulates animagi, requiring all animagi to register their animal forms with the ministry. Living among wizards in an unregistered animagus form is considered a serious crime due to past incidents involving similar deceptions. The group, still jostling and arguing, made their way toward the umbrella room, while Ron kept shouting angrily, "Whatever you're going to say, just give Scabbers back to me first." "No way, Ron," Fred refused firmly. "He'll escape. If you'd just stop chasing him, he wouldn't be running around." Ron yelled back. "You've scared him half to death. We're the ones who got a fright, you know." George replied impatiently. "Just listen to our reasons before arguing. Can you stop acting like a child?" Ron's face went pale with anger. Suddenly, a sharp cat's yowl echoed nearby, and the twins jumped instinctively, shouting, "Filch!" Sure enough, Filch appeared, breathing heavily as he glared at them. He gave the students a cold look and searched for contraband, then asked, "Fighting?" "Nope." Fred wrapped an arm around Percy's neck and used his other hand to ruffle Ron's hair. Just a friendly exchange between brothers. Percy and Ron, both still simmering with anger, turned their heads away and said nothing. "Good afternoon, Mr. Filch," said Wade. "As you can see, we haven't broken any school rules." Everyone looked at him together. The model student could lie as convincingly as if it were true. If Filch had seen the mud pit from before, he'd probably be angry enough to give Wade detention for an entire term, right? Of course, in front of Filch, none of them exposed Wade's lie. Wade was the only student who would voluntarily greet Filch and showed him neither disdain nor disgust. Though Filch's paranoia always made him suspicious, like thinking Wade was trying to make him let his guard down before doing something mischievous, but his attitude still softened a bit when he saw Wade. The castle caretaker grunted, "It better be that way." He called to his cat, and Mrs. Norris sprang out from a corner. The equally skinny man and cat continued patrolling the corridors together. Soon after, everyone heard Filch shouting, "Stop right there, Ward! Dirtying the castle and leaving mud everywhere. I'm going to teach you a lesson." "I can't believe he just let us off like that," George said in disbelief. "Let's go," Percy said, barely keeping his irritation in check. "I'd love to hear the incredible excuse you come up with. Bullying a rat. You two are getting more and more out of hand." "Wade and Hermione are with us, too," Fred argued. "Do they seem like people who'd bully a rat?" That was why Percy was willing to hold back his temper and walk with them. Otherwise, with the twins' reputation, Percy wouldn't have listened to a word they said and would have immediately reported them to a professor. But Percy wasn't going to admit that. He kept a stern face and lectured, "Mr. Gray, Mr. Potter, and Miss Granger, I think you should spend more time on your studies rather than getting into trouble with certain people." The twins huffed in frustration and tried to glare him to death. Ron quietly asked Harry, "What's going on?" Harry shook his head. "Wade just called me over, so I don't know anything either. I think only Fred and George are in on whatever's going on with Wade." Ron frowned. "But what could they have to do with Scabbers?" "Yeah," Harry agreed, just as puzzled. "Isn't he just a rat?" This is no ordinary rat. At the umbrella room, Wade looked at the twins and said, actually, we suspect he's an animagus. An animagus. Of course, Ron knew what an animagus was. Professor McGonagall had just explained it in class a few days ago. He snorted. That's ridiculous. Scabbers has lived with our family for 11 years, and you think he's an animagus? He paused, then asked seriously, are you guys insane? Harry didn't say anything, but he also thought Wade's claim was pretty outlandish. Percy frowned at the Weasley twins. Is this your latest prank? Are you messing with Wade and trying to fool all of us? Wade wasn't even a Gryffindor, and he hadn't seen Scabbers before, so how could he come up with such a bizarre idea? To Percy, it was obvious his younger brothers must have somehow tricked Wade. Percy was absolutely furious. Just wait. I'm telling Mum about all of this. Fred rolled his eyes, and George tried to explain. We have evidence. What evidence? Percy pressed. George. He knew his brother too well. If Percy found out about the Marauders map, he'd confiscate it and take it straight to a professor. That was the last thing George wanted. George looked over at Fred and Wade. Fred said seriously, he's been with our family for 11 years, Percy. No rat lives that long. That's all you've got. Percy said as he waved his arms. Do you think you're the only clever one? Don't you think Mum and Dad would have noticed? We give him potions every year. Magic potions have extended his life. But that's just a regular potion, not some kind of elixir of life. Fred said as he also raised his voice. We keep saying he's on the verge of old age, but he still eats loads, without any sign of slowing down. That's because I've always taken good care of him. Ron shouted back. You guys just don't get it? Scabbers is a good rat. You're the one who doesn't understand. Fred, now angry, said, we're not causing trouble for no reason. This rat has a name. Yeah, it's called Scabbers, Ron replied sarcastically. No, Fred insisted. His name is Peter Pettigrew. Percy froze for a moment, his face turning pale. What did you say? Wade waved his hand and interrupted their argument. Arguing won't help. The truth will prove everything. He waved his wand, and the doors and windows of the umbrella room slammed shut and locked with a loud bang, leaving no gaps. Then Wade pulled out a jar and tipped out the unconscious rat. Scabbers. Ron tried to grab his pet back, but Percy held him by the shoulder. Percy. Ron asked. Wait. Percy, sounding breathless, asked, why do you think he has that name? Fred said nothing and regretted he might have given away the Marauders map. Animagus reversal spell, Wade explained and pointed his wand at the rat. If he's an animagus, this spell will force him back to his true form. If he's just a rat, nothing will happen. Oh, come on. Ron muttered, frowning. You're treating this joke so seriously, it's ridiculous. He trailed off and his face slowly turned pale. The tip of Wade's wand glowed with a blue-white light. Suddenly, Scabbers, still unconscious, jolted awake. He squealed and thrashed, and then his body contorted in a grotesque manner. Hermione covered her mouth in horror. Suddenly, a head appeared, followed by arms and legs, then a torso. A short, pudgy man lay on the floor, gasping for breath. He was bald, with thin, dirty hair, and looked remarkably rat-like, with a pointed nose and small, watery eyes. Is that Scabbers? Ron groaned. Or did you just turn Scabbers into a person? This can't be. Percy said in disbelief. Peter Pettigrew, isn't he dead? Didn't Sirius Black kill him years ago? As he spoke, he looked at Harry. Harry, equally bewildered, looked back at him. Petrificus totalis? Incarcerus. Wade didn't give Peter Pettigrew a chance to escape. He quickly cast 2 spells, binding the man to the floor, immobilized. Now do you believe us? Wade said. This is what we were trying to tell you. Although Peter Pettigrew, or Wormtail, was fully immobilized by the spell, his beady little eyes continued to dart around, clearly searching for a way to escape. He's really a person. Ron was in disbelief. Seeing Pettigrew's skin, grey and dingy like a rat's fur, made Ron feel queasy. He'd been fond of Scabbers, but he had no affection whatsoever for this bald, rat-like wizard. The thought of having slept in the same bed as him every night made Ron's skin crawl. Harry had been watching from the sidelines as an observer, but he suddenly noticed Wormtail's eyes flick over to him several times, as if he wanted to say something. It struck Harry as strange. In those eyes, there was a pleading, a desperate hope, as if he thought Harry would somehow save him. Percy, do you know Peter Pettigrew? Hermione asked. Who is he, really? And why would he turn into a rat and hide in your house? Harry noticed that Percy glanced at him briefly before looking away and replying, I heard his name when I was young. How come we didn't know about him? Fred and George asked in unison. Percy rolled his eyes. You two were only 3 or 4 years old then, what could you possibly remember? Who exactly is he? Ron asked as he glared with disgust at Pettigrew. But before Percy could finish, Wade cut him off. If we're telling stories, let's save that for a bit later. Wade poured a pale green potion down Pettigrew's throat and said, I need to take this man away for a little while. Where are you taking him? Hermione asked. And what did you make him drink? Draught of living death, Wade replied. It'll make him drowsy and weak so he doesn't accidentally slip away again. Wade understood that their success in capturing Pettigrew came largely from the element of surprise. Pettigrew hadn't known his identity was exposed. As long as he clung to the hope of remaining hidden, he wouldn't dare return to his human form right under Dumbledore's nose. Forced to remain as a rat, he could only wield the strength of one, which was why a few young wizards could capture him. It was like in the original story, when Ron grabbed his tail, and no matter how much Wormtail struggled, he couldn't break free. But once his identity was exposed, and if Peter Pettigrew managed to get hold of a wand, none of the Weasleys would stand a chance against him. Even Wade wasn't entirely certain he could restrain him alone. Wait, Gray, Percy interrupted. We should hand him over to Dumbledore. This man, he's known as a hero who sacrificed himself. A hero. Ron frowned. What do you mean? I know, Wade said and looked Percy in the eye. Mr. Weasley, I know who he is. I will hand him over to Dumbledore, but in an hour. Percy was stunned. Why an hour? If you don't know what's going on, don't offer so many opinions, Fred said impatiently and shoved his older brother aside. He turned to Wade. Do what you need to do, I trust you. So do I, George added and raised his hand. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found him at all. I'm sure you have your reasons. Wade nodded with a smile. Though Percy still seemed unconvinced, Wade wasn't overly concerned about his opinion. All he needed was for the Weasley twins to cooperate with his plan. Ideally, they would successfully escort Peter Pettigrew out of the Gryffindor common room without attracting any attention. But if they caused a bit of commotion and drew in unexpected people, as long as it wasn't a professor, it would only be a minor complication. If Percy and Ron continued to interfere, Wade had no problem putting them both out of commission. Using a levitation charm, Wade moved Pettigrew to the area where they usually practiced spells. With a wave of his wand, a massive curtain unfolded, splitting the umbrella room in half and blocking both sight and sound. Zoe, Wade murmured. With a soft pop, Zoe appeared with the vanishing cabinet. Mr. Wade Gray, Zoe is ready, the house elf said. Thank you for your help. Wade dragged Pettigrew into the cabinet, smiled at the elf, and whispered, see you in an hour, Zoe. With a clank, everything went dark for a moment, then light again as Lupin opened the cabinet door. Wade, it's not time for class yet, so why have you suddenly? Lupin's voice trailed off as his gaze locked onto Peter Pettigrew. His face turned blank and pale. Peter. He spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Seeing a friend he'd thought lost forever suddenly appear before him, was it relief or anger? In that brief moment, Lupin's expression went through a rapid, complex range of emotions that words could hardly describe. Wade observed Lupin's pupils contract sharply and his nostrils flare, knowing that Lupin was putting together the truth of what had happened in the past. For an instant, Lupin looked as if he was ready to bare his teeth, as though he might lunge and snap Pettigrew's neck like a wolf. Then he saw Wade and forced himself to calm down. This man, where did you find him? How did you catch him? Lupin asked with a trembling voice. Follow me. I don't want to explain it twice. Wade, pulling Pettigrew out of the cabinet, asked, is Mr. Martian here? Lupin's gaze lingered on Pettigrew for a moment before he answered, he's here. He and the people he brought are all waiting in the living room. Perfect, Wade replied. I promised to return him within an hour. Wade took a small crystal vial from his pocket and said, Veritaserum. I trust you know how to use it. Lupin looked at the Veritaserum, then back at Wade. When did you learn about all of this? After I saw Peter Pettigrew's name, I did some research, Wade replied vaguely. Yes, he'd read up a book called Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. His name. Are you familiar with the Marauder's map? Lupin nodded, seeming to understand what Wade was implying. As the map's creator, he was well aware that it displayed the names of everyone within Hogwarts grounds. Wade must have obtained the map, happened to see Peter Pettigrew's name on it, and realized this wasn't a student. He then looked into it further, piecing together the truth of the past just as Lupin was now. Lupin poured 3 drops of Veritaserum into Pettigrew's mouth and then hoisted his former friend up, and carried him toward the living room. Stay here, Wade, Lupin said calmly. This isn't something you need to witness. From the living room, the faint sounds of Mr. Martian chatting and laughing drifted through the crack in the door, and the light spilling through looked warm and bright. But Lupin seemed shrouded in shadows as he turned back to Wade and said, stay here and wait for me. In his eyes gleamed a deep hatred. As October arrived, the days grew shorter, and darkness fell earlier. The study remained unlit, and despite the faint light streaming in through the window, it appeared dim and shadowy. Wade sat in a chair, pushing off the floor with his foot, causing the chair to tilt at a precarious angle. He let the chair sway slightly as he listened to the conversation taking place in the living room. I was so scared. The Dark Lord was so powerful, and the Death Eaters were killing people everywhere. What good would it do to go against them? James provoked the Dark Lord several times, drawing his wrath upon us. Peter Pettigrew spoke in a dazed tone. Dumbledore was the one he truly feared, but they kept hunting us down. He has powers beyond our imagination, and he was after us personally. The McKinnons are dead, the Privet brothers are dead, the Bones family is gone too. Standing against him, what does it bring but death? I thought. Even if I betrayed them, Dumbledore wouldn't kill me. James would forgive me, he always knew I was a coward. At worst, I'd end up in Azkaban, and that's better than being dead. So you betrayed them, didn't you? Someone asked excitedly. You betrayed the Order of the Phoenix and James Potter? And then? What happened between you and Sirius? After a pause, Peter continued. The Dark Lord was after James and Lily. He was hunting them down personally, and I was terrified. Dumbledore suggested they use the Fidelius charm to hide, with him as the secret keeper. But James refused. He wanted Sirius to be the secret keeper. Then, at the last moment, Sirius made a foolish suggestion. Peter laughed softly. Even in his disoriented state, he seemed to savor the memory of his surprise and secret amusement. He suggested that I be the secret keeper instead, so he could divert the Dark Lord's attention. Meanwhile, I was just a cowardly little rat who could hide easily. No one would care about me, no one would find me. But he didn't know. I had already joined the Dark Lord a year before. They even suspected Remus of being the one leaking information to the Death Eaters. They never suspected me. The rocking chair suddenly stopped. Wade looked up at Lupin, who had emerged from the living room, and watched him bury his face in his hands. After a long moment, Lupin raised his head, and his expression was still filled with deep anguish. Time has proven everything, Wade said softly. It was an absolute mistake that they didn't trust you. Lupin shook his head. I won't blame James and Sirius for this. At that time, nearly all werewolves were Voldemort's soldiers. They had reason to suspect me. But even so, James and Lily never shut me out. And for all these years, I, too, never trusted Sirius. He sat down beside Wade, no longer concealing his pain and regret. Not going to listen any longer? Wade asked, looking toward the bookshelf. Lupin shook his head. If I stay in the living room, I might not be able to stop myself from killing him. From the living room, Peter Pettigrew continued recounting how, after the Potters' deaths, Sirius found him. How he had screamed that Sirius had betrayed James and Lily, cast a blasting curse that killed a dozen people, and then cut off his own finger, pretending that Sirius had killed him. He spoke with pride. Then he hid with the Weasley family, hiding as a rat for 11 years. Life as a rat was miserable, but he had no choice. He couldn't return to the light, as his lies would be exposed the moment he reappeared. He couldn't go back to the Death Eaters either, as they saw him as a traitor. Because his information had led to the Dark Lord's downfall, the Death Eaters wanted to make him pay. His only hope was to wait for the Dark Lord's return, because only the Dark Lord knew that he hadn't actually betrayed him. Lupin listened quietly, his teeth clenched and grinding. Meanwhile, the people in the living room pressed for more, eager to uncover further secrets. Peter answered every question without hesitation, making no attempt to hide anything. It was obvious to everyone that he had been given Veritaserum. But did it matter? They didn't care. All they wanted was a news story that would shock the world. When the conversation began losing substance and delving into private matters, Martian stepped out of the living room, allowing Lupin to take over to ensure Pettigrew didn't escape. Thank you, Mr. Martian, Wade said as he stood up. Without your help, I wouldn't have known where to find so many suitable reporters. In the living room, the reporters questioning Peter Pettigrew came from 5 or 6 countries, including the UK, each one as tenacious as Rita Skeeter. As long as the news was sensational enough and sold papers, they didn't care about ethics, let alone any government's stance, especially foreign governments. They should be thanking you for the high-quality story they're getting, Martian said with a laugh. He poured himself a cup of tea, downed it in one gulp, and continued. Sales of the soft light badges have far exceeded the Book of Friends product, witches are going crazy over them. Some people buy as many as a dozen, even though we clearly state the effect only lasts a month. Wade noticed the soft light badge pinned to Martian's collar. Yes, I'm using it too, Martian said and smiled as he adjusted his badge. A good image smooths over most things. That's why our second largest customer group is middle-aged men. In fact, almost everyone I do business with is a customer, and the soft light badge is always the first thing we discuss, even more than the weather. Thanks to the immense profit he made from the Book of Friends and the soft light badges, Martian put his full effort into meeting Wade's requests, even without knowing the reasons. Wade, do you have any new research lately? Martian leaned closer and lowered his voice. Even if it's something you think is trivial, I can sell it for the right price, anything at all. Wade thought for a moment and replied, actually, I do have a new invention, but the technology isn't refined yet, and the cost would be quite high. Martian's eyes lit up. Is there a prototype? Technology that isn't fully developed is no problem, we can make improvements and turn a profit each time. His intense enthusiasm for profit was almost tangible, making Wade instinctively lean back a bit. Next week, Wade replied. Let's meet here again then. Great, Martian said excitedly. It's settled. The effects of the truth serum were gradually wearing off, and the reporters had already obtained the exciting news that left them trembling with excitement. Seeing Peter Pettigrew beginning to regain consciousness, Lupin wasted no time in casting a stunning spell to put him back to sleep. As he dragged Wormtail out of the room, the reporters acted as though they did not see a thing, and continued eagerly discussing the articles in their hands. Since they came from different countries and there was no competition between their newspapers, the atmosphere among the reporters was harmonious and friendly. Before leaving with Peter Pettigrew, Wade added, one more thing, Mr. Martian. Please, go ahead, Martian replied courteously. I hope they refrain from publishing this report until the British government denies its past mistakes, Wade said. Martian initially thought Wade meant admit rather than deny, but after a moment, he understood. With a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he replied, as you wish, Wade. Will you come with me? Back in the attic, while standing in front of the Vanishing cabinet, Wade asked Lupin. Lupin was tempted but hesitant. He wasn't supposed to enter the school without permission. Moreover, he knew Wade didn't want everyone to know about the secret of the Vanishing cabinet. If this was exposed, the professors would likely require Wade to turn over the Vanishing cabinet for the safety of the students and staff. but Lupin couldn't resist the desire to witness the traitor's punishment with his own eyes. Let's go. Wade made the decision for him. But just say that you arrived at the school through a certain secret passage. Wade knew that the secret of the Vanishing cabinet might not stay hidden from Dumbledore. He suspected the headmaster was already aware but chose to stay silent. Dumbledore often granted his students too much freedom, such as allowing first-year Harry to face Voldemort, or in sixth year, letting Malfoy carry out various plans to assassinate him. When this freedom worked to his advantage, Wade was rather fond of it. But Wade also understood that the privileges granted by this silent understanding could only be used, not spoken of. Once publicized, the Vanishing cabinet would no longer be his to keep. After all, only one of the cabinets was bought by him, the other one belonged to the school. In the umbrella room, everyone had just listened to Percy recount the part he could remember. Back then, Percy was only 5 or 6 years old, so his memory of the events was limited. However, his account jogged Hermione's memory, and she recalled reading something similar in a book. She quickly found Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, a book she had finished reading before her first year at school, and located the name Peter Pettigrew within its pages. Cruelly murdered by a desperate Sirius Black, bodies strewn everywhere, the Ministry of Magic awarded the fallen Peter Pettigrew the Order of Merlin, First Class. Reading this text and thinking back to that cringing, cowardly face they had just seen, Harry couldn't shake a sense of disbelief. If he was a hero, why would he hide as a rat? Harry asked in confusion. Hiding in Ron's house, as a child's pet. That's what makes it so horrifying, Harry, Fred said with a meaningful look. Remember? George looked at him and asked, last year when we heard about that. Professor Quirrell was the Dark Lord's puppet. Little Ron's pet is a hero who was supposedly blown to bits. Fred sneered. It's like we've never truly known this world at all. He looked at his other brothers, the previous and current owners of Scabbers, who both wore equally unpleasant expressions and were too stunned to say a word. They looked as if they were going to be sick. The book didn't mention the Fidelius charm or the role of a secret keeper, so Harry's feelings were mostly ones of confusion rather than betrayal. I just remembered, I've actually seen a photo of him, Harry told his friends. Remus had it on the wall. Peter Pettigrew, Remus, and my dad were friends back in school. There must be a lot of stories between them. Hermione said thoughtfully. Peter Pettigrew faked his death despite his reputation as a hero. There must be a reason. Yeah, but he didn't harm me, did he? We've lived in the same dormitory all this time, and besides eating and sleeping a lot, Scabbers never did anything bad. Harry looked into everyone's eyes, seeking agreement. I think he might not be a bad person, just hiding from the Death Eaters in fear of revenge, right? Everyone stared back at him as if he were an innocent fool. If he is just a coward. Fred shook his head and said, he could have easily sought help from Dumbledore, but he remained in his rat form even at school, which means he wasn't afraid of others. He was afraid of Dumbledore, wasn't he? Ron said in a low voice. Fred nodded. Harry opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Just then, the curtain parted, and Wade appeared with Peter Pettigrew, along with one more person. Remus. Harry immediately went over to him. How did you get to the school? Lupin managed a faint smile and patted Harry's head. The memories that had been awakened were tugging painfully at his heart. Seeing Harry's face reminded him of the dear friend who had been betrayed and killed because of his trust in others. Lupin took a deep breath to steady himself, pushed down the ache in his eyes, and said, Wade knew I was one of the people involved, so he came through the secret passage to bring me here. Let's take Peter to see Dumbledore. The presence of the steady, reliable adult wizard seemed to naturally shift authority to him. This time, even Percy didn't say anything as they all left the umbrella room together, heading toward the headmaster's tower. You lot. Professor McGonagall appeared along the way. She strode over and said angrily, I heard you created a mud pit outside the Gryffindor common room? The fat lady told me. She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. She gasped and froze in shock. By Merlin. Professor McGonagall said in disbelief, what is going on here? Just as you see, Professor, Lupin said as calmly as he could. Peter Pettigrew is not dead. Everything that happened back then was a lie. We need to see Dumbledore. Of course, of course. It took a moment for Professor McGonagall to process it all. Her expression stiffened as she said, follow me. As they walked, she kept glancing at Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, and even rubbed her eyes, as if she thought she was seeing things. Students they passed along the way looked at them in surprise, and some quietly asked the Weasley twins what was going on, but no one answered. Before long, they arrived at the headmaster's office.
The group entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had been sitting behind his desk, writing a letter. When everyone filed in one after another, his gaze immediately fell on the unconscious Peter Pettigrew. The white-bearded headmaster walked over with purposeful strides, studying the grayish, disheveled Peter before looking at Lupin and the others. If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Pettigrew?
Dumbledore asked.
Yes, sir, Lupin replied. They exchanged a look. Wade felt that, in that instant, Dumbledore must have understood exactly what had transpired. Without pressing the matter, the headmaster conjured enough chairs for everyone and said, sit down. I'd like to hear your story. Everyone exchanged glances. The Weasley twins gave Wade a pointed look, they didn't want to reveal the secret of the Marauder's map and had been trying to figure out how to tell a reasonable story while keeping that part hidden.
But Lupin spoke first.
When I was in school, James and I created a map that could show the names of everyone in the castle. The Weasley twins stared at him, wide-eyed in astonishment. You're one of the map's creators?
That's right.
Lupin gave them a small smile. I'm Moony, that's a nickname my friends gave me back in school.
By the way,
he looked at Harry and said, James was Prongs, Sirius was Padfoot.
And as for Peter?
Lupin's gaze shifted to Peter Pettigrew and his expression was filled with disgust. He was Wormtail, because his animagus form is a rat. Harry looked from Peter to Lupin, intrigued by the stories of his father's school days, but he understood this wasn't the right time to ask more. He sat quietly beside Lupin, like a child leaning against a father, calm and well-behaved. Dumbledore's gaze lingered momentarily on Harry, but he said nothing. Lupin continued the story. He had already learned the general sequence of events from Wade before coming here. As he recounted everything in a calm, composed manner, his words carried a quiet, convincing strength. Since Wade didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, Lupin willingly took on most of the responsibility. In his version of events, Wade had noticed the name, Peter Pettigrew, frequently appearing in the Gryffindor dormitory of Harry and Ron when using the map. Knowing that no student by that name was in the same year, he mentioned it to Lupin during one of their message exchanges in the Book of Friends. Fred and George exchanged glances. Lupin's story made it seem as though he had given the map to Wade himself. This subtly covered up the twins' role in stealing the Marauder's map from Filch's office and their frequent use of it to sneak around the school.
What a good man,
Fred's eyes seemed to say. George nodded enthusiastically. Though they hadn't said much, their admiration for Lupin was through the roof. They had never encountered an adult who understood them so well. Of course, Lupin hadn't forgotten the name of his old friend, so he immediately suspected there was a problem. Unable to enter the school himself, Lupin had asked Wade to capture Pettigrew. Wade then sought the help of the Weasley twins. Why didn't you ask me?
Harry asked, puzzled.
Ron and I are in the same dorm, it would have been easier, right? Because you're with him every day, and he's familiar with you, Wade replied casually. If you accidentally gave away your intentions, he might have turned the tables and taken you hostage.
Harry blinked.
But Fred and George got exposed in the end anyway. George cleared his throat. Wade probably figured, even if we got caught bullying Ron's pet rat, he would just think he had bad luck rather than suspecting he'd been discovered. Surprisingly, everyone found this reasoning quite convincing. The twins' mischievous reputation had, for once, been useful in a serious situation. Percy looked like he wanted to say something several times, but with the professors present, he held back and his ears were reddening in frustration. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was livid.
Remus.
She glared at Lupin, and her voice was severe. I expected you to show some maturity as an adult, but I never imagined you'd act more recklessly than James in his youth. You have to tell me, what were you thinking, letting a group of children go after Peter? What if Peter were, they could have been injured or even killed? Wade and the Weasley twins instinctively shrank back a bit. I'm sorry, Lupin lowered his head in apology and took full responsibility without hesitation. I let my emotions get the better of me and didn't think it through. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and she let out a sigh. I understand how you feel, Remus, about James and Lily, but regardless, children should not have been put in danger. Even if nothing serious happened, I have to say, what you did was absolutely wrong. Yes, Lupin replied sincerely. I should have contacted you or Dumbledore, but I feared that if we delayed even a moment, he would completely disappear. McGonagall's gaze was filled with compassion. She shook her head and refrained from saying more. The children who had narrowly escaped a scolding stayed quiet, like quails. Lupin continued his explanation. Following Lupin's instructions, Wade captured Peter Pettigrew and brought him to Hogsmeade through a secret passage. Professor McGonagall, yet again, was gasping with frustration. If Lupin were still a student, she'd likely have deducted 200 points from her own house. Lupin then interrogated Peter and confirmed that he was indeed the betrayer from all those years ago, while Sirius had been framed by him.
The betrayer?
A sense of dread filled Harry as he stared intensely at Lupin, and his heart was pounding wildly.
Betrayed whom?
But Lupin didn't go into detail. He moved quickly to say that he, along with Wade and Peter Pettigrew, had returned to the school to seek Dumbledore's guidance on what to do next. So, the secret keeper from back then was... Professor McGonagall asked in disbelief. It was Peter, Lupin replied, his face etched with pain. At the last moment, Sirius switched secret keepers, thinking it would be safer this way. McGonagall seemed ready to say something, but she held back when she saw Harry's confused expression. There was no need to burden him with hatred too soon. Are we certain that Peter's telling the truth?
Dumbledore asked.
You know, he's been lying for over a decade. How can we be sure he isn't fabricating another story now? I'm sorry, sir, Lupin said with remorse, but I used Veritaserum. Using Veritaserum without authorization was illegal, but everyone present understood Lupin's reasons and chose not to question his actions. I think we need to notify the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said as he stood up. Ron Weasley and Wade Grey, please stay.
Professor.
McGonagall, would you kindly escort the other students back to the common room, and then bring Arthur and Molly Weasley here? Of course, Professor McGonagall replied. Harry quickly asked, Can't we stay too? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid there's not much you can help with in questioning Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said frankly. Harry had nothing to say. He cast an envious glance at the two who were allowed to stay, then followed Professor McGonagall out. Ron mouthed to him, I'll tell you everything later. Harry nodded slightly, and felt a bit better.
Professor.
Percy quickly raised his hand and said, Scabbers used to be my pet. I might be able to provide some information as well.
We can too. The Weasley twins chimed in.
We were part of the capture. I think leaving just one person is enough, Dumbledore replied. Fred and George still looked unwilling to give up, but Professor McGonagall sternly cut in, No more nonsense, Mr. Weasleys. The headmaster has made his decision. Reluctantly, Fred followed the others out, though he mouthed to Wade as they left. You have to tell us every single detail later. They were itching to be part of this. It was far more exciting than any prank they'd ever pulled. But the adults, mercilessly and unfeelingly, had left them out. Wade gave a slight nod, promising he would let them know. Professor McGonagall must have used apparition to contact the Weasleys, as they arrived rather quickly. Wade stood by the window, watching as the group crossed the muddy grounds in the pouring rain to enter the castle. Filch is probably going to throw a fit again.
Wade suddenly thought.
Over the past few days, any student who ventured outside inevitably tracked mud into the school, leaving the place in a constant state of mess. Filch was furious about it, as he had to clean up each time. The house elves only cleaned the castle at night. After Filch's loud complaints and threats of detention, fewer students dared to run outside in the rain. Before long, another group made their way across the grass, led by Hagrid. They held their wands aloft, shielding themselves with invisible umbrellas, keeping the rain at bay.
Wade.
Ron asked hesitantly, Do you know what they mean when they say scabbers? Peter was the secret keeper? What's that all about? Peter faked his death 11 years ago, and Sirius Black was imprisoned, Wade explained. And around that time, something happened that the entire wizarding world knows about. The fall of the Dark Lord, and Harry's parents died.
Ron muttered.
So, the betrayal they're talking about. You two can come in now, Lupin said as he opened the door. The questioning is over, and the ministry officials will be here soon. Wade and Ron entered to see Peter Pettigrew tightly bound to a chair, looking somewhat dazed. It was obvious he'd been given another dose of Veritaserum. Snape was staring at Peter with a venomous intensity. His gaze was as cold and hateful as that of a snake. Ron took one look and quickly looked away. As they entered, Snape shifted his glare to Lupin. His face was still full of loathing. Wade sighed inwardly. In the original story, the tangled grudges of 10 or 20 years were only briefly mentioned, leaving much unsaid. As for the rights and wrongs of those events, Wade hadn't experienced them firsthand, so he could only speculate, not judge. When capturing Peter Pettigrew, Wade had considered whether to enlist Snape's help but ultimately decided against it. The reason was simple. Given Snape's deep hatred for the Marauders, if he were to catch the real traitor, Peter Pettigrew, he'd likely send him to his death with a single Avada Kedavra, rather than allowing him to be tried and clearing Sirius Black's name. Clearing an enemy's name?
What a joke.
As far as Snape was concerned, Sirius Black deserved every bit of punishment he got. If he could, he'd happily send Lupin to join Sirius in Azkaban so they could reunite, and spend the rest of their days under the torment of Dementors. With Professor McGonagall leading the way, the Weasley parents and a few ministry officials entered the headmaster's office one after another. At the front was a short, stocky middle-aged man with untidy gray hair. He wore a deep green coat and pointed purple boots, and his expression was a mix of worry and sternness. That's the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, Ron whispered to Wade. I've seen him before. Though Ron and Wade weren't in the same house and previously had only a nodding acquaintance, in the presence of so many adults, Ron seemed to view them as a team, the only two young wizards in the room, and felt a newfound sense of camaraderie with Wade. His fashion sense is unique. Wade did not reject him and replied quietly. Sharing this little critique of Ron's father's boss seemed to solidify their alliance in Ron's mind. When an aura glanced over at them, Ron instinctively quieted and edged closer to Wade.
Ronnie.
Mrs. Weasley suddenly rushed over, giving her son a tight hug and inspecting him from head to toe. I never thought that a pet rat would turn out to be an animagus. Did he do anything to you? Her enthusiasm made Ron feel a bit self-conscious, and he wriggled out of her arms and said loudly, I'm fine, Mum, really. Good evening, Cornelius, Arthur, Molly, Dumbledore said. I trust that Minerva has briefed you on what's happened.
Yes.
I've heard everything. Fudge kept his distance from Peter, and studied the shabby, gray-haired man with a skeptical frown. Incredible, truly incredible.
Fudge shook his head.
To think Peter is actually alive. I felt so sorry for him when we thought he died, yet here he is. But he didn't even appear when his mother passed away. He's really Scabbers? Arthur Weasley looked shocked, his face was very pale. Did he explain why? Why has he been hiding with us all this time? Please don't worry, Arthur, Dumbledore reassured him. Peter was merely trying to gather information about the wizarding world from your family. He didn't harm the children. Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seem a bit relieved. An Auror stepped forward to inspect Peter Pettigrew, confirmed that he wasn't someone else disguised by magic, and gave Fudge a nod. Well, Dumbledore, I'll take him from here, Fudge said. And Arthur, Molly, and young Mr. Weasley, I'll need each of you to provide statements regarding Peter Pettigrew. Very well, Minister, Arthur Weasley agreed, motioning for Ron to come to his side. Noticing Wade nearby, Fudge asked, and this young man is? This is Wade Grey, a Ravenclaw student. He was the one who captured Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form as a rat, Professor McGonagall explained.
Oh. Fudge's gaze sharpened.
And why would you go after a rat?
I instructed him to, Lupin answered.
Peter and I were once friends, and I'm very familiar with his animagus form. If you'd like a detailed account of the capture, I'm happy to provide it, Wade offered politely. He had, after all, stayed for precisely this reason. Oh, we'll get to that later, Fudge replied, seemingly uninterested in the details. Turning back to Lupin, he asked, You're not an unregistered animagus yourself, are you? Snape let out a sudden cold laugh. Lupin's expression tightened slightly as he answered vaguely, No.
I'm not. Dumbledore nodded.
I can assure you of that. Snape's face twisted and his expression darkened as he shot a furious look at Lupin. All right, if you say so. Fudge said, twisting his wand thoughtfully. But why does Pettigrew look like this? He appears as though he's undergone, well, let's say, less than legal questioning. Given the severity of this situation, we had no choice but to administer Veritaserum to get the truth out of him, Dumbledore said calmly and took responsibility on Lupin's behalf. Pettigrew confessed that he was the true secret keeper for the Potters and that he was the one who disclosed their location to Voldemort. Fudge shuddered involuntarily. Dumbledore, seemingly unfazed by Fudge's discomfort, continued, After Voldemort's fall, Pettigrew became a fugitive in the magical world. He framed Sirius, killing a dozen muggles in front of witnesses with a single spell before faking his own death. Well, we'll certainly investigate this thoroughly, Fudge said smoothly. The Ministry has its own duties to fulfill, after all. We can't simply accept what we're told at face value, can we? After all, he added, you yourself once assured the Ministry that Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper. Now you're saying you want to overturn that? The public might find that hard to accept. We'll need, well, more substantial evidence. Wade could tell that Fudge wasn't actually questioning Dumbledore's truthfulness. Rather, he simply didn't want to appear as if he was blindly following the headmaster's lead. Given that reinvestigating the matter was reasonable, Dumbledore had no objections. Minister, just questioning Pettigrew would be enough to prove Sirius's innocence. Lupin couldn't help but interject. Snape suddenly scoffed, sneering. I can personally attest that Sirius Black showed murderous tendencies as early as 16. He once attempted to kill me. For all we know, he and Pettigrew both joined Voldemort, and their later conflict was nothing more than infighting between comrades. He shot another venomous glare at Lupin, and he withheld Lupin's identity as a werewolf only because Dumbledore was standing right there. Severus. Lupin said angrily. Locking an innocent person in Azkaban is not an act of justice.
Innocent.
A mocking smile twisted Snape's lips. Sirius Black is anything but innocent. All right, gentlemen, Fudge interjected, trying to defuse the tension. There's no need to argue. I can assure you that the Ministry will conduct a thorough and serious investigation. We won't wrongfully accuse any good people, nor will we let any villains escape. His tone quieted both men. Thank you, Minister, Snape replied in his hissing voice like a snake's tongue. I'll be waiting for the outcome of the trial. It was as if he was saying, if the Ministry fails to adequately punish Pettigrew and Sirius, he would personally send them both to hell. Severus.
Dumbledore sighed. Snape didn't respond.
He opened the door and strode out of the headmaster's office. Fudge soon took his leave as well, taking Pettigrew, the Weasleys and Lupin with him. Only 2 Aurors remained behind to take statements from Wade and Ron. With Lupin now nominally in charge, Wade's role as a tool was quite limited, and his involvement seemed minimal. He briefly recounted how he captured the rat and explained his relationship with Lupin, after which the female Auror indicated he could leave. They likely thought a second-year student wouldn't know much. Ron's questioning took much longer. Standing in the hallway, Wade opened his palm and looked at it in the light from the window. In his palm lay a small rectangular piece of parchment, on which a tiny dot was slowly moving.
The group entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had been sitting behind his desk, writing a letter. When everyone filed in one after another, his gaze immediately fell on the unconscious Peter Pettigrew. The white-bearded headmaster walked over with purposeful strides, studying the grayish, disheveled Peter before looking at Lupin and the others. If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Pettigrew? Dumbledore asked. Yes, sir, Lupin replied. They exchanged a look. Wade felt that, in that instant, Dumbledore must have understood exactly what had transpired. Without pressing the matter, the headmaster conjured enough chairs for everyone and said, sit down. I'd like to hear your story. Everyone exchanged glances. The Weasley twins gave Wade a pointed look. They didn't want to reveal the secret of the Marauders map and had been trying to figure out how to tell a reasonable story while keeping that part hidden. But Lupin spoke first. When I was in school, James and I created a map that could show the names of everyone in the castle. The Weasley twins stared at him, wide-eyed in astonishment. You're one of the map's creators. That's right. Lupin gave them a small smile. I'm Moony. That's a nickname my friends gave me back in school. By the way, he looked at Harry and said, James was Prongs, Sirius was Padfoot. And as for Peter, Lupin's gaze shifted to Peter Pettigrew and his expression was filled with disgust. He was Wormtail, because his animagus form is a rat. Harry looked from Peter to Lupin, intrigued by the stories of his father's school days, but he understood this wasn't the right time to ask more. He sat quietly beside Lupin, like a child leaning against a father, calm and well-behaved. Dumbledore's gaze lingered momentarily on Harry, but he said nothing. Lupin continued the story. He had already learned the general sequence of events from Wade before coming here. As he recounted everything in a calm, composed manner, his words carried a quiet, convincing strength. Since Wade didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, Lupin willingly took on most of the responsibility. In his version of events, Wade had noticed the name Peter Pettigrew frequently appearing in the Gryffindor dormitory of Harry and Ron when using the map. Knowing that no student by that name was in the same year, he mentioned it to Lupin during one of their message exchanges in the Book of Friends. Fred and George exchanged glances. Lupin's story made it seem as though he had given the map to Wade himself. This subtly covered up the twins' role in stealing the Marauders map from Filch's office and their frequent use of it to sneak around the school. What a good man. Fred's eyes seemed to say. George nodded enthusiastically. Though they hadn't said much, their admiration for Lupin was through the roof. They had never encountered an adult who understood them so well. Of course, Lupin hadn't forgotten the name of his old friend, so he immediately suspected there was a problem. Unable to enter the school himself, Lupin had asked Wade to capture Pettigrew. Wade then sought the help of the Weasley twins. Why didn't you ask me? Harry asked, puzzled. Ron and I are in the same dorm. It would have been easier, right? Because you're with him every day, and he's familiar with you, Wade replied casually. If you accidentally gave away your intentions, he might have turned the tables and taken you hostage. Harry blinked. But Fred and George got exposed in the end anyway. George cleared his throat. Wade probably figured, even if we got caught bullying Ron's pet rat, he would just think he had bad luck rather than suspecting he'd been discovered. Surprisingly, everyone found this reasoning quite convincing. The twins' mischievous reputation had, for once, been useful in a serious situation. Percy looked like he wanted to say something several times, but with the professors present, he held back and his ears were reddening in frustration. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was livid. Remus. She glared at Lupin, and her voice was severe. I expected you to show some maturity as an adult, but I never imagined you'd act more recklessly than James in his youth. You have to tell me, what were you thinking, letting a group of children go after Peter? What if Peter were, they could have been injured, or even killed? Wade and the Weasley twins instinctively shrank back a bit. I'm sorry, Lupin lowered his head in apology and took full responsibility without hesitation. I let my emotions get the better of me and didn't think it through. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and she let out a sigh. I understand how you feel, Remus, about James and Lily, but, regardless, children should not have been put in danger. Even if nothing serious happened, I have to say, what you did was absolutely wrong. Yes, Lupin replied sincerely. I should have contacted you or Dumbledore, but I feared that if we delayed even a moment, he would completely disappear. McGonagall's gaze was filled with compassion. She shook her head and refrained from saying more. The children who had narrowly escaped a scolding stayed quiet, like quails. Lupin continued his explanation. Following Lupin's instructions, Wade captured Peter Pettigrew and brought him to Hogsmeade through a secret passage. Professor McGonagall, yet again, was gasping with frustration. If Lupin were still a student, she'd likely have deducted 200 points from her own house. Lupin then interrogated Peter and confirmed that he was indeed the betrayer from all those years ago, while Sirius had been framed by him. The betrayer? A sense of dread filled Harry as he stared intensely at Lupin, and his heart was pounding wildly. Betrayed whom? But Lupin didn't go into detail. He moved quickly to say that he, along with Wade and Peter Pettigrew, had returned to the school to seek Dumbledore's guidance on what to do next. So, the secret keeper from back then, was? Professor McGonagall asked in disbelief. It was Peter, Lupin replied, his face etched with pain. At the last moment, Sirius switched secret keepers, thinking it would be safer this way. McGonagall seemed ready to say something, but she held back when she saw Harry's confused expression. There was no need to burden him with hatred too soon. Are we certain that Peter's telling the truth? Dumbledore asked. You know, he's been lying for over a decade. How can we be sure he isn't fabricating another story now? I'm sorry, sir, Lupin said with remorse, but I used Veritaserum. Using Veritaserum without authorization was illegal, but everyone present understood Lupin's reasons and chose not to question his actions. I think we need to notify the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said as he stood up. Ron Weasley and Wade Grey, please stay. Professor McGonagall, would you kindly escort the other students back to the common room, and then bring Arthur and Molly Weasley here? Of course, Professor McGonagall replied. Harry quickly asked, Can't we stay too? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid there's not much you can help with in questioning Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said frankly. Harry had nothing to say. He cast an envious glance at the two who were allowed to stay, then followed Professor McGonagall out. Ron mouthed to him, I'll tell you everything later. Harry nodded slightly, and felt a bit better. Professor. Percy quickly raised his hand and said, Scabbers used to be my pet. I might be able to provide some information as well. We can too, the Weasley twins chimed in. We were part of the capture. I think leaving just one person is enough, Dumbledore replied. Fred and George still looked unwilling to give up, but Professor McGonagall sternly cut in, no more nonsense, Mr. Weasley's? The headmaster has made his decision. Reluctantly, Fred followed the others out, though he mouthed to Wade as they left. You have to tell us every single detail later. They were itching to be part of this. It was far more exciting than any prank they'd ever pulled. But the adults, mercilessly and unfeelingly, had left them out. Wade gave a slight nod, promising he would let them know. Professor McGonagall must have used apparition to contact the Weasleys, as they arrived rather quickly. Wade stood by the window, watching as the group crossed the muddy grounds in the pouring rain to enter the castle. Filch is probably going to throw a fit again, Wade suddenly thought. Over the past few days, any student who ventured outside inevitably tracked mud into the school, leaving the place in a constant state of mess. Filch was furious about it, as he had to clean up each time. The house elves only cleaned the castle at night. After Filch's loud complaints and threats of detention, fewer students dared to run outside in the rain. Before long, another group made their way across the grass, led by Hagrid. They held their wands aloft, shielding themselves with invisible umbrellas, keeping the rain at bay. Wade. Ron asked hesitantly, do you know what they mean when they say Scabbers? Peter was the secret keeper? What's that all about? Peter faked his death 11 years ago, and Sirius Black was imprisoned, Wade explained. And around that time, something happened that the entire wizarding world knows about. The fall of the Dark Lord, and Harry's parents died. Ron muttered. So, the betrayal they're talking about. You two can come in now, Lupin said as he opened the door. The questioning is over, and the ministry officials will be here soon. Wade and Ron entered to see Peter Pettigrew tightly bound to a chair, looking somewhat dazed. It was obvious he'd been given another dose of Veritaserum. Snape was staring at Peter with a venomous intensity. His gaze was as cold and hateful as that of a snake. Ron took one look and quickly looked away. As they entered, Snape shifted his glare to Lupin. His face was still full of loathing. Wade sighed inwardly. In the original story, the tangled grudges of 10 or 20 years were only briefly mentioned, leaving much unsaid. As for the rights and wrongs of those events, Wade hadn't experienced them firsthand, so he could only speculate, not judge. When capturing Peter Pettigrew, Wade had considered whether to enlist Snape's help but ultimately decided against it. The reason was simple. Given Snape's deep hatred for the Marauders, if he were to catch the real traitor, Peter Pettigrew, he'd likely send him to his death with a single Avada Kedavra, rather than allowing him to be tried and clearing Sirius Black's name. Clearing an enemy's name? What a joke? As far as Snape was concerned, Sirius Black deserved every bit of punishment he got. If he could, he'd happily send Lupin to join Sirius in Azkaban so they could reunite and spend the rest of their days under the torment of Dementors. With Professor McGonagall leading the way, the Weasley parents and a few ministry officials entered the headmaster's office one after another. At the front was a short, stocky middle-aged man with untidy gray hair. He wore a deep green coat and pointed purple boots, and his expression was a mix of worry and sternness. "That's the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge," Ron whispered to Wade. "I've seen him before." Though Ron and Wade weren't in the same house and previously had only a nodding acquaintance, in the presence of so many adults, Ron seemed to view them as a team, the only two young wizards in the room, and felt a newfound sense of camaraderie with Wade. His fashion sense is unique. Wade did not reject him and replied quietly. Sharing this little critique of Ron's father's boss seemed to solidify their alliance in Ron's mind. When an Auror glanced over at them, Ron instinctively quieted and edged closer to Wade. "Ronnie." Mrs. Weasley suddenly rushed over, giving her son a tight hug and inspecting him from head to toe. "I never thought that a pet rat would turn out to be an animagus. Did he do anything to you?" Her enthusiasm made Ron feel a bit self-conscious, and he wriggled out of her arms and said loudly, "I'm fine, Mum, really." "Good evening, Cornelius, Arthur, Molly," Dumbledore said. "I trust that Minerva has briefed you on what's happened." "Yes, I've heard everything." Fudge kept his distance from Peter, and studied the shabby, gray-haired man with a skeptical frown. "Incredible, truly incredible." Fudge shook his head. "To think Peter is actually alive? I felt so sorry for him when we thought he died, yet here he is. But he didn't even appear when his mother passed away. He's really Scabbers." Arthur Weasley looked shocked. His face was very pale. "Did he explain why? Why has he been hiding with us all this time?" "Please don't worry, Arthur," Dumbledore reassured him. "Peter was merely trying to gather information about the wizarding world from your family. He didn't harm the children." Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seem a bit relieved. An Auror stepped forward to inspect Peter Pettigrew, confirmed that he wasn't someone else disguised by magic, and gave Fudge a nod. "Well, Dumbledore, I'll take him from here," Fudge said. "And Arthur, Molly, and young Mr. Weasley, I'll need each of you to provide statements regarding Peter Pettigrew." "Very well, Minister," Arthur Weasley agreed, motioning for Ron to come to his side. Noticing Wade nearby, Fudge asked, "And this young man is?" "This is Wade Grey, a Ravenclaw student. He was the one who captured Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form as a rat," Professor McGonagall explained. "Oh," Fudge's gaze sharpened. "And why would you go after a rat?" "I instructed him to," Lupin answered. "Peter and I were once friends, and I'm very familiar with his animagus form. If you'd like a detailed account of the capture, I'm happy to provide it," Wade offered politely. He had, after all, stayed for precisely this reason. Oh, we'll get to that later," Fudge replied, seemingly uninterested in the details. Turning back to Lupin, he asked, "You're not an unregistered animagus yourself, are you?" Snape let out a sudden, cold laugh. Lupin's expression tightened slightly as he answered vaguely, "No, I'm not." Dumbledore nodded. "I can assure you of that?" Snape's face twisted and his expression darkened as he shot a furious look at Lupin. "All right, if you say so," Fudge said, twisting his wand thoughtfully. "But why does Pettigrew look like this? He appears as though he's undergone, well, let's say, less than legal questioning. Given the severity of this situation, we had no choice but to administer Veritaserum to get the truth out of him," Dumbledore said calmly and took responsibility on Lupin's behalf. Pettigrew confessed that he was the true secret keeper for the Potters and that he was the one who disclosed their location to Voldemort. Fudge shuddered involuntarily. Dumbledore, seemingly unfazed by Fudge's discomfort, continued, "After Voldemort's fall, Pettigrew became a fugitive in the magical world. He framed Sirius, killing a dozen muggles in front of witnesses with a single spell before faking his own death." Well, we'll certainly investigate this thoroughly," Fudge said smoothly. "The Ministry has its own duties to fulfill, after all. We can't simply accept what we're told at face value, can we? After all," he added, "you yourself once assured the Ministry that Sirius Black was the Potter's secret keeper. Now you're saying you want to overturn that? The public might find that hard to accept. We'll need, well, more substantial evidence." Wade could tell that Fudge wasn't actually questioning Dumbledore's truthfulness, rather, he simply didn't want to appear as if he was blindly following the headmaster's lead. Given that reinvestigating the matter was reasonable, Dumbledore had no objections. "Minister, just questioning Pettigrew would be enough to prove Sirius's innocence." Lupin couldn't help but interject. "Humph." Snape suddenly scoffed, sneering. "I can personally attest that Sirius Black showed murderous tendencies as early as 16. He once attempted to kill me. For all we know, he and Pettigrew both joined Voldemort, and their later conflict was nothing more than infighting between comrades." He shot another venomous glare at Lupin and he withheld Lupin's identity as a werewolf only because Dumbledore was standing right there. "Severus," Lupin said angrily, "locking an innocent person in Azkaban is not an act of justice." "Innocent?" A mocking smile twisted Snape's lips. "Sirius Black is anything but innocent." All right, gentlemen," Fudge interjected, trying to defuse the tension. "There's no need to argue. I can assure you that the Ministry will conduct a thorough and serious investigation. We won't wrongfully accuse any good people, nor will we let any villains escape." His tone quieted both men. "Thank you, Minister," Snape replied in his hissing voice like a snake's tongue. "I'll be waiting for the outcome of the trial." It was as if he was saying if the Ministry fails to adequately punish Pettigrew and Sirius, he would personally send them both to hell. Severus. Dumbledore sighed. Snape didn't respond. He opened the door and strode out of the headmaster's office. Fudge soon took his leave as well, taking Pettigrew, the Weasleys, and Lupin with him. Only 2 Aurors remained behind to take statements from Wade and Ron. With Lupin now nominally in charge, Wade's role as a tool was quite limited, and his involvement seemed minimal. He briefly recounted how he captured the rat and explained his relationship with Lupin, after which the female Auror indicated he could leave. They likely thought a second-year student wouldn't know much. Ron's questioning took much longer. Standing in the hallway, Wade opened his palm and looked at it in the light from the window. In his palm lay a small rectangular piece of parchment, on which a tiny dot was slowly moving. The sales of the locator version of Book of Friends that Wade invented were fairly modest, with only some parents purchasing it to put on their children as a sort of protective charm. Wade himself, of course, had various models of this Book of Friends. After acquiring the Marauder's map, he adapted the locator using magical rune circuits he learned from the map, making the device smaller, more accurate in location, and with a more concealed magical aura. After capturing Peter Pettigrew, Wade used a sticking charm to attach a locator to the back of his head. He shrank it with a shrinking charm so that even if Peter transformed into a rat, it would likely be mistaken for a small speck of dust stuck on him. With this, Wade could track Peter Pettigrew's location in real time. To Percy, Ron, and the others, handing Peter over to the Ministry of Magic seemed like the end of the matter, but Wade didn't see it that way. In fact, his decision to go after Peter himself, along with the Weasley brothers, rather than seeking help from Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall, stemmed from a similar belief. Wade neither trusted the Ministry's capabilities nor its integrity, let alone its sense of responsibility. While Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards in the world, he has a sort of self-imposed restraint. Even though he could easily overpower Fudge and Umbridge, he continued to tolerate their absurd laws that limited his authority and persecuted the students and staff. Not only that, starting from their second year, the Ministry repeatedly intruded into Hogwarts, used official reasons to arrest people whom Dumbledore deemed innocent, often forced him out of the school and later slandered him as a mad old man. And what did Dumbledore do? He kept backing down. Dumbledore would subtly influence events within the boundaries of the rules, nudging them toward his desired outcomes, but he would never outright flip the table. Under Dumbledore's influence, most of the professors at the school such as Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and others also adopted similar approaches. So, even if they managed to capture Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore would conduct a private interrogation but would ultimately hand him over to the Ministry for investigation and trial. He had his own expectations of the outcome, but he would not wield his power to interfere with the Ministry's investigation, nor would he force Fudge and others to follow his wishes in making a judgment. Even if the final verdict opposed his expectations, his response would first be to fight within the boundaries of the law, rather than directly saying, "Fudge, this must be done in such and such a way, or I'll remove you from power." For ordinary people, having someone with immense power who strictly abides by the law and exercises self-restraint is undoubtedly a great blessing. But when the person opposing him is someone who breaks the rules at will under the guise of the law, consumed by a lust for power yet unwilling to take responsibility, Dumbledore's strict law-abiding stance becomes quite frustrating. Wade could not place his hopes on Dumbledore. Nor could he, unlike the trio in the original storyline, naively comb through legal texts to try to change the outcome when the Ministry of Magic made an unfavorable ruling. And he certainly wouldn't regret missing the best opportunity only after things had spiraled out of control. Because he understood that regret was useless. Mistakes always come with a price. At the next day's gathering at the Umbrella Room, Harry recounted the entire sequence of events to everyone, with Fred and George chiming in. Since the start of the Battle Royale game, the twins had also joined SSC, and their spellcasting abilities had advanced rapidly. When they weren't in class, they would join Wade in researching alchemy. "This was such a big deal, you should have involved us," Michael complained to Wade. "You couldn't even get into the Gryffindor common room," Wade replied. "And for a plan to succeed, secrecy is essential. What if Wormtail had overheard our discussions? So, the former hero was actually the traitor, and the man imprisoned was actually innocent," Ryan concluded. "Yeah," Harry said wistfully. "Lupin told me that Sirius Black is actually my godfather. I wonder what kind of person he is." Theo said sympathetically, "Merlin's beard, he's been in Azkaban for 11 years. I can't even imagine." "What's Azkaban like?" Harry asked. "It's the most terrifying place in the world, a prison for wizards," Theo replied, lowering his voice unconsciously. "It's guarded by Dementors." Dementors? Harry still didn't quite understand. "They're creatures that feed on happiness, making people relive their worst memories." Theo shuddered involuntarily. "I had an uncle who spent 3 months in Azkaban. When he got out, he was nearly insane. He said he'd rather die than go back." A shadow crossed Harry's face. Just 3 months had nearly driven someone mad. What about 11 years? Would my godfather already have lost his mind? Even so, Harry thought. Even so, I'll take good care of him. Because if Sirius Black has lost his mind, it's because he went mad trying to protect Harry's family. It's his responsibility, and it's what his parents would have wanted him to do. For several days, Ron felt nauseous at the mere mention of scabbers, until Harry arranged for Lupin to buy an owl for Ron as a replacement for his lost pet. It was a very beautiful owl, with eyes that shone like pearls in the night. Its feathers were arranged like pointed cat ears, and its mottled brown and yellow plumage gave it a majestic, almost leopard-like look. The joy of having a new pet instantly erased Ron's distaste and frustration over his previous one. He spent all day showing off his owl, completely delighted. Harry was happy as well. He was practically counting down the days until his godfather would be freed. Over the weekend, Martian was busy with work and had to postpone his meeting with Wade. So Wade and the others traveled to Hogsmeade using the Vanishing cabinet. When they arrived at Lupin's house, they noticed that Lupin had rehung the old photograph on the wall, but this time Peter Pettigrew's face was covered. Sirius, now fully visible, looked both handsome and dignified, with his messy black hair falling across his forehead and a pair of striking, smiling grey eyes. "He has the same grey eyes as you," Michael exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, he does," Wade replied, equally taken aback. Harry studied the photo. He looked at it again and a goofy smile spread across his face. Lupin watched him, though his smile was tinged with a hint of concern. "What's wrong?" Wade asked him. "I don't know, but I have a bad feeling," Lupin replied vaguely. "I requested permission to visit Sirius, but it was denied. And there are some troubling rumors." "Rumors? Some people are suggesting." Lupin lowered his voice so the others wouldn't hear. "That both Sirius and Peter served Voldemort. 11 years ago, when James and Lily were killed, Sirius was pushed forward, and Peter stayed hidden, waiting for the right moment. Now, 11 years later, Peter is exposed and is trying to clear Sirius's name, to ensure that one loyal Death Eater would always remain free, able to act on Voldemort's behalf." Even Wade was taken aback by this theory and, after a pause, half amused and half skeptical, replied, "What imagination they have. Haven't they ever wondered why the two of them couldn't have just escaped together back then?" "Exactly. It's absurd, yet people believe it." Lupin could hardly contain his frustration. "And worst of all, it seems the Ministry of Magic is supporting this version of events." "Who's that dense?" Michael overheard and naturally joined the conversation. "Minister Fudge. I hear he provided critical testimony." Lupin forced a bitter smile. At that time, he was the junior minister of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. They were among the first to arrive at the scene after Peter's attack. He testified that, when they arrived at the site strewn with bodies, Sirius was standing there laughing maniacally. He was still laughing when they arrested him, like some lunatic, hopelessly lashing out because his master had been defeated. The Black family, except for Sirius, were all staunch supporters of pure-blood supremacy and consistently backed Voldemort. Sirius even had a younger brother who willingly joined the Death Eaters before he'd even graduated from school. So, Fudge doesn't believe Sirius is innocent. It seems he thinks, if Sirius is released, he'll find a way to return to the Dark Lord's side. This loyal, unhinged servant would be the key to Voldemort's revival. "Doesn't the Ministry keep insisting that the Dark Lord is gone for good?" Wade asked. "When making public statements, yes." Lupin shook his head. "But Fudge says, he's just pointing out a possibility, a terrifying possibility that chills him if he dwells on it. Other than the Death Eaters, no one wants the Dark Lord to return." Michael said objectively, "Given that scenario, the trial might turn unfavorable. If they're unscrupulous enough, they might even hint that Peter Pettigrew should give testimony against Black." Lupin's face turned pale and his brows furrowed in a deep, troubled expression. He murmured, "Wade, that plan we prepared." After a moment of thought, Wade nodded. "I was planning to hold off on the news, but now, it seems this may be the best time." Lupin's tense expression relaxed a bit. He couldn't help but say, "Thank goodness you prepared in advance. I thought it was overkill at first." "What else have you done?" Michael asked, curious. "We lined up a few journalists to break some major news," Wade replied simply. "If they waited until the Ministry's public trial to release the story, it might hurt Fudge's credibility and potentially force him and his allies out of office sooner. But that would introduce more risks. The biggest concern was that while Fudge might appear weak, he is ruthless enough to take extreme measures. If he saw things turning against him, he might have Sirius and Peter killed together. Prison suicides of convicted criminals weren't uncommon. Fudge would only need a couple of temporary workers to deflect the blame. Even if Dumbledore were furious, what could he realistically do? Dumbledore, no matter how outraged, would never storm the Ministry and take Fudge down, which is why Fudge felt emboldened to repeatedly challenge the head of the White Wizards. Before heading back to school, Wade contacted Martian. Early the next morning, Martian sent Wade several newspapers. France, the United States, Germany, New Zealand, Italy. Newspapers from several major countries ran similar stories, narrating a mysterious and suspenseful story unfolding in the UK. In the wizarding world, distance hardly mattered, and news quickly reached the UK. How could British mainstream media tolerate others stealing their front-page headlines? On the third day, the Daily Prophet ran an eye-catching story. Hero or traitor? The 11-year mystery of Peter Pettigrew's crimes revealed. On the front page were two large photos. One showed Sirius Black, with a gaunt face and tangled, disheveled long hair. The other displayed Peter Pettigrew, bald with a round face and a timid expression. Wade was pleased to see that the reporter had nearly copied the entire story from the international coverage, narrating the tale in a suspenseful and provocative style that drew readers in. Anyone who read the article would likely come to their own conclusion. Peter Pettigrew, once awarded the Order of Merlin, was the true traitor, and the Ministry of Magic had made a grave mistake in this case. After the newspapers were delivered, the entire Great Hall was abuzz with discussion, and hardly anyone focused on eating. At the staff table, the professors were each absorbed in a copy, and occasionally discussed in hushed voices. Most of them hadn't yet heard about Peter Pettigrew's capture, aside from those directly involved. Wade quickly finished his meal, then returned to the room of requirement and opened his book of friends, which was slightly warm to the touch. Martian, a reporter contacted me. Fudge is very unhappy with their coverage. The ministry forbade them from portraying Sirius as an innocent victim, putting a lot of pressure on the paper. Wade, wasn't it Barty Crouch Sr. from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who sent Sirius Black to prison without a trial? Shift the blame to him, minimize Fudge's role, and the ministry should be less opposed. Martian, weren't you trying to undermine Fudge's credibility? Wade, it's just a temporary measure. There will be plenty of opportunities to bring this back up later. Martian carefully drew a large thumbs up on the page and wrote, Martian, this will make things a lot easier. I'll convince them to go along with it. Wade, tell them I can increase their pay. Martian, then there won't be any problem. Martian, but I have one more question, do you mind? Wade, go ahead. Martian, why are you going to such lengths to clear Sirius Black's name? After all, you don't know him personally. After a long pause, Wade finally wrote on the page. Wade, the law is meant to protect the innocent. When justice is corrupted, order falls apart. Wade, if those in power can manipulate the law to persecute the innocent, and we have the means to prevent it but choose not to, then who will stand up for us when such persecution comes for us too? After a long silence, Martian's reply appeared. Martian, looking forward to meeting you next weekend, Wade. As long as there's enough incentive, there are always reporters willing to publish stories that those in power would prefer to keep quiet. Fortunately, once the responsibility was shifted to Barty Crouch Sr., the Ministry of Magic's initially rigid stance indeed began to soften. Barty Crouch had once been the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and was considered a prime candidate for Minister of Magic. In other words, he had once been a strong competitor of Fudge. However, after Voldemort's downfall, Crouch's own son was discovered to be a Death Eater, and he personally sent him to Azkaban. This incident gradually eroded Crouch's credibility, and he failed to become Minister of Magic. Instead, he now serves as the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. This position is similar to the Muggle government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it carries much less importance, and mostly deals with trivial matters like cauldron thickness regulations and differences in prohibited item standards across countries. The reporters had no fear of retaliation from Crouch and freely painted him as a ruthless tyrant from the wartime era, and even dug up cases of others who had been sent to Azkaban without a trial. The Ministry of Magic was more than happy to let Crouch take the blame. During interviews, Fudge tearfully confessed on camera and lamented that he had put his faith in the wrong person. The ministry's stance on releasing Sirius Black remained ambiguous, but public opinion had become a powerful force, pressuring the ministry to make a prompt decision. Dumbledore had also been tirelessly advocating for Sirius's case. Lupin said that the trial is likely to be held after Halloween to review Sirius's case, Harry told his friends. A lot of people believe he's innocent, and there's a good chance he'll be acquitted. Michael, who was aware that Harry tended to focus on the more optimistic aspects, quietly asked Wade, is that really true? Wade nodded. This time, it actually is. Only a small group within the ministry still opposed Sirius's release. Most people didn't really care. Martian informed Wade that most prisoners in Azkaban lose their sanity within weeks, unable to hold on to even the simplest thoughts. Many, therefore, believed there was little reason to worry about releasing someone who was likely to have lost all self-awareness, especially when he was likely innocent. The students at school remained largely unaware of the shifts in public sentiment and the mounting pressures from all sides. All they saw were the continuous newspaper reports on Sirius Black's story, sometimes accompanied by photos of him as a young wizard during his school days. Sirius's striking appearance and tragic fate stirred the sympathy of nearly all the young female witches, which unexpectedly boosted his support. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to see this as an opportunity to jump on a trending topic. During Defense Against the Dark Arts that week, he actually skipped his usual dramatic reenactments and instead launched into an elaborate story about his supposed friendship with Sirius Black. Though the Marauders were close to graduating by the time he entered Hogwarts, Lockhart's tale made it seem as if they shared a deep bond. I saw through Peter Pettigrew right away, and sensed his treacherous nature immediately, Lockhart declared. I even warned them about him. But alas, no one heeded my words. He shook his head regretfully, adding, I was as young as you are now. My vision was sharp, my insight was extraordinary, yet I wasn't given the respect I deserved. If only they had listened to me sooner, things might have turned out differently. As he spoke, the girls in the class gazed at him in admiration, their eyes misting over, and they reassured him, it wasn't your fault, Professor. You did everything you could. Noticing that Harry seemed to waver, Ron quickly said, you don't actually believe that nonsense, do you, mate? You know Lockhart's just an airheaded fool. But he's written so many books, hasn't he? Harry replied, maybe he really does have a good eye for things. When he finished his homework, Harry reached out to Lupin with his book of friends and asked about Lockhart's claims. Lupin, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lupin's response almost radiated confusion. Who is that? Harry proceeded to tell him about Lockhart's self-aggrandizing tales. After a while, Lupin finally seemed to remember him. Lupin? Oh, I do recall that name. He was a rather famous Ravenclaw, but not for his powers of insight or strong magic. Shortly after starting school, he claimed he'd create a Philosopher's Stone by the time he graduated and would lead England's Quidditch team to win the World Cup. Lupin, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team even let him try out as an exception, and he promptly fell off his broom. Lupin, he was also known for some other stunts, like carving his name in 20-foot letters across the Quidditch pitch. Lupin, anyway, we were too busy in our later years dealing with Slytherins, exploring and creating the Marauders map, or following the war's progress to bother with a younger Ravenclaw like him. Lupin's reaction seems to be very intense. Watching the words appear rapidly on the parchment, Harry thought to himself. Michael hit the nail on the head, looks like he wants absolutely nothing to do with Lockhart. Best if you don't bring him up again. Harry nodded silently. Harry set aside his unrealistic expectations about Lockhart and turned to ask everyone, "Hey guys, do you want to go to Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party? It's on Halloween." Everyone went quiet for a moment. Michael, I think I misheard. A what kind of party? Theo, who's Nick? Neville, Nearly Headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. A ghost's Death Day party. Padma wrinkled her nose. Will there be a lot of ghosts there? Probably, Harry said hesitantly, then tried his best to persuade them. This year marks Nick's 500th Death Day. Just think. Halloween happens every year, but a Death Day party like this, you might only see once in a lifetime. Don't you want to go? Michael asked. You didn't already say yes, did you? I did. Harry said as he looked at his friends with a pleading expression. I'd like to go, Hermione said enthusiastically. It'll be so interesting. Is anyone else going? Harry. Theo asked. Or is it just you, and Hermione? Ron agreed to go with me too, Harry replied. Well, if you really want, I can come along, Neville said hesitantly. But judging from his expression, he regretted it almost immediately. Not giving him a chance to back out, Harry quickly said, Great, it's settled then. And the rest of you? I'm not going. Wade shook his head. He knew that the food at the party was all unusual ghostly dishes, and he had no interest in attending. Of course we're going, Fred said excitedly. Ghosts? I've never seen ghosts from anywhere outside Hogwarts. George nodded in agreement. Harry felt a bit relieved, but then did a quick head count. Wait, aren't they all Gryffindors? He looked around at the others. Theo glanced at Ryan and laughed, saying, We're sitting this one out too, but I'll make sure to save you some dinner. What do you mean? Harry felt a sense of foreboding. The Death Day party doesn't serve food. Theo said gently, they probably only serve ghost food. Harry blinked. So maybe. I shouldn't have said yes to Nick's Death Day party. But you already did, Padma said gleefully. Hermione nodded and said, a promise is a promise? And besides, a party isn't only about the food. Michael smiled and said, it's a rare party, isn't it? Most people never get this chance. Then do you want that chance? Neville asked nervously. I think I'll pass. Michael responded kindly but firmly. Wear something warm, Wade advised. Places full of ghosts can get pretty cold. Before they knew it, Halloween arrived. In the evening, Wade and his friends entered the Great Hall. Like last year, countless candles floated above them, while bats decorated the ceiling. Huge pumpkins had been carved into various lantern shapes, and fairies flitted along the vines, sprinkling colorful sparks from the tips of their tiny wands. The long tables were filled with delicious-smelling food, most of it were dishes that they rarely saw on the table. Michael grabbed 2 pieces of crispy fried cheese and took a big bite. The rich, savory taste was almost addictive. He quickly finished in a few bites, then put 2 more pieces on his plate and happily said to Wade, if Harry and the others knew what they were missing tonight, they'd definitely regret it. I bet they already do, Wade said, spearing a piece of French lamb chop. Ghost food is all rotting. Michael pleaded, could you not say such horrible things while we're eating? As they ate, a skeleton dance troupe performed on stage. The pale skeletons moved to the upbeat music, sometimes linking hands to dance, sometimes bending like rubber snakes, and they even collapsed into piles of bones and then magically reassembled themselves. Their teeth clattered in rhythm, prompting the whole audience to clap along and cheer, making for an incredibly lively atmosphere. Aside from Professor Snape's usual scowl, students and teachers alike were in high spirits, with round after round of applause. This is amazing. Lee Jordan from Gryffindor grabbed a dark-skinned girl, and the two jumped onto the stage to dance along with the skeletons, bringing the energy in the room to a new high. After the banquet, as the students headed back to their common rooms, Wade noticed Harry and his group just coming up from the dungeons. Apart from Fred and George, who still had smiles on their faces, everyone else looked utterly exhausted. That was horrible, Ron groaned. Moldy, maggoty, rotten food, everything there was disgusting. Theo and the others laughed, and shared food they'd brought from the Great Hall with them. Thank you so much. Harry stuffed the food into his pockets and sighed. But I can't eat anything right now. I feel like my sense of smell is permanently ruined. The group walked out of the entrance hall, then parted ways and each followed the stream of students back to their respective common rooms. This was the best Halloween of my life, Michael said excitedly on the way back to the dorm. Padma was unconsciously humming one of the skeleton troupe's songs and responded, yeah, it really was. Last year was great too, but the troll kind of ruined everything. Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, Michael replied. After that night, you joined our group, so that Halloween was still pretty amazing. Padma looked at Michael and gave him a sweet smile. Sensing the moment, Wade tactfully distanced himself and headed back to the common room on his own. There, he took out the gifts he'd prepared for the house elves, a set of magical masks that could transform into different shapes. He wrote a message of thanks on the package and left it on the table so they'd find it later in the evening. Though Wade had a good relationship with several house elves by now, they still adhered to their own code of conduct and only appeared before him if summoned. Wade stood by the window and waited for a while. The large castle gradually quieted down as the Ravenclaw students drifted off to sleep, and likely, the students in the other houses did the same. No screams, no petrifications, no chaos or fear. It was exactly what he hoped for: a peaceful, fulfilling, and fun school life. Wade smiled. The day after Halloween, after the afternoon classes ended, Wade received a note from Professor Sprout. Come to Greenhouse 3 after dinner. Feeling a surge of excitement, Wade went straight to Greenhouse 3 after dinner and saw that the now larger mandrakes were swaying slightly. Though the mandrakes aren't fully mature yet, their leaves are already usable, Professor Sprout said. A purple vine tried to wrap around the witch's shoulder, but she calmly brushed it off. That's great, Wade said excitedly. So, I can use this to practice becoming an animagus, right? Yes, exactly. Professor Sprout smiled. In fact, you could have started a week ago, but I thought it would be a shame for you to miss the Halloween feast over this, don't you think? Thank you, Professor, Wade said gratefully. Learning to become an animagus is a long process, Wade. As Professor Sprout spoke, she pulled out a large pair of scissors and began carefully searching through the mandrakes. You've always been smooth sailing in your magical studies, but you need to understand that failing a few times when practicing to become an animagus is completely normal, especially with the first step. For a full month, you'll have to hold a leaf of mandrake in your mouth at all times. You can't swallow it, and you can't take it out. If you fail, you'll have to start the process all over again. Today, we'll pick out the leaves. Before the full moon, you'll need to get used to the feeling of speaking, eating, and sleeping with a leaf of similar size in your mouth, and be careful not to swallow it. Practicing in advance will help you avoid making mistakes when you officially start. Professor Sprout held up the scissors and smiled. Now, pick a leaf, Wade. The mature mandrake had leaves longer than an adult's palm. Holding them in one's mouth seemed impossible, so only smaller, tender leaves were suitable. However, if the leaves were too small, they could be easily swallowed. The ideal leaf should cover about 1/3 of the upper palate without touching the teeth. Professor Sprout explained and shared the insights of the predecessors. The curvature of the leaf is also crucial. The closer it fits to the palate, the better the chance of success. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, Wade selected his leaves. She then carefully picked 5 or 6 similar-sized leaves and cut them off. She soaked these leaves in a light green herbal solution, neutralizing the mandrake's natural magic, and cast a preservation charm before handing them to Wade. Practice with these leaves until the full moon, she instructed. This many? Wade asked in surprise. Counting the days, he realized there were only 6 days until the full moon, which meant Professor Sprout was effectively giving him 1 leaf per day. Professor Sprout smiled and said, the beginning is always the hardest. As long as you don't use up all the leaves before the full moon, consider it a success. Good afternoon, Wade. A tiny witcher jumped to open the door of the office and greeted him in a raspy, low voice. You're late. Wade held up his hand, indicating a 5. The witcher understood and frowned. 5 minutes late is still late. Wade waved his wand, and a string of golden text appeared in the air. I was delayed by an incident during lunch. At that moment, Professor Murray walked out from inside. Wade used the floating text to ask, is Jerry acting livelier? Jerry was Professor Murray's nickname for the Witcher. This is the magic of life alchemy. Professor Murray said with a smile, unlike the stiff, mechanical pieces in wizard's chess, he will gradually grow, absorbing more knowledge, and even his personality might change. Wade remarked, it's like creating real life. That's what makes it so fascinating, Professor Murray replied. What happened to your voice? I'm practicing animagus transformation. Wade answered. I've got a mandrake leaf in my mouth, so talking isn't easy. On just the first day, he'd already ruined 2 leaves. One was damaged when he accidentally bit it while answering a question in class. A bitter taste filled his mouth immediately and lingered so long he had to brush his teeth multiple times to get rid of it. The other leaf met its end during a meal. Wade had tried sticking the leaf to the roof of his mouth with a sticking charm, but it made breathing feel blocked and uncomfortable. Sticking it to his tongue made speaking and swallowing harder, and it was even easier to damage that way. He was now realizing how difficult this task truly was. Keeping a thin leaf in his mouth without damaging it wasn't as simple as holding a piece of candy. Candy could dissolve or be chewed, but a leaf had to be protected with the care one would show a baby. For now, Wade decided to give up on speaking and even cast a ignore charm in class to avoid professors suddenly calling on him to answer questions. Animagus. Professor Murray shook his head disapprovingly. That magic is both dangerous and not particularly useful. After transforming, you're limited by the animal's body and can't cast other spells. Why bother with it? The ability to transform into an animal is fascinating in itself. Plus, mastering the animagus form helps a lot in learning transfiguration. Wade replied. Professor Murray indulgently said, "Have it your way. You always want to learn every type of magic. Have you heard of the Uagadu School of Magic?" "I have. It's the African wizarding school and the largest of all the magical schools." Professor Murray nodded. "I've never practiced the animagus transformation myself, but I know some wizard friends from Africa. Uagadu excels in wandless magic and animagus transformation. Many of their students can transform into animals like elephants and leopards by around 14. I could help you borrow some notes for reference." "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me too soon," Professor Murray said, pretending to look stern. "If you turn into a slug, don't come crying to me." Wade couldn't help but laugh. He knew that even if Professor Murray disapproved, he would still support Wade's decision. If it were Professor McGonagall, Wade imagined her reaction. "This is too dangerous, Mr. Gray," she would likely say sternly. "This isn't magic appropriate for someone your age." Or perhaps it would go more like this. "Mr. Gray, what is your animagus form?" Wizards must register their animagus form and characteristics with the Ministry of Magic, or else it's against the law. What could he say? Professor McGonagall was an excellent, upstanding professor. As a teacher, she was impeccable, but she could hardly tolerate any breach of rules. This made Wade reluctant to share certain secrets with her. "All right then, enough small talk. Let's continue with today's lesson," said Professor Murray. "I trust you've completed the assignment I gave you last time." Wade nodded and set his bag on the floor, and gave it a tap with his wand. A massive wardrobe appeared. Inside the wardrobe space, an unhitched pumpkin carriage rolled up with a rumbling sound, and the door swung open on its own. Once they boarded, the carriage began to move. The carriage traveled along a white road, and on either side of the path were imposing armored soldiers patrolling. And 2 cats were rolling around on the grass. Their movements appeared fluid, but their outward appearance had a mechanical quality. A few large brooms were sweeping the ground with a swish-swish motion, while a dustpan bounced along beside them, spilling the garbage it had just collected. A broom gave it a tap, and then resumed sweeping. The carriage came to a stop at the edge of a forest, where a white table and 2 high-backed chairs sat under a banyan tree. A round-bellied teapot gave a little bow, and 2 cups leaped eagerly from the tray. The teapot poured red tea for them, and steam puffed from its lid as if it were singing happily. Professor Murray lifted his cup, drained it in one gulp, and set it back on the table. The teapot rushed to pour more tea but was stopped by the professor. Wade waved his hand, and a small bird landed on it. The bird pecked the rim of the cup, and clear water bubbled up from the bottom until the cup was refilled. Professor Murray smiled approvingly. "Not bad. In just 2 weeks, you completed this creation." He was extremely pleased, though he restrained himself from heaping too much praise on his student. Combining alchemical creations with magic is difficult. Wade responded, and solidifying the rune circuit so that it can cast the augmenti spell wasn't easy. Water-making spell. He gently petted the little bird's head. "But it finally worked out in the end. Then next, you can begin working on solidifying 2 rune circuits together," said Professor Murray. "Today, let's discuss the compatibility and conflicts between alchemical materials and magic spells." A dark gray, slimy body squirmed slowly through the damp, shadowy farmland. The familiar spinach and cabbages around it loomed as large as castles. It crawled along sluggishly. The sun was about to rise, and it didn't want to be caught in the light. Suddenly, the leaves above were parted, and a huge child bent down to look at it, exclaiming, "Look, a snail." "No, it's not. It's a slug," said another, even taller giant. He picked it up with tongs, gripping its soft body and lifting it. "Slugs with antennae can be used to brew cure for boils potions," the giant said, "but we'll need to dry it out first." The giant placed it under the sunlight. The scorching rays burned its back. It felt as though it was going to be baked alive. It squirmed desperately, as it struggled and gasped in agony. Wade jolted awake, ripping the tangled blanket off himself and, with a wave of his hand, lit the candle beside his bed. He touched his forehead. It was covered in cold sweat. His mouth was bitter, and when he spat out the leaf, sure enough, the 3rd mandrake leaf had a corner missing. Wade knew full well that Professor Murray's mention of a slug was just a joke, but to dream that he had actually turned into a slug, that was just awful. It couldn't possibly be a prophetic dream, right? Without delay, Wade opened the curtains and got out of bed, and surveyed his dorm room as he raised his wand. A dozen pieces of parchment flew up, enlarging as they adhered to the walls. The blank sheets began to reveal images of an eagle soaring in various majestic poses. Pop! The candlestick transformed into an eagle perched on a branch. Pop! An eagle-shaped relief appeared on the wardrobe. Pop! Swirling cloud patterns adorned the legs of his desk, while a dozen eagles spread their wings in a fierce strike across its surface. Everywhere he looked, all he saw were eagles. Wade smirked inwardly. "Begone, slug. I am a Ravenclaw, and if I transform, it will be into a mighty eagle." After about 10 minutes of this self-hypnosis, Wade finally lay back down on his bed. The weekend was when Wade had arranged to meet with Marchione. The weather that day was surprisingly good, and most people eagerly rushed to the game field, and some even shouted, "Wade, let your insect army come out too." Yeah. We've come up with a few tactics just to beat them. I'm telling you, I'm totally used to the sight of spiders and cockroaches now. Nothing can scare me anymore." Wade glanced at his watch. He still had a little time before the scheduled meeting, so he signaled with an OK gesture. This time, Professor Flitwick had claimed the High Referee's chair. Seeing Wade, He cheerfully remarked, "Oh, ever since I started refereeing, I've yet to see the famous insect army. Everyone says it's the best part of Battle Royale." Wade was baffled. Who spread such rumors? Did they really find it all that entertaining, even after getting so scared they wet their pants? Although Wade was confused, he didn't hesitate in his actions. Just as he was about to fetch some bugs from a nearby leaf, Fred handed him a glass jar. "Already got it ready for you," Fred said with a mischievous grin. "Let's give those newbies a real scare from the beasts." Wade took a look and was momentarily speechless. In addition to common ants and spiders, the jar contained flying moths, an extremely ugly magical flower mantis, plump white silkworm larvae, a long centipede, and a gray-black slug. A slug? Wade silently looked at Fred. The red-haired Weasley winked at him. "What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Took me ages to find all these." Professor Flitwick peeked over, nodded approvingly, and said, "Indeed, quite impressive. It's a shame to waste this on just a few students." He stood up, waved his wand, and expanded the game field's fencing several times over, turning many of the onlookers into participants, including the Weasley twins. Huh? Fred was dumbfounded. "Wait, I want out." Several Gryffindor students who had been conspiring with the twins shouted as they tried to escape. Pop! The glass jar shattered, and the insects began to swell, and swell, and swell. A 3-meter-tall magical flower mantis tapped its front legs and emitted a strange screech. A slug slithered forward, pressing down on a stunned student and covering him with sticky slime. Ah! The terrified screams echoed across the entire school. Wade felt a bit better. By the time the second game started, there were fewer participants than ever. The insects, back in their original forms, had already hidden away. A few Hufflepuff students cautiously asked Wade several times to confirm that the insect army wouldn't make another appearance before they dared to venture inside together. Many students lay flat on the field, recovering from the shock, and some were even quietly crying. Wade walked through the crowd without a hint of guilt and returned to the castle. He was headed to Hogsmeade, though he guessed no one else would be sneaking out of school for a while. When he arrived on the 7th floor, he found that the room of requirement contained only Harry. Wade was a bit surprised. Seeing his expression, Harry explained, "I wanted to check on the progress of the case, so I didn't go to the game field. Thank goodness I didn't." He shuddered a bit at the thought. Wade chuckled. They used the vanishing cabinet and in an instant, they were in Lupin's house. Martian was already there, sitting on the living room sofa, drinking tea and chatting with Lupin. "Remus? Mr. Martian," Harry greeted enthusiastically. "Any updates on the case?" "The public trial is set for next Friday," Lupin said with a smile. "Mr. Martian has brought the evidence. Our chances are very good." "That's fantastic." Harry cheered, then hesitated. Would I be able to?" "I'll ask Dumbledore if you can take the day off so that you can attend," Lupin said gently, understanding Harry's hesitation. "I think Dumbledore will understand how much that day means to you. It's far more important than a class." Harry was overjoyed. Martian gave a sly smile. The boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, and the boy who had lost his parents due to that betrayal, sitting in the public gallery. His emotions, his love and hate, and those clear green eyes would undoubtedly have an invisible impact on those judging the case. It was a perfectly fair, open strategy. One could only wonder what that fabled godfather, the supposedly insane Sirius Black, would feel if he saw that scene. While Harry and Lupin discussed the details of his attendance, Martian nodded at Wade, and the two went into the study. Martian asked curiously, "Wade, last time you mentioned an alchemical creation you were working on for me. Is it finished now?" Wade smiled without saying anything, but suddenly a voice sounded beside him. "The farthest distance in the world is not life and death, it's me being right here in front of you, yet you still ignore me. Meow." Martian looked over in surprise and saw a tiny white cat with emerald eyes and a slender tail emerging from behind Wade, perched on his shoulder and licking its paw. The cat was only slightly larger than an egg, with soft, slightly curled white fur draping over its head, and its eyes sparkled like sapphires, making it incredibly cute. Martian glanced between Wade and the little cat and asked, "So, is it this? How rude. I am the one speaking to you, meow." The tiny cat replied indignantly. "As you can see, I am Wade's newest creation, named Alice, meow. I am a pocket magic pet, and soon to be the next global trend, meow." Alice hopped down from Wade's shoulder and trotted around on the table, saying, "I don't need baths, I don't need food, I'm always clean and beautiful, and I offer devoted companionship. Isn't that fantastic, meow." "Well, Martian's gaze flickered between Wade and Alice, and ultimately settled on Alice as he asked, "So why are you the one introducing yourself?" "Wade is practicing animagus magic, meow," Alice said, patting Wade's arm with her paw. "He can't speak at the moment, so I'm his spokesperson, meow." Alice punctuated each statement with a meow, while tugging at a loose thread on Martian's sleeve with her little paw. Martian asked, "Then, are the things you're saying now coming from Wade, or are you saying them yourself?" "The master can control me to a certain extent, meow," Alice explained. "But the initial programming affects my expressions and behavior, meow." "What else can you do?" Martian asked with interest. "Oh, there's so much I can tell you, meow. I could go on forever, meow." Wade pressed a finger to the cat's head, and her smug attitude instantly vanished. She sat back down obediently, though her tail still swayed lightly. Wade took out his wand, and lines of text appeared in the air. I'm not sure why, but even though I didn't program her with a chatty personality, she talks non-stop. She's too noisy. I'll explain the details myself. The pocket magic pet can be seen as an upgraded version of wizard chess. Its main function is companionship, offering conversation, and even checking for typos in writing. I adapted the functionality from an automatic correction quill. My vision for a magic pet includes being able to provide weather updates, route information, reminders for schedules and time, help with Book of Friends messaging, and even play music. This is currently an incomplete version, mainly focused on conversation. I hope these pets can provide emotional value to their owners, much like family or friends. However, due to the subtle nature of magic, each magic pet has a completely unique personality. Wade, I know I've said this before, but I have to say it again. Martian exclaimed excitedly. Your envisioned creations are always so remarkable, they're bound to bring us unimaginable profit. I should remind you that the cost of making these pets is high, and they are difficult to produce, Wade replied. Once buyers fall in love with them, cost won't be an issue, Martian said with a smile. There will always be someone willing to cover that for us. Have you made other pets? Yes. Alice is a proud and sweet little princess, so what are the personalities of the others? Martian asked curiously. Wade pulled out a dragon skin pouch from his bag. Martian noticed it was wriggling, as if something inside was moving. Wade opened the pouch and took out the pets one by one. First, a fiery red fox emerged and lifted its head proudly. A filthy bag like that hardly suits my noble stature. Its fluffy tail fanned out elegantly behind it, and its slanted, alluring eyes were full of disdain. Next, a silvery gray hamster quietly scooted to the edge of the table, nibbling on a cookie. Despite lacking the ability to actually eat, crumbs scattered all over the table. Then came a golden lion. Stretching its sleek body, it looked at Martian and said, "Are you sad about something? Tell me, so I can enjoy it." Martian. Lastly, a handsome black panther stepped forward, holding a bright red rose in its mouth. With a graceful stride, it placed the rose in front of Martian. "Before I met you, my life was like a black and white movie. Then you appeared, coloring my world. I want to protect you, care for you, make you happy. I'll do anything you want me to do." Martian stood there, stunned, and finally turned to Wade. Is it a romantic hero?" Wade's expression was one of exasperation, and words appeared in the air. "Feel free to laugh if you want, these ones are all a bit unique." "Oh no, it's not funny at all, Wade," Martian said, with a familiar gleam of money in his eyes. "Their varied personalities only make the magic pets more marketable." Fixing his gaze on the panther, Martian asked, "What influences their personalities?" Wade thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know. Maybe it's a subconscious thought when I imbued them with life, maybe something from the process itself, or perhaps even the materials and their forms have an effect. Without extensive experiments and comparisons, it's hard to confirm anything definitively." Martian nodded thoughtfully. "It's unfortunate we can't mass-produce identical pets, but unpredictability itself could become a selling point. Each pet would be one of a kind, which makes for great advertising." While pondering how to maximize profits from the magic pets, he conjured paper and pen, jotting down ideas rapidly. People who keep pets, even if they don't need feeding, are unlikely to stop at just one. If they love their magic pet, they'll want to give it a cozy home, no, a luxury villa? We could even sell matching furniture and a garden. With that, clothing and accessories could also be a hit. The pets could even make friends with each other, and owners could throw weddings for them or create pet families. Holidays should have special costumes, mini flying carpets or toy broomsticks would be ideal, and we could make miniature Hogwarts express trains. Muggle cars and planes might work well too. If we make them human-like, would anyone want to date one? An ever-faithful partner. Wade watched as Martian's parchment grew longer, the text multiplying. Someone had once told him, the cheapest part of having a pet is the pet itself. He could practically envision the day when Martian would leave wizards worldwide with empty pockets. Wade didn't reveal the magic spell-bonded pets yet, but perhaps, once the technique was perfected, he could prepare a few bright, clever little creatures for his parents. Wade left Martian with the instructions for creating the pets. The contractual details, manufacturing steps, and other specifics were naturally being managed through Lupin and Aslan's magic workshop. Wade himself remained primarily focused on his studies. His current priorities included using alchemy to refine the magic pets, practicing animagus transformation, and learning the Fiendfire curse. While Lupin had agreed to teach him Fiendfire, he approached the lessons with great caution. Wade had learned a lot of theory and written 3 essays but hadn't yet started practical training. In this area, Wade wasn't impatient, he had plenty of time and patience. Every now and then, Wade would use the disillusionment charm to slip into the restricted section, poring over almost every book that mentioned Fiendfire. After Charms class, Wade even consulted Professor Flitwick about various fire spells and control techniques. Though Professor Flitwick didn't have experience with burning down half a town, his understanding and mastery of spells were beyond comparison. After several sessions, Wade could make flames dance on his fingertips without burning himself. Keeping a mandrake leaf in his mouth for an extended period, Wade had also gradually learned how to talk and eat normally. He'd once heard that some people could hold a sharp blade in their mouth and still eat and speak like normal. Although Wade hadn't reached that level, he had figured out a few small tricks to protect the delicate leaf during daily activities. At night, he cast a spell to keep his teeth from moving, so as long as he didn't chew, the leaf's size meant he wouldn't accidentally swallow it while asleep. On the night of the full moon, Wade was fully prepared. Professor Sprout clipped the carefully selected leaf for him and watched as Wade placed it in his mouth. The bitter taste of the plant's juice spread through Wade's mouth. Professor Sprout said, "I had the kitchen prepare some liquid food for you. During this period, try to stick to non-chewable foods, and avoid drinking too much water if you can. Although you can try again if needed, go into this with a determination to succeed on the first attempt and stay mindful at all times. This process can be grueling. Most people, after failing once, don't want to go through it a second time. While I trust in your willpower, I still hope everything goes smoothly for you, with as little suffering as possible." Wade's eyes curved in a soft smile as he replied quietly, "Thank you, Professor. There's no need for thanks." Professor Sprout patted his shoulder. "And one more thing, try to speak as little as possible this month." Soon, Friday arrived. When Wade woke up in the morning, he immediately checked the mandrake leaf in his mouth as he always did. There was no bitter taste, which meant the leaf was still intact. Feeling reassured, he got up, washed, and came out of the bathroom to find a bowl of aromatic minced meat porridge and a cup of strangely colored vegetable and fruit juice already on his desk. Closing his eyes, Wade quickly drank it down in a few gulps. He mounted his broom and flew to the room of requirement, where Fred and George were already busy in the alchemy room. Since Wade had borrowed the Marauder's map from them, the three had been working on alchemy together. Michael and others had initially wanted to join, but he dropped out after a few days of trying to learn runes, and he even removed ancient runes from his elective list without hesitation. "Thanks for the warning, Wade," Michael had said earnestly. "There's no way I'll be studying this next year." Harry, Neville, Theo, and others nodded in agreement. Only Hermione gave them an exasperated look and continued painstakingly memorizing the rune dictionary. The Weasley twins weren't exactly masters of ancient runes either, but their enthusiasm for alchemy was boundless, and they had unique techniques to sidestep difficult problems, substituting simpler spells and more complex processes to achieve their goals. Sometimes, Wade even picked up new insights from their methods. A few days ago, Wade had returned the Marauder's map to the twins, but they insisted the map shouldn't be exclusively theirs and left it in the umbrella room. Fred announced to everyone, "Anyone who wants to explore or go on an adventure, feel free to use it. Just remember our one rule." "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," the twins said in unison. Harry and Michael clapped enthusiastically. Hermione glared at them angrily. "If you get caught by a professor, it'll cost points for your house. I hope you all remember that." The twins started secretly calling Hermione Little McGonagall. They hadn't told anyone, but somehow, the nickname still got around. Hermione had heard about it too, but she wasn't upset at all. In fact, she considered it a compliment. Wade and the Weasley twins had temporarily put their research on the Marauder's map aside, as the map not only contained many complex spells, but it was also intricately tied to Hogwarts, making it something that couldn't be replicated elsewhere. Wade also suspected that the original four had used extremely rare materials for the map, with ink that was no ordinary kind. However, without using destructive methods to analyze it, there was no way to deconstruct the detailed components. Even Lupin wasn't entirely sure because most of the materials had come from James Potter and Sirius Black. These two had once controlled the secret vaults of two ancient pure-blood families, and Lupin had very little knowledge about what rare and ancient items they might have used on this map. What he could offer was help with spells, like the human presence charm and similar spells. But for now, Wade didn't feel the need to study that. Therefore, their recent focus had shifted to repairing the two-way mirror. After over 2 hours of research, Wade checked the time, said goodbye to the twins, and made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Lupin and Harry were already waiting there. Both of them, usually the type who didn't pay much attention to their appearance, were now dressed impeccably. Hats, ties, cufflinks, every detail was carefully attended to, and not a speck of dust was on their wizard robes. This was because today was the day of Sirius Black's trial. They were about to head to the Ministry of Magic. As Wade entered the room, Harry, who had been sitting in a chair, immediately stood up. "Wade's here. Does that mean it's time to go?" The November weather was damp and cold, but Harry was breaking out in a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Professor McGonagall glanced at the time. "There's still an hour until Sirius's trial. But I imagine none of you have the patience to wait around here, so let's set off early," she said, adjusting her statement after seeing the expressions on Harry and the others. "But actually, even now, I still don't think you should attend this hearing, Mr. Potter." "Professor." Harry stared at her with wide eyes. Professor McGonagall sighed. "Remember what I told you, in court, people may say some, well, unpleasant things. Remember that it's just rhetoric, don't take it to heart, and keep calm and courteous." "I understand, Professor." Harry, however, barely seemed to be listening. His mind was already in the Ministry of Magic. "All right, let's be on our way then." Professor McGonagall looked as though she wanted to give him a hug, but in the end, she restrained herself. Taking out a bag of Flo powder, she said, "Just for today, my office is connected to the Flo network. You all know how to use it, don't you?" "Of course. See you in a bit, Professor." Lupin said politely. He took a pinch of Flo powder, tossed it into the fire, and stepped inside, and said clearly, "Ministry of Magic Atrium." With a roar, the flames flared up, and in a flash, Lupin disappeared. Harry couldn't wait to walk over and sprinkle his own flu powder. Good luck to you all, Professor McGonagall said softly as she looked at him with tenderness and sympathy in her gaze. See you in a few hours, Professor, Harry said with a smile. And, by the way, I've already finished my transfiguration homework, Professor. Ministry of Magic Atrium. The flames swallowed Harry's figure, leaving only Wade behind. Mr. Grey, Professor McGonagall said, though I am a Gryffindor myself, I must say some Gryffindors are too easily swayed by their emotions. If, and I mean if, the trial result is less than favorable, I hope you can help them stay composed. I will, Professor. Wade also sprinkled the flu powder. Ministry of Magic Atrium. The green flames reflected off Professor McGonagall's dark green robes, and Wade caught sight of her bright blue eyes. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her gaze was filled with deep worry, and her fingers were interlocked as if in silent prayer. Surrounded by the green flames, Wade closed his eyes and suddenly thought of the two people on trial today. Both were Gryffindors back in their school days, both students of Professor McGonagall. They'd both mastered animagus skills at a young age, excelling in transfiguration classes. Surely, they'd been both a source of pride and frustration for the professor. But now, time had changed everything, and it had come to this, a situation nobody could have wished for. Professor McGonagall must have wanted to attend the trial herself. But as the deputy headmistress, with Dumbledore away from school, she had to stay behind and couldn't leave. Wade thought again of his plan to improve the two-way mirror. Professor Murray had explained the mirror's construction to him before. If he managed to repair the mirror this time, he could start the next phase of his project. By modifying the two-way mirror to connect multiple people, he could enable live broadcasts in the wizarding world. What a pity. Sirius's trial would have been a hot topic. Wade stepped out of the fireplace into a grand, opulent hall with walls and ceiling tiled in peacock blue bricks. Golden symbols drifted and changed slowly across the surface. Rows of fireplaces were embedded into wooden panels, with wizards continuously stepping out from them. The fireplace they used was set apart, marked by a sign that read, "Visitors." "Hello there," said a young, plump witch seated behind a desk in pale blue robes, and she looked rather uninterested. "Please register here." "Hello, ma'am," Lupin stepped forward and said, "Remus Lupin, Harry Potter, and Wade Grey, here to observe Sirius Black's trial." "What? Oh, my goodness." The witch's eyes widened immediately. She ignored Lupin altogether and stared back and forth between the two students before finally focusing on Harry. "You're Harry Potter." She gasped and took a quick, sharp breath. After a stunned pause, the witch suddenly jumped up and reached out both hands. "Hello, Mr. Potter. I grew up hearing stories about you. It's such an honor to meet you." Harry awkwardly shook her hand. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Louise Wenger," the witch introduced herself, and her eyes were brimming with excitement. "It's such an honor. I can't believe I'm shaking your hand." Harry had to remind her, "We're here to attend Sirius's trial." "Oh, right. Silly me, almost forgot the main reason you're here." "Please, follow me, Mr. Potter," Wenger said, flustered but eager, leading the three of them towards the end of the hall while explaining. "Guests need to go through the security checkpoint and register their wands. Of course, Mr. Potter, you and your companions won't have any issues, but rules are rules." Wade glanced back. Behind them, green flames flared up in the fireplace again as a wizard and a witch stepped out, ready to register, only to find the desk unattended. They stood there looking bewildered, unsure of what to do. "There are other wizards coming out of the fireplace," Wade reminded her. "Are you sure it's okay to leave your post?" "It's fine, they can wait just a moment." Wenger waved dismissively and turned her attention back to Harry with enthusiasm. "Mr. Potter, I heard you were sorted into Gryffindor, just like your parents." Yes, that's right," Harry replied, looking uncomfortable. "Are you adjusting well to school life? I heard you grew up in the Muggle world. What was that like?" Wade glanced at Lupin, who gave a helpless shrug. Thankfully, they finally reached the security checkpoint, forcing Wenger to stop her barrage of questions. She pulled over a drowsy-looking wizard and urged him to be courteous while checking the three of them. "This is Mr. Harry Potter," she said, blushing with excitement and speaking in a tone barely containing her glee. The wizard's eyes widened instantly. Anticipating yet another round of fanfare, Wade and Lupin simultaneously took a step back. "Goodbye," Wenger said cheerfully as she waved to them. "Don't forget to come back this way when you leave." "Mr. Potter, can I get your autograph then?" "All right," Harry replied, resigned. Wenger beamed with joy, nearly skipping back to her desk. "Mr. Potter," the wizard already had his hand extended. "I'm Hanson, such a pleasure to meet you." Hanson wasn't the only one at the security checkpoint. There were a few other wizards nearby as well. Hearing Hanson's words, they all rushed over to shake Harry's hand. "After being at school for so long, I'd almost forgotten that Harry has fans across the entire British wizarding world." Wade sighed and turned to Lupin. "We won't be late, will we?" Lupin shared the same concern. He pushed his way through the crowd and finally managed to pull Harry out. "Please make way, gentlemen. We have business to attend to. Please step aside." Harry straightened his askew glasses and asked, "Mr. Hanson, could you perform the security check for us now?" Of course. Hanson used a thin golden rod to scan each of them from top to bottom, much like a metal detector at an airport. He then asked Harry to place his wand on a brass machine resembling a set of scales. After a moment, the machine printed out a narrow strip of paper. 11 inches, Hollywood, Phoenix feather core, in use for 1 year, is that correct? Hansen asked. Yes, Harry replied. He glanced at the gathering crowd and felt like an animal on display at the zoo. The wizards around him beamed at him with friendly smiles. Hansen also smiled and said, it's well maintained. Mr. Ollivander would be very pleased to see it in such good condition. He handed Harry back his wand and pinned the slip of paper onto a small brass peg. When it was Lupin and Wade's turn, Hansen's demeanor became strictly professional. Cypress, unicorn hair, 10¼ inches, in use for 21 years. That's correct, Lupin confirmed. Poplar wood, unicorn hair, 12 inches, in use for 1 year. Hansen glanced at Wade and asked, are you in Hufflepuff? I'm a Hufflepuff alumnus myself. No, Wade replied. I'm in Ravenclaw. Oh. Hansen's friendly smile immediately vanished. But as soon as he turned back to look at Harry, his face lit up with enthusiasm again. Mr. Potter, where are you headed? I'd be happy to guide you. No need, Hansen there with me. Arthur Weasley suddenly appeared, pushing his way through the crowd. Putting an arm around Harry's shoulder, he led the three of them toward a large open golden door. You're a bit late, Lupin, Mr. Weasley said. Sorry, Arthur, the ministry folks were a little too enthusiastic, Lupin replied, and then smoothed down his rumpled clothes from the earlier crowd and guided Wade forward. A flock of colorful paper airplanes whooshed past them, fluttering like a group of birds. They passed through the golden doors and entered the elevator hall, where at least 20 elevators stood, with a small crowd of people waiting. Hey, Arthur, someone greeted Mr. Weasley. How's work been lately? Mr. Weasley nodded. All good, except for a muggle who almost had his nose bitten off by his own cup. The group approached an elevator, and Mr. Weasley pressed the down button. Dumbledore is already here, he said quietly to Lupin. And there are a lot of foreign reporters. Fudge initially wanted to hold the trial in courtroom 10, but with all the press, he had to switch to courtroom 3. Lupin seemed familiar with both locations, as he sighed in relief and said, that's better. They asked me to remind you, stay calm, all right? Whatever happens in the courtroom, those who lose their temper always end up losing. Mr. Weasley advised. I understand. Lupin clenched his hand briefly but remained calm. Disturbing the court would get us thrown out, and I definitely won't let that happen. That's good. Mr. Weasley looked somewhat relieved. Wade and Harry looked at Lupin together. Since they had known him, Lupin had always seemed composed and rational. Professor McGonagall occasionally lost her temper with students, but Lupin's steadiness was almost uncanny. But to others, though, Lupin seemed like someone who might flip a table at the slightest provocation. Harry thought it was because of how close he was to those involved. Wade, on the other hand, thought he'd once assumed that among the Marauder, Lupin was the one roped into mischief by his friends back in the day, but others seemed to see him differently. The elevator soon arrived. They rode it down to the underground floors. Then they descended down the stairs. The rough walls were lined with torches and the air was cold and damp. We're here, courtroom 3, Mr. Weasley announced, pushing open a heavy black door. It was clear that the courtroom had been fitted with many extra torches and floating magical candles, making the entire hall brightly illuminated. On both sides were rows of seats that rose gradually higher, nearly all of them filled. Almost everyone was talking, creating a loud buzz of conversation in the room. In the front row, there were about a dozen reporters, with heavy cameras hanging around their necks, and some were furiously scribbling notes. One stood out, a woman with jewel-encrusted glasses and golden curls. She wore a neon pink dress, which looked completely out of place in the dark courtroom. The other reporters kept their distance from her, as if both wary and disdainful. When Wade and the others entered, their arrival went almost unnoticed. Mr. Weasley led them up a narrow staircase along the side to the very top row, where they found a few empty seats and sat down. Soon after, someone else took a seat next to them. As he sat, the wooden chair creaked loudly. Wade glanced over and saw that the man beside him looked quite intimidating. He had long, messy grayish hair, a face covered in scars, and a mouth twisted into an uneven grimace. His eye on Wade's side was peculiar. It darted around constantly like a restless needle, then suddenly turned in Wade's direction. The abrupt movement startled Wade. The wizard chuckled and, in a raspy voice, asked, "Mind if I sit next to you, kid?" Even using the politest tone, he still sounded like he was issuing a threat. Harry's eyes widened, and his whole body stiffened. He probably thought this was some kind of dangerous dark wizard. In the umbrella room, he had heard about the time Theo mentioned almost being kidnapped with his brother, later rescued by a stranger. Wade looked at the wizard and said, "Of course not, please sit." "Brave one, aren't you?" the wizard muttered. His blue eye swiveled over to examine Harry, lingering on his scar for a moment before falling silent. "Good morning, Moody," Lupin greeted him, breaking the silence. "I didn't expect to see you here. Just because I'm retired doesn't mean I'm deaf and blind, right?" Moody took a long swig from a curved flask and said, "Besides, Sirius was once my comrade. I want to see for myself if he's truly innocent or if he's managed to fool you all naive guys with some clever trick." Lupin fell silent for a moment. He felt Moody hadn't meant naive but rather foolish. Yet, trusting Sirius was something that felt entirely natural to him. He had been wrong for 11 years. Am I supposed to continue to make the same mistake? Back in their school days, the four of them had always stuck together, though they each had a closer bond with certain friends. Sirius betrayed James, and Lupin felt that betrayal more deeply than anyone. But the instant he learned that Peter Pettigrew was still alive, he knew he had been wrong. He realized he should trust his own heart's judgment rather than listening to the so-called facts everyone else accepted. But such sentiments were likely beyond Moody's understanding. So Lupin simply forced a small smile and said quietly, "I believe in him." Harry gathered his courage, looked at Moody's intimidating face, and said, I believe in him too." The blue magical eye swiveled sharply onto him, as did Moody's real dark eye. Harry felt nervous, his palms were sweating, but he insisted, "I trust that the godfather my father chose for me is not a traitor." Moody laughed, but unusually, there was no hint of sarcasm in it. "Kid," he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. The door on the side of the courtroom opened, and several wizards walked in. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, a witch with grey hair and a monocle, and a wizard with a fierce expression and a mane of hair like a lion's. They took their seats on the high benches at the center. Next, about a dozen people in deep magenta robes filed in and took their seats on either side. Their faces were serious and imposing. The courtroom noise quickly died down. A clear tapping sound rang out, and the grey-haired witch spoke with a blank expression, "Bring in Sirius Black." Lupin leaned forward sharply. His hands were gripping the back of the chair in front of him and his knuckles were going pale, while Harry instinctively stood up. Moody put down his flask, and gripped his cane with both hands. Wade looked up, and his gaze was fixed on a small door in the corner. The door opened. Harry nearly gasped, and there was a brief hum of whispers from the crowd. Two creatures cloaked in long robes, each nearly 3 meters tall, floated in slowly. Their decayed, scabbed hands gripped the arms of the man between them as they carried him toward the central armchair. The faces beneath the creatures' hoods seemed to be breathing, taking deep, rattling breaths that sent a wave of coldness across the room. Even at this distance, Harry felt his hands and feet grow icy. Many of the wizards in the room wore expressions of mixed disgust and fear. What are those?" Harry asked. "Dementors," Wade replied. His occlumency skill was now strong enough that the Dementor's influence didn't affect him much. "So those are Dementors," Harry thought to himself. He had previously heard that many prisoners in Azkaban went mad, and he had found it hard to believe. But now, seeing the Dementors with his own eyes, he suddenly understood. He looked at the man being held between the Dementors. He hung his head as if he were unconscious, his tangled, filthy hair falling over his face. His skin was as white as wax, and his body was so thin it seemed skeletal. A set of ragged, tattered clothes clung to his frame like a shroud of rags. Around his bony ankles were shackles, and the iron chains trailed along the ground, jangling as he walked. Wade suddenly heard a quiet, rattling sound. He looked up to see Lupin staring intently at the skeletal figure of Sirius. His face was tense and expressionless, but his hands trembling slightly. Wade lowered his gaze. The Dementors placed Sirius in the central chair, and the chains on the armrests suddenly glowed gold, snaking around him like a serpent to bind him tightly in place. Then, the Dementors floated slowly out of the room, drifting like trails of black smoke. A collective sigh of relief rose from the courtroom. The reporters craned their necks, their eyes were fixed on Sirius in the chair as they snapped a flurry of photos. In the front row, Dumbledore remained calm, but most of the other wizards wore visible expressions of displeasure. The clear sound of a gavel rang out again, forcing the reporters to lower their cameras and pick up their quills, but their faces were still alight with excitement. "Record," the grey-haired witch announced in a cold voice, "the retrial on November 14th for the case of Sirius Black, accused of joining the Dark Lord, betraying the location of James and Lily Potter, and, upon discovery, killing 13 people. Interrogators, Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Bones, and Head of the Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour. Court Recorder, Albirio Ima. Defense Representative, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore, seated to the side, stood up and said, "Given the poor condition of the defendant, Sirius Black, I will be speaking on his behalf." A faint stir rippled through the audience in the courtroom, and most members of the Wizengamot, dressed in purple robes, smiled in Dumbledore's direction. Fudge's displeasure became more apparent as he looked around, seemingly hoping someone would object. But neither Amelia Bones nor Rufus Scrimgeour spoke up. Reluctantly, Fudge said, "Well, very well, Dumbledore, this is allowed." Ignoring Fudge's reluctance, Dumbledore stood and walked over to Sirius Black, placing a hand on his shoulder. The warmth of a living touch seemed to pull Sirius out of a suppressed state. He slowly raised his head to look at Dumbledore. His eyes, which were sunken deep within their sockets, appeared dark and hollow, devoid of any visible emotion. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of you remember that yesterday, we conducted a hearing here for Peter Pettigrew," Dumbledore said. "Due to the age of the case and its complexity, we permitted the use of veritaserum during questioning." At the mention of that familiar name, Sirius Black suddenly froze, and a shadowy glimmer seemed to flicker in his eyes. He stared intently at Dumbledore. In the audience, a few people looked worried, some even signaling for the white-bearded headmaster to step back as if they feared Sirius might lunge at him. But Dumbledore remained in place, and continued his statement. Under the effects of the potion, Peter Pettigrew made a full confession of his crimes. He admitted that he was the true secret keeper for the Potters and that he was the one who betrayed their location to Voldemort. Sirius Black suddenly let out a hoarse cry. "Peter Pettigrew? He's alive." Dumbledore paused slightly, seemingly surprised that Sirius still didn't know why he was on trial, or perhaps astonished that Sirius retained such clarity of thought and speech. After a few seconds of silence, Dumbledore's hand on Sirius' shoulder tightened slightly. Yes, he is still alive. Dumbledore continued. He transformed into a rat, disguised himself as a child's pet, and has been hiding and surviving for 11 years, until his recent capture at Hogwarts. Sirius stared blankly at the floor, lost in thought, unaware of what to feel. Dumbledore went on to recount the crimes Peter Pettigrew had confessed to. It was he who betrayed them. It was he who caused the deaths of the Potters. And when Sirius was about to catch him, it was he who used a spell to kill 12 muggles in an explosion. Several wizards who had missed the last trial began murmuring, too shocked to remain quiet despite the formal setting of the court. Moody frowned. That vile scum deserves a Dementor's kiss, the retired Auror said with intense disgust. The Ministry sentenced him to life imprisonment. Lupin looked equally displeased but added, letting that guy live and endure a long sentence might be better punishment. Pettigrew was tried yesterday, asked Wade. It was a secret trial, without such an audience, Lupin said, struggling to contain his emotions. Originally, Peter's trial was scheduled after Sirius, but Dumbledore moved it forward. Moody nodded. Only by confirming Peter Pettigrew's crimes could Sirius Black be proven innocent. He stared deeply at Sirius, as if trying to read hidden emotions on that skeletal face. He added, in my opinion, Fudge lacks a certain boldness. If Millicent Bagnold were still in charge, she wouldn't have allowed Pettigrew to live to see his remaining years. Peter Pettigrew is an animagus. Wade asked, is there a chance he could escape Azkaban by turning into a rat? Moody shook his head. As much as I dislike those creatures, they are the best guards in the world. No one can escape under their watch even if those creatures might not have eyes. Now that it's known he's an animagus, the Ministry has precautions in place for dealing with animagi, added Lupin. As they whispered among themselves, Dumbledore had already presented a few pieces of evidence, primarily Peter Pettigrew's testimony. Next was the wand confiscated from Sirius all those years ago. The Ministry had retrieved it from a dusty evidence room, then cast the prior incantato spell on it to review its last spells, a process that lasted over 10 minutes. No spell for the massacre of those muggles ever appeared from the wand. The members of the Wizengamot nodded to each other, as they exchanged glances. They were already aware of the facts. Dumbledore's presentation was mainly for the reporters and the uninformed audience. After inspecting the wand, the evidence seemed irrefutable. Fudge, however, put forth his own theory. If they were wrong about Sirius Black, he could become a critical asset to you-know-who's revival, posing a risk to the entire magical world. Fudge didn't actually care whether Sirius Black or Peter Pettigrew was innocent. For him, stability was the priority. He wanted the magical world to remain as calm as a windless lake, allowing him to stay comfortably in his position, occasionally earning political points and filling his personal coffers. He resisted any change. Peter Pettigrew had been hiding for over a decade. Had he done anything? No. Alive or dead, it made no difference. But Sirius Black was like a ticking time bomb, and Fudge had no idea what he might do if released. This uncertainty unsettled him, making him feel it was a potential threat. Moreover, if Sirius hadn't betrayed them, he would be an ally of Dumbledore, an underlying issue Fudge couldn't openly admit. Fudge's concerns seemed to hold some merit, as a few people nodded in quiet agreement. Amelia Bones looked down at Sirius, who sat silently with his head lowered, and asked, Sirius Black, do you have anything to say? Sirius remained still for a long time. Fudge interjected, I don't think he understands your question, Amelia. I am guilty, Sirius suddenly said in a dry voice and slowly raised his head. They were practically killed because of me. I was the one who convinced James and Lily to change their secret keeper to Peter, instead of me. I made a terrible mistake. I got them killed, it's my fault. I am guilty. No, that's not true. Harry couldn't help but shout. Everyone in the courtroom turned to look at him. Fudge's eyes widened in shock, and he angrily barked, no outbursts allowed. Some people, seeing Harry's expression, guessed his identity and instantly looked intrigued. Harry knew everyone was staring at him and realized he might be thrown out at any moment, but he still gathered all his strength and shouted, You're not guilty? Even if my mom and dad were here, they wouldn't think you are guilty. Voldemort killed them, not you. Pettigrew's betrayal wasn't your fault either. The crowd murmured in shock as Harry said Voldemort's name aloud. Many disregarded the courtroom's decorum and stood up to get a better look at him. Did you hear that? He actually said his name. Of course, he's Harry Potter. The murmuring reached Wade. Sirius Black lifted his head sharply, struggling to see Harry clearly. His sunken eyes grew wet and shone with a sudden brightness, dispelling the decayed, withered look for a moment. James, he whispered, and his lips were trembling. Amelia Bones had to rap her gavel several times before the room settled into quiet again. Please remain silent, Mr. Potter, she said, or I will have to ask you to leave. Harry sat down immediately, and his face was flushed as if he had a fever. He stared down at his shoes, hardly able to believe his own boldness. Lupin reached over and patted his shoulder. Across the rows of heads, he exchanged a look with Sirius, his own eyes wet. Now, those in favor of a guilty verdict, please raise your hand, Mrs. Bones announced in a loud voice. Harry's head shot up, and he watched nervously as his breathing became rapid. A few people were still glancing at him, almost as if they hadn't heard the question. 1, 2, 3. A few scattered hands rose. Those in favor of a not guilty verdict, please raise your hand, Bones called again. A forest of arms went up, with several people smiling and nodding at Harry as they raised their hands. It was more than half. Not guilty. Amelia Bones rapped her gavel and declared, Sirius Black, you are hereby released. Sirius Black, acquitted. The woman's pronouncement echoed like a resounding bell, reverberating in his ears. Sirius sat dumbly in his chair, and his gaze was empty and dazed. He didn't notice Fudge's angry huff as he pushed his chair back forcefully and stormed out. He didn't see several wizards hastily following Fudge, nor did he realize when Dumbledore's hand lifted from his shoulder. People began leaving down the aisles, some whispering to each other, others casting him glances of either sympathy or disdain, but he was oblivious to it all. He stared at the floor in front of him, seeing nothing, until someone came up beside him, took his hand, pulled him to his feet, and embraced him tightly. Remus. Sirius thought of this brother he hadn't seen in so long. He wanted to speak, but it was as if his throat was blocked. His arms trembled as he lifted them and returned Lupin's embrace just as fiercely. The warmth of human contact felt like sunlight, pulling him out of the darkness of his personal hell. After a long while, they finally released each other. Remus. Sirius' facial muscles twitched as he attempted a stiff smile. I never imagined I'd live to see you, looking old. I'm so sorry, Sirius. Lupin's voice was low and remorseful. For 11 years, I didn't believe in you. I should have known, of everyone, you were the least likely to betray James. No, I made mistakes, Sirius admitted, and his face was clouded with pain at the memory. I foolishly made a suggestion, thinking it was the best plan. If it hadn't been for me. He shook his head, unwilling to continue or to let Lupin console him. Then he noticed the boy standing next to Lupin, messy black hair, bright green eyes, filled with a mixture of nervousness and hope. How much he looks like James in his youth. It was as if that friend was standing before him once more. Sirius seemed dazed for a moment, his mouth opened and closed before he finally found his voice. Harry. Yes, it's me, Harry said a little awkwardly. To Harry, Sirius was both a stranger and someone oddly familiar. A stranger because they were meeting for the first time, familiar because Lupin had shared so many stories about their younger days together. Going to school, playing pranks, sharing the same dormitory, clashing with Slytherin students, and sneaking around the castle at night for their adventures. In their second year, they discovered Lupin's secret. He was a werewolf, but they didn't distance themselves from him because of it. To keep Lupin company during his transformations, James and Sirius managed to learn animagus transformation by their 5th year. James pursued Lily and faced constant rejection at first, but finally succeeded in asking her out in their 7th year, and celebrated like a fool. At 16, Sirius left the pure-blood Black family and moved in with James. James's parents treated him like a second son. After graduation, they attended James and Lily's wedding together, with Sirius as the best man. Then, they all joined the Order of the Phoenix, and fought against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Lupin didn't mention the darker parts, nor did he bring up the traitor, Peter Pettigrew. In his stories, there was only friendship, adventure, courage, the youthful spirit of boys filled with energy, creating a beautiful and inspiring story together. Although this was Harry's first time meeting Sirius, he felt as if he'd known him for ages. Despite Sirius's current gaunt appearance, one could still see traces of his former handsomeness in his skeletal face. Sirius's lips moved slightly, and after a long pause, he finally said, "The last time I saw you, you were just this small." He made a gesture the size of a small ball with his hands, then, realizing that wasn't quite right, widened it a bit. Harry wasn't sure what to say and gave him a shy smile. Looking at him, Sirius hesitated and said, "I don't know if anyone's ever told you that. Harry, I'm your godfather." "Yes, I know," Harry nodded. He hesitated, then stepped forward and gently hugged Sirius. Sirius bent down to embrace him, and his arms trembled slightly. "Your parents appointed me as your guardian in case anything ever happened to them." Sirius's voice was hoarse. "Of course, I know I don't have much right to ask you to leave your current family, but if you're willing, if you want, I would like to take care of you." Before he could finish, Lupin interrupted. His one remaining friend put an arm around his shoulders as he smiled warmly and said to him, "Sirius, you've just cleared your name. There's no need to rush. How about going back, taking a bath, changing into some clean clothes? I think you could also use some nutritious food to help you regain your strength," Lupin suggested. Sirius. Lupin's words made sense, but somehow his smile looked just a little mischievous. "All right, fine," Sirius replied awkwardly. He glanced at Harry, and was about to say something, when Lupin continued. "Oh, and I should introduce you to someone. Although you haven't met him, he was actually the key to reopening your case." Sirius's curiosity was piqued. "Who is he?" "His name is Wade Grey. He's Harry's classmate and also my employer and my student." Lupin spoke with a hint of pride. "He's only 12 years old, but he's the smartest young wizard I've ever met." Sirius thought he'd misheard. 12? Employer? Yes. Lupin was about to introduce Wade to Sirius but turned around only to find that Wade's seat was empty. "If you're looking for that boy," Moody, who hadn't yet left, interjected. "Dumbledore called him away. He asked me to tell you not to wait for him." Crowds were moving up the steps, hurrying toward the elevators. The underground space felt stifling and dim, and no one wanted to linger there any longer than necessary. Wade, however, found himself stopping and glancing down a nearby hallway. The corridor was pitch black, with no doors or windows. There wasn't even a torch on the walls. At the end stood a black door, silently beckoning anyone who might be tempted to approach. That's the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore said. It's the Ministry's most classified area. Many things inside defy understanding, and are difficult to control. Even for you, Professor, Wade asked. I must admit, that place makes me feel as ignorant as a child, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Many may think I know more magic than most, but in the grand journey of magic, I am still but an apprentice. What kind of magic is in there? A great deal, Dumbledore replied. For example, there are studies on time, death, and prophecy. Many learned and gifted wizards work tirelessly there, studying the most mysterious and dangerous branches of magic. They are called unspeakables, and throughout their lives, they never disclose the nature of their work to anyone. Unspeakables. Wade thought for a moment before asking, Professor, is there something you need from me? I want to thank you, Wade, Dumbledore said gently. Regarding Sirius's case, I made an error in judgment based on my own assumptions. I once vouched to the Ministry that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper, and after he was imprisoned, I didn't pursue a detailed investigation. If I had visited Sirius in prison, even just once, I might have realized that he was not the traitor. Wade didn't criticize Dumbledore but thought it over and said, when you believed he'd betrayed them, you must have felt very angry and disappointed. That's true, Dumbledore agreed. I had seen so many bright young people fall into darkness, and I assumed Sirius was another one of them. But I doubt Mr. Black would blame you for it, Wade said. Their plan misled everyone. If Peter Pettigrew hadn't betrayed them, it would have been a brilliant strategy. Yes, who could have foreseen it? Dumbledore sighed deeply. To see a close friend transform so suddenly, it leaves you questioning whether you ever truly knew them. Wade looked at Dumbledore, whose face, half lit by the torchlight, revealed only a shadowed profile. He wondered if Dumbledore was recalling someone from his own past. Main atrium. A woman's cold voice announced from within the elevator. The golden grills opened, and Dumbledore and Wade stepped out together. After a short walk, they reached a large atrium with a grand fountain at its center. In the middle of the fountain stood a set of pure gold statues. A noble-looking wizard held his wand aloft, a beautiful witch gazed at him with admiration, and around them, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf looked up at them with boundless reverence. At the fountain's base were numerous shining coins, and a small plaque beside it read, all proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. The two paused by the fountain, and looked up at the statues. A fine piece of art, isn't it? Dumbledore tossed a handful of coins into the fountain and said with a smile, though probably only wizards and house elves would admire this piece. Centaurs and goblins might not find it so pleasing. The goblins would appreciate the gold, Wade countered. Dumbledore chuckled. True. Does the money here actually go toward helping patients? Wade asked. Muggle-wishing fountains are often just a way to make money. You can be assured that in the magical world, funds are used more faithfully, Dumbledore replied. So Wade also took a handful of coins from his pocket and threw them in. The gleaming galleon stood out amidst a pile of silver sickles and bronze newts. A stream of water poured from the ear of the house elf statue, splashing into the water in front of Wade. The droplets seemed to shimmer in gold. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore sighed and said, Wizards, centaurs, goblins, house elves' intelligence and magical ability make us equals, just as wizards, squibs, and muggles are all part of humanity. Our world is made up of different races, each an inseparable part of society. But wizard prejudice and arrogance have long caused other races to suffer, and wizards themselves often pay a price for it. Isn't it the same even among wizards? Wade remarked. Purebloods look down on half-bloods and muggleborns, nobles look down on commoners, the rich look down on the poor, the clever look down on the dull. Even without racial divides, hierarchies of disdain are everywhere. Yet some kinds of disdain inspire us to improve, Dumbledore replied, while others bring suffering based solely on one's birth. Wade remained silent. Dumbledore might have been alluding to house elves, or perhaps to squibs or muggles. He was discussing things that most children wouldn't ponder, but Wade had no desire to reveal his inner thoughts. After a brief silence, Dumbledore said in a light-hearted tone, Let's go. Professor, where are we going? Wade asked, following him. You're following me without knowing our destination. Dumbledore asked with a touch of humor. You're Dumbledore, Wade replied simply. Dumbledore laughed again. This time, his smile seemed more genuine, his blue eyes crinkled beneath his half-moon glasses, softening the wrinkles at the corners. I want to introduce you to someone, he said. An old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Upon leaving the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore asked, Have you ever tried side-along apparition, Wade? No, Professor, Wade shook his head. Then I'll guide you. Just hold on to my arm firmly, Dumbledore instructed, holding out his arm. The sensation is a bit unpleasant, but don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. Wade grabbed Dumbledore's arm. Dumbledore's tall stature made Wade feel even smaller, almost like a child. Very well, off we go. The moment Dumbledore spoke, Wade felt an intense pressure, as if the air around him was crushing in from all directions, squeezing his body into something as small as a ping-pong ball. With a sudden pop, Wade felt as if he'd been forced out of a narrow tube, his body snapping back to its normal form, and limbs felt as if they'd just regrown. He took a moment to steady himself, then looked up to see Dumbledore patiently waiting for him to recover. All right, Dumbledore asked with concern. Apparition takes some getting used to. I'm fine, Wade exhaled. I heard that during the war, even young children had to learn side-along apparition. Yes, that was true, Dumbledore replied. Wade looked around. They were in an unfamiliar valley, with a dark, winding path leading into dense woods. Nearby, a quaint but dilapidated old house stood on a hillside. Not far from it was an overgrown graveyard. The area didn't look inhabited. Wade had a sense of where they might be, but he kept silent, and followed Dumbledore along the winding path without a word. Dumbledore didn't leave him guessing for long. With a wave of his wand, a mist rolled in, and Wade saw two shadowy figures appear ahead. He couldn't make out their faces, but he could tell that one was a man and the other a woman. The man was on horseback, dressed finely and elegantly, while the woman was hunched, with a bent back, wearing tattered clothes. They looked mismatched, yet the man lifted the woman onto the horse, and they rode together along a narrow path. Many years ago, there was a young couple here, Tom Riddle, the handsome son of a Muggle family, and Merope Gaunt, the daughter from a wizarding family. They eloped, causing quite a scandal at the time. To everyone, Riddle was a local gentleman, while the Gaunts were seen as eccentric vagabonds. They couldn't have been more different. So when Tom Riddle returned alone a few months later, the villagers weren't surprised. Through the mist, a man staggered back alone, and the young woman was no longer at his side. Dumbledore extended his arm. Come, I'll show you the next chapter in Merope's fate. Wade once again took hold of his arm. With a pop, they emerged from a narrow alley. Dumbledore cast a disillusionment charm, and they stepped out onto a London street. Wade recognized the neighborhood. There were some muggles on the street, but they couldn't see Wade and Dumbledore. The mist gathered once more, and a blurry, heavily pregnant woman trudged along the street with snowflakes falling gently onto her shoulders. Wade followed her and listened as Dumbledore spoke. After losing her husband, Merope found herself impoverished and pregnant. On a snowy night, she arrived at the orphanage ahead. The woman's blurry form collapsed, and people from the orphanage heard the noise. They ran out from behind the iron gate, calling to each other as they carried her inside. The scene shifted, and a newborn baby appeared. A woman in an apron held the infant, bringing him closer for his mother to see. The mother whispered something, then fell silent, and her arm dropped lifelessly. After giving birth to this child, Merope passed away. With her last breath, she gave him his father's name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Wade looked at the courtyard. This former orphanage was now completely abandoned, overgrown with weeds, and permeated with an air of decay and neglect. A government notice posted on the outer wall announced it was marked for demolition. I imagine you can guess Merope had used a love potion to capture the affections of Tom Riddle Sr. When she stopped using the potion, the man left her and the unborn child without a second thought. Dumbledore gave a small wave of his wand and said, and so, the child named Tom Riddle grew up here. In the illusion, the baby quickly grew into a young boy, isolated from the other children, who all kept their distance. The boy often spoke to snakes in the corners of the room. Then, the boy ran into the house, and Wade and Dumbledore followed. The boy raised his hand and, with no apparent effort, caused a rabbit to float into the air and hang it from a ceiling beam. Sometimes, he would sneak into a room, rummage through beds and wardrobes, and then quietly slip something into his pocket. Dumbledore remarked, I wonder if he might have turned out differently in a normal family, but an orphanage certainly wasn't an ideal environment. Young Tom Riddle quickly picked up some bad habits, like stealing and intimidating others. He had certain innate abilities that allowed him to easily harm children who were older and stronger than him. On one occasion, it seemed the boy's behavior was discovered, and a gaunt, bony woman grabbed him by the arm and locked him in a room. The woman's actions seemed harsh, but there was also a sense of caution in her demeanor. The boy sat on the bed, seemingly reading. A moment later, the scene flickered, and a tall, long-bearded man entered the room. Although the image was hazy, Wade immediately recognized that the wizard was standing right beside him at this moment. Oh, that's me, Dumbledore said. This child was a wizard. His name was entered into Hogwarts registry at birth. When he turned 11, I came to bring him to school. Young Dumbledore's conversation with the boy didn't last long. At one point, he raised his wand and set a nearby, ghostly wardrobe aflame, causing the boy to leap up in surprise. When the flames vanished, Tom Riddle retrieved a box from the wardrobe, and from it spilled various objects he had previously stolen. After a few more words, young Dumbledore handed Tom Riddle a money pouch, and their meeting concluded swiftly. Let's go, Dumbledore extended his arm again. The next part of the story takes place at Hogwarts. With that, Dumbledore apparat directly to the school, but he didn't lift the disillusionment charm. Wade's disillusionment charm worked similarly to a chameleon effect. Those with a keen eye for color might be able to detect a slight difference. But Dumbledore's disillusionment charm was as effective as an invisibility cloak, completely undetectable. Students bustled back and forth through the school, unaware of the two figures moving down the corridor. Soon, the class bell rang, and students hurried into classrooms, leaving the hallways empty. Dumbledore led Wade along, with shadowy figures formed by mist accompanying them. A young boy, dressed in Hogwarts uniform and clutching a book, walked through the corridor. He was always trailed by a small group. As he grew older, the number of followers around him seemed to increase. The professors all smiled warmly at the boy, though Dumbledore always watched him with a scrutinizing gaze. Riddle was exceptionally talented, brilliant, and an orphan, which naturally attracted the attention and sympathy of the staff. Almost everyone liked him, Dumbledore explained. Soon, he gathered a loyal group around him, or rather, subordinates. They were a mixed bunch, well organized. Over the years they were at Hogwarts, there were multiple serious incidents, though there was no solid evidence connecting them. The most serious incident resulted in a female student's death. On the floor lay a pale, bespectacled body with wide-open eyes, and her body was frozen and rigid. Just then, they arrived near the second-floor girls' bathroom, from which the sound of a girl's sobs could be heard. Moaning Myrtle. She was once a Ravenclaw student who was bullied and sought refuge in the bathroom, where she suddenly died. Dumbledore continued, "To this day, we still don't know exactly what caused her death. My only guess is that Riddle may have been involved." After the death, Hogwarts faced the risk of closure, but soon afterward, Riddle caught the culprit. He accused another boy at school of secretly harboring a dangerous pet. The scene shifted. Tom Riddle was wrestling with a large boy, while a massive, multi-eyed spider scurried away down the corridor. Riddle appeared to be shouting, and soon many people gathered around. "That's Hagrid?" Wade asked. "Yes," Dumbledore replied. After that, Hagrid was expelled, banned from using magic by the Ministry, and had his wand snapped. But I believed in his innocence and convinced Headmaster Dippet to allow him to stay on as gamekeeper. Hagrid's father had already passed away at the time, so without Hogwarts, he had nowhere else to go. The scene changed once more. Tom Riddle had grown tall and handsome. He became the head boy, received school awards, and eventually graduated from Hogwarts. The swirling mist shifted again, and this time it seemed many years had passed since the previous scene. The young boy was now a fully grown man, but his face had become pale and twisted. A group of followers stood behind him, cloaked in black robes and wearing hoods and masks. They resembled specters emerging from the depths of hell. They invaded homes and killed the inhabitants. Some people knelt before them and struggled in silence. Although they didn't make any sound, it could be seen that they endured horrific torment. People were killed one after another. The mist lingered, and the once empty corridor transformed into a nightmarish landscape of corpses and blood, with bodies lying in various positions on the floor, with their vacant eyes staring skyward. After graduating, Tom Riddle applied to remain at Hogwarts but was denied. He refused a position offered by the Ministry of Magic, worked briefly at Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley, and then disappeared for many years, Dumbledore continued. When he resurfaced, he was known by the name Voldemort, and his followers became known as Death Eaters. But he didn't view them as family or friends. He treated them as servants, granting them the honor of kneeling to kiss his robes or the tops of his feet. They committed many horrifying acts. Wizards and muggles alike were killed, and terror spread everywhere. He rose to the height of his power until he was defeated by a mere infant. In the illusion, the dark wizard fell backward and dissolved into mist. In his place, a crying infant with clenched fists lay. It was as if a cycle of reincarnation had been completed. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and all the mist dissipated. Wade looked at Dumbledore, who was also gazing back at him. Through his thin glasses, Dumbledore's eyes seemed like the deep blue sea. "You showed me Voldemort's entire life." Wade asked thoughtfully, "What is your intention?" Dumbledore extended his hand, and a leaf from outside the window drifted down into his palm. "Look at this leaf, my boy. What does it make you think of?" Dumbledore answered his own question. "Some might say green, others might think of nature or the environment, while some may simply find it pleasing to look at. Others might see it as food for insects, or it might evoke thoughts of the passing of time and life itself. And some will say, a leaf is just a leaf." After a pause, Dumbledore repeated, "A leaf is just a leaf, Wade. What you choose to see in it should depend on you alone." He placed the leaf in Wade's hand and said with a smile, "It's lunchtime now. Go and eat. Today's lunch includes wine-soaked jam pudding. Don't miss it." Dumbledore left, leaving Wade staring at the leaf in his palm, lost in thought. In the original storyline, Dumbledore had taken Harry on journeys through memories related to Voldemort, and by analyzing the reflections of human nature and Voldemort's weaknesses within them, he guided Harry to locate Horcruxes and ultimately defeat Voldemort. Yet what Dumbledore showed Wade was the arc of Voldemort's life, not bogged down with intricate details or lengthy lectures, but simply presented for Wade to interpret on his own. Is it that Dumbledore has somehow discovered our club activities? Or perhaps Dumbledore has inferred something from my involvement in pushing for a retrial of the Sirius case? After pondering for a moment, Wade tucked the leaf into his book as a bookmark. Whatever Dumbledore had hoped to convey, Wade wasn't about to change his course of action. Early the next morning, a flood of owls swooped into Hogwarts, dropping thick bundles of newspapers onto the breakfast tables. Wade opened the Daily Prophet, and the first thing he saw was a large photo of Harry embracing Sirius, with Lupin smiling in the background, showing only part of his face. In the corner was a small picture of Peter Pettigrew in prison attire. "Look, Sirius Black has been exonerated. Peter Pettigrew is sentenced to life in prison." Padma was flipping through the newspaper and called out to Michael. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, with the Weasley twins wearing odd hats and bouncing on their seats. They had helped capture Peter Pettigrew and had followed the case closely. With such an ideal outcome, the twins were as happy as if they themselves had been freed. However, their two other brothers were not so cheerful. Ron and Percy both wore grim expressions, seeming embarrassed by the fact that Peter had once been their pet. "It's unbelievable," one of Percy's dorm mates said loudly, "that we actually shared a room with that creepy guy." Percy, I'll never keep a rat as a pet for the rest of my life. Percy's face darkened, and everyone around burst into laughter. Some of the girls were whispering, too. Wade overheard Cho Chang telling her friend, Marietta, I don't have anything against hamsters, but, could you maybe keep it out of the dorm? Marietta looked uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'll send it back home soon and have my mom keep it in the garden. By owl. Cho asked hesitantly, won't it get eaten? No, I'll send it back in its cage, Marietta replied. Since students could use the school's public owls for mail, many girls preferred keeping fluffy hamsters or small mice as pets, and on nice days, they'd even bring them outside to play. However, after the Peter Pettigrew incident, pet rodents had dramatically decreased throughout the school. Those who couldn't part with theirs were no longer keeping them in their dorms. 2 empty dormitories in Ravenclaw Tower had been turned into a pet storage space, and some students even preferred leaving their cats in the common room instead of the dorms. Ravenclaw had it relatively easy, given its smaller student body and fewer pet owners. Gryffindor, however, was said to have frequent arguments over pets. Hey, Draco, someone called in a shrill voice at the Slytherin table. I heard Sirius Black is your uncle? He was acquitted, you must be thrilled, right? Draco Malfoy's face turned sour. Sirius Black is the last heir of the Black family. Too bad he's a pure-blood traitor who was disowned, said another Slytherin, Morton, with a deliberate sneer. A few others snickered maliciously. Shut up, all of you, Draco snapped. Out of respect for his flying broom, Marcus Flint spoke up and said, what does a disowned traitor have to do with the Malfoy family? Draco has never even met the man. Wade looked up and glanced diagonally across the table. Draco Malfoy sat with his back to them, so his expression could not be seen, but Wade noticed his hand tightly gripping his wand under the table, and the tip of his wand was trembling slightly. Wade. Michael tapped him on the shoulder and said, let's skip studying this morning and head to the game field instead. All right. Wade cast another quick glance in Draco's direction, put down his fork, and the two of them walked out of the Great Hall together. The grass on the lawn was a bit damp but not muddy. Most of the plants had turned yellow, and fallen leaves covered the ground, creating a soft, thick carpet underfoot. A dozen or so students had already gathered at the game field, waiting for the players from the previous round to exit. When they saw Wade, their faces turned pale all at once. So, which mode are you choosing? Asked Professor Flitwick, the referee, while cheerfully holding his wand. Team battle or battle royale? A girl timidly raised her hand and asked, if it's battle royale, will it be the Wade version or the Professor version? Professor Flitwick chuckled and glanced at Wade. Naturally, it'll be the Professor version. Wade is also a player today. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief and shouted, battle royale? We choose battle royale. Wade's face darkened, and Michael snickered beside him. All right, Professor Flitwick pressed the timer and said, you have 5 minutes to prepare. The students all rushed into the game field at once. Those who had pre-arranged teams joined up, drew their wands, and began moving debris to build defensive fortifications. The game field's environment had become increasingly complex, and these highly creative students contributed a large part to it. Let's go. Michael pulled Wade along as they sprinted inside, and said as they ran, we need to find cover first. 1 round of the Professor's Battle Royale, and you'll understand why it's so popular. Michael ran quite a distance before finding an ideal spot. It appeared to be a fort built by previous students, made of a broken wardrobe and a legless table, piled up to resemble a tiny shelter with only a narrow gap in the middle. Here it is, Michael said. Quickly, we need to block all the larger gaps. Wade waved his wand, causing a nearby stool to levitate and block one of the big gaps. Smaller pieces of debris filled in the smaller cracks, leaving only 3 or 4 observation holes. The rules of this battle royale are pretty simple, Michael explained. First, don't get hit. Second, don't get discovered. Third, try to capture their queen. The queen? Wade asked. Yeah, don't talk, they're coming. Michael motioned for silence, signaling Wade to look outside through one of the observation holes. They watched as a large swarm of tiny, cute, winged humanoid creatures flew past, clutching small wands, looking fierce as they buzzed down the passageway. Wade's eyes widened as he looked at Michael, and whispered, fairies. Michael nodded, flashing a grin. A green fairy seemed to hear something and flew over, peering in through the cracks. Michael and Wade pressed themselves against the sides, out of sight, so the fairy saw nothing. The fairy raised its tiny wand, and with a couple of small pop sounds, it shot 2 globs of red berry juice at the table across from them, leaving a sweet-smelling stain behind. Assuming no one was there, the fairy turned and flew away. We've been spotted. Not far off, a boy and a girl yelled in surprise. They pushed aside their barricade and ran hand in hand away from the swarm of fairies. The fairies immediately chased after them and fired dozens of berry juice globs in their direction. Pop, pop, pop. The air was filled with a trail of sweet aroma as they fled. Wade looked at Michael. I could take them all out with one hand. So could I, but we're not allowed to use powerful magic against them. Not even when capturing the queen. The only spell we're allowed to use on fairies is this one. Michael raised his wand and softly recited a spell, causing a small soap bubble to appear at its tip, just large enough to trap a single fairy. It's simple, I can teach you, Michael offered. No need, I've got it, Wade replied. He raised his wand, and produced a bubble 10 times larger. Just then, a fairy flew nearby and spotted them through a gap. With a fierce expression, it lifted its tiny wand. But the moment it entered and saw Wade's still expanding bubble, it shrieked and flapped its wings, and retreated as fast as it could. The two of them watched it vanish, then exchanged glances. Wade, no cheating allowed. How is that cheating? I'm using the same spell as you guys. If the spell's power exceeds the limit, it's cheating? Fine. Reluctantly, Wade popped the oversized bubble. They stayed hidden in the fortress, catching solitary fairies with their bubbles and hiding when groups approached. Sometimes there were so many fairies that they had to block even the observation holes. Fairies were simple-minded creatures. As long as they didn't directly see anyone, they assumed no one was there. Several times, Wade would wait until a fairy turned to leave before trapping it in a bubble. As the fairy numbers dwindled, students emerged from their hiding places to surround and capture them. The fairy queen wore a tiny golden dress and had dazzling, broad wings. She'd been flying at the center of her entourage, but with most of her minions captured, her position became exposed. While everyone else was busy corralling fairies, a Gryffindor girl leaped from a high ledge and perfectly timed a bubble to encase the sparkling queen. I won, she cheered, holding up her wand. Her friends also joined her in celebrating. She jumped up and down as the remaining fairies, annoyed, tugged at her hair, but she ignored them. Hey, what's so special about catching the queen? Let's see who caught the most fairies. Another Slytherin boy pulled out a bag full of fairies trapped in bubbles. We caught 35. We got 38. 47. Everyone showed off the number of fairies they had captured. Ahem, Michael coughed deliberately to grab everyone's attention, then waved his wand. With a whoosh, a small mountain of fairy-filled bubbles tumbled down. I didn't count them exactly, Michael said, feigning modesty as he boasted, but there are probably over 200 in there. There was a brief silence. Anyone want to grab lunch? Yeah, I'm starving. How about the library after lunch? Sure, let's work on our assignments. The group quickly dispersed, leaving Michael blinking in surprise. Once they were out of earshot, Wade overheard someone say, no wonder it ended so quickly today. Most of them must have been caught by Wade, another remarked. Humph, they're just jealous. Michael muttered, annoyed that his feat hadn't gotten more admiration. Oh, looks like the game is over, Professor Flitwick said as he appeared. With a wave of his wand, the bubbles trapping the fairies popped, setting them all free. The fairies flew out and surrounded Professor Flitwick, buzzing in protest over the students' antics. There, Professor Flitwick said as he pulled out a large jar. Here, have some nectar. Instantly distracted, the fairies settled onto the jar and forgot their complaints. So, Wade, Professor Flitwick asked, did you enjoy the game? It was fun, but it could use a bit more excitement, Wade replied with a raised eyebrow. Professor, I have an idea. Michael leaned in to listen, and a few fairies settled on their shoulders, gently fluttering their wings. Professor Flitwick listened and nodded along. Not bad, not bad. This would be much more entertaining, although it would be a big project. I'll need to gather the other professors to help, and I'll have to get Professor McGonagall's approval. No worries, Professor McGonagall will definitely allow it, Michael said. But about the scoreboard. Can it be made? Sounds a bit complicated. It's not too difficult, Wade replied. I can ask Fred and George to help. We could get it done in an afternoon. I'll round up a few others to help too, Michael added. Padma can sketch a blueprint, and Theo and I can set up the monster ranking and make the scoring system fair. We can get upper year students to help with the construction. Cedric has a lot of influence. He could rally a bunch of people to pitch in. Think we can finish it in a day? No problem, Michael said confidently, giving a thumbs up. Harry was granted permission by Dumbledore to stay away from school until Sunday afternoon. During these 2 days, Harry and Lupin stayed with Sirius. He watched as his godfather transformed from a scruffy, dirty, ragged, and unkempt prisoner into a respectable person, albeit still thin but now clean and presentable. They also visited St. Mungo's, where the healers gave Sirius a thorough examination, offered numerous recommendations, and prescribed 3 types of potions. In short, Sirius would need a long period of rest and careful recovery to regain his health. Lupin took the opportunity to invite Sirius to stay at his home. I imagine you wouldn't want to return to the old Black family house. Plus, Harry often comes home on weekends, so you'd be able to see him more often. Sirius, happy with the idea, had already forgotten his initial intention of wanting Harry to live with him. Lupin's house wasn't big, it was cramped even for 2 people, let alone 3. But this didn't stop them. Both Lupin and Sirius knew the undetectable extension charm. It didn't take them long to create space for an additional bedroom. That night, when Harry went to bed, he saw the 2 adults still sitting by the fireplace, drinking and talking. When he got up the next morning, they were in almost the exact same position. They had talked the entire night, as if they had endless things to say. On Sunday morning, Sirius and Lupin took Harry by apparition to Godric's Hollow. For the first time, Harry learned that his family had once lived in this village, and that his parents had also died here. A mix of shock and shame struck him. Why had I never thought to come here before? He realized that he had never even visited his parents' graves. Then he thought, even if he had wanted to come, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would never have brought him here. Lupin led them to the center of the square, where Harry saw a statue of the Potter family, as if the people had commemorated and thanked them in this way. Then they went to the cemetery behind the church to pay their respects to the Potters. However, Harry first came upon the gravestones of Dumbledore's mother and sister. For the first time, he realized that he and the headmaster were from the same place. Why didn't Dumbledore tell me? Harry couldn't help but wonder. But then he thought that perhaps many wizards had come to Hogwarts from this village, and Harry Potter was just one of them. Dumbledore didn't really have any reason to tell him specifically. Harry, over here. Lupin spoke as he led them to the tombstone of James and Lily Potter. On the white marble tombstone were their names, birth, and death dates, and a simple epitaph. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Looking at those familiar yet distant names, Harry thought of his parents lying cold beneath the ground, unable to respond to him ever again, and his tears started to flow. Sirius, meanwhile, broke into unrestrained sobs, muttering through his tears, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I'm sorry." Lupin turned away, took a deep breath, and did not dare to look at the two of them. After a long time, Lupin finally lifted the grief-stricken Sirius from the ground, put his arm around Harry, whose eyes were red and swollen, and gently led them both out of the cemetery. "We will come back to visit them. Harry, remember, even though James and Lily are gone, they will always live on in our hearts, and their love will always be with you. Remember that. Sirius, James wouldn't want to see you like this. He'd want you to stand tall and move forward." They reached the remains of James and Lily's house. It had long since fallen into ruin. The upper right side of the house had been completely blown apart, the iron gate was rusty, the yard was overgrown with weeds, and several of the window panes were shattered. Standing at the doorway, Harry found himself unable to go inside. Since childhood, he'd often imagined what his life might have been like if his parents hadn't died. Would he have been, like Dudley, the most adored child in the world, even if he were rude, foolish, or unkind? Yet now, so close to where his parents had once lived, his legs felt too heavy to move. He was afraid. He was afraid of seeing a glimpse of the life he'd once had, and even more afraid of seeing how that happiness had been so brutally destroyed. Understanding Harry's feelings, Lupin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Next time, Harry. When you're ready, we'll come back." Harry tried to steady himself and said, "It's okay, I can. Don't forget, you still have school tomorrow. If we stay here too long, will you be able to get up on time? Are your assignments finished? Have you done your homework review?" With 3 swift questions, Lupin pulled Harry back to the harsh reality of school life. Thinking of his potions essay, which was only 2 lines long, Harry's mood sank in a different way. "Come on, I'll take you back to school," said Lupin. "During the Christmas holiday, we'll come back together. There are many things to sort through in this old house, and I'm sure you'll want to see traces of the life you had here as a child." Harry hesitated for a moment but allowed Lupin to lead him away. He looked back to see Sirius still standing at the doorway, and his body was stiff, as if turned to stone. Harry couldn't see his godfather's expression, but just from his posture, Harry felt a weight in his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Remus, Sirius, he probably needs some time alone," Lupin replied. "Don't worry, once I've taken you back, I'll keep an eye on him." Harry glanced up at Lupin, trying to catch his expression. Is Remus truly as calm as he appears? Or is he just hiding his emotions? Lupin seemed to read his thoughts and suddenly said, "I'm not like Sirius." After that night, Sirius was taken straight to Azkaban. He never got the chance to attend their funeral, nor got the chance to come back and visit them. He must have so much he wants to say to James now. "Did you come to visit my parents' graves, Remus?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady, not wanting to sound like a crying child. "Yes, every year," Lupin replied gently. "You went to visit your parents?" Hermione whispered in the common room. She looked at Harry as if he were a delicate piece of porcelain. "Are you all right? I mean, if you need it, my shoulder is here for you," Hermione stammered. "Oh, that's okay." Harry avoided her eyes and looked down. "Actually, I'm used to not having parents, so..." He couldn't go on, and Hermione looked on the verge of tears. "Hey, Harry, there you are." Ron suddenly burst through the doorway. He saw Harry and immediately said, "Come on, you've got to see this. They've set up something huge by the Black Lake." Harry let out a sigh of relief, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. He immediately stood up. "What is it?" "Come on, you'll see." Ron quickly ducked back out through the doorway, and shouted, "Hermione, what are you waiting for?" "But Harry, you haven't finished your potions essay," Hermione said worriedly as she followed them. "Forget that. This is way better than some stupid essay," Ron said. The fat lady in the portrait shouted indignantly after him, "I just opened the door for you." But Ron didn't have a moment to spare for her. They hurried out of the castle, and Harry was astonished to see that nearly the entire school was gathered, forming long lines in front of 7 doors. Ron quickly pulled them to the shortest line. "Darn it, we're late," Ron grumbled. "I thought they wouldn't open it until tomorrow." Harry, out of breath, asked, "So, what is this?" "I don't think the name Ultimate Challenge is a good one," Wade said to Michael. "An ultimate challenge shouldn't really have ultimate in it. What if your final boss is defeated?" Michael asked. "Then you tell the challenger it was just an iron tier boss. After iron comes bronze, then silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, grandmaster, and finally king. Then there's 1-star king, 2-star king, all the way to 9-star king, and then the god level. Isn't that awesome?" "Oh, give it a rest." Michael rolled his eyes. "If it goes on like this, no one will ever finish this game." "Why finish it?" Wade countered. A game that ends quickly just becomes a faded memory, but one without an end keeps people coming back. I think this is one memory that will never fade. Michael added. Be honest, is this whole setup because everyone disliked the Wade version Battle Royale game? As if. Wade replied with a hint of defensiveness. I've spent a long time considering how to make these games more fun, more useful for everyone. This wasn't just on a whim. Don't bother denying it, your hesitation says it all, Michael teased. Wade. Nearby, the professors kept a watchful eye on the students progressing through the challenge, while watching the two bickering with a smile. Even Professor Snape had nothing to say. During this past day or so, Wade had come to see the true skill of Hogwarts professors. His thoughts drifted back to the previous afternoon. Padma, along with a few other girls, had drafted a new sketch in just one afternoon. It depicted a vast space divided into 7 different zones, each containing an intricate maze. From the outer layer to the inner core, each zone became progressively smaller, ultimately converging in the center. Participants would have to choose one of 7 entrances, pass through 7 levels of challenges, and finally face the final boss. If they failed or chose to give up, they would have to restart the game from the beginning. Michael and the other SSC members had borrowed the entire set of Care of Magical Creatures from the library and compiled a list of 37 magical creatures suitable for student challenges. Wade, meanwhile, had reached out to Professor Murray through his book of friends and consulted with Mr. Scamander to design a new alchemical tool. Its common name was the Real-Time Scorekeeper, but Wade engraved a title on the device, Hall of Heroes. While he worked tirelessly to complete the alchemical artifact, Professor Flitwick rallied the entire Hogwarts staff to help, from Dumbledore to Filch. From nearly retired Professor Ketleben to the Thestrals that pulled the carriages, no one was left out. Most of the faculty joined in with enthusiasm, though Filch muttered complaints about the risk of students causing mischief. First, the Herbology professor, with the help of advanced class students, created an intricate framework overnight. They conjured countless hedges that grew out of nowhere, completely enclosing the previous game field as the foundation for the maze. The thorny hedges weren't as dangerous as Devil's Snare, but getting pricked by them could be quite painful. They grew densely, leaving only narrow gaps that even a small insect could barely squeeze through. Next, Professor Flitwick and advanced charm students added diverse landscapes among the hedges. There were narrow alleyways like the previous game field, as well as swamps, woods, flower fields, small hills, and flat-looking grassy areas that concealed hidden traps. Professor Flitwick enchanted various keys and paper planes to float freely in these areas, requiring students to catch them for clues. Flitwick also invited Lockhart to add his touch. Eagerly waving his wand, Lockhart proclaimed he would create a unique spectacle. Unfortunately, his spell backfired, sending him flying into one of the freshly set traps. Flitwick had to send students to escort Lockhart to the hospital wing. Next came Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and advanced Transfiguration students, who used Transfiguration to make the maze even more enchanting and surreal. Tree branches turned into archways, fallen leaves transformed into tattered curtains, and rotting apples became decrepit carriages exuding an eerie, decayed atmosphere. Dumbledore even set up small traps where anyone triggered would briefly turn into a goat or a boar, something he seemed quite excited to see in action. Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey, meanwhile, hid various potions within the maze. Some potions would repel magical creatures, some would confuse enemies, and others could heal. Each had its own unique effect. However, Snape wasn't about to let students use his potions without consequence. Next to each beneficial potion, he placed a concoction with the opposite effect. These ranged from potions that caused vomiting or persistent hiccups, to others that induced dizziness or uncontrollable mood swings. The potions master then devised numerous logic puzzles and potion-related questions throughout the maze. Students who answered incorrectly would have to face the consequences of not paying attention in class. Finally, it was Professor Ketleben and Hagrid's turn. Following Michael's list, they placed various magical creatures into different areas of the maze. The two were keen to make Norberta the dragon the final boss, but the other professors unanimously vetoed the idea. In the end, they went with Wade's suggestion. The final boss would be a ball python that had been enchanted with an engorgement charm. Ordinarily a harmless snake, but the magical enhancements made it resistant to most spells, exceptionally agile, and enormous like a prehistoric beast. The massive serpent slithered slowly in the final level, and its metallic-looking scales gleamed. Just the sight of it from afar would be enough to terrify timid students. Wade eagerly awaited the day when the students would finally defeat it. Naturally, there were some harmless creatures scattered throughout, as well as some giant-sized insects that, while not dangerous, looked quite terrifying. Wade mischievously assigned higher scores to the most frightening-looking creatures. Challengers hoping to score big would have no choice but to face them. Fairies are cute, aren't they? But do fairies give you points? Wade thought smugly. An enlarged earthworm burrowed through the soil, creating some underground passages. Professor Flitwick concealed the entrances but left hints in the form of riddles. Thestrals were also included. They would help struggling students find their way out of the maze and occasionally add a touch of eerie atmosphere. Dumbledore even assigned a team of house elves as emergency responders. In Hogwarts, house elves could apparate freely, and their large ears picked up any sound in the maze. Their natural magic allowed them to sense students' needs, making them the perfect rescuers. For the house elves, this was their first time openly appearing before the students. When they first appeared, some younger Muggle-born students were startled, mistaking them for maze creatures and shouting, "Go away." But soon, after being rescued a few times, students affectionately dubbed them little lifesavers, with some even sneaking candies or newts to the house elves, hoping for help in skipping classes or defeating opponents. Of course, this wasn't allowed. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, the new game field grew before their eyes. Just a day and a half later, they were ready for the first trial run. In everyone's eyes, it was nothing short of a miracle. As the trial run began, Wade and the professors monitored from all directions, checking for hidden dangers or areas needing improvement. Students lined up at the entrance in a long queue, while Filch, scowling, kept a close watch to ensure no one cut in line. Some students, even if they were quickly escorted out by the house elves, would rush right back to the end of the line, eager to try again. What drove students to keep challenging the maze wasn't just the chance to break from their routine studies with this massive real-life adventure game, it was also the huge, ever-updating leaderboard near the entrance. There were rankings for Daily Points Leaderboard, Single Level Score Leaderboard, Overall Points Leaderboard. Though the game had just begun, competition for top spots was fierce, with scores fluctuating rapidly. Names constantly shifted on the board, and someone who was at the top just moments ago might slip to the bottom in minutes. Others would suddenly rise and claim the top spot. Even holding the first place for just a few minutes was enough for many students to brag about. One of the biggest draws of this points-based game was the instant feedback, which provided a thrill and sense of accomplishment that was addicting. Students found satisfaction and joy as they watched their scores rise. Unlike the average person obsessed with mobile games, these students had to put in more effort in their studies to achieve higher scores in the maze. Excelling required them to master more spells and dive deeper into each subject. Consequently, the professors didn't just allow the game, they encouraged it. The long line shifted forward every few moments, slowly creeping along like a snake from above. Harry, Ron, and Hermione started at the back, but soon, a dozen more people lined up behind them. "It's almost dinner time," Ron said hopefully, eyeing the line ahead. "Maybe everyone will head to dinner soon, and it'll be our turn right away." "Trust me, everyone else is thinking the same thing," Harry replied. Hermione bit her nails nervously. "Listen, I heard Michael mention they put some dangerous magical creatures in there, and some plants Professor Sprout cultivated. I really should have reread 1000 magical herbs and fungi before coming, and fantastic beasts and where to find them. Why do they have to wait until third year to teach us care of magical creatures? Probably because we wouldn't be ready for dangerous creatures until third year," Harry said offhandedly. Hermione looked visibly more tense. "Maybe we should get out of line for now? I don't think I've mastered the shield charm yet." "Oh, don't be ridiculous. That would be humiliating. Look, even some first years are lined up to try it," Ron objected. Just then, a Hufflepuff student behind them asked, "Potter, is this your first time trying the maze?" Harry nodded. The boy smiled. "Don't worry. The first level just has regular plants and animals. As long as you're careful, even a muggle wouldn't get hurt. You three will be fine." "Hey, little Ronnie, and Harry and Hermione, I've been waiting for you lot to show up." A voice rang out from above. Before Harry could turn around, he heard Ron angrily say, "Stop calling me that, Fred. When you finally realize that I'm George and not Fred, I'll stop calling you by your baby name," said one of the red-headed twins. Ron fell silent. "After all these years, even our mom can't always tell you guys apart, how can I?" "George, what's that you're holding?" Hermione asked. "Good question." George was holding a large cage covered with a green cloth. Strange chittering sounds came from within, almost as if he was carrying a cage full of mice. Hearing Hermione's question, George grinned and reached into the cage, pulling out a thin, twig-like creature that looked like a green tree root. It had two small brown eyes and long, vine-like fingers. "A botruckle," Hermione exclaimed. "I know they're creatures that guard trees and are particularly fond of woodlice." "Spot on, Hermione, though I can't give you extra points for it." George winked, then scribbled Hermione Granger on a small slip of paper and handed it to the botruckle. The little creature clamped onto the paper and timidly climbed up to sit on Hermione's shoulder. Hermione eyed it cautiously. The botruckle stared back, but its tiny sesame seed-sized eyes revealed no discernible emotion. "Take good care of these little guys," George said, handing botruckles to Harry and Ron as well. "They have been bred for generations at Mr. Scamander's estate, highly intelligent, and they'll be your scorekeepers." "Scorekeepers," Harry repeated. "Yep," George said. "You can't expect a professor to follow each challenger around to keep score, right?" He started to walk away but turned back after a few steps. "Oh, one more thing, in case you haven't heard, if your botruckle dies during the challenge, all your points will be wiped out. And who knows if you'll even get another chance to enter." "What?" Ron said, alarmed, raising his voice. "But it's so fragile." His botruckle retaliated by tugging angrily on his hair. "That's why it's called the ultimate challenge." George waved his hand dismissively. "You get it, right? These clever little botruckles aren't limitless." He moved on to distribute botruckles to other first-time challengers, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to exchange nervous glances. "If we run into danger, maybe cast a shield charm on them first," Hermione suggested. Harry nodded silently. Ron, however, looked anxious. Harry had been teaching him the shield charm, but he still hadn't mastered it. As they neared the entrance, an idea suddenly dawned on Ron. He picked up some nutshells from the ground, used a slightly shaky sticking charm, and fashioned a little armor for his bowtruckle. Hope this keeps you safe, he muttered to it. And look after yourself, all right? Don't make me worry. Ron carefully fastened the armor onto his little bowtruckle, giving it a solemn pep talk. Whether it understood or not was unclear, but the bowtruckle tapped on the armor with its long fingers, seemingly uncomfortable. At last, it was their turn in line. Ron entered first, followed by Harry, and finally Hermione. When Hermione stepped in, she realized that Harry and Ron, who had entered just seconds earlier, were already nowhere in sight. Well, I expected this. Since they're letting us in one by one, they probably don't want everyone sticking together. She encouraged herself as she moved forward, exploring her surroundings. It's just the first level, so it can't be too hard. Don't you think so? How about I call you Glory? Do you like that name? The newly named bowtruckle suddenly chirped and pointed to the side. Startled, Hermione turned and saw a small, snowy white rabbit. Oh. Her expression softened as she slowly moved toward it, reaching out to touch it. The little white rabbit stepped back. Squeak! Glory chirped again. Hermione froze, suddenly realizing something. She tried to step back but quickly found herself surrounded by 7 or 8 rabbits. As she turned, the white rabbit suddenly leapt at her, headbutting her. Throughout the maze, students' startled cries echoed. Even the gentlest animals could be quite startling when they turned aggressive. From above, Wade, temporarily serving as a patrol, circled the maze on a thestral, keeping watch. Ron was fleeing from a flock of large geese, shielding his head in panic. After escaping the rabbits, Hermione found herself tangled up with some monkeys. She wasn't completely outmatched, but her reactions were just a bit slow in the heat of the moment. Harry, on the other hand, was handling things smoothly. He had already reached the 2nd level and was struggling to retrieve his glasses from a mischievous Niffler. Unable to see the ground clearly, he had tripped several times and was a bit disheveled. Neville had finally located the passage to the 2nd level, only to fall into a trap, and ended up hanging upside down. As usual, his luck was at its lowest. Wade hovered nearby and watched for a moment. Seeing that Neville hadn't given up and was trying to cut through the vine with a severing charm, he moved on to check other areas. Theo had just been sent out by the house elf, while Ryan was still holding on in the 3rd level. Several Augures, Irish Phoenix, nearby were emitting their shaky, wavering calls, which put him in a downcast and sorrowful mood, leaving him motionless for quite some time. A redcap was quietly sneaking up on Ryan from behind. If he didn't snap out of it in time, he might end up being eliminated. Wade saw that the house elf was already stationed nearby, so he relaxed and changed direction. Padma had just been eliminated by a boggart, and to Wade's surprise, Rolf had made it to the 3rd level as well. This area was mostly populated by 3rd-year students and above. Then Wade remembered that Rolf's background and his family had deep roots in magical creatures, so he probably had an easier time dealing with these creatures than most students. Some of them even came from their family's suitcase. Rolf had been feeding them since he was a child, so he naturally wasn't worried about being harmed by them. If it weren't for the various obstacles set up by Hogwarts itself in the maze, this little guy might have already charged straight into the 7th level. Wade observed from above for a while and saw that Rolf was stuck by a riddle from Professor Snape, and was unable to free himself for the moment. Wade then moved on to check on other students. Suddenly, several screams echoed through the maze. Wade was startled. Without needing any instructions from him, the thestral swiftly flew toward the direction of the screams. Bang! With several girls watching in horror, Harry was suddenly flung backward and a spray of blood bursted from his chest. What no one could see was a thestral raising its hoof high and stomping down toward the boy on the ground. At the critical moment, an extremely old house elf suddenly appeared beside Harry, grabbed his arm, and vanished with him in an instant. At the same time, 3 or 4 spells hit the attacking thestral, freezing it in midair. One of the spells came from Wade. Wade dismounted from the thestral while holding his wand and ran over to check. Immediately afterward, Professors Sprout and Snape appeared nearby. What's going on? Professor Snape asked with a dark expression. His gaze was dangerously fixed on the terrified girls. Something invisible, it attacked Harry Potter. One of the younger girls said in panic. She looked close to tears. A house elf took Harry away. Wade glanced at the girl's red hair. Another Weasley. Hagrid hurried over to, and looked at the thestral suspended in the air with a mix of concern and confusion. But Geraldine is a gentle creature, she's never attacked anyone. What did that foolish Gryffindor do this time? Snape asked coldly. He must have provoked the thestral. Harry didn't do anything. Ginny Weasley gathered her courage, looked Professor Snape in the eye, and said loudly. He had just helped us drive away a Grindylow when he was suddenly attacked. I don't think it was Harry's fault, Professor. Wade suddenly spoke up. Look at this thestral, there's a wound on its back. Professor Snape approached and saw a thin, bleeding wound near the thestral's hind legs. He moved closer to the thestral, and his hooked nose twitched slightly. The scent of scurvy grass. Scurvy grass? Ginny asked instinctively. Read your textbooks. Snape glanced at her and said, scurvy grass is used in brewing confusing draught. It can induce fear, palpitations, even hallucinations, and aggressive behavior. So, someone gave the thestral a potion. Wade said solemnly. Are they trying to harm Harry with the thestral, or to cause chaos at Hogwarts? Professor Sprout pried open the thestral's mouth to examine it and said, it's not a finished potion. There are still grass roots between its teeth. It looks like someone directly fed it a large amount of scurvy grass. I remember that this grass is mainly produced in countries in East Africa and the Arabian region, and it's banned for transport and sale in most countries. Wade recalled the information from his book, but, it is allowed to be sold in limited amounts in the UK and New Zealand, although it's not something most people could easily get their hands on. If you have the right channels, it's much easier to obtain than you'd think. More importantly, who would dare target the Hogwarts thestrals? Snape murmured. Hagrid said angrily, if I find out who did it, they'll be in big trouble. Ginny watched the discussion from the sidelines, struggling to find a way to join in. Her friend tugged at her arm, wanting to leave, but Ginny seemed rooted to the spot, unwilling to move even an inch. When there was a pause in the conversation, Ginny cautiously said, Professor, Harry was taken away. The house elf will have taken him to the infirmary, if that's what you're asking, Snape replied. His tone was cold and he seemed impatient, but compared to how other Gryffindors were treated, he was actually being quite lenient with Ginny. Wade looked thoughtfully at Ginny's striking red hair. Thank you, Professor. Ginny didn't feel she was being treated any differently. To her, Professor Snape was as intimidating as ever. She quietly thanked him, then pulled her friend along as they left. By now, Dumbledore had also arrived at the scene. The reason he was a bit late was that he had first gone to check on Harry. There were still traces of blood on his sleeve. How is Harry, Dumbledore? Hagrid asked anxiously. Just some minor injuries, Madame Pomfrey will have him healed in no time. After saying this, Dumbledore waved his wand gently and examined the thestral as well, while Professor Sprout filled him in on what the others had discovered. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Hagrid, take all the thestrals back to the stable. I think we need to conduct a full inspection. Geraldine, sir? Hagrid asked nervously. I know it hurt Harry, but it wasn't intentional. Geraldine has always been a good creature. Of course, it was only manipulated by someone with malicious intentions, Dumbledore said. Until the effects wear off, it will be under your care. All right, Professor. Hagrid sniffled, picked up the immobilized thestral with one hand, and carried it off. Dumbledore. Snape objected. A creature that has injured someone cannot remain here. Professor Sprout frowned. There's a difference between acting aggressively and unintentionally causing harm, Severus. It was confused by the scurvy grass and didn't know what it was doing. Dumbledore didn't decide immediately but instead asked, Mr. Grey, what do you think? Wade was taken aback. Snape and Professor Sprout both turned to look at him. Under their gazes, he thought for a moment and said, I think the students participating in the challenge should be dismissed for now, and the event should be temporarily halted to check if any other creatures are tampered with. As for what to do with Geraldine, why not ask Harry's opinion? After all, he's the one who was affected. Dumbledore nodded. Then let's do that. Snape immediately gave a disapproving huff, casting an unsatisfied look at Wade. Everyone knew that, given Harry's character and his friendship with Hagrid, he would probably not press charges. Wade simply pretended not to notice. After all, Professor Snape was always like that, never showing a friendly face, never offering kind words, but always ready with answers and willing to help if asked. Since Wade had started at Hogwarts, he'd only ever seen Snape praise Draco Malfoy once. Of course, this might be because they hadn't taken potions with the Slytherin students, otherwise, they'd probably see Professor Snape's creative ways of complimenting Slytherin students. Still, over the past year, whenever Wade had asked Professor Snape about potion-related questions, even advanced ones, he had always received answers. When Wade began using the room of requirement for brewing, he stopped practicing in the dungeon classroom. After a few sarcastic remarks from Professor Snape when they crossed paths, Wade finally deduced that why aren't you still practicing? Don't abandon things halfway, was the professor's way of urging him to continue. Wade. So after the next potions class, Wade brought his recent work for Professor Snape to review, explaining that he had changed practice locations because some potions took too long to brew, making it inconvenient to occupy the potions classroom. He received comments like mediocre and don't get too full of yourself. When Wade emerged from the maze area, he saw the Weasley twins leading a group of students to block the entrance. They were waving their arms and shouting, Protest! Protest! Give us back the ultimate challenge. This is the result of everyone's hard work. The school can't just shut it down. We want freedom. We want fairness. We want the ultimate challenge. A crowd of teenagers, mingling regardless of house affiliation, shouted slogans one after another. This even scared the small animals on the outskirts, who huddled under bushes, and were shivering and darting around in panic. Wade was surprised to see a few pearl-white figures mingled among the students. Half the ghosts in the school had joined the protest for some reason. Even Peeves was shoulder to shoulder with the Weasley twins, arm in arm, shouting enthusiastically alongside them. Wade turned around, expecting the headmaster to say something, but Dumbledore had already disappeared. Professor McGonagall stood before the students. The Gryffindor head of house pointed her wand at her own throat and shouted, Silence. Her amplified voice, loud as thunder and fierce as a lion's roar, rolled outward in waves, causing ripples across the Black Lake. With a loud gurgle, the giant squid that had surfaced to watch the commotion quickly dove back down. The Forbidden Forest grew suddenly quiet as well, as if even the insects had stopped buzzing. The wind fell, the clouds stilled, and the students clutched their ears and looked stunned into silence. The area around the maze became so quiet it felt like everyone could hear each other's heartbeat. Professor McGonagall lowered her wand, folding her hands with an air of poise and elegance. She looked at everyone and said, "A student was attacked by a thestral in the maze. We need to pause all activities to investigate the cause of the accident." Fred, summoning his courage, muttered, "We're not afraid of getting hurt." Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes. Fred quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean, we'll be careful and won't provoke the thestrals." The thestral was not provoked by any student's behavior, it was deliberately fed a large amount of scurvy grass. Professor McGonagall, holding back her anger, said, "This is a very serious offense. Whoever was responsible for this prank better come forward now, otherwise, when I find out who did it, they'll be sent straight home." She cast a meaningful look at a few of the more mischievous students. Most of the students turned to look at the Weasley twins, though some suspicious glances were also directed at a few Slytherin students with poor reputations. The twins immediately raised their hands and said in unison, "We swear, it wasn't us, Professor." George added, "Scurvy grass is expensive, I know that much, but I would never spend money on it for a prank." No one believed the twins' initial denial, but when George mentioned the cost, everyone believed him. The Weasley family had siblings from first year to sixth, and 2 more who had already graduated. Almost everyone knew their family's situation. Among the siblings, from Percy to Ginny, all of them used second-hand items. Percy, the eldest, and Ginny, the only girl, occasionally had something new, but Fred, George, and Ron had consistently worn hand-me-downs. Of course, Fred and George had found ways to make some money on their own. Everyone knew that and knew they had a bit saved up. But the idea of them spending a large amount on an impractical herb to pull a random prank that could injure someone? No one believed the twins would be that foolish. Percy shot them a sharp look, raised his hand, and asked seriously, "Professor, may I ask who the injured student is?" Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, reluctant to share, but finally responded under the students' inquisitive gazes, "Harry Potter. He was injured by a thestral and was just taken to the infirmary." In the crowd, Ron and Hermione turned pale. They exchanged a quick glance, and immediately ran toward the hospital wing. With a buzz, a wave of murmurs exploded among the students, with many casting glances toward the Slytherins. In fact, even some Slytherins suspected someone from their own house. They didn't voice their thoughts but instinctively looked toward a few who frequently slandered Gryffindors and promoted pure-blood ideals, students like Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabinai, and Theodore Nott. Then there were older students like Flint and Yaxley. Soon, some Slytherins realized they were being isolated by their fellow students. "Was it you, Draco?" Pansy whispered to Malfoy, her eyes were alight with excitement. "It's all right, you can tell me, I'll keep it a secret. I only wish I'd been the one to teach that Scarhead a real lesson." Malfoy muttered darkly. "But no, it wasn't me. I'm guessing it was some idiot." He glanced in a particular direction. Pansy followed his gaze and noticed several Slytherin boys standing together. They all were wearing the same cold expressions, but she couldn't tell exactly who Malfoy had been looking at. "Whatever happens," she said to Malfoy, "I'm always on your side." Malfoy nodded absently, and still looked rather displeased. Professor McGonagall, too, had her own suspicions, but without concrete evidence, she couldn't voice them. She reminded everyone of a few precautions and sternly emphasized that certain students were strictly forbidden from sneaking into the maze at night. She cast another look at the Weasley twins as she said this. Any student caught breaking the rules would face severe consequences. The students dispersed, disappointed, and as they left, the Bowtruckles scurried back to the hedges. "Can I keep it?" Luna asked Professor Ketleben. "I think it likes me, and I like it too." The old professor didn't reject her outright. He chuckled and said, "You can ask it yourself. If it's willing, I certainly have no objection." Luna lit up and quickly asked the Bowtruckle, but the little creature scurried into the hedge without hesitation, leaving her with only its back. "Oh, it seems it's not very interested," the professor added teasingly. Luna's face fell as she watched the Bowtruckle disappear, and she looked utterly dejected. Do you like Bowtruckles?" Rolf, who had been nearby, walked over and asked. "A lot of people think they have little old man faces." Luna glanced at him and replied, "They're very cute. I feel like they're friends. Of course, crumplehorn snorkacks are cute too, but they're a bit larger, I think." "What's a crumplehorn snorkack?" Rolf paused, deciding not to question it further. Instead, he reached into his pocket and brought out a tiny Bowtruckle. "Look, this is my friend, Ager. Of all the Bowtruckles, he's my favorite." Little Ager clung to Rolf's finger, and its 2 leafy ears twitched slightly. "That's wonderful, it actually follows you around," Luna said with admiration. "You can shake hands with him," Rolf offered. "He's very friendly." Meanwhile, Fred and George found Wade. "Hey, Wade, I've got an idea," Fred said, slinging an arm around Wade's shoulders. "What idea?" Wade asked. "You know how to cast disillusionment charms, and since everyone thinks we're the prime suspects," Fred began. "To clear our names, we're willing to take a little risk," George added. "It's just so happens that we're not lacking in bravery. We've dared to explore every corner of Hogwarts. There's a place we've been curious about for ages but haven't yet managed to, explore. So since everyone's going back, you could cast a disillusionment charm on us, and we'll sneak in." Wade raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you two are planning to sneak into the Slytherin common room. I knew you'd be on the same page with us." George clapped his hands in excitement. "Isn't it a great idea?" Fred chimed in. This has to be the work of someone in Slytherin. Once they're back in their common room, they won't be able to resist bragging. If we just sneak in and eavesdrop for a few minutes, the truth will definitely come out, George added. What do you think? Fred asked. Not much of it, Wade replied as he walked toward the hospital wing. You two are forgetting someone. Remember at the beginning of the term, when Harry mentioned a house elf trying to stop him from coming back to school? Fred and George exchanged a glance. That must have been some annoying guy, like Malfoy, sending his family's elf to mess with him, right? That's unlikely, Wade said. If Malfoy could get his family's elf to sneak into Harry's house just to mess with him, then why hasn't Harry been targeted by the remaining Death Eaters all these years? I've heard some of them escaped punishment. Wouldn't at least one of them want revenge on Harry Potter? George pondered, starting to piece it together. You're saying, I suspect Dumbledore placed powerful protection or repelling charms where Harry lives, Wade explained. Anyone with ill intent wouldn't be able to find him. That's likely why he's never faced retaliation. Wait a minute. George suddenly noticed a contradiction. So, if that's true, the reason that House Elf found Harry is because he's not acting out of malice? He genuinely wants to protect Harry. Fred chimed in almost simultaneously. Wade nodded. He probably really believes there's danger at Hogwarts and doesn't want Harry coming back to school. Well, that's a unique way of protecting someone. Fred frowned. If that's the case, then why are you suspicious of that house elf this time? His name was, Dobby, George supplied. I remember Harry mentioned he called himself Dobby. House elves live very differently from us and think differently too, Wade explained. Just as he thought Hogwarts was dangerous, he would rather risk Harry getting expelled from school to keep him away. He might believe that staying here could bring harm to Harry. So he's trying to send Harry off to St. Mungo's instead. Fred guessed. George shook his head. What could be dangerous about Hogwarts? It's the safest place there is, well, except. Suddenly thinking of Voldemort's infiltration last year, the usual confidence in his words faded a bit. If there's any danger this term, it's probably our maze challenge. Fred glanced back at the vast, shadowy maze in the evening gloom. Could Harry end up facing a dark wizard in there? Who knows? Wade replied. Dobby is just one possibility. It could be as you suspect a Slytherin student, or maybe some hidden Death Eater, or it might even just be a random accident. Either way, instead of sneaking into the Slytherin common room, I'd rather ask Harry if he's uncovered any clues first. Wade suspected Dobby but wasn't confident enough to say so outright. The butterfly effect of his own actions had rippled through this world, changing events more and more, eroding his foreknowledge advantage gradually. Fortunately, Harry soon provided a definitive answer, reassuring Wade that events hadn't strayed too far from their original course. It was that house elf, the one called Dobby, Harry said angrily from his hospital bed. I ran into him inside the maze. I thought he was one of the school's rescue elves, but when I saw his clothes, I realized it was him. What did he say, Harry? Hermione asked. He said he'd warned me already, and asked why I came back to school anyway. Harry's face showed the frustration and distaste of someone being harassed by an overzealous fan. He also said that if that's the case, getting sent home with serious injuries would still be better than staying here. Did he mention exactly what the danger at Hogwarts is? Wade asked. He sort of hinted at it. Harry thought for a while before saying. He mentioned something like, history will repeat itself, and the Chamber of Secrets will be opened once again. I don't understand what chamber. Chambers? There are tons of them around here. George mused, stroking his chin. I think I read something similar in a book. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. I'll look it up when I get a chance. Just then, the infirmary door opened, and Neville and some others entered from outside. Harry, are you feeling better? We brought you some food from the Great Hall. The noise woke Lockhart from his sleep in the neighboring bed. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he sat up and asked, is it morning already? What's all this noise? Lockhart opened his eyes and immediately caught sight of Neville walking past his bed. Their eyes met. Neville sighed and said, good evening, Professor. Are you feeling better? Much better, Longbottom. Have you come to see me? And brought me cake? How thoughtful of you. Without waiting for an answer, Lockhart reached out and snatched the cake from Neville's arms. Looking around at the students, he declared warmly, no need to worry. Children, no need at all. It was just a minor setback. Your favorite professor me, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class will be back in the classroom, right on schedule, tomorrow. The students exchanged looks, then returned polite but awkward smiles. Fred whispered to his brother, think we could swap out his meds and keep him here for a couple more days. George muttered through gritted teeth, are you asking to be killed by Madame Pomfrey? Hogwarts was now completely shrouded in the darkness of night. Wade stood by the window and watched Hagrid, who had a lantern in his hand, and was patrolling near the maze. A thestral trailed behind him, and it occasionally stretched its bat-like wings with a soft flap. A few students lingering around the maze were promptly caught by Hagrid and sent back to the castle. Thankfully, curfew hadn't hit yet, or they'd have been in for several nights of detention. These students are like kids from ordinary families just discovering online games. Even knowing there's danger, they can't resist the thrill of it. As night deepened, the castle's lights gradually dimmed, while the boundary between the Forbidden Forest and the maze grew lively, with creatures occasionally poking their heads out to observe. The ancient Hogwarts castle had stood unchanged for 1,000 years, but now it had a massive maze added to its grounds. For the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, this was likely something new and intriguing. A faintly glowing unicorn, accompanied by its cub, strolled openly around the maze's edge and even took a short walk inside, led by Hagrid. A few centaurs gathered beneath a large tree, with bows in hand and their bodies obscured in shadow. They seemed to be pointing at the maze and arguing about something before eventually leaving. Along the forest's edge, dim lights flickered as creatures ventured out to see the spectacle under the cover of night. On the surface of the Black Lake, the giant squid had risen, and a few strange-looking merfolk peeked their heads above the water, and their heads resembled boulders in the lake. The daytime excitement belonged to the students, but at night, it seemed like the animals' domain. I wonder if the professors could convince them to volunteer as NPCs in the maze. Wade thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. While there is a magical contract that could ensure creatures wouldn't harm students, magical creatures in the wizarding world are usually quite proud, wary of wizards yet disdainful of humans. Then again, wizards often held similar views of them. Wade watched as the maze was swallowed up by darkness. From behind him, he heard a faint rustling, knowing it was a house elf tidying the room. Zoe. Wade glanced back at the little elf and asked, "Could I ask you and the others for a small favor?" "Of course, Mr. Gray," Zoe replied with a bow. "What would you like us to do?" "There might be a house elf sneaking into the school soon. He's called Dobby, dressed in rags," Wade explained. "If you happen to see him, could you bring him to see me?" Zoe is happy to help Wade Gray find that bad elf, Dobby. "If Zoe sees him, Zoe will definitely catch him," Zoe said softly, and her face was full of enthusiasm, as though she was delighted just to be needed. "Thank you, Zoe," Wade said with a smile. "If he resists, please tell him that if he hopes to gain freedom, I can help." Zoe's round eyes studied Wade carefully, and she asked curiously, "Why would any house elf want to leave their master? He must be a bad elf." "You can't say that." Wade shook his head and said, "Hogwarts is a good place for house elves. As long as they do their work, they aren't treated harshly. But, Zoe, some house elves who serve private families live worse than slaves, suffering beatings and abuse. Wanting to leave is only natural." Zoe shook her large head. Zoe doesn't understand, but Zoe will help. Zoe will never refuse a request from Wade Gray. Wade smiled. "Thank you, Zoe. It's so wonderful to know you." In the morning, Wade, as usual, looked in the mirror to check the mandrake leaf in his mouth. It was still perfectly intact. He poured a glass of tea to rinse his mouth, then popped a few pieces of gum in. By now, he was so used to it that the leaf no longer affected his speech or activities. At night, as long as he used the sticking charm to keep it secure, he didn't have to worry about biting it in his sleep or accidentally swallowing it. For Wade, the biggest drawback was not being able to brush his teeth. Though he could use cleaning spells or rinse with salt water or tea, not brushing his teeth made him feel uncomfortable. It made him even less inclined to talk to others. Among his classmates, only Michael knew that Wade was learning animagus transformation. Others just thought he had grown more silent lately. But he was never a big talker, so they didn't notice much difference. Hermione had recently been spending more time reading, and during the activities in the umbrella room, she even asked everyone to help her with the books she couldn't finish for the time being. "Hermione, how can anyone finish all of this?" Neville asked, holding his assigned reading with a look of despair. "No need to read every word," Hermione said, handing the last few books to Wade. She turned to the group and added, "We just need to look for any legends about the Chamber of Secrets in these books." The Chamber of Secrets. The group exchanged glances. That house elf mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets is going to be opened. "I don't think it's just idle gossip, there must be some meaning behind it," Hermione said with her hands on her hips. "I remember reading something about the Chamber of Secrets before, but I can't recall the details." "But," Padma raised her hand, like she was talking to a teacher, and asked, "Why are we even looking this up? Nothing dangerous has happened at school." "Well, there is one thing that could be considered dangerous." Fred's words caught everyone's attention as he feigned a serious, ominous look and said darkly, "I have a bottle of poison here. After class, one of you will have to drink it. I hope the antidote you brew is up to standard. Otherwise..." He didn't finish, but gave a sinister, crooked smile instead. "Oh, Snape." Harry groaned, and Neville next to him wore a similarly pained expression. "Professor Snape," Hermione corrected, and slapped her hand on the table firmly. "Listen up, everyone. We can't just wait around until something happens and then panic, right? By researching in advance, even if something does happen, at least we'll be somewhat prepared." "What if nothing happens, though?" Harry asked, raising his hand. "Then you've gained valuable knowledge," Hermione replied earnestly. The group, who weren't too fond of reading, sighed heavily, but under Hermione's determined, and almost McGonagall-like insistence, they finally opened their books. Thankfully, their efforts eventually paid off. A day later, Ryan found a clue about the Chamber of Secrets in an old, yellowed notebook. After a fierce argument with Gryffindor, Slytherin ultimately left the school. Before leaving, he built a hidden room, leaving something terrifying in the chamber. Only his true heir can open it when they arrive at the school. Terror will cleanse the school, purging all who are unworthy of learning magic. A terrifying thing, what could it be? Theo couldn't help but ask. Ryan flipped to the end of the notebook and shook his head. No one knows, but the author speculated it's some kind of beast that only Slytherin could control. No, Slytherin's heir could control it too, Michael pointed out sharply, then speculated. Maybe it's a magical contract that passes down through the bloodline. It's a snake, Wade said. What? The others didn't quite understand at first. Slytherin was a Parselmouth, Wade explained, and noticed Harry's confused expression. Salazar Slytherin could speak to snakes, it was his unique ability. Harry was stunned. Michael snapped his fingers. Of course, if Parseltongue passes down through the bloodline, then Slytherin's descendants would also be able to speak to snakes, even control them. Then could the creature in the chamber be a snake? Padma asked. What kind of snake would be that powerful? Wade didn't elaborate further. The group tossed around ideas, naming various serpents from Runespore to Alchemy, Basilisk to Sea Serpent, Belcher Sea Snake, Inland Taipan, and Black Mamba, each resolving to research more. Harry, are you all right? Michael noticed Harry's unsettled expression. Harry looked around, unsure if he should reveal the truth. Stomach ache. Neville guessed. Didn't finish your homework? Want to copy someone's? Hermione chimed in. Or didn't have time to do any research? Is it your scar hurting again? Theo asked. Under their concerned gazes, Harry finally stammered. Is speaking to snakes really so unusual? Aren't there a lot of wizards who can do that? No, most people can't, Theo said, and shook his head. Parselmouths are extremely rare. The most famous one was Salazar Slytherin. Why would you think it's common? Michael chuckled. It's not like you can speak Parseltongue yourself? Unless you once heard someone say that they... Michael's sentence trailed off as he stared at Harry in surprise, and his eyes widened slightly. Harry stayed silent. After a long pause, Hermione, noticing his pale expression, asked softly, You're not a Parselmouth, are you, Harry? You're not, right? Harry looked at her, then slowly nodded. I am, he said. You're a Parselmouth? You can talk to snakes. After a long pause, Neville asked again, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Now that his secret was out, Harry felt a sense of relief. He explained in more detail. Once, at the zoo, I somehow let a python out of its glass case. I didn't know how I did it, I didn't even know I was a wizard back then. Anyway, as it was leaving, I heard it say thank you, and it even said goodbye to me. A snake said thank you to you. Ryan couldn't believe it. Did you hear it in English, or? Harry thought back. It sounded like English, but with an accent. Sort of like someone speaking through clenched teeth. Why not give it a try? Wade suggested as he pointed his wand at the feathered quill on the table. The green feathered quill began to twist and writhe until it transformed into a small green snake. It slithered across the table, lifting its triangular head from time to time. Say something to it, Harry, Wade urged. Give it a command. Harry saw that everyone was looking at him curiously. He noticed that Padma and Hermione instinctively leaned back, wanting to keep some distance from the snake. Looking at the conjured snake, Harry thought for a moment and said, Hello, please coil up. The snake looked at him, then obediently coiled itself up. It raised its head and flicked its tongue, as if waiting for further instructions. Harry felt more at ease, even finding the little snake oddly endearing. He glanced at the others, uncertain of their expressions. A faint sense of unease crept up on him. Wade spoke up. It seems you didn't realize you were just making a hissing sound, like a snake whispering. He continued thoughtfully, it's fascinating. For most people, learning a language takes consistent memory and practice. But Parselmouths seem to just know Parseltongue, as if their brain has a built-in translation system. Harry relaxed a little and asked casually, does Parseltongue sound strange? It's a bit eerie. Anything incomprehensible sounds mysterious, Wade replied, and then imitated Harry's hissing sounds and asked, what does that mean? Harry responded with another hiss. Wade sighed. Harry, could you please speak in English? Oh. Harry realized he'd slipped back into Parseltongue. After thinking about it for a moment, he translated, it means, hello, please coil up. How do you say thank you? Wade continued his Parseltongue lesson. Harry taught him. And. Don't move. Open. Attack. Play dead. Wade practiced each phrase, and made notes as he went, while Harry, pleased that his skill could be useful to others, eagerly guided him. The rest of the group listened to the eerie hissing sounds as the two went back and forth, but the initial chill in the air quickly faded. The others exchanged glances, and soon Hermione, true to her studious nature, pulled out her notebook. Why are we learning this? Fred asked. George shrugged. Don't you think it's cool? Wade tapped the feathered snake coiled beside Harry with his pen and said, the most fascinating thing about Parselmouths is that they can even control snakes created by magic. Technically, this snake should follow my commands, but it listened to Harry instead. So Parseltongue isn't just about talking to snakes. Wade mused. It seems like snake creatures instinctively obey Parselmouths, almost like a relationship between lower and higher beings. So, Harry, are you a descendant of Slytherin? Michael asked. It's possible, Neville said hesitantly, but I've looked at the pureblood family trees, and the Potter family didn't intermarry with the Slytherin line. Don't be so sure, Neville, Fred said, and put his arm around him. Slytherin lived over 1,000 years ago. Who knows how many families his descendants intermarried with? And remember, anyone disowned by a pureblood family wouldn't appear in those records, and neither would their descendants. As far as I know, there's never been a Parselmouth in the Potter family, Theo added, but maybe it's from Harry's mother's side. Then why is Harry in Gryffindor? Michael asked. The Sorting Hat should have put you in Slytherin. That's also a secret. Harry hesitated, then said, actually, the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, but I refused. Everyone nodded, agreeing he made the right choice. The professor's inspection of the maze lasted a week, but aside from some remnants of scurvy grass found in the stables, there were no other clues. None of the other animals in the maze had eaten anything unusual. They continued their daily routine of eating and sleeping without any issues. After strong protests from the students, the maze was scheduled to reopen on Saturday afternoon. But another big event was also happening that day, the Gryffindor vs Slytherin Quidditch match. This match had already been postponed by 2 weeks. With Sirius Black's case being reviewed, the Ministry of Magic sent people to Hogwarts several times to investigate and frequently interviewed the Weasley siblings and Harry, causing the match to be rescheduled to late November. This week would be Gryffindor vs Slytherin, followed by Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff next week. As the first Quidditch match of the term approached, excitement reignited in the school, with frequent clashes between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Around 11 o'clock, students and teachers began heading to the Quidditch pitch. Wade went to the room of requirement on the 7th floor, opened the Vanishing cabinet, and a large, sleek black dog darted out. The dog excitedly ran 2 laps around the room before transforming into a tall, lean man with black hair and gray eyes. He wore a dark gray wizard's robe. His hair was neatly cut and groomed. He had a bit more flesh on his cheeks than before, giving his bright eyes a distinct handsomeness. So, you're Wade? Wade Grey, Sirius said quickly, and did not wait for a response before bowing slightly and extending his hand. Thank you so much, Mr. Grey. You've given me a new life. Hello, Mr. Black, Wade shook his hand and said, I admire your loyalty and courage. They looked at each other and smiled. Both had black hair and gray eyes, though Sirius's eyes had a droop at the corners, somewhat dog-like, while Wade's were rounder, with slightly upturned edges. Lupin then emerged from the cabinet. You're slow, Remus, Sirius said eagerly. The match is about to start, right? I want to see Harry play. Let's hurry up. Before he finished speaking, he dropped to the floor and transformed back into the big black dog. The dog's instincts seemed to influence Sirius's thoughts. He spun around in place, his tail wagged furiously, and then he leaped toward the door. Hold on, Sirius. Lupin quickly grabbed him, catching the dog by the tail. Sirius let out a yelp, nearly leaping 3 feet in the air as he turned to glare at Lupin. Sorry, Lupin quickly released him and explained, you're registered with the Ministry as an animagus now, and your form is very recognizable. The students would recognize you right away. Sirius thought, and reluctantly let his ears droop, moving closer to Lupin. Lupin tapped his head with his wand, casting a disillusionment charm, making the black dog disappear from sight. The dog eagerly pawed open the door and raced off like the wind. Sirius really wanted Harry to see him in the stands, Lupin explained to Wade. Luckily, he didn't insist on it. After a moment, Wade asked, but if he has to use a disillusionment charm, what's the point of turning into a dog? Lupin paused, then seemed to remember. I forgot to remind him. Wade. Since Sirius's release, Wade felt that his image of Lupin as a gentle and kind elder was gradually being shattered. Lupin had become much more lively and, from time to time, revealed a subtly mischievous side. Of course, when he was with Wade, he was still that warm and tolerant friend. Lupin glanced out the window and said, let's go. The other Vanishing cabinet has been placed where you suggested. That had been Wade's plan, but just now, seeing the way Lupin gazed toward the distant Quidditch pitch without realizing it, Wade suddenly realized something. You want to watch Harry's match too, don't you? Wade asked. Lupin shook his head. There will be plenty more matches after this one. Since you think it's important to act now, then we should prioritize the task. What I have to do is certainly important, but this match isn't something we should miss. Wade pressed his hand on the Vanishing cabinet door and closed it again. Harry flies amazingly well. Professor McGonagall says he's just as good as his father was. Wade continued, if we watch the match first, it won't delay us much, but we'll have to hurry to the pitch. Lupin hesitated briefly, then smiled and accepted Wade's kindness. He also used a disillusionment charm to conceal himself, and followed Wade out of the room as they hurried toward the Quidditch stadium. Lightning snaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled distantly. Lupin looked up at the dark clouds and said, it's going to rain. Yeah, Wade replied, glancing upward as well. Suddenly, he chuckled. For some reason, I have this feeling that all the important matches happen in rainy weather. Lupin laughed. How are those two things connected? Muggle movies and TV shows like to present it that way, Wade said. You often talk about things related to Muggles, and even your inventions borrow from their ideas. Lupin said, it's quite unusual, because most of the wizards I know from Muggle backgrounds tend to avoid mentioning that world. Once they're adults, they usually choose to live as wizards. I come from the Muggle world, why should I ignore it? Wade countered. It's been centuries since the witch hunts ended, and yet there's still such a barrier between the two. That's what I find strange. Maybe it's because, although many wizards claim to look down on Muggles, deep down they actually find them terrifying, Lupin said. For us, the harshest punishment is the Cruciatus Curse, which causes unbearable pain. But Muggles. I once read in a book that Muggles invented all kinds of terrifyingly cruel punishments to use against their own kind. Truly brutal. Wade, it's a level of cruelty far beyond what someone your age can imagine. Bathilda Bagshot, who wrote a history of magic, didn't even dare to include those details in her book. But wizarding horrors are no less severe than muggles. Wade replied. I read in a history of modern magic that Grindelwald once unleashed fiendfire and burned half of Paris. Lupin shook his head. How many people like Grindelwald exist, who can take lives so easily, without a shred of guilt? He wasn't twisted by dark magic. People like him are born to dwell in darkness. Lupin continued in a heavy tone, but most wizards' minds would be warped by dark magic, and killing inflicts irreparable harm on the soul. Wade thought of Tom Riddle's once handsome face, which later turned into the noseless horror it became. That transformation, he knew, was because his soul had been torn apart, causing his body to undergo dreadful mutations as well. Under the dim, gray sky, the conversation between the two drifted into silence. Each was lost in thoughts of unsettling things, creating an odd, oppressive quiet in the air. The silence was finally broken by a sudden eruption of cheers from the students. It looks like the match has started, Lupin said. They quickly climbed the stairs, and found a few empty seats at the top of the stands. As they sat down and looked up like all the other spectators, they saw a dozen players darting swiftly through the air. Something furry brushed against Wade's side, followed by a pair of enthusiastic barks. Sirius. Lupin, still invisible, spoke up. I'm over here. The animal's panting sound suddenly stopped, and a moment later, Sirius's voice complained. I can't believe I forgot I'm invisible now, so I don't need to transform to stay unseen. Remus, Wade, what took you so long? You almost missed the start. He didn't seem to suspect at all that Lupin might have been intentionally amusing himself. Lupin replied, You have 4 legs, of course you got here faster. True. Sirius quickly brushed it off, and his excitement was undiminished. Can you spot which one is Harry, Remus? I'll tell you, he's the one flying the highest, he's just as good in the air as James was. Wade leaned back in his chair, listened to the 2 invisible adults next to him chatting, and felt a subtle sense of surprise and admiration. Anyone who'd gone through what Sirius had might have become withdrawn and gloomy, bitter at the world, perhaps even embittered, paranoid, or unstable. But after meeting Sirius this time, Wade noticed that he didn't display any of those dark or painful emotions. If it weren't for his still noticeably thin frame, it would seem as though those 11 years in prison had left no mark on him. Wade felt that this was truly wonderful. Surely, such past pain couldn't simply vanish, but Sirius was clearly working to heal himself, finding his old spirited self again with his friends, rather than locking himself in the dark despair of his past prison life. No wonder Lupin had been acting more cheerful recently. He was probably helping Sirius in his own way. In the sky, the players on both teams fiercely battled, and with Sirius's commentary, the excitement of the match seemed to double. Wade started to follow the game's progress more clearly. Suddenly, a chill touched his forehead, and he instinctively closed his eyes before lifting his wand and quietly muttering a spell. A ring of air shot from the wand tip, forming an invisible umbrella-like shield overhead, large enough to cover all 3 of them. Thank goodness. Sirius said gratefully, I hate getting wet. Wade suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. Turning, he saw Professor Dumbledore nodding in his direction with a gentle smile. Wade. Remus, Wade said, I think Dumbledore knows you're here. Well, Lupin sighed, it's not surprising. A skilled wizard can spot the traces of a disillusionment charm. As long as it's not Professor McGonagall, Sirius said casually. Dumbledore will probably just pretend not to see us. He glanced up at the sky, and looked concerned. Harry wears glasses, the rain will affect him more than his opponent. I wonder if he knows the waterproofing charm. Wade also looked up at the 2 teams tangling in midair, and wondered, will a bludger go wild again this time? With bludgers zooming around all over the field under the hits of the players on both sides, targeting the chasers was a common tactic. In the pouring rain and poor visibility, it was impossible to tell if any bludger had an unusual trajectory. Zoe and the others are prepared. Will Dobby come again? The rain was falling harder and harder, making it difficult for the students to watch the game. For the students without umbrellas, looking up at the sky meant rainwater pouring into their eyes. But few students were willing to leave the field and return to the castle. So the students shielded their eyes with their hands, and struggled to follow the players' swift, swallow-like movements through the downpour. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded. Harry raised his arm high, and circled in the air on his broom. The Gryffindor players cheered and rushed toward him. Then Madame Hooch loudly announced Gryffindor's victory, and the stands erupted in applause and cheers. Malfoy stood nearby and watched the scene with a pale face. The captain of the Slytherin team flew over and shouted something angrily at him. That was amazing. Did you see him catch the golden snitch, Remus? It was incredible. He snatched it right from beside the other seeker's ear. Sirius joined in with shouts and applause, clapping enthusiastically. Although he couldn't see him, Wade was sure Sirius had jumped up and down several times. Wade, who's that clumsy Slytherin seeker? Sirius asked loudly. Draco Malfoy, Wade replied. Lucius Malfoy's son. Sirius sneered and muttered, that cunning snake. Then he shouted even louder, great job, Harry. Knock that Malfoy off his broom. Shut up, Sirius. Lupin said irritably. Do you want everyone to notice you're here with all that shouting? There were no students near them, but one student in the front rows had already turned back, and was curiously looking around. Seeing only Wade behind him, the student gave a polite smile, as if thinking he'd misheard. Sirius turned back to Lupin and said relaxedly, Remus, didn't Harry look just like he did back in 4th year? I remember James showing off in front of Lily, flying right up to her, only to be knocked off his broom by Snape. Suddenly, shouts rose from the crowd, and they quickly turned to look. The players of the two teams had a dispute in midair. A large Slytherin player hurled a bludger, knocking Wood off his broom. The twins sped toward the others on their brooms, while the girls from the crowd screamed. Dumbledore extended his hand just in time. From a distance, he halted Wood's fall just before he hit the ground. Stop it! All of you, stop right now! Madam Hooch, like an enraged eagle, stormed into the midst of the scuffling students and yelled furiously, "Whoever keeps fighting will be banned from the game." The players reluctantly stopped, still muttering curses at one another. Suddenly, a thin figure fell straight from the sky. "Harry!" Sirius shouted, starting to run toward him, but Lupin grabbed him. Spells flew from both the teachers' seats and the stands, stopping Harry's fall in midair. "Thank goodness, thank you, Wade," Lupin said and quickly put away his wand. They hurried down from the stands while trying not to bump into any students. By the time they reached the field, a crowd had already gathered around Harry. Among them, Lockhart, dressed like a flamboyant green peacock, was pushing his way through the students. He raised his wand and said loudly, "Stand back, everyone. I can fix you up in just a second, Harry, don't worry. It's a very simple spell, one I've used countless times before." Harry lay on the ground, clutching his arm and moaning, and apparently tried to speak, though his words were drowned out by the pouring rain. Wade stopped in his tracks, and he immediately gripped his wand and was about to stop Lockhart, but then he hesitated. "Sorry, Harry." Wade silently apologized, and then widened his eyes and focused intently on Lockhart's actions. Lupin and Sirius didn't know that this was the Lockhart that Harry often complained about in the Book of Friends. They instinctively paused, seeing him as a professor. Lockhart spun his wand with exaggerated gestures, pointed at Harry's arm, and said, "Brachium emendo. Removes bones, according to Gilderoy Lockhart, it cures bones." A second later, Harry's arm drooped limply, like a rubber glove, and the people around him gasped, showing a look of horror and disgust. His arm bones are gone. Wood, who was bleeding from his head and had initially hoped for help from a professor, cried out in shock. When Lockhart looked his way, he backed away fearfully, clutching his head. Alicia from Gryffindor quickly stepped in front of Wood, as though Lockhart were some kind of monster. "Ah, well, haha, small mishaps do happen sometimes." Lockhart laughed awkwardly. "All right, Harry, at least you're not in pain anymore, right? Head to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will, fix you up a bit more." Lockhart hurried away, vaguely sensing the sound of some beastly growl in the background. "I'll kill him, I'll kill that bastard," Sirius growled through gritted teeth. Yes, but not now, remember? We snuck in here," said Lupin as he dragged him toward the hospital wing. Wade quietly cast a levitation spell on Sirius's cloak, lifting him slightly. Sirius flailed his arms and legs, unable to resist as Lupin pulled him along. Eventually, Sirius gave up struggling and said grudgingly, "We have to teach him a lesson? Treating Harry like that?" "Of course, absolutely," Lupin agreed decisively. Madame Pomfrey was the only one who could have healed his arm in just a second, but now, with the bones removed, it would take at least an entire night to regrow them. Ron pulled the bed curtains closed and helped Harry change into his pajamas. Madame Pomfrey handed Harry a large glass of Skelgro, then shooed the students out who had brought him to the hospital wing. "He needs rest now. Out? Everyone out." In the corner, 3 people under the disillusionment charm remained unnoticed. Regrowing bones was a painful ordeal. Once Madame Pomfrey left, Harry lay on the hospital bed and stifled groans as he endured the pain. "Lift the charm, Remus," Sirius said hoarsely. "All right," Lupin replied, lifting the disillusionment charm. Harry was startled. He propped himself up and looked around in surprise. "Sirius, Remus, and Wade? You're all here. I saw your game." Sirius smiled and said, "It was incredible, you flew brilliantly." Harry grinned, as if he had even forgotten his pain for a moment. The group chatted for a while, and then Wade and Lupin prepared to leave, but Sirius stayed seated by Harry's bedside, making no move to get up. "Sirius?" Lupin asked. "You go on," Sirius replied gruffly. "I want to stay with Harry tonight. Harry needs his sleep too." "I'll watch him sleep," Sirius said stubbornly. "I won't disturb him." "All right." Lupin relented, adding one last reminder, "Don't get caught." "I know, oh, and give me my wand back," Sirius added. Since he couldn't carry a wand in his animagus form, he'd given it to Lupin for safekeeping. Once he transformed back, he had forgotten to retrieve it. Lupin handed the wand back, then said his goodbyes and left the hospital wing. Wade glanced back, and saw Sirius sitting by Harry's bed with his head bowed, speaking softly to him like a loyal, protective dog. For the British, a pub is more than just a place to drink, it's an essential social hub. People gather there to chat, watch TV, and enjoy some rare downtime after a busy day. That's why even in a small, remote village, you'll almost always find a pub or two. Mike ran one such pub in Little Hangleton. Around noon, he was polishing a glass while chatting with a customer. "Word is there were 2 strangers here yesterday?" asked Pete, an old regular at the pub. "Yep, dressed pretty oddly, maybe it's the latest city fashion," Mike replied, winking with a mysterious smile. 2 men, booked a single room. "Oh, so there, you know, that type," Pete muttered knowingly, and then frowned. Though public figures had increasingly advocated for accepting people with different orientations, and there were even rumors about legalizing same-sex marriage, in small villages like this, older folks like Pete still held their prejudices. Did you find out where they were from? Pete asked. I didn't ask, Mike shrugged. But judging by their accents, I'd say London. They say this as dis. Footsteps sounded on the staircase, and Mike gave Pete a look. They both went quiet immediately. Pete glanced casually toward the staircase. Leading was a middle-aged man with graying hair, dressed in a well-fitted dark suit and an open robe. Though unremarkable in appearance, he had an aura of calm resilience. Pete sneered internally, but as he caught sight of the person following him, Pete nearly spat out his drink, and then turned to glare furiously at Mike. Mike looked puzzled. What's wrong? That's a kid. Pete hissed angrily, lowering his voice. He's clearly just a young boy traveling with an adult. For heaven's sake, how could you spread rumors about a child with an adult? What kid? I didn't spread any rumors. Mike protested, feeling wronged. He looked up to see the two guests descending from upstairs and froze in surprise. Pete snorted in disdain. Wade and Lupin exited the pub and took in their surroundings. He came here in a rush once before with Dumbledore, and paid little attention to the area. Now, standing on the village's wide main road, Wade could clearly see an imposing yet desolate house on the nearby hillside. Two boys on bicycles sped down the hillside along the road at a fast speed. They were chased by an old man with a limp who waved his cane and shouted at them angrily. Naturally, the old man couldn't keep up, and the boys rode away while laughing wantonly. Are we going there? Lupin asked, standing beside him. No, of course not, Wade replied. That's where Voldemort's father used to live. We're going the other way to where his mother once lived. This statement carried a lot of weight. Lupin, who knew nothing about it before, was momentarily stunned, almost doubting his own ears. He remained silent for a while, mulling over the implications. Wade, like an ordinary tourist, followed a path out of the village. Then he took out a potion bottle labeled Draught of Living Death, a powerful sleeping draught. Wade pointed his wand at the bottle and murmured, Conversus Caligo. Under his control, the potion mixed with the moisture in the air, rapidly forming a thick, misty fog that began drifting like a wave toward the village. The boys who had just raced down the hill felt sudden drowsiness. They left their bicycles on the grass, found a shaded spot, yawned deeply, and soon fell asleep. I swear to you, what I saw really was a man in his 30s or 40s. Mike the bartender was explaining, but his customer Pete, now slumped drunk over the table, was snoring. Mike scratched his head in confusion, and his eyelids grew heavy. I'll just take a quick nap, he muttered, and he too drifted off to sleep. Up on the hill, the Riddle House gardener, the old man with the limp, rubbed his eyes as well. He let his cane fall, slumped onto a sofa, and soon began snoring. In a matter of seconds, little Hanglitten fell silent. Even the ants on the utility poles, the mice in their holes, and the guard dogs fell into a deep sleep. Lupin watched in awe. I've never seen anyone use potions quite like you. Your weather charms are impressive. Thanks to Mr. Scamander, Wade replied. His lessons were invaluable to me. How long will they sleep with the draft diluted like this? About 2 to 3 hours, Wade replied. Long enough for us to get our work done without interruption. The two walked along the narrow, winding path toward the old gaunt shack, with Wade giving Lupin a rundown of their purpose. Earlier, on the day of Sirius's trial, Dumbledore brought me here. He showed me where Voldemort once lived and his history. Both of Voldemort's parents were born near this village. His mother used a love potion to control a Muggle youth from that mansion, which led to Voldemort's birth. His mother was Merope Gaunt, a descendant of Slytherin. You mentioned before that I'd learned enough about the theory of fiendfire to attempt practical use, right? Instead of just burning down some random cave, I'd rather try fiendfire here. Using fiendfire in a dense forest is very risky, Lupin cautioned. If it gets out of control, it could cause a massive wildfire. Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? Wade replied with a mischievous smile. I trust that if my spell gets out of control, you'll be able to contain it. Lupin chuckled. Of course. After a pause, he asked, just to be clear, is this a task Dumbledore assigned to you? No, definitely not. This is just my own idea. Wade would hardly dare to draw Dumbledore's attention to this place. He feared a repeat of history, where the old headmaster's desire for the resurrection stone might become overwhelming, leading to an early demise. That would make his journey here an instant shift to a much more difficult or even impossible mode. Besides, Wade didn't believe he could successfully stop Dumbledore if he fell into that kind of obsession. So it was best not to let Dumbledore get involved at all. After following the path for quite a while, they finally came upon the small, decrepit house nestled among the shrubs and weeds. Are you ready? Lupin raised his wand. We should probably clear the area around us first. Wade had always thought highly of Lupin, but now he found himself increasingly impressed by him. Though Wade had helped Lupin in many ways, he was well aware that some people, even after receiving help, acted as if the world owed them something. They liked to dispense advice from on high or endlessly demand more without considering the need for reciprocation. Then there were those who, feeling ashamed or unwilling to give back, might avoid their benefactor altogether, or worse, secretly hope that misfortune would befall the person who helped them only to feel better about themselves as a result. But Lupin was different. Like water, he was gentle yet accommodating. He never looked down on Wade because he was teaching him magic, nor did he become overly ingratiating because he was employed by him. If he noticed that something Wade wanted to do was dangerous or harmful, Lupin would gently advise him against it. However, once Wade had made a decision, no matter how odd it seemed, Lupin would do his best to see it through without a hint of "I'm doing this for your own good" or probing questions. This made things comfortable between them, especially for Wade, who carried so many secrets. Take now, for instance. Lupin didn't ask Wade about what he had discussed with Dumbledore, or where he got his information, or why he wanted to burn down the Gaunt house, a decrepit old shack nearly overtaken by plants. Instead, he immediately thought of a plan and got to work. There was a large, gnarled tree beside the house. Its roots were tangled and sprawling. The branches had even broken through the roof, reaching down inside. The glass windows were all shattered, and tall nettles grew thickly, blocking most of the view. The narrow windows were layered with dust and grime. Fortunately, the vegetation was long dried up, so clearing it wasn't too troublesome. Incendio. Fire-making spell. With a flick of their wands, Wade and Lupin ignited the dry grass in front of them with a loud whoosh. If they had let go of their control at this point, the flames would have spread wildly, moving to consume any nearby fuel just like any natural fire. But they maintained their focus and directed the fire with their wands. It moved along the ground, sweeping around to form a massive circle of flame. Lupin had already explained many times the method for controlling fire. Some wizards enhanced their control by using specific methods, loudly shouting spells, taking on certain stances, staring intensely at the flames, or even using magical tools. But fundamentally, it came down to having a steady and clear intent, unwavering and unbothered by distractions. As the fire circle closed, it began to expand outward, slowly moving from the center. Insects and small animals hidden in the grass scurried frantically to escape beyond its edge. The flame spread at a measured pace. After a wild cat escaped, it paused briefly in the bushes and observed for a while, then darted back to carry away its kitten. Thick smoke billowed upward, as though a wildfire had ignited in the forest. The fire circle expanded for several meters before halting, burning everything within its boundary to ash before slowly dying down. With a flick of his wand, Wade conjured a gust of wind that swept away the black ash, revealing the charred ground beneath. Lupin followed with a water charm, letting streams of water spray over the area to prevent dried leaves from scattering. In the end, only the small house nestled under the tree and a patch of surrounding brush remained intact. Throughout, neither Wade nor Lupin had approached the house. Looking at the smoke gradually dispersing overhead, Wade turned to Lupin and said, "Let's begin. Though everyone in Little Hangleton is asleep, someone from farther away might spot the smoke and call it in." Forest fires were serious business. Anyone seeing smoke from a distance would likely alert the fire department. Luckily, the town's fire station was far away and the road was rough, giving them plenty of time. Lupin nodded and said, "Remember what I told you, precise control matters more than sheer power." "Yes." Wade put away his usual wand and took out the wand he had picked up from a second-hand shop, a yew wood with a phoenix feather core. He took a deep breath, and cleared his mind to focus entirely. Pestis Incendium. Fiend Fire Curse. With a sudden whoosh, a stream of orange-gold flame shot from his wand and hit the large tree next to the Gaunt house, instantly erupting into a ferocious blaze. Wade held onto his wand, and watched the fire intently. He sensed a faint yet tangible connection between himself and the flames. Lupin, with his wand ready, stood by, and was prepared to intervene at any time. Though fiend fire was extremely dangerous and difficult to control, there were spells to counter it. If Wade lost control even slightly, Lupin could create a barrier to contain it, buying Wade time to regain command. The fire surged and transformed, first into the shape of a hunting dog, as though it were about to lunge at someone, before dissipating abruptly. Then, a hippogriff emerged from the fire, galloping around the house, setting everything flammable alight before merging back into the flames. The fire continued to morph first into a dragon, then a phoenix, a niffler, a thunderbird, a wolf, and a chimera. Some flew, others ran, and occasionally they tried to break free, only to be blocked by Lupin's water barrier. Gradually, the movements of the fire creatures became more agile but stayed within the circle. Lupin glanced at Wade and noticed the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and quietly admired his skill. Many wizards spend their entire lives avoiding the fiend fire curse, fearing they won't be able to control it. Magic is inherently will-based, and their fear of the spell only makes learning it even harder. Lupin himself learned this spell as a teenager, during the days when he and his friends were bold and fearless, and tackled all sorts of challenges. Though they despised dark magic, they weren't intimidated by it. Even then, he had to burn plenty of things on the beach before mastering fiend fire. Lupin originally planned to teach Wade the same way, prepared for him to fail several times and even to discard a few old ones in the process. But, to his surprise, Wade began to succeed slowly on his very first attempt. This child before him was a born wizard. He was destined to grow as powerful as Dumbledore. Perhaps he might even surpass him one day. Lupin squinted slightly, and watched as the flames gradually took the form of a golden bird almost like a phoenix, yet distinct from Dumbledore's phoenix. It spread its wings gracefully within the flames, as if flying. Its eyes, seeming to be made of pure fire, appeared to look back at them. Amidst the flames, sporadic crackling sounds echoed, sometimes resembling glass shattering, sometimes as if something were exploding. This didn't surprise Lupin. Given that the place had once belonged to a wizarding family, various enchantments would undoubtedly be in place. But fiend fire's power was immense, capable of destroying most spells and protections. However, Lupin's calm expression soon gave way to shock. From within the flames, he suddenly heard a familiar, blood-curdling screams. A shrill, agonizing scream tore through the air, slicing into Lupin's mind like a steel blade. For a moment, his thoughts went blank from the shock. Then, they saw it, a massive humanoid shadow engulfed in flames burst forth, writhing and howling in pain. Suddenly, it noticed both Lupin and Wade. "You, how dare you!" It roared furiously and charged straight at them. Stunned, Lupin snapped back to his senses and drove his wand into the ground with force, creating a massive, transparent barrier in front of him. The fiery figure collided with the barrier, and its flames scattered like shattered glass. Just then, the fiery bird swooped down, attacked the flaming shadow and tangled with it in midair. Roars and screams echoed back and forth. The shadow tried several times to break free of the fiery bird's attacks to strike at Lupin and Wade, but each time, Lupin's barrier held firm. In one particularly dangerous moment, the barrier was on the verge of shattering under its assault. But then, the fiery bird suddenly grew several times larger and crashed down on the shadow from above. Its razor-sharp claws nearly tore the shadow to pieces. Sparks flew in every direction, yet quickly died down due to the lack of fuel. The Gaunt family's old house and the nearby tree were almost completely scorched to white ash. Suddenly, the shadow let out a soul-wrenching wail of despair before vanishing abruptly. Only the fiery bird remained, standing alone on the ground, looking around as if in confusion. Then, under Wade's control, the fiery bird gathered all the remaining fierce flames, and nestled among the ruins of the Gaunt house until it had burned through the last blade of grass, the final brick fragment. Lupin lowered his wand, his face was as pale as paper, and his fingertips seemed to tremble slightly. First, the diadem burned in that cave, and now, the old Gaunt family home. Each time, a similar shadow appeared, screaming, almost as if it had a consciousness, and it attacked the one attempting to destroy it. This can't possibly be a coincidence. Dark suspicions began forming in Lupin's mind. He recalled the magical books he had read, and tried to deduce what kind of magic could produce such an effect. The fiery bird's form began to shrink. Finally, it lay in the ashes, now as small as an egg. It tilted its head up to Wade, opened its beak, and seemed to let out a faint, silent cry. After a moment of thought, Wade approached it. He crouched down, but never loosened his control over the fierce flames. Then, a thin layer of silvery mist emerged from the tip of his wand and wrapped around the fiery bird. Strangely, the mist was not consumed by the flames but gradually seeped into the bird's body. This is of course because pure thought has no physical form and cannot burn. As the mist gradually dissipated, the fiery bird's gaze became more animated. It no longer looked like it was eager to set Wade ablaze, but instead, it lowered itself submissively and bowed its head. Wade murmured an incantation softly, and glowing magic runes began to flash on the fiery bird's body, layer upon layer of intricate magic rune circles overlapping each other. Complex magic rune scripts moved along specific paths, embedding themselves into the fiery bird's form. The fading fiend fire flames absorbed the ambient magical energy from nature, and gradually stabilized its form. On its ethereal body, the patterns of feathers began to emerge. Lupin held his breath beside him, afraid to disturb the process. It was his first time witnessing alchemical creation of a creature. Even as a wizard, Lupin found the process deeply mysterious and mesmerizing, making him nearly forget to breathe. Faintly, he thought he could hear a heartbeat, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wade lowered his wand. The fiery bird hopped a few times on the ground, then suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. It flapped its wings rapidly, sometimes folding them to dive, other times darting back and forth like lightning, and occasionally landing gracefully on a branch to perform an elegant dance. When it landed, Lupin tensed slightly, fearing it might ignite the nearby trees. But, to his surprise, the dry branches didn't catch fire. They only bore a few charred marks when the fiery bird flew away. After flying around for a while, the fiery bird landed before Wade. It opened its beak, stretched out its neck, and after a few seconds of effort, finally made its first sound. Chirp, chirp. A small flame dropped onto the dry leaves in front of it, causing them to ignite instantly. The fiery bird jumped back in surprise, then after watching for a moment, opened its beak and swallowed the flames, and then hopped back to Wade's side. Wade held out his hand. "Be careful." Lupin gasped, and quickly tried to stop him. But the fiery bird had already perched on Wade's palm, and it carefully controlled its flames, though wisps of white steam still rose from where it touched. Lupin noticed a thin film of water on Wade's hand. Though the boy was unharmed, Lupin shook his head disapprovingly and said, "That's too risky." "It's fine," Wade replied. "I created it with a sense of protection and loyalty, so it would never harm me. It's no longer a mindless, hostile flame, it's a sentient being. Then make sure to keep a close watch on it. If this little creature flies off, it could cause massive destruction. Of course, it'll always stay by my side." Wade thought for a moment and said, "How about calling it Mikhail? The sword of flame, the light born from darkness." Lupin looked at the little creature tilting its head as if studying him and said, "A very good name." Perhaps by coincidence, the bird nodded as well, seeming to agree with him. Lupin couldn't help but smile. He had seen magical pets crafted by Wade before and had even gone to the Aslan Magic Workshop himself to participate in designing and creating them on Wade's behalf, so he wasn't particularly surprised by Mikhail. But Lupin hadn't fully realized that Mikhail was different from Wade's previous magical pet. The difference wasn't just in the physical form but also in the very essence of life. Conventional alchemy creates thoughts within inanimate objects. Even though Wade's magical pets are more agile and capable of growth than, say, Wizard's chess pieces, they don't truly possess life, they're more like magical versions of AI. But Mikhail was different. When Wade discovered that traditional alchemy couldn't be applied to this fiend fire flame creature, he had a sudden insight and recalled Professor Murray's teachings about the true essence of life alchemy. Although Professor Murray had said that creating life was a forbidden magic, he had nevertheless imparted fragments of this knowledge to Wade over time. Now, as Wade gazed into Mikhail's golden eyes, he couldn't help but wonder, are you truly alive? Or, do you just appear to be? In his mind, life alchemy should be a long and arduous process, not something that could be completed in mere minutes. Wade continued to observe closely, and his eyes reflected an intricate pattern of golden lines of magic. Although all of Mikhail's magic had been imbued by Wade, he still found the patterns complex and profound. It was as if this fiery bird hadn't been created by him at all but was a miraculous life form that had emerged naturally from the world. The distinctive sound of fire truck sirens cut through the forest, approaching from a distance. It's time to go, Lupin said. Just a moment. Wade whispered to Mikhail, please, if you would. With a flap of its wings, Mikhail glided down to the ruins and spread golden flames across the entire area. After a brief moment, the flames receded, and the small golden bird emerged from the ashes, carrying a charred ring in its beak. The ring was covered in a sticky, dark residue that Mikhail's flames burned away, turning it to ash. Even the gold on the ring had melted, and hardened into an unusual lump. Mikhail pecked at it, removing the excess metal until it held only the black gemstone, which it brought back to Wade. The bird gently placed the black gemstone in Wade's hand. Lupin watched curiously. The object looked more like a piece of black stone, etched with a symbol of a triangle enclosing a circle, marred by cracks across its surface. Any curses or spells attached to it had been burned away by Mikhail's fiend fire flames. Wade lifted the gemstone with a handkerchief, and examined it in the light. The light itself seemed to be swallowed by the stone. He knew that this was one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, given to the three Paviral brothers by Death himself, the Resurrection Stone, said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. By holding the Resurrection Stone and turning it 3 times, one could bring a deceased person back to the world of the living. However, the dead did not truly revive and could only be seen by the one using the stone. Their existence in the living world brought them only endless loneliness and sorrow. Despite its reputation as a powerful artifact, the Resurrection Stone was more like a curse than a blessing, far less useful than the other Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand and the Invisibility Cloak. In the story, Dumbledore, desperate to see his deceased parents and sister, had put on this ring without caution, thus falling victim to Voldemort's curse. Even with Snape's potions, he could only extend his life by 1 year. But, after all, Dumbledore is Dumbledore. In his final year, he set up an intricate plan so that, even in death, he guided Harry in defeating Voldemort. Yet the year after Dumbledore's death was also the darkest and most dangerous year for both the Wizarding world and Hogwarts. The Golden Trio, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, had no choice but to leave school and go on the run. Many Muggles and wizards were killed, the Ministry of Magic became Voldemort's accomplice, and all Hogwarts students, except those in Slytherin, were subjected to severe suffering. If it hadn't been for Harry, Neville, and others rising to the occasion, finding and destroying all the Horcruxes at the last moment, and Harry using the Elder Wand's true allegiance to rebound the killing curse and vanquish Voldemort, darkness would have continued to envelop the British Isles, and Voldemort's reign of terror would have spread worldwide. And all of this began when Dumbledore obtained the Resurrection Stone. Had it not been for the curse on that stone, a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore should have lived much longer. Even disregarding Nicholas Flamel, who took the elixir of life, there's the witch on the Hogwarts Express who's been doing that job since 1830. Some students think there have been many people in that role, but it's actually always been the same person. Then there was Armando Dippet, a former headmaster of Hogwarts, who lived for more than 300 years before passing away recently. But Armando Dippet had been in seclusion for years, and the magical world had almost forgotten him. News of his passing only took up a small section in the Daily Prophet. Leaving out the original founders, Dumbledore possessed the greatest magical power of any headmaster in history, so despite his old age and grey hair, he could have lived on for a very long time, eventually meeting death naturally. That is, if he could have died of old age. Wade carefully placed the Resurrection Stone in a magic shielding box, then transformed his suitcase into the wardrobe. He opened the door, and asked the fiery bird, "Mikhail, can you stay in here? Be careful not to burn anything." Mikhail nodded, flew inside, circled around, found a dry spot, and let out 2 chirps. Wade then gathered some rocks and dry branches from the mountain to build a little nest for it. Mikhail breathed a bit of fire onto the branches, setting them alight, and nestled comfortably into the flames. After storing his pencil case, Wade quickly left the forest with Lupin. When they returned to Little Hangleton, they saw a fire truck passing through the village. The sharp sirens had woken the villagers. They sat up in a daze and stared blankly at the smoke in the distance. Fire. Panicked voices finally rose from all around, but no one seemed to question having slept through it or noticed the 2 people hurrying down the path. When they arrived at the inn, a few people were already outside, gazing toward the distant forest. Lupin and Wade slipped past the crowd and returned to their reserved room. In the middle of the room stood a black vanishing cabinet. Lupin opened the cabinet door and said to Wade, "You go back to school first. I'll take the Vanishing cabinet back to Hogsmeade." Wade nodded, said nothing, and stepped into the cabinet. In the blink of an eye, he was back at Hogwarts. Zoe was waiting for him outside the cabinet with a smile. Lupin closed the cabinet door, tidied up any traces of their stay, opened his suitcase, and carefully moved the Vanishing cabinet inside. He then picked up the suitcase, donned a grey bowler hat, pulled the brim low, and left the room. Downstairs, the innkeeper was discussing with a patron about the sudden forest fire, speculating that someone might have started a campfire without extinguishing it properly. Or maybe the wind carried a cigarette butt in, Mike said confidently. Most fires start that way. Why don't you talk about those two guests from earlier? Pete, a bearded patron, said skeptically. I still don't believe a grown man could suddenly turn into a child. It's true, the innkeeper, Mike, replied earnestly. How could I be mistaken? Black hair, grey eyes, it was definitely the same person. Pete scoffed. Isn't it more likely they were father and son than some reverse aging? But I didn't see anyone else go in. Mike protested. You must have missed it, Pete insisted. Behind them, Lupin silently mouthed an apology and then raised his wand. Obliviate. Memory charm. A flash of light crossed the two men's faces, and they blinked, looking slightly dazed. After a moment, Mike repeated, or maybe the wind carried a cigarette butt in, that's how most fires start. No, the fire was deep in the woods, so an untended campfire seems more likely. Either way, some people just don't have any awareness about forest fire safety. It's us locals who suffer. As Mike finished, he thought he saw something move behind him. He glanced back, saw nothing, and shrugged, returning his attention to the conversation. The next morning, Wade read about the fire in Little Hangleton Village in the Daily Prophet. The article speculated that a dark wizard was conducting a sinister experiment, which had burned down an abandoned vagrant's shack. The Ministry of Magic detected traces of fiend fire at the scene. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the incident. The article made no mention that this was the former Gaunt family house, let alone that the family was notable for being descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Whether this omission was due to a perceived lack of relevance or simply because the younger ministry employees no longer knew the shack's true origins, Wade wasn't sure. But Wade was certain that Dumbledore wouldn't overlook this fact. He glanced toward the breakfast table, where the elderly headmaster was recommending the lamb chops to Professor Flitwick, and there was a thick stack of newspapers beside him. Wade lowered his eyes and picked up another newspaper. This one was published by Muggles, and was sent to him specifically by his dad. The article featured a clear aerial photograph of the site. The flames had burned a perfect circle in the woods, leaving nothing but charred earth within, while the area just outside the circle remained untouched. The newspaper described the event in a sensational tone, concluding with a mysterious suggestion that the burned area might have been left by an alien spacecraft landing. Meanwhile, another paper's author speculated that this was a precision weapon test conducted by a foreign nation and proceeded to launch a full-blown critique of Britain's defense, military, technology, and bureaucracy, claiming the country was on the verge of collapse. Wade. He couldn't help but chuckle softly and set the newspapers aside. Breakfast was porridge again. The house elves had finally minced the meat and vegetables to ensure he could swallow everything easily without the need to chew. While the porridge looked a bit unappealing, the elves had thoughtfully sprinkled a fine layer of minced parsley and sesame seeds on top, making it look much more appetizing. The Great Hall was quieter than usual, as most students hurriedly finished their breakfast and rushed out. The maze had reopened today, and many students had even skipped breakfast to queue up early. After finishing his meal, Wade went to the library, as he did every morning, to borrow and return books. Thanks to Lockhart, he could now easily borrow any book he wanted from the restricted section, and each time he did, he would hear Madame Pans complaining about Lockhart's overly relaxed policies. Wade suspected that the librarian had figured out what was going on, particularly the real source of his permission slips. But Madame Pans never commented. As long as he presented a signed slip, she would allow him to borrow any book he wanted. Though she often complained, Madame Pans never questioned the authenticity of the permission slips nor confronted Professor Lockhart about them. Wade wasn't sure if she treated every student this way or if he was receiving some sort of special treatment. He didn't dwell on it, and simply brought the books back to the umbrella room, where he eagerly absorbed all sorts of knowledge. Lately, he had spent a significant amount of time studying curses. Voldemort was an expert in curses. Even Dumbledore couldn't break the curse he cast on the defense against the dark arts position. To stand a chance against Voldemort, Wade knew he couldn't afford to be ignorant about curses. Without Harry's blood magic protection, anyone else would be at a disadvantage. From his reading, Wade learned some fascinating, ancient methods of cursing, some of which he'd only heard about in childhood fairy tales, not realizing that wizards could actually perform such spells. For instance, the Jelly Legs Jinx was a form of curse, though short-lasting and more often used by students as a prank. The Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse were also curses that required a powerful emotional intent to cast. These types of curses had short-lived effects, and Wade had learned how to counteract them during his studies at school. But there were curses that lasted longer, left deep impacts, or even ran through family bloodlines. These curses require high-level skill, intricate preparation, and powerful magic. For example, there were blood curses that could turn a person into an animal or form an unbreakable bond between two people, a blood pact. In the realm of ancient curses, there were even spells that could permanently transform a person into an animal or plant, put someone into an endless sleep, or doom someone to constant misfortune. These were much more complex. Such curses could also have hidden, negative repercussions on the caster. Wade was deeply absorbed in his reading when someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Wade," Michael said. "Put down the book. It's nearly 11, we need to get going." Theo and Ryan were already waiting by the door. Wade blinked, a bit confused. "Get going." Michael raised an eyebrow. "You didn't forget, did you? Today's the Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff match." Wade finally remembered. Last night, he'd been too wrapped up in the joy of having destroyed the Resurrection Stone Horcrux and had stayed up late, completely forgetting about his own house's Quidditch match. Because the Gryffindor and Slytherin match had been postponed by 2 weeks, its schedule finally collided with the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match. After entering December, the high-altitude winds became piercingly cold. None of the heads of houses wanted to further postpone their matches, fearing it would negatively affect their players' performance. As a result, both games were scheduled for this weekend. When they arrived at the stadium, it was already crowded, but unlike yesterday's match, the crowd wasn't so sharply divided. Both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were generally well-liked, and students from other houses mingled within the teams they were supporting. Wade even noticed a few Ravenclaw students sneakingly taking off their scarves to blend into Hufflepuff's supporters. When confronted by other Ravenclaws, they defensively said, "We're not betraying anyone, but it's Cedric, after all. It's his very first match, you know, he needs all the support he can get. But we need support, too." Ravenclaw seeker, Dalton, exclaimed in frustration and waved his arms. "Do you think I'm up there just chasing bugs? Of course, you're bringing glory to our house, dear." His girlfriend kissed him on the cheek to reassure him. But as soon as Dalton started smiling, she added, "Oh, by the way, you're an adult now, so be careful in the air, try not to knock any of the younger students off their brooms." Dalton's smile instantly vanished. He watched helplessly as his girlfriend walked off to the other side of the stands. Desperate, he turned to 2 younger students nearby and asked, "What about you two? Are you going to cheer for Hufflepuff too?" Wade and Michael exchanged glances. Michael patted Dalton on the arm and said, "Of course, we're cheering for Ravenclaw. Go team." Dalton looked slightly more reassured, though he still muttered something like "pretty boys" under his breath and stalked off angrily to the Ravenclaw side. "Quite formidable opponents, aren't they?" A dreamy voice spoke from nearby. Wade turned and saw Luna holding a scepter adorned with a papier-mâché eagle perched on top of a long branch. She'd crafted it with surprising skill. If Dalton had seen Luna just now, he probably wouldn't have felt quite so aggrieved. "Hello, Luna." Wade tapped the eagle with his wand, and it instantly seemed to come to life, glanced around and let out a high, resonant screech. The people around them were startled, and turned their heads to look in Wade and Luna's direction. Luna ignored the attention, nodded in satisfaction, and said cheerfully, "Much better. Thank you." With that, she held up her scepter and strode gracefully toward the front of the railing. The eagle let out the occasional call as she went, and people stepped aside to let her pass. This even drew glances from the Hufflepuff team members. Wade also spotted Cedric, holding his broom. Tall and handsome, with a defined face and a faint smile, Cedric stood out. Though only a 4th year, he was nearly as tall as Ravenclaw's 7th-year team captain beside him. With his sturdy build, Cedric seemed more suited for a beater than a nimble seeker, but his calm demeanor suggested he wasn't worried about losing. A whistle blew, and the match began. As soon as he arrived at the field, Michael ran off to find Padma. Since that area was full of girls, Wade didn't bother going over and instead found an empty spot to watch the match. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in Quidditch, but since it was his own house's match, he felt obliged to show some support. "Look, the players from both teams are now entering the field. We can see that the Hufflepuff lineup has changed. There's a new seeker, Cedric Diggory, and I must say, he's got a face I'm quite jealous of." Jordan. "Sorry, Professor, it just slipped out." "All right, let's get back to the game. The quaffle is currently with Ravenclaw." The entire stadium was filled with Lee Jordan's commentary. Wade was trying to identify the Ravenclaw players, most of whom he didn't know, when someone suddenly sat down beside him. Wade turned his head to look. "Harry," Wade asked. "Your arm's better now. The bones have all grown back." Harry showed his arm, though his movements were still a bit stiff. "Madame Pomfrey told me to keep moving it, and it should regain full flexibility in a few days." "Magic really is convenient," Wade remarked, unable to hold back his amazement. "If it were Muggles, you'd probably be disabled for life." "Yeah," Harry agreed with a thankful smile. "What about Sirius?" Wade asked casually, glancing at the figures flying above them. "He went back this morning," Harry said. "He asked me to thank you on his behalf. He wants to give you a birthday present and asked me what you might like." "Of course, I said you love books." Harry grinned. He said the Black family is an ancient one, and their house is full of books. Wade turned to look at him, and his eyes instantly lit up. "So Sirius wants to invite you over to the Black family's ancestral home during the Christmas holidays. He said you're free to explore the library, and if you like, you can take the entire collection." Harry spoke enthusiastically, nodding firmly, as if to emphasize the truth of his words. Wade couldn't help but laugh. "That would be far too presumptuous," he said modestly. "I'd be fine with just copying them." "I knew you'd love the idea," Harry said. But Sirius also asked me to warn you, the Black family is exactly the kind of place you'd expect from a lineage of dark wizards. It's neither luxurious nor elegant, and it might even be a bit dangerous. Doesn't that make it even better? Wade raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. Harry laughed as well, equally full of anticipation. The structures at Grainian Farm might be unremarkable, but the abundance of magical creatures made it fascinating. The Weasley household, though poor, had its mundane routines infused with unique charm thanks to magic. Lupin's home was warm and cozy, embodying the best image of a home Harry could imagine. Recently, Sirius had also been working on decorating his own house. Harry had planned to help him over the weekend, but yesterday's injury derailed his plans. While Sirius described the Black ancestral home as a gloomy, eerie, and dull place, Harry figured it was likely because Sirius had grown up there and had become accustomed to its peculiarities. But for Harry and Wade, an ancient mansion steeped in mystery seemed far more enticing than a typical wizarding home. As they chatted, a long whistle echoed through the air. The match had ended. Cedric had caught the golden snitch, and Hufflepuff won by a narrow margin of 20 points. Applause and cheers erupted from the stands. Even the Ravenclaw students, despite their team's disappointment, clapped politely except for the players, who were visibly dejected. Wade and his group were among those clapping. Although they no longer relied on Cedric for purchases, they were genuinely happy to see him win. Especially the girls. Most of them weren't particularly interested in Quidditch or which team won. They had mainly come to the field for a legitimate reason to admire Cedric's handsome face. Harry, however, looked a bit grim. "We're up against Hufflepuff in March," he said worriedly. "I thought Cedric, as a seeker, would be a bit clumsy." Wade suddenly remembered that in the original storyline, the second year's matches were disrupted by the basilisk attacks and couldn't proceed. In the third year, Dementors had appeared at the match, causing Harry to faint, which led to Gryffindor losing to Hufflepuff. As for the fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament took place. Not only was Quidditch cancelled, but Cedric ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of Peter Pettigrew. This meant that in the original story, Harry never truly faced Cedric as seekers in a proper match. Thinking of these events, Wade patted Harry's shoulder with a detached sympathy. "Looks like Wood's going to make you train twice as hard." Harry nodded with a nervous smile. Good thing Christmas break is just around the corner. Even though Harry loved Quidditch, he wasn't sure he could endure more of Wood's grueling training sessions. This year, Harry wouldn't be spending Christmas without a home, so he didn't plan to apply to stay at school. After the match, he went to invite a few others for the holidays. "This is the first time I've ever invited friends over for Christmas. You could even say it's the first time in my life. Sirius told me to bring a few more friends along to help clean up." Harry said this cheerfully as he bid goodbye. He seemed to think that Sirius was joking and repeated it in the same light-hearted tone. But Wade's smile suddenly froze. "What, clean up?" The Black family ancestral home was infamous for its accumulated filth and grime, with the house elf refusing to work out of disdain for Sirius as its master. In the story, Mrs. Weasley, an experienced homemaker, had needed several days of hard work with her children just to make a few rooms barely usable. Wade's expression quickly turned troubled. He was willing to lose sleep and devote himself to practicing magic, but he wasn't keen on wasting time on tedious, repetitive chores. "Maybe I should have my magical automatons do the work? Or perhaps modify the cleaning crabs again. That could work, but what if that rebellious house elf sabotaged things? Those alchemical creations aren't indestructible. No, I'd have to deal with that house elf first. Creaker, isn't it?" The guides on how to handle him were written in the books. Wade had originally planned to wait until Sirius recovered a bit more before embarking on the cave expedition. But now, for the sake of the Black family library, and to avoid doing more housework, in other words, to have more time to study magic, he silently decided to move his plans forward. Thinking of the cave led him to think of Horcruxes, then the resurrection stone in his bag, and finally, Dumbledore. Wade noticed that Dumbledore wasn't on the faculty stands this time watching the match. Had Dumbledore come yesterday specifically for Harry? Was he worried someone might attack Harry again during the match, since Harry had gotten hurt in the maze? Wade's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When Harry finished inviting Ron and Hermione and walked past Wade to find Michael, Wade waved him over. Harry walked back, confused. "What is it?" he asked. "I forgot to ask you," Wade said seriously. "Why did you suddenly fall from the sky after yesterday's match?" Wade suddenly realized a gap in the events. In the original storyline, a similar incident had occurred, so he hadn't thought much of it at the time. But now, reflecting on it, he noticed something was off. In the original plot, Dobby used a rogue bludger to attack Harry, breaking his arm. As for Harry's later fall, it happened because he had risked injury to grab the golden snitch. However, during yesterday's match, Dumbledore had been present in the stands. Would a house elf really dare to attack Harry under Dumbledore's watchful eye? Even Quirrell, when possessed by Voldemort, hadn't dared to harm Harry directly while Dumbledore was nearby. Hearing Wade's question, Harry paused, thought for a moment, and said, "I think it was Darian." Darian, a member of the Slytherin team, was unfamiliar to Wade. After a moment's recollection, he asked, "The chaser? I remember he's pretty tall." "You said, I think." "He was a little behind me on my right," Harry explained. "I saw his wand move, and then my head suddenly felt like it had been hit with a baseball bat. I lost consciousness for a few seconds and fell off my broom." He hesitated before adding, but I'm not entirely sure if the spell came from Darian's wand. Wade nodded slightly. Some spells are highly visible, with bright, colorful beams of light, but most are not. If cast quietly and discreetly, only the caster would know they'd performed magic. Of course, a prior incantato spell could confirm the last spell cast by a wand. But for most wizards, using this spell to inspect a wand is considered intrusive, much like muggles being frisked by the police. A student scuffle on the Quidditch field wouldn't usually warrant professors conducting detailed wand checks. Since the match had ended with 2 Gryffindor players injured, the Slytherin team had been penalized by losing a significant number of house points, and the students involved were given detention. Regardless, the Slytherin team was stronger than Gryffindor, both in skill and their willingness to use underhanded tactics. Their brooms were also the latest Nimbus 2001 models, and they had pulled ahead of Gryffindor early in the match. But when Harry caught the golden snitch, Gryffindor instantly gained 150 points, turning Slytherin's victory into a mirage. It made sense that members of the Slytherin team might harbor resentment toward Harry Potter and seek revenge. Wade thought to himself, am I just overthinking this? But then, if revenge was their goal, why hadn't they acted earlier? Did they hesitate, letting their frustration build up until it boiled over? Harry noticed Wade had fallen into deep thought again, seemingly filled with ideas. Not wanting to disturb him, he decided to go off and invite Michael and the others. Harry was very excited about the Christmas holiday gathering and seemed eager to invite every friend he had. He wished time could speed up and skip straight to the holiday break. As the audience dispersed, Theo immediately spotted Wade sitting alone and walked over to ask, Wade, why are you sitting here all by yourself? Oh, Theo, I was just about to look for you. Wade glanced at the field. The Ravenclaw players had already left, but Cedric was still standing there. A group of girls surrounded him, and though Cedric smiled politely, he looked a bit helpless, and was slightly bowing his head as he chatted with them. Wade took out a scroll from his bag. My timeline comparing magical history with Muggle history is finally complete. All the key points are highlighted. You can make copies if you need it, but could you please hand this copy to Cedric Diggory? You finished it. Theo was first surprised and then genuinely happy for him. Taking the scroll, he opened it and was immediately struck by the detailed and well-organized notes, the clear tree diagrams and tables, and the neat formatting. He knew Wade had been working on this for a long time. After finishing the History of Magic section, Wade, following Hermione's suggestion, had created a comparative timeline for Muggle history. After the second edition was completed, Wade had also collected past OWL exam questions through some of his connections, primarily Martian, and integrated them with the timeline's knowledge points to make it easier to study and remember. At Hogwarts, the History of Magic course used the same textbook from 1st to 5th year. Other historical books were considered reference materials, often used for essays. In his scroll, Wade had even annotated citations from other sources and included their origins. A single glance at the scroll was enough to see how much time and effort he had poured into it. The work was so meticulous that reading it felt like a pleasure. Though the scroll was made from ordinary parchment, the knowledge it contained was an invaluable resource. Theo thought that anyone mastering the contents of this scroll could easily achieve an O, outstanding, in the History of Magic OWL exam and even find 6th and 7th year History of Magic studies less daunting. This is way too valuable, isn't it? Seeing such a professional study aid for the first time, Theo felt reluctant on Wade's behalf. Are you really just going to give it away? Wade said earnestly, back in our first year, we often relied on Cedric to help us buy things, which caused him a lot of trouble. So, I've been thinking about how to properly repay him. If I just bought him a simple gift, it wouldn't quite match the time and effort Cedric has put in for us. After finishing my History of Magic notes, I felt this would make a fitting way to give back. He'll be taking his OWLs next year, right? I know his grades are excellent, but these notes should still help him a little with his revision. When Wade first began compiling the notes, he had considered collaborating with the Weasley twins to sell them for profit. For students, high-quality study guides are timelessly useful. Given Professor Bin's unique teaching style, the pass rate for the History of Magic OWL exam was notoriously low at Hogwarts. Fortunately, for most professions, a student's History of Magic grade wasn't a major consideration except in rare cases. Later, with Professor Murray's help, Wade had quickly achieved financial independence in the wizarding world. Without money concerns, he abandoned the idea of selling the notes for profit. Instead, he decided to use them to help his friends, much like how Professor Murray had selflessly helped him. After a brief silence, Theo smiled. How could it only be a little help? It'll be a huge help. I'll make sure to give it to him once we're back in the common room. All right. Wade stood up and was ready to return to the castle. But suddenly, an owl flapped down beside him. The brown owl dipped its head slightly, holding a rolled-up note in its beak. Since the Book of Friends had gained popularity, people rarely used owls for simple letters anymore. Wade unrolled the note, revealing a line of fine, elegant handwriting. Dear Wade, if it's convenient for you, please come to my office tonight at 8 o'clock, after dinner. I hope this won't interfere with your time with friends. P.S. Lately, I've grown fond of cream biscuits, though Madame Pomfrey insists they aren't good for my teeth. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore. At 8 p.m., Wade arrived outside the headmaster's office, where the grotesque stone gargoyle tilted its head and stared at him. Cream biscuits, Wade said. The stone beast stepped aside, revealing the path upward. Wade ascended the spiral staircase, which moved slowly, eventually bringing him to the oak door adorned with a brass knocker. He knocked lightly on the knocker, and the door quietly swung open. Stepping inside, he found Dumbledore bent over and examining something on a large desk in front of him, and the Sorting Hat was resting nearby. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, who were noisily chattering amongst themselves when Wade entered. The moment the door opened, all the voices fell silent, and the portraits turned their attention to him. If not for the ever-burning candles that filled the bright room with warmth, the scene might have seemed a bit eerie. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, perched on the brass ring holding one of the candles. Compared to last year, Fawkes appeared aged and frail, with sparse feathers and an air of impending death. "Oh, Wade, right on time," Dumbledore said as he straightened up. "Come here quickly, I've acquired a fascinating little toy today." "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. What is this?" Wade stepped closer to the desk and was surprised to see several pocket magic pets resting upon it. There were miniature versions of a phoenix, a fire dragon, a pegasus, and a runespore. Some were drinking water, others playing, while a few simply rested. Each creature had its own intricately crafted nest. Sharing their space was a tiny wizard, wearing a pointed hat, living among them. Next to him stood a whimsical mushroom-shaped house, complete with a chimney puffing faint wisps of white smoke. It felt as though they were part of a real, miniature countryside. At the moment, the tiny wizard was arguing with the fire dragon. "Fire dragon, move over a bit, I don't have enough space." "Wizard, I was here first. You move over there." "Fire dragon, you don't need that much space. Just squeeze a little." "Wizard, fine, fine, take all the space, why don't you?" With an angry huff, the thumb-sized wizard stormed to the side. The fire dragon sheepishly grinned and moved closer to apologize. The runespore joined in, trying to mediate. "Runespore, all right, don't fight. It's not our fault, it's just that our owner gave us such a small space to live in. If it were bigger, none of us would need to squabble. If I were rich, I'd want a nest made of gold," the phoenix said gloomily. "This wooden house always feels like it's about to catch fire. I'm too scared to move." "Zzz." The Pegasus snored softly, oblivious. "Don't give the owner a hard time," the fire dragon protested. "It's not his fault if he doesn't have money. He's already trying his best to give us a good home. Don't be sad, master, I still love you." The fire dragon craned its neck up to speak to Dumbledore and even politely nodded at Wade. "Hello, little wizard." Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. He stroked his elegant beard, which was tied with a small bow. "Look at these adorable little creatures. They've brought so much joy to my life," Dumbledore said. "I heard this was your invention." "Yes," Wade answered curtly. "Remarkable work, Wade, absolutely delightful. Even Fawkes and the Sorting Hat enjoy their company. They could chat with these little fellows all day," Dumbledore mused, a slight look of exasperation crossing his face. "Though they're always hinting that I should buy them things. Do you have any solutions for that?" "I'm sorry, Professor," Wade replied. "A pet's personality is set during its creation. It's not impossible to change, but doing so would effectively mean killing the current version." Hearing this, the miniature pets immediately scurried back to their houses. The runespore retreated, leaving only its backside visible. The fire dragon and the little wizard, who had been lying on the lawn arguing moments ago, clung to each other, trembling. They looked up at the two humans with terrified, pleading eyes. "And no, please," the wizard stammered. "I don't want to die." The fire dragon frantically nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's leave it as is," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. Honestly, their miserly personalities are quite entertaining. The pets collectively sighed in relief and soon resumed their carefree play. "Ravenclaw suits you, doesn't it?" the Sorting Hat suddenly spoke up. "I still remember the moment you told me you wanted to be in Hufflepuff. But I knew I placed you in the best house, Wade Gry. You're a born Ravenclaw." "Thank you," Wade replied dryly. "But I'm sure I would have achieved just as much in Hufflepuff. Knowledge doesn't change based on the house you're sorted into." The Sorting Hat fell silent, its pointed tip twitching as if deep in thought, trying to come up with a rebuttal. Fawkes abruptly let out a raucous squawk, almost as if mocking the Sorting Hat. Several feathers fell from its tail, and Wade casually caught them and placed them on the desk. "Keep them," Dumbledore said. "Phoenix tail feathers are incredibly valuable, whether for crafting wands, brewing potions, or alchemical work. Don't be fooled by how frail Fawkes looks. Even now, its tail feathers hold immense power." "Thank you, Professor. And thank you, too, Fawkes." Wade didn't pretend to refuse out of politeness. He carefully put the phoenix feathers away, already imagining the rare potions and alchemical products they could help create. "No need for thanks," Dumbledore replied. "I look forward to seeing what other surprises and changes you might bring. I imagine Terence feels the same way." Terence is Professor Murray's first name. "Is there something specific you wanted to discuss, Professor?" Wade asked. He hadn't deliberately reviewed his recent actions, but he had mentally prepared himself before coming here. Considering the burn marks in Little Hangleden had already made the papers, it was unlikely such news had escaped Dumbledore's notice. The old headmaster had recently taken Wade on a trip to that very place, and soon after, the Gaunt Shack was set ablaze. It was only natural for suspicions to arise. Alternatively, perhaps Lupin had pieced together the secret of the Horcruxes from their recent missions and reported it to Dumbledore out of caution. Lupin had once been a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and it was only logical that he would trust Dumbledore more than Wade. Wade could understand that perfectly well. Resting a hand on the edge of the desk in a relaxed posture, Wade waited for an explanation. Dumbledore gave a calm smile and said kindly, "I imagine you still recall our last visit to that old acquaintance." Of course, Wade nodded. Voldemort's backstory left a deep impression. It's remarkable and ironic that someone of mixed blood would so vehemently advocate for pure blood supremacy. That's because he despises the part of himself that is Muggle, Dumbledore explained. At the same time, he uses that ideology to attract like-minded followers and build his power base. Then why not publicly expose his true heritage in the papers? Wade asked. His followers constantly trumpet the glory of purebloods. If they found out their master was actually of mixed blood. Wade trailed off, but the implication was clear. Dumbledore chuckled, his deep blue eyes twinkling with amusement and something akin to affection, as if Wade were a naive but endearing child. Wade pressed his lips together, realizing he had asked a rather naive question. Few people know that Voldemort's real name was Tom Riddle, Dumbledore began. But in truth, he has never gone out of his way to hide his heritage. His earliest followers, including the core Death Eaters, are all aware of his shameful origins and his Muggle father. They also know he personally killed his father. Voldemort himself doesn't shy away from mentioning these things. He relies on his immense magical power to win over his followers. He considers himself superior by nature and views Muggles as an entirely separate, inferior species. This fact hasn't unsettled the Death Eaters. They simply choose never to speak of Voldemort's mixed heritage and even propagate the lie that he is a pure-blood descendant of Slytherin. This is to protect their leader from any perceived stain. Voldemort uses the ideology of pure-blood superiority to govern wizards who reject Muggle-borns. That's his philosophy. But today, I'd like to take you to meet another old acquaintance. Dumbledore extended his hand toward Wade. Are you ready for another journey, Wade? Wade naturally didn't refuse. He grasped Dumbledore's hand. The aging fox suddenly let out a crisp, clear cry. Wade heard the ticking sound of a clock and the rustling of turning book pages. The scenery around them abruptly became illusory, changing rapidly like a kaleidoscope. It felt like apparition, but without the unpleasant sensation of being compressed into a tube. Suddenly, Wade's body swayed, and the surroundings stabilized. They appeared inside an unfamiliar building. The heavy stone walls were covered with scratches, and torches burned fiercely on the walls. The place was freezing cold. Although Wade couldn't feel it, he noticed the people passing by were all wearing thick fur coats, and their breath was visible in white puffs. However, their faces were still blurry, like low-resolution surveillance footage. What kind of magic is this, Professor? Wade asked. A type of memory magic. A more complex application, Dumbledore replied. So, all these people are from someone's memory. Wade examined the figures around them. To be precise, I witnessed someone's memory and then recreated it in this theatrical form, Dumbledore said. I could have used a pensieve to bring you into the actual memory, but that would take far too long. Memory fragments always contained plenty of redundant information and dull conversations. Even assembling short snippets of memories could end up being too drawn out. Dumbledore guessed Wade wouldn't want to spend too much time on such things. Besides, what Dumbledore wanted him to see wasn't those trivial details. As they talked, the two followed a group of professors and students wearing crimson robes. They walked through dark stone corridors, turned corner after corner, descended staircase after staircase, and finally stopped in front of a wooden door. On the door was a carved design of a circle, a triangle, and a vertical line, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. A stern-faced wizard at the front pointed his wand, and with a loud bang, the wooden door burst open, and everyone rushed inside. In the room stood a handsome blonde boy with pale skin and blue eyes as clear as gemstones. Among the many blurry-faced people, he was the only one whose appearance was strikingly vivid, as if he belonged to a different layer of reality. He was facing away from the door, and was lightly waving his wand as though dancing. At the sound of the commotion, he turned around in surprise and then frowned. In front of the boy and all over the shelves in the room were various jars and containers of different sizes, giving the space a slight resemblance to Snape's potions classroom. But upon closer inspection, the jars contained twisted forms or emitted wailing black smoke. Just a glance was enough to evoke a sense of nausea and foreboding. On the table lay an open book, filled with bizarre illustrations depicting people enduring cruel torture. Gellert Grindelwald, one of the intruders, coldly called out the boy's name. Someone reported that you've been conducting dark experiments in secret at the school. I thought it was a baseless accusation, but it turns out to be true. The blonde boy, Grindelwald, cast a mocking glance at a particular student in the crowd. That student shrank back in fear and hid behind a professor. The boy was roughly dragged out, and someone said, "Just you wait. This time you'll definitely be expelled. Even in our school, such behavior is absolutely forbidden." "Oh, is that so?" Grindelwald sneered. As someone tried to snatch his wand, he acted decisively. A bright flash of spell light erupted, sending the person flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Someone screamed, and a fierce fight broke out. A few people hurriedly fled, likely to call for reinforcements. Blue flames burst into life, engulfing the room. A student rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire, while Grindelwald was flung backward, crashing into a shelf. The jars and containers tumbled to the floor, and shattered into pieces. Grindelwald lifted his head. Red blood trickled down from the corner of his eye and along the bridge of his nose. Even so, he looked stunningly handsome, almost heartbreakingly so. His beauty carried an intense, almost overwhelming impact indifferent to gender. Suddenly, Grindelwald raised his wand again. A red beam of light shot forth, striking the person in front of him. Immediately after, Wade felt as though his perspective shifted along with the force of the blast, as if he himself had been thrown. In an instant, the scenery changed completely. The blonde boy, Grindelwald, now sporting bruises on his face, carried a suitcase. He turned to glance one last time at the imposing, icy-cold school. Durmstrang's castle loomed like a sword plunged into the black mountaintop. He suddenly turned around, carved a symbol onto the wall, and then strode away without hesitation. Wade and Dumbledore followed him, and after what felt like traveling an infinite distance, they arrived at a new place. It was a valley bathed in radiant sunlight, with lush, green grass. Two boys were walking together. And then I got expelled. The young Grindelwald finished recounting his experience. He shrugged with a defiant and disdainful tone. Stupid school? I thought Durmstrang would be more open-minded than other schools, but it's just another group of timid fools. Beside him was a red-haired boy in his teens, whose facial features were not so clear but still revealed striking handsomeness, with bright, star-like blue eyes. Wade glanced up at Dumbledore beside him. The old headmaster's half-moon spectacles reflected the light, obscuring any visible expression on his face. Wade had no intention of delving into the emotional wounds of a man over a century old. He turned back to watch the two boys. The red-haired boy listened to his companion with a faint smile. His gaze was intensely focused. Grindelwald continued to express his views. We wizards are the ones gifted with power. Why should we skulk around like rats in the gutter? The statute of secrecy is the most ridiculous law ever created. It forces us to use our abilities as if we're thieves, living every day in fear. Albus, your sister was harmed by muggles. What wrong did your father commit by seeking justice for his daughter? And yet, those fools threw him into prison without a second thought. We should fight for our rightful place to rule? Wizards should govern muggles and dominate the world? We shouldn't be driven into hiding, squeezed out by the ever-growing masses of muggles. If necessary, of course, we can use force. This is the power bestowed upon us by the heavens. The red-haired boy's smile gradually faded. He pressed his lips together and nodded slightly, as if deeply agreeing with what was being said. As the two boys walked, the scene quietly shifted. It seemed to be a new day, and their clothing was slightly different. They sat beneath a tree, the orange-red glow of the setting sun reflected in their eyes. For the greater good. I like that phrase. The blonde boy, Grindelwald, said while reclining casually on the grass. He stretched his hand toward the sky as if trying to grasp the entire world in his palm. Albus, only you understand my thoughts. Only you can truly comprehend what I want. I want to abolish the statute of secrecy, let wizards rule the world, and allow every wizard to freely use their abilities. No more oppression, no more hiding, no more enduring the disgust and contempt of muggles. Don't forget, rulers must bear responsibility for all their people, the young Dumbledore emphasized. Not just wizards, but also the majority of muggles. Those greedy, foolish muggles. Grindelwald sneered with disdain. Think about what they did to your family. I know. I also hate, sometimes even despise, certain muggles. The young Dumbledore admitted with a furrowed brow. But we must acknowledge that most muggles aren't evil. They possess remarkable intelligence and abilities. Even if we gain the power to rule, we must maintain societal stability and treat muggles fairly. We fight for the future of wizards, and we must not cower. But blind slaughter is not the way either. Gellert, we should minimize sacrifice on both sides, whenever possible. You're a bit too naive, Albus. Seeing Dumbledore's displeased expression, the young Grindelwald smiled in a conciliatory way. Of course, I wouldn't become some mindless murderer. Muggles have their uses. If they're willing to accept my rule, I can be merciful toward them. Young Dumbledore smiled, and appeared unconcerned that Grindelwald might deceive or dismiss him. Then Ariana could live more freely, without always being hidden away, he said with a hopeful smile. If possible, I'd even want her to be cured. Perhaps I could find a way to help her recover. If we can find the Hallows, then anything is possible. Grindelwald spoke with optimism and an almost hypnotic conviction. Imagine it, bringing the dead back to life, curing the sick, creating a new order for the wizarding world, our utopia. As long as it's the two of us. Albus, as long as we stand together, there's nothing we cannot achieve, nothing that can stop us. The two boys dreamt of their future together, discussing how to seize power after leaving Godric's Hollow, where to search for the Hallows, and how to achieve their ultimate goals. Their faces were lit with confident smiles, filled with trust in each other, as though victory was within their grasp, until a voice interrupted them. Albus. A scruffy, thin, tall boy shot an unfriendly glare at Grindelwald before turning to young Dumbledore and saying, Ariana wants to see you. Grindelwald's expression turned dismissive and contemptuous. The interruption left young Dumbledore visibly displeased, but he quickly stood up and walked toward the newcomer. Is Ariana upset? He asked. Yes, the thin boy replied. I've calmed her down, but she misses you. The two walked away together, leaving Grindelwald behind. His expression darkened with irritation. That was my brother, Aberforth. The old Dumbledore's soft voice broke the silence and said to Wade, who was standing beside him. Ariana is our younger sister. Wade, do you know what an obscurial is? Wade nodded and said, I learned about it from Mr. Scamander. A child with magical abilities, if subjected to abuse or taught to hate their magic, can develop a parasitic force called an obscurus. It's an unstable, uncontrollable, dark power. Obscurials usually don't survive past the age of 10, and they shouldn't be confused with obscuruses themselves. But in extreme cases, an obscurial can fully transform into an obscurus. During his time at Scamander's home, Wade had read books about obscuruses. It was said that young Newt Scamander had once preserved an obscurus by special means, though Wade hadn't seen it himself. Dumbledore nodded and said, "Newt is perhaps one of the world's foremost experts on obscurus." He paused for a moment before continuing. Ariana was an obscurial. When she was young, she unintentionally displayed her magical abilities and was cruelly abused by 3 Muggle boys. From that moment on, she lost control of her magic. Wade also caught a glimpse of the young girl. She was actually older than Wade's current body's age, but her timid expression and deep blue eyes, as clear as a pristine lake, gave her an air of innocence and purity, like that of a child. The girl huddled in a corner, and heard the fierce argument erupted between the 3 boys in the room. "No way, you can't take her with you? In her condition, how could she survive such a journey? You're insane." Aberforth shouted angrily, "You'd better give up on those ridiculous plans of yours? I'll never allow it." Dumbledore remained silent, while Grindelwald sneered and said, "You foolish little boy, you can't even comprehend how extraordinary your brother is. All you want is to be a stumbling block for him and me. Don't you understand? Once we change the world and bring the Muggles to heel, wizards will no longer have to hide. Your sister will finally be able to live openly and freely. Get out, you Durmstrang lunatic." Aberforth snapped without hesitation. "You vile, deranged bastard, you've bewitched my brother into thinking your evil schemes are some kind of great idea? Get out of my house, Grindelwald." "Shut up, Aberforth," Dumbledore said sharply, but Grindelwald's expression had already turned terrifying. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and pointed it at Aberforth. "Crucio, Cruciatus curse." The frail boy was caught off guard and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "Gellert, stop! Stop this now." Dumbledore drew his wand and struck down Grindelwald, who wore a twisted expression of rage. He reached out to help his brother up, but Aberforth shoved him away roughly and immediately drew his own wand, sending a curse hurtling toward Grindelwald. With a thunderous crash, the room descended into chaos. Dumbledore tried to intervene, but the 2 furious boys were unwilling to stop. Aberforth, clearly resentful of his brother for not siding with him, even aimed a spell at Dumbledore, further infuriating Grindelwald. Blinding flashes of curses, shouts of pain, and furious yelling echoed through the room. None of them wanted to listen to reason. They were too consumed by their emotions, venting their fury through the violent clash of magic. "No, no." In the corner, Ariana trembled violently. Her face was streaked with tears. Her eyes turned an eerie white as her condition visibly worsened, but none of the boys noticed her at all. Black mist began to seep from her body. Wade suddenly grasped Dumbledore's hand beside him and softly said, "You should know. You don't have to relieve this." My apologies." Dumbledore wiped the corner of his eye, and feigned composure as he said, "Revisiting the past always stirs up emotions. Those were difficult times for us." Wade nodded silently, without looking at Dumbledore's expression. The hazy, dreamlike figures disappeared. When they reappeared, Ariana was lying pale and lifeless on the ground, and her eyes were void of light. Aberforth immediately rushed to his sister's side, while the young Dumbledore stood frozen with his face blank with shock. Grindelwald took 2 steps back, panic etched across his features. He glanced at Dumbledore, as though wanting to say something, but before Dumbledore could look his way, he turned and fled in haste. A diamond-shaped pendant flashed briefly in the scene, its central gem glowed vividly red like a dazzling, fiery spark. The scenes shifted rapidly. The image of a funeral flitted by, followed by Aberforth furiously breaking Dumbledore's nose. Blood streaming from his face, Dumbledore clutched his injured nose but did not retaliate. Then the once spirited and ambitious young man grew silent and burdened by grief. His dreams came to an abrupt halt, his ambitions dissolved into nothingness. Dumbledore returned to the school and began teaching. Students came and went like a steady stream, their presence and absence blurred into a long, surreal dream. And then Grindelwald reappeared. He had grown taller and more robust, and he was wielding a new wand, the legendary Elder Wand, said to be invincible. He traveled across nations and delivered speeches from lofty platforms. The fear and panic that once marked his face had vanished entirely. His demeanor alternated between stern and calm or fervent yet sincere. His gaze emanated a compelling power that drew others to follow him. Behind him, his followers grew in number. They were sharp-eyed, fanatical, and fiercely loyal, completely unlike Voldemort's Death Eaters, who groveled on their knees to kiss his shoes. Grindelwald and his alliance launched relentless terror campaigns even against the elderly, pregnant women, infants. Anyone who stood in his way was ruthlessly eliminated. They destroyed streets and burned buildings without a second thought about the innocent lives caught in the crossfire. Some among the alliance, still burdened by conscience, struggled with guilt and hesitation, but Grindelwald would place a hand on their shoulders and earnestly reassure them. "The sacrifices we make now, however painful, are for the future of the wizarding world. They are the tragic yet unavoidable cost of progress. Believe me, child, I feel the same sorrow. But if victory could be achieved through mere words of persuasion, we wouldn't need war. The masses are blind and foolish, the Ministry of Magic is bloated and inept. They refuse to acknowledge the truth that this world is one where the strong devour the weak. If wizards are to live with dignity, we must speak through blood and fire. Child, though those lives were lost, we must bear the will of the dead and continue forward, continue to fight. This is far harder than simply dying. For those watching us from beyond our parents, our children, for those whose lives we had no choice but to take, we must bear the burden of condemnation and misunderstanding, burn everything we have, and carve out a new future for the wizarding world. I firmly believe that we can elevate wizards, break the statute of secrecy, and force muggles to recognize that we are the superior race. I will dedicate my entire life to this cause until our people can live without fear. Hold your head high, child. You have not committed a crime. You are merely trading the few for the many, the present for the future. Even if no one understands our pain or acknowledges our sacrifices, we will secure the hope of a better life for countless others. History will prove that we were right. If you don't understand, then there's no need to think. I will think for you, and I will bear the sins for you. You have only one task. Follow me. A black tide, ignited by the flames of war, swept through country after country. The wizards adorned with distinctive crests bore resolute expressions and unyielding determination. Driven by a profound sense of purpose, they left devastation in their wake. They ignored the terror and wails of the people, but Dumbledore could not. In the end, he decided to intervene. However, bound by a blood pact promising never to harm each other, Dumbledore was forced to entrust this critical mission to Newt Scamander. What followed was a story Wade had read in history books and seen in films. Traveling alongside Dumbledore, Wade witnessed Grindelwald's repeated attempts to seize greater power and wield unparalleled might, thwarted time and again by Dumbledore and Scamander. Ultimately, as the Muggle world's war neared its end, Grindelwald's alliance also met its demise. He and Dumbledore engaged in a climactic duel, and Grindelwald suffered a crushing defeat. Dumbledore claimed the Elder Wand, while Grindelwald was imprisoned in the highest cell of Nurmengard. Time raced by, and the ethereal vision of Dumbledore transformed into the familiar figure Wade knew. His long white hair and beard framed a face full of wisdom and composure, born of the passage of time. He sat in an armchair and gazed pensively ahead. Standing before him was a man in a deep teal uniform, with a thin face and neatly combed short hair. He regrets his actions, the man said. He wishes to see you, to apologize in person. After a long pause, Dumbledore replied, that won't be necessary. If he truly feels shame and remorse for the terror he brought to the world, then he should atone to those he harmed. The visions dissolved like mist. Wade blinked, and when he came back to himself, he saw that he and Dumbledore were still in the headmaster's office. It was as if they had never left. Fawkes the Phoenix and the Sorting Hat were still amusing themselves with a few tiny magic pets. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls appeared to be napping or perhaps only pretending to nap. Dumbledore sat down in his armchair. His expression was weary and aged, as though he were on the verge of collapse. But his back remained straight. Wade sat nearby, and shifted his gaze slightly to avoid looking directly at Dumbledore in his current state. After a long silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. If you wish to ask me anything, now would be the time. Wade wondered what Dumbledore thought he might ask. Is it about his relationship with Grindelwald? Or about the brief missteps of his youth? Or is it about the Elder Wand in his slender, knotted fingers? Or perhaps his pursuit of the Deathly Hallows? Wade shook his head lightly. I have nothing to ask. After a brief pause, he added, what about you? Do you have anything you wish to ask me? Dumbledore looked down at Wade. His eyes were slightly moist, which made them resemble Ariana's eyes from earlier illusion. He, of course, knew what Wade meant by asking that question. It mirrored his own sentiment from a moment before. If you ask, I will answer. With honesty, and without reservation. Wade wasn't someone who trusted others easily. But when an old man bears his most painful and unflattering wounds, raw and bleeding, simply to teach you what is right and wrong, what reason is there to hide anything? For Dumbledore, that one response from Wade was enough. He had seen Wade's honesty and trust, just as he had once seen Grindelwald's innate cruelty and coldness. A century ago, he had ignored the warnings of his subconscious. This time, he chose to heed them. I don't have anything to ask either, Dumbledore said. I think I'll wait until you're ready to tell me, whenever, about anything. The conversation ended there. Wade knew it was time to leave. He stood up and prepared to bid farewell, but paused at the doorway, grappling with an inner conflict. Professor, he said, turning back, may I ask if you have any plans next weekend? Nothing more important than possibly heading to the Three Broomsticks for a drink, Dumbledore replied. Well, there's a place I'd like to invite you to visit, Wade said, carefully choosing his words. Dumbledore smiled. I'd be delighted. December 8th, another full moon night. The night was beautiful. A massive full moon hung in the sky, its shadows sketched out patterns that invited imagination. Wade took out the leaf, and Sirius examined it carefully. Nearby, Lupin, in his werewolf form, lay on the ground, and his sharp eyes were also inspecting the mandrake leaf. Having taken the wolfsbane potion, Lupin had transformed but retained his human consciousness. Sirius casually leaned against the werewolf without a care. It's perfect, fully intact, Sirius said with a satisfied smile. He added, just to double-check, over the past month, you didn't let it leave your mouth even once, did you? No, Wade replied, shaking his head. He carefully placed the leaf into a transparent crystal bottle, and positioned it to absorb the moonlight. Lupin let out a relieved sigh. There were a few times I saw you talking as if everything was normal, and I thought you might have already failed, Lupin admitted. Not wanting to embarrass the younger wizard, Lupin didn't probe further, simply made mental notes of tips to help if they needed to restart the process next month. He never doubted Wade's determination, only worried about how failure might affect his spirits. Sirius couldn't hold back. How did you manage it? When I practiced, I kept swallowing that cursed leaf by accident. I failed several times and had to glue my teeth together before I finally made it through a month. Wade chuckled. I used a sticking charm too. Otherwise, I just practiced getting used to its presence. Sirius shook his head, still incredulous. Let's move on to the next step, Lupin said. Wade nodded. He plucked a strand of his own hair and placed it in the bottle, followed by a silver teaspoon of dew and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. Sirius picked up the bottle, gently shaking it to observe how the ingredients mixed. Looks good, he said, setting the bottle down. He and Wade carried the crystal bottle into the cellar in the courtyard. The cellar was deep, and Lupin had already dug a narrow, deep hole inside just big enough to hold the bottle. Wade placed it into the hole, stuffed it with straw, and covered it with a stone slab and a thick felt cloth. The two emerged from the cellar, and Sirius locked the trapdoor. It won't be opened until the next thunderstorm, Lupin explained. Sirius and I have also cast protective spells around the area to keep any rats or pests from causing trouble. The crystal bottle used for animagus training needed to be kept in a quiet, dark place to ensure it remained undisturbed and unseen. This means that it cannot be placed in a location where people or animals frequently pass by, nor can it be checked on from time to time. As a result, some people bury it deep in a remote forest. For wizards, the most frustrating thing is when, after a year and a half of preparation, everything is finally set. On a stormy night, they go to retrieve their crystal bottle, only to find that it has already been unearthed by curious animals. Sirius and his friends had fallen into many traps before and collected a lot of information, so they had made all kinds of preparations for Wade long ago. Remember the incantation, Sirius reminded him. Every day at sunrise and sunset, you must point your wand at your heart and say the incantation Amato Animo Animato Animagus. Not once can you forget. If you miss a day, you'll have to start over. Yes, Wade nodded. I've prepared an alarm clock that will remind me every morning and evening. One isn't enough, Sirius said with a grim expression, as if recalling past regrets. Prepare several, just in case you oversleep one day. Wade and Lupin couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter subsided, Lupin couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, a little melancholic. The next storm could come at any time, but you'll only be ready when you feel the second heartbeat. Sirius added, even once you feel that heartbeat, the habit of saying the incantation every morning and night cannot change. You can't miss any of them until the time is right. Wade recalled something he had been worried about and asked, do you know if there's any way to influence the form after transformation? What do you want to transform into? Sirius asked. Well, Wade hesitated. I can't exactly turn into a slug or an ant, can I? Then what's the point of transformation? Sirius burst into laughter. That's not something we can control, Wade, he said. You see, James and I originally wanted to turn into lions, but in the end, he became a stag, and I became a black dog. Lupin added, if you want to know in advance what your animagus form will be, you can learn the patroness charm first. Usually, even if the shape of your patroness isn't exactly the same as your animagus form, they won't be too different. But I don't think you need to worry about turning into something like a slug or an ant, Sirius said. The animagus form has a lot to do with the wizards themselves. It's a reflection of what's deep inside you. The group discussed for a while, and Sirius shared some funny stories from their time practicing the animagus transformation. It wasn't until late at night that Wade decided to return to school. After all, it was still Tuesday, and they had classes the next day. When it was time to say goodbye, Wade said, Remus, let's go out this weekend. Lupin paused for a moment, his wolfish face suddenly becoming serious. This time too? Wade nodded. All right, Lupin agreed, then asked, just the two of us again? Wade was silent for a moment. He looked at Sirius. Sirius was watching them curiously but, with good sense, didn't press further. Does Mr. Black have time? Wade asked. Of course, I'd be happy to join. Sirius immediately said, excited. Remus has been so mysterious about this. I asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. Wade smiled and then said, this time, Michael and the others won't be involved, but Dumbledore will come. Lupin's eyes widened in surprise, and then a smile spread across his face. If Dumbledore's involved, everything should go more smoothly, he said happily. Lupin had always been vaguely worried that Wade didn't trust Dumbledore. Both of them had changed his life and done so much for him. He didn't want to see any conflict between them. Now, it seemed that, in ways he couldn't see, Wade and Dumbledore had built enough trust between them. Lupin felt relieved and happy about this. After Wade left, Sirius immediately grabbed Lupin by the neck. This time you have to tell me, right? What's your secret? Lupin thought for a moment before replying, actually, there are many things I haven't figured out myself. I can only tell you what happened before, and you can judge for yourself. Note, in this novel, after transforming into a werewolf, if the mind remains clear, the person can speak. Only 1 week remained until the end of the term. Snow had fallen all through the night, and by morning, the castle's grounds were blanketed in white, with the forbidden forest in the distance also covered in snow. Students walking on the snowy ground made crunching noises with each step. This weekend was a Hogsmeade weekend, a cherished opportunity for older students to visit the village to play. Michael and others were all eager and ready for the outing early in the morning. Although they occasionally snuck off campus using the Vanishing cabinet, most students feared breaking school rules. Besides, if they were the only school-aged kids in the Hogsmeade village, shopkeepers would easily recognize them as truants. Some shopkeepers might turn a blind eye, but most would either urge them to return to school or coldly send them on their way. In short, Hogsmeade weekends provided the most enjoyable and worry-free outings. When Wade stepped out after breakfast, he saw Michael and Padma, wrapped in green scarves, holding hands. Upon noticing him, the two instinctively let go. "Hi, Wade." Michael greeted him with an overly enthusiastic voice. "Looks like you're ready to head out too." "Huh." Anthony Goldstein emerged from behind Wade, and looked at them curiously. "Heading out for what?" Well." Michael, having accidentally spilled the beans, quickly laughed it off and tried to recover. "Just heading out for a walk, of course. The snow looks fantastic today." Anthony eyed him suspiciously. "You're not thinking of sneaking off during the Hogsmeade weekend, are you? Let me tell you, that's a terrible idea. Filch has already caught several students." "Oh." Michael chuckled. "Who would be so foolish?" "A few first-year Gryffindors," Anthony said. "They thought they could avoid Filch by bundling up warmly in this cold weather." "Gryffindors, huh, no surprise there," Michael said earnestly. "But I wasn't planning on breaking the rules. I just wanted to admire the snowy scenery." Of course. The snow really is enchanting these days." Suddenly, a cheerful voice, almost bouncing with excitement, interrupted their conversation. Both Michael and Anthony instinctively tried to hurry away, but someone had already spread their arms and clamped down on their shoulders. Well, who do we have here?" "Michael and Anthony? Two of my favorite students." Lockhart grinned as he draped his arms around the two boys, then turned to Padma nearby. "Oh, and Padma? Were you worried you wouldn't see me over Christmas?" "No need to worry. No need at all. Even though I have an important engagement in France over the holiday, I assure you I'll be back to teach in January. I promise, my dear students." The three of them forced smiles and politely said, "Good morning, Professor." Yes, good morning, everyone," Lockhart replied absent-mindedly, and his gaze scanned the surroundings. At last, he spotted the person he was looking for. "Come here, Creevy. Let's take a photo." Right away, Professor Colin Creevy, who always carried a camera, jogged over eagerly. Michael and the others looked like they wanted to flee. Michael turned to Wade for help, only to realize his friend had vanished at some point. That cunning guy must have cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Michael grumbled to Padma. Padma nodded vaguely but instinctively put on a charming smile in front of the camera. Click. Colin snapped the photo. "I'll develop it and send you all copies later," Colin said, then turned to Lockhart. "Professor, can I take a picture of you with Harry Potter too?" "I was just about to suggest that," Lockhart exclaimed, delighted. He quickly let go of his favorite students and expertly spotted Harry in the crowd. "Come here, Harry. You must want a photo of me to look at during the holidays, right? Don't be shy, my boy, you know I'll always indulge a little bit of your admiration." Lockhart grabbed Harry by the arm and dragged him over, flashing his trademark dazzling smile. Harry looked at Michael and the others with a mix of despair and accusation. His expression seemed to say, "What on earth are you doing? Why are you letting Lockhart drag me into this photo fiasco?" Michael and the others guiltily avoided Harry's gaze. Lockhart kept instructing Harry to strike a more charming pose, but Harry had zero interest in cooperating. Only Colin enthusiastically clicked away on his camera. Michael felt a pang of sympathy for Harry but quickly stifled it. Nudging Padma, he signaled that it was time for them to slip away. The two of them squeezed through the crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, Michael froze mid-step. In a shadowy corner, Draco Malfoy stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the commotion. Michael suddenly realized that Malfoy hadn't been strutting around, harassing Harry lately. It wasn't just Harry, even Neville hadn't been bullied by him in a while. Ever since Crabbe and Goyle had stopped following Malfoy around like stone statues, this Slytherin's presence had noticeably diminished. Michael shook his head and decided it wasn't worth dwelling on, and continued down the stairs with Padma. Not long after, Crabbe and Goyle wandered through the corridor, looking lost. Goyle was clutching several pieces of cake, stuffing them into his mouth as dessert. Beside him, Crabbe mimicked Malfoy's tone as he scolded him. "You need to act smarter, Gregory," Crabbe said irritably. "It's all because of your stupidity that Tracy and the others laughed at us." Goyle nodded absent-mindedly, not listening to a word he said. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. "Vincent." "Gregory." Malfoy stood in front of them, and his expression was dark and brooding. "Oh, Draco." Goyle stopped eating, stared at Malfoy with a vacant expression, and then walked toward him and asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Crabbe yanked Goyle back and glared at Malfoy. "Don't think we're still your lackeys, taking your orders, Draco? You and your father are just rich. I'm way better than you." Malfoy looked at his dull-wit former companion, and his anger turned into a bemused smile. "Better than me? Are you sure about that?" He stretched out the words, and raised his wand as he spoke. Further away, a senior Slytherin student leaned against a railing, and watched the scene below with an amused expression. Waves crashed against the black rocks below, and foam gathered on the sea near the cliff's edge, drifting with the ebb and flow of the water. The air carried the salty tang of the ocean. On the steep cliffside, a flash of crimson light appeared, and two figures materialized there. Oh, so this is the place. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings as his long hair and beard billowed in the strong wind. He had to hold on to his prized beard, which was adorned with a gold and red bow tie. Wade also pressed down his hood to keep his hair from whipping about like a madman's in the wind. A second burst of phoenix fire flared, and this time, Lupin and Sirius appeared on the cliff. "Good morning, Dumbledore," Wade, Lupin greeted. "Good morning," Dumbledore replied, and his tone turned warm as he asked Sirius. "How are you feeling, Sirius?" "Much better." Sirius held up his wand and flexed his arm, which now sported a bit of muscle. "For me, moving around is the best medicine. But Lupin keeps trying to shove me into a ward at St. Mungo's," he said, half-jokingly complaining to Dumbledore. Lupin ignored the remark, and crouched down to examine the jagged rocks protruding from the sea below. He glanced at the desolate surroundings and asked, "Where is this?" "The outskirts of London," Wade replied. "There's a small village nearby, but it's practically deserted." Sirius's expression turned serious, the salty breeze stirring memories of his time in Azkaban. Suppressing his discomfort, he took a deep breath and asked, "Are we heading to the village?" "No," Wade said, pointing to the rocks below. "We're going down there." "Down there?" Sirius stepped closer to the cliff's edge, and gazed at the steep walls and the endless expanse of dark water below. "Apparition, then. Let's hope the rocks aren't too slippery." Lupin extended his hand to Wade. "Let me take you, Wade." "No, I'll take all of you instead," Wade replied. He opened his backpack, tapped it with his wand, and several old broomsticks shot out, zipping toward the group. These brooms had originally been stored in the Room of Requirement, with Zoe and the others gifting Wade the best one. Wade had meticulously prepared for this outing, including bringing 4 flying brooms to avoid the risks of operating onto the rocks below or climbing down the slick cliffside. Sirius quickly grabbed a broom and was the first to mount it. As he hovered in the air, he heard Wade explain, "Our destination should be nearby a narrow crevice near the waterline. It's not very wide and could be submerged during high tide. Inside, there are steps and a large cavern. So our first task is to find the crevice." Lupin asked. "Exactly," Wade nodded. As he spoke, Wade glanced at Dumbledore's expression to confirm that the old headmaster hadn't yet uncovered the cave where Voldemort hid his Horcrux. Sirius looked slightly surprised. On one hand, he realized that Wade was indeed leading the group, even with Dumbledore present. On the other hand, Wade's vague description puzzled him. He knows about this place, but he hasn't been here before? Who told him about it? Sirius wondered. Seeing that neither Lupin nor Dumbledore questioned Wade, Sirius suppressed his curiosity, kicked off the cliff, and swooped down on his broom. Wade, Lupin, and Dumbledore followed shortly after. The 4 of them darted like swift swallows, weaving through the crashing waves and jagged rocks. Sunlight glinted off the cliffside, its smooth stones reflecting like mirrors, only to leave deep shadows hidden behind them. Before long, Lupin's voice rang out. "Over here," he shouted. The group turned to see a red beam of light shooting from the tip of Lupin's wand, pointing straight at the cliffside before vanishing into a dark crevice. They all flew over. The crevice was barely over a meter wide, and from above it appeared like a narrow black scar in the stone. Waves lapped at the rough rocks on either side, and slimy algae clung to the walls, glistening in the light. The beam of light extended deep into the cliff, as though piercing the very heart of the rock. Wade hovered at the entrance, and wondered how Lupin had discovered the crevice so quickly. He also couldn't fathom how much effort Dumbledore must have invested in the original timeline to determine that Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux here. In the end, all of that effort had come to naught. The sound of crashing waves filled the air, leaving everyone unusually silent. They leaned low over their brooms and flew slowly into the narrow crevice. Their shoulders and arms occasionally brushed against the slimy algae clinging to the walls. The deeper they went, the wider the crevice became until rough stone steps emerged in their field of view, leading to a massive cave ahead. Lumos Maxima, a modified version of the wand lighting charm. Sirius raised his wand high, and its dazzling light spread across the cavern, illuminating it entirely. "Doesn't seem like there's anything here," he muttered. His voice echoed off the rocky walls, louder than he'd expected, startling him momentarily. Lupin carefully examined the surrounding stones but found nothing noteworthy. He glanced at the other 2. Dumbledore's expression was one of pure elation. It was as if he had forgotten the others were there, wholly absorbed in inspecting the walls and ceiling of the cave. He slowly circled the cavern twice, and his fingers brushed against the walls as he softly muttered spells in a strange language. Occasionally, he would pause to probe specific spots. Clearly, Dumbledore was not like them, who found nothing. What truly surprised Lupin and Sirius, however, was Wade. The 12-year-old student had clearly noticed something too. Unlike Dumbledore, Wade didn't pace around, but his gaze carefully traced the walls as if searching for a hidden pattern. His eyes seemed to flicker with an unusual light. Lupin and Sirius exchanged a glance, both feeling a mix of astonishment and a twinge of inadequacy. Still, they didn't interrupt. Instead, they brightened the light further, and remained silent so as not to disturb the 2 engrossed figures. After what felt like a long time, Dumbledore finally stopped. He turned to glance at the group before addressing Wade. "Wade, what have you discovered?" Wade approached the wall, and placed his palm against the surface. "This should be the entrance," he said. Dumbledore regarded Wade with a mixture of surprise and delight, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, This is merely the antechamber. Someone has concealed the entrance with magic. But who would do such a thing? Dumbledore. Sirius couldn't help but ask. Who would enchant such a remote and hidden place? I do have my suspicions, Sirius, Dumbledore said, pointing his wand at the stone. But I don't believe it's necessary to reveal the answer just yet inside. We'll surely find everything we're looking for. At the spot Dumbledore's wand pointed to, an outline of an archway appeared on the rock wall, and it radiated dazzling white light. We did it! Sirius exclaimed excitedly. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the outline vanished. Dumbledore frowned slightly, and his gaze fixed on the wall with utmost concentration. Oh, so that's how it works, he muttered to himself. Crude, but effective. He turned back to the group and explained, I believe we'll need to pay a price to pass through. A price? Lupin asked. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, blood, Dumbledore said contemptuously. The one who set this trap wants to weaken their opponent through such a method. As I said, it's a rather crude tactic. As he spoke, he conjured a short blade and rolled up his sleeve. Let me do it, Professor. Sirius stepped forward and snatched the knife without hesitation. Without a second thought, he made a cut on his arm, and bright red blood immediately began to flow. Wade opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. Inside his magical wardrobe, Wade kept a collection of magical creatures, most of which had been gifted to him by Newt Scamander and Stephen Murray. And some were small creatures he had picked up from the edges of the maze. Many of these were abandoned due to illness, injury, or developmental issues. Whenever Wade found them, he would bring them back to enrich the biodiversity of his wardrobe space. With magic and the assistance of enchanted automatons, caring for these creatures or maintaining cleanliness was never a problem. Before setting out on this journey, Wade had considered using one of the larger creatures to provide blood. But upon seeing Sirius's resolute action, he chose not to mention it. It wasn't that he had no chance to intervene. Sometimes, though, sacrifice and bloodshed can help people confront and ease their inner pain. Dumbledore did not stop Sirius. Whispering an incantation, he allowed the blood to drip onto the rock wall. The archway reappeared. In the radiant white light, the stone dissolved, revealing a pitch-black doorway. It's done, Dumbledore said, pointing his wand at Sirius's arm. The gash healed instantly, leaving no trace of the wound. Lupin raised his wand and stepped inside, and the light illuminated the cave. The others followed him. What lay before them was a black lake, and its surface stretched endlessly into the darkness. The smooth, mirror-like water was completely still, showing no ripples or movement. Only near the shore, where they stood, did the surface reflect the faint glow from the tip of their wands. The darkness here felt almost tangible, thick, and oppressive. Even the light from Lupin's wand seemed subdued, illuminating only a small patch around them. A massive underground lake hidden beneath the cliff. Lupin said in amazement as he slowly moved his wand. Or has someone used an undetectable extension charm here? He found no traces of such a spell in the surrounding area. I suspect it's a combination of both, Remus, Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed on something ahead. In the center of the lake, something was glowing faintly green, a stark contrast to the enveloping darkness. There's definitely something there, Sirius said as he mounted his broom. I'll fly over and check it out. If it's safe, you can follow. Wait, Mr. Black. Wade stopped him and released an old broom instead. Let it scout ahead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the broom shot forward. Halfway across the lake, it suddenly stopped, as if caught in an invisible spider's web. Then, it plunged straight into the water. Several pale hands emerged from the lake, and they clawed at the broom and dragged it down into the depths. Infurious. Sirius gasped sharply, and Lupin's face paled as well. Is this Voldemort's army, prepared for his use? Lupin asked. His voice unconsciously lowered in the oppressive atmosphere. He wasn't afraid to say Voldemort's name, but the heavy silence seemed to weigh on him. An army? I think they should more appropriately be called guardians. Dumbledore pondered and said, they tirelessly guard something for Voldemort, ready to eliminate any intruder. How tragic, Lupin muttered. Even in death, they serve the one who killed them. Sirius snorted. That's what happens with those who dabble in the dark arts. They're always dealing with corpses and filth, reeking of decay. Wade said nothing. He intently studied the lake's surface. To most, the cavern appeared to hold only a tranquil body of water. But Wade could see that the space above the lake was crisscrossed with magic rune patterns, forming an impenetrable barrier. Nothing, not even a small bird, could enter from above. Yet there was a hidden pathway, one faintly visible to Wade, and it extended toward the glowing green object deep within the lake. Beneath the lake's surface, aside from the Inferi, there were also extremely potent curses. These curses not only caused rapid weakening and eventual death for anyone who came into contact with the water but also slowly transformed any body that fell into the lake into another Inferius. The complexity of these curses was far beyond Wade's current level of understanding. There were many aspects he couldn't comprehend at all. At the lake's center, dense magic rune patterns overlapped and formed a golden pillar of light so intense that it obscured the green glow visible to others in the normal spectrum. Sirius and Lupin carefully avoided the water and circled around in separate directions to investigate. After returning, Sirius said, there's nothing else here, just the lake. Dumbledore seemed to have already worked out how to cross the lake, but he didn't share his conclusion immediately. Instead, he turned to Wade. Wade, what have you found? The way through is hidden in the lake, Wade suggested. But since we have plenty of time, why don't we deal with the Inferi first? Then we can explore the lake's center more safely. This wasn't quite what Dumbledore had envisioned, but he nodded amiably. Let's do that, then. Sirius crouched by the edge of the lake. We probably can't drain the lake, so how about we lure them out? He glanced around and added, but we only have 3 flying brooms left. No need for flying brooms. Wade tapped his wand against his backpack, and a fiery bird emerged. It perched on a protruding rock on the cavern wall, and tilted its head as if curiously observing the group. Allow me to introduce, Wade said. This is my magic partner, Mikhail. Lupin marveled, your alchemical skills are getting more impressive. Dumbledore silently observed the fiery bird, and his blue eyes faintly glimmered. Hearing Lupin's comment, he turned to glance at him thoughtfully. Yet, Dumbledore said nothing. Wade approached Mikhail and whispered instructions. Mikhail gathered the flames on its body, spread its wings, and flew out. It circled close to the lake's edge before diving sharply toward the water. In an instant, 2 or 3 pale hands burst from the lake, gripping Mikhail's talons like lightning only to recoil just as quickly, as though they had touched a branding iron. Sirius seized the brief moment, and aimed his wand to pull 2 Inferi from the lake. One was a gaunt man, the other a woman dressed in a soaked nightgown. Their eyes were cloudy, their pallid faces were devoid of any trace of life, and their drenched clothes and hair clung tightly to their lifeless bodies. The Inferi were forced out of the water and thrown onto the rocky shore by Sirius. Mikhail, without hesitation, unleashed a burst of fiend fire, engulfing their bodies entirely. The fiend fire climbed partway up the walls before retreating, then fully consumed the 2 corpses. Though both products of dark magic, Inferi were particularly vulnerable to fire and light. The cursed fiend fire flames, even more powerful than ordinary ones, reduced them to ash after only a brief struggle. The orange-gold flames burned quietly. Although the fire Mikhail breathed was cursed fiend fire, it didn't take on the form of fiery beasts as some cursed flames did. To the untrained eye, it resembled ordinary firewood burning. But Dumbledore, of course, could tell the difference. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his focus lingering on the firebird, and admiration was evident in his gaze. Mikhail seemed to find the situation amusing. It dove toward the lake and schemed the water like a skipping stone. Its surface heat was only as intense as that of a common torch, so the mindless Inferi beneath the cold lake water failed to recognize it as their mortal foe. They stretched out their pale hands to grab it, only to be swiftly dragged out by spells cast from the shore and thrown into the waiting flames. The process of clearing out the Inferi became a mechanical routine. While Sirius maintained his swift and fluid spellcasting, his gaze had grown distant. Another pale figure leapt from the water, chasing the free-flying Mikhail. Sirius instinctively cast a spell to pull it toward the shore but suddenly felt as though his mind had been struck by a whip. A soundless explosion echoed in his head. He froze, his body stiff, watching the Inferius tumble into the fire. His mind went blank. Dumbledore, noticing the change in Sirius, quickly intervened. With a wave of his wand, he stopped the Inferius midair and placed it on the dry rocks nearby. Lupin's eyes widened in shock. It's him, he said, astonished. Regulus. How is it him? Wade turned to look. The Inferius bore a striking resemblance to a teenage Sirius. The same black hair, dull gray eyes, and similar features formed a face that could only be described as delicate. The figure fell to the ground, as if it had lost its target. After pausing in confusion, it began to stagger slowly toward them. Dumbledore let out a sigh. Sirius instinctively stepped forward, his lips trembled, as he gazed into those lifeless, webbed-over eyes. He was at a loss for words. He had known Regulus was dead for more than a year before his own imprisonment. The ancient pure-blood families had their ways of knowing the life or death of every member, even though Regulus's body was never found. At the time, shortly before Regulus's death, Sirius's father, who placed great importance on bloodlines, had also passed away that same year. Their mother, Walburga, unable to cope with the sudden loss of her youngest son, was driven mad by grief after the successive blows. One day, Walburga sent Sirius dozens of howlers, sobbing and cursing him while screaming, "Why wasn't it you who died?" That was how Sirius learned that his brother's status had changed to deceased. To be honest, though he felt sorrow at the news, he wasn't surprised. Sirius had always known Regulus to be soft-hearted. Though their family had indoctrinated him with ideals like the glory of purebloods, Regulus's views on the world and war remained naive and simplistic. He was consumed with ideas of making purebloods greater but lacked an understanding of Voldemort's true cruelty. Nor was he prepared to become equally ruthless and evil. Neither Sirius nor Walburga knew the exact circumstances of Regulus's death. They speculated that Regulus might have grown fearful of the tasks he was asked to perform and tried to leave the Death Eaters, only to be killed by Voldemort or other Death Eaters for his betrayal. Sirius never knew if his mother regretted urging Regulus to join the Death Eaters. After that, the increasingly unhinged matriarch of the Black family shut herself away, refusing to even let her only remaining son visit her. Sirius, meanwhile, accepted the news with relative ease. After graduating from Hogwarts, he had joined the Order of the Phoenix and fought on the front lines. He had witnessed countless comrades tortured or killed, often at the hands of Death Eaters, some of which were even likely done by his own brother. Sirius had long come to terms with their opposing allegiances and even with the idea of death. Yet now, standing face to face with Regulus's corpse and watching it stagger toward him under the compulsion of magic, the grief that had been suppressed for 13 years surged forward like a tidal wave, leaving Sirius gasping for air. Regulus had reached him now. Up close, the sight of those sunken, lifeless eyes was even more heartbreaking. Regulus, what did Voldemort do to you? Sirius murmured. The corpse, of course, didn't respond. Its cold, pale hands gripped Sirius's shoulders, steady and unrelenting as it began dragging him toward the lake. Sirius. Lupin rushed over, slashing a spell that sent Regulus flying backward. He almost fell into the lake but was intercepted by Wade. With a flick of his wand, Wade conjured a long rope that bound Regulus tightly from head to toe. The corpse struggled on the ground. But Inferi were not especially powerful dark creatures. Their strength came only from their sheer numbers. This one writhed weakly on the ground, unable to break free of the bonds. Sirius stood motionless, and stared blankly, until Lupin laid a hand on his shoulder. Sirius, are you okay? I'm fine. Sirius stammered. I always knew. I knew he was dead. I just didn't expect to see him here. He snapped back to reality, and felt the blood flow from his aching heart to his frozen limbs, warming his trembling body. Sirius pushed Lupin's arm away and tightened his grip on his wand. Let's keep going. He looked at the rippling surface of the lake and the pale hands reaching out from the water. He spoke in a calm, unfamiliar voice even to himself. Mikhail circled over the black lake, occasionally spitting flames or diving into the water only to fly out again. But after repeating this many times, only faint ripples stirred on the surface of the lake, and then quickly settled back into calmness. It seems the Inferi have been completely eradicated, or perhaps their stiffened minds have finally learned to avoid danger, Lupin remarked, glancing back. Voldemort's Inferi guards were reduced to just Regulus, who was still weakly and futilely struggling. Sirius, Regulus, burn him, Sirius said, and then lowered his arms and could not approach his brother. His tone was cold. I'll deliver his ashes to my crazy mother. Lupin sighed helplessly as he looked at Sirius, whose face was almost as pale as an Inferi's. Sirius, don't be so childish, he said. The war ended over a decade ago. Regulus obviously realized his mistake, even if he never got the chance to turn back. If you deal with his body so rashly, you'll regret it one day. It's not shameful to admit you're grieving the death of your younger brother, Sirius. Sirius's lips twitched slightly. He stole a glance at the struggling Inferi on the ground, then recoiled as though burned. Despite being cast out as a traitor and disgraced by his family, Sirius had to admit that there was a time when he and Regulus had been very close. Before Sirius joined Gryffindor, Regulus had idolized his older brother, clinging to him so persistently that Sirius found it annoying. Dumbledore. The brittle mask of indifference on Sirius's face softened. He lowered his head, his fingers clenched involuntarily as he quietly pleaded. I remember there's a spell, one that can banish the necromantic magic within an Inferi and allow the dead to rest in peace. It was a rare and advanced form of white magic that required powerful magic power. Of the group, only Dumbledore knew how to cast it. During the past war, they had only learned how to repel or destroy Inferi, and treated them as dangerous creatures rather than their own kind. They never considered expending their strength to give the dead a dignified rest. This was largely because Voldemort's Inferi were almost exclusively created from murdered muggles. Few had ever imagined the possibility of seeing their own kin among the ranks of the Inferi. However, now such a thing has happened to Regulus. Seeing his once well-behaved younger brother being controlled by the enemy even after death, Sirius felt an overwhelming pain, despite the fact that, in later years, they had barely exchanged a word. Faced with Sirius's anguish, Dumbledore naturally did not refuse his request. After everything here is resolved, I will banish the necromantic magic from him. Dumbledore said gently, Sirius, coming to terms with the loss of a loved one is a long and painful process. It's okay to be vulnerable, to cry it's nothing to be ashamed of. We are here to support you in any way we can. But I want you to know, Regulus is undoubtedly in a better place now, free from pain and strife. One day, when you meet again in another world, I am sure he will welcome you with a smile. Wade walked slowly along the narrow path by the lake. In the normal field of vision, there was nothing there, but he could see streams of green magic moving gently, like a line of orderly little snakes. Then, Lupin saw Wade grab hold of something invisible in the air and pull it forcefully. A metallic clinking sound followed. Suddenly, a thick green bronze chain shot out of the water like a venomous snake, lunging at Wade. Lupin raised his wand and waved it, summoning an invisible barrier to shield Wade. With a thud, the chain struck the barrier but didn't relent. It recoiled slightly and then immediately lunged at the two of them again. Clang! From the side, a spell hit the chain. It slackened, as if it had lost all its strength, and fell to the ground and coiled around itself. Then it pulled a small boat out of the lake. The boat glowed faintly green, and eerily drifted towards the shore like a ghost in the dead of night. Professor Dumbledore! Lupin exclaimed. Dumbledore nodded and said, I've quieted Regulus for a while. Sirius is with him. Wade turned to look back. Sirius had not used a Lumos charm, so Wade could only make out a black silhouette. He seemed to be kneeling or squatting, or perhaps like a large black dog sitting silently. Lupin had once mentioned in passing that after returning from Azkaban, Sirius had developed a certain fear of the dark. Although he always acted as if nothing was wrong, the sharp senses of a werewolf saw through his facade. Wade turned away. Although he couldn't see the man's expression, he could feel the anguish of losing loved ones again and again. Bang! The small boat bumped against the riverbank. It was a very narrow boat, sharp at both ends, and it appeared to accommodate only 1 or 2 people. Wade, it seems you'll need to wait here for us, Lupin said as he turned to his student beside him. I just noticed that apparition isn't possible in this area. It seems the only way to reach the center of the lake is by taking this boat. I'll go with Dumbledore first. You should stay with Sirius. Before Wade could reply, Dumbledore spoke. No, Remus, I think you might need to stay behind. Dumbledore, Lupin said with a frown, I admit Wade is exceptional, but he's still just a 12-year-old child. I believe I'm better suited to face any unknown dangers. This isn't about who is better suited to face danger, Remus, nor does it have anything to do with capability, Dumbledore said calmly, cutting off whatever Lupin had been about to say. It's simply that Voldemort is more concerned with the amount of magical power crossing this lake. I believe the boat has been enchanted to allow only one wizard to ride at a time. Then Wade. He won't be counted, Dumbledore explained. After all, as you yourself mentioned, he's only 12. Compared to my magical power, his strength is negligible. Of course. Dumbledore, seemingly aware that his words might hurt the pride of the young boy, immediately added, Voldemort likely never imagined someone could be more brilliant than he was in his youth. He often makes such foolish oversights. You flatter me, Professor. Wade replied, unaffected. He was well aware of the significant gap between his magical power and Dumbledore's, and admitting the truth was no loss of face. By the standards of his past life, Dumbledore had lived so long and mastered so much magic that he'd probably eaten more salt than Wade had eaten rice. A man of unparalleled talent, gifted and dedicated to a lifetime of magical research. If a student who had been practicing magic for less than 2 years could easily surpass him, it would grossly underestimate the greatest wizard of the century. The two boarded the boat one after the other. The boat, imbued with some kind of magic, didn't wobble despite the imbalance in weight. The space was so cramped that sitting down was impossible, so Wade, like Dumbledore, opted to stand. A warm hand rested on his shoulder. Dumbledore seemed worried that Wade might accidentally fall overboard. Wade shifted his neck slightly, and he felt a little awkward but did not reject the elder wizard's goodwill. Be careful, Lupin urged. I'll be waiting here. If anything happens, I'll find a way to reach you as quickly as possible. Wade nodded and said, understood, but taking the boat alone shouldn't be dangerous. Voldemort also needed a safe way to travel back and forth. All right. Lupin exhaled deeply. If you encounter any uncertainty or danger, return immediately. We can regroup and come up with a solution together. There's no need to resolve everything today. Wade nodded and said, got it. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Although Lupin's words were addressed to Wade, Dumbledore knew they were, in truth, a protest directed at him. This amused the old headmaster, as it was the first time someone doubted his ability to protect those around him. He could tell that Lupin's concern didn't stem from mistrust in his abilities but rather from his sense of responsibility to protect Wade. Despite Dumbledore's far superior strength, Lupin still felt uneasy and worried about Wade venturing into danger under Dumbledore's care, outside his own watchful gaze. It was akin to how a parent might feel about their beloved child or how a miser might guard their precious jewels, cautious, protective, and deeply cherished. The boat had already set off automatically. It required no navigation, and glided in a straight line toward the green glow at the center of the lake, leaving behind a fan-shaped trail of ripples. The dark, fathomless lake mirrored nothing but the light from Dumbledore's wand tip, and it scattered across the water like fragments of stars. Mikhail perched at the bow, and it surveyed the surroundings and occasionally spread its wings to spit fire into the lake. It seemed to be hoping some mist and fury might still emerge. To Wade, the scene resembled a mischievous child spitting all over the floor. Dumbledore watched Mikhail intently, and his eyes reflected the golden glow of the firebird. A truly unique creature, Dumbledore remarked casually. Where did you find it? In the old Gaunt family house, Wade replied. Though I didn't find it, I created it. Dumbledore was silent for a few moments. Created. Life alchemy, Wade explained, a practice involving forbidden magic. You could also call it an accidental outcome. Wade didn't believe he could hide much from Dumbledore's sharp insight, and being caught in a lie would only be more awkward. So he briefly recounted his and Lupin's activities that day, focusing on the shadowy figure struggling in the fiend fire and even attempting to attack them, while omitting the part about Mikhail finding the resurrection stone. Wade wasn't sure if Dumbledore, at this stage, could resist the stone's allure. However, the fate of one of the Peveril brothers who possessed the resurrection stone constantly served as a warning to him. Dumbledore, as expected, was intrigued by the shadowy figure. After asking a few detailed questions about the situation, he fell into a contemplative silence. The boat continued to gently part the lake's surface, and the sound of water was faint and soft. By now, they were far from the shore, yet Lupin remained standing tall with his wand glowing brightly. His figure, upright like a pine tree, stood out clearly no matter the angle. Magic is a power tied to the heart, and perhaps because of this, the people Wade had helped always found different ways to repay him. But it was never a cold, calculated exchange of interests. Watching the figure on the shore grow smaller and smaller, Wade suddenly spoke. Professor. Yes, Wade. Dumbledore lowered his gaze to him. Why haven't you asked? Wade said. Asked what? How I know all of this, and why I'm doing it. The surroundings were silent, so still that the sound of breathing could be heard. Dumbledore didn't seem surprised, nor did he exude an air of smugness as if he had everything under control. Instead, he sighed softly. You know, among wizards, there have always been a few gifted with the talent to glimpse the future. Take our divination professor, Sybil Trelawney, for example. Her great-grandmother was the legendary prophet Cassandra Trelawney. Sybil inherited a portion of her great-grandmother's gift, though she struggles to fully utilize it. In our time, the most powerful seer I've known is Gellert Grindelwald. He could glimpse fragments of the future. Prophecy paved his path to success, making his rise easier. But prophecy also ruined him, as he overlooked many things far more important than life or death. Before you, I always thought Sybil was merely an occasional practitioner of her gift and that Grindelwald was the only true seer of our time. Wade stared at Dumbledore in surprise, but the old headmaster's gaze was both warm and tinged with subtle compassion. Wade, I don't know how much you've seen, but I want to remind you, don't overestimate the power of prophecy, and don't fall into the trap of fatalism. Prophecy offers guidance on destiny, but only you can determine the direction of your future. The small boat bumped gently against the shore and came to a stop. Ahead was a smooth rocky island, no larger than a single room. At its center stood a stone pedestal, and atop it rested a stone basin. The basin emitted a glowing green light. Dumbledore stepped off the boat first. Standing on the black rock, he studied the scene for a moment before turning back. Wade snapped out of his thoughts and hurried off the boat. Looking at the star and moon patterned robes of the old headmaster, he felt both surprised and unsurprised. No wonder Dumbledore has never questioned me. It seemed he had already come to his own conclusions. Prophecy. Come to think of it, how is my knowledge of this world any different from a prophecy? Well, there is a difference. A prophet's vision of the future could shift with the actions of the observer. But what he knew was the script of a story with a fixed ending. That story had already been thoroughly disrupted by his meddling, and he intended to change even more. After all, people always wish to leave something behind in the world. This world had given him a second life, and peace was the best gift he could offer in return. As he walked toward the stone basin at the center, Wade thought of this. In the stone basin, there was a full basin of emerald green liquid. The surface was exceptionally smooth. Dumbledore reached out his hand, but he could not touch the liquid. He used several complex spells to examine it, and silently chanted something under his breath. Only after a long time did he lower his wand. Looking at Wade, who was waiting quietly beside him, Dumbledore said, "This liquid cannot be separated or scooped out. It cannot be vanished or transfigured with spells, and even hands cannot reach into it. In this case, Wade, what do you think we should do to uncover its hidden secrets?" Wade replied, "Drink it." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, that's the only way. When Regulus tried to attack Sirius earlier, I saw traces of a curse lingering on him, similar to what's in this basin," Dumbledore added. Wade said softly, "He must have drunk a lot of this liquid before he died. Voldemort doesn't see his subordinates as companions, but to treat a young man who was once so loyal to him in this way." Dumbledore didn't finish his sentence. He shook his head in pity, conjuring a crystal goblet in his hand. Wade frowned and said, "You're not planning to drink it yourself, are you, Professor?" "Oh, I want to see what it does," Dumbledore said casually. "Compared to you, my magic is better equipped to resist the effects of dark magic. Besides, I believe Voldemort wouldn't want to immediately kill anyone who came to this island. So you're risking yourself based solely on a guess." Wade objected. "Why not take the basin along with us and deal with it outside?" "I'm afraid that's not possible, Wade," Dumbledore replied. "I think you've also noticed that this basin, the stone pillar, and everything on this island are intricately bound to the entire lake and cave. Unless we have the means to move every object in the cave at once, we can't take the basin out. There's no immediate crisis that requires us to sacrifice ourselves to handle this," Wade suggested again. "We could find a criminal to drink it. There are plenty of those in Muggle prisons." Dumbledore gazed deeply at him. "That doesn't sound very ethical, does it?" Wade said calmly. "Professor, I'm not as righteous and kind as you are. If someone must be sacrificed, I'd rather choose a criminal than someone I know." Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before saying, "No, Wade, you think too highly of me. I can't say I feel much pity for a death row inmate. I've seen too many innocent lives brutally harmed, and I've also hurt others myself. Even so, I will never believe that sacrificing others for one's own purposes is the right thing to do, not even if that person is a bad one. Wade, the weight of a life is far greater than we realize. Even killing for the sake of justice harms the soul. Voldemort disregards this entirely. He fears death but considers the lives of others insignificant. But he is wrong, Wade. He made a grave mistake, one so severe that his soul became irreparably fractured." Wade instinctively thought, wasn't Voldemort's soul fractured because he created Horcruxes? Then he realized, according to Dumbledore's explanation, even without the Horcruxes, Voldemort's soul had already begun to change when he committed murder. He just hadn't noticed it. And then he understood, even if Dumbledore might have once considered such actions, he would not do so now. In Dumbledore's eyes, Wade was a gifted child with unclear boundaries between right and wrong, always on the verge of making a misstep. The words and actions of those around him would shape his worldview. And he was watching. Therefore, Dumbledore would never achieve his goal by sacrificing another person, even if it was the easiest option. Wade sighed and said, "I understand, but I'd like to try my method." "May I?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied. Wade opened his bag, and a stern-looking man jumped out. When he landed, he was only palm-sized, but under the effect of an engorgement charm, the puppet quickly grew to match Dumbledore's height. After kneeling on one knee and saluting, the puppet silently took the goblet from Dumbledore's hand and drained it in one gulp. Wade immediately turned to the stone basin but found that the liquid level hadn't decreased. Then came the second cup, the third. After 5 or 6 cups, the puppet's movements grew slower and slower. Finally, with a heavy sigh, it said, "This tastes awful." As soon as it finished speaking, the puppet lowered its head and its body stiffened like a stone. Wade poked it, but it didn't respond. The magic rune circuits etched into its body had become a chaotic mess, and even the materials it was made of seemed to have fundamentally changed. Even if Wade reanimated it by injected thoughts, it would never move again. Wade and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Then Wade unfolded his wardrobe space, stepped inside, and returned moments later holding a plump, grey pig. A pig. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, and asked with some surprise. "Yes," Wade said. "It's not one of those ordinary warthog breeds Hagrid raises. It's said to have 1/16 Thibaut blood, so it has faint magical properties." Wade patted the little pig's ears, which were sharper than those of its kind, and its wide, flat nose. Just as he was about to cast a spell, another thought struck him. "Professor Dumbledore," Wade said, "transfiguration can turn a person into an animal. Can it also turn an animal into a person?" Dumbledore was caught off guard by the question. After a moment of surprise, he replied, "Magic can indeed do that, but even after transformation, its essence would still remain that of a pig." "Perfect. If it truly became a person, I'd feel bad about proceeding. But I suspect this potion might require a human or a humanoid creature to drink it." Wade tilted his head toward the pig and said to Dumbledore, "Professor, I'll leave it to you." "All right." Dumbledore couldn't help but smile wryly but raised his wand as Wade requested and pointed it at the pig. Under the glow of the spell, the pig struggled in panic. Its limbs elongated, its nose and ears shrank, and its tail gradually disappeared as it spun. A few seconds later, a fat man in a grey robe sat on the ground. His bald head was sparsely dotted with yellow hair, and his pair of small black eyes still held a trace of panic. His mouth was wide and flat, as though he could swallow a child in one bite. His limbs were short and stout, and his belly was round and protruding. He no longer looked like a pig but resembled a toad spirit that had taken human form. "Hup-heo." It opened its mouth and let out a strange cry. Wade cast an engorgement charm on the goblet, making a single scoop almost equivalent to half the basin. Yet, as the goblet was lifted from the surface, the potion in the basin remained at its original level, as though it hadn't diminished at all. He controlled the toadman formed from the pig to drink the potion in the goblet. Thanks to extensive practice with insects, Wade had become highly skilled at using Confundu's charm. With ease, he made the pig believe the goblet contained its favorite food. A few gulps later, the potion was gone. As it swallowed, the liquid level in the basin finally began to decrease. However, it dropped only slightly, far less than the amount the pig had consumed. "Wow," Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, not expecting such a cunning method to actually work. Wade, however, was dissatisfied. "The potion decreased less than I anticipated. I suspect it's because the magic energy in its body is too weak," Dumbledore suggested. "Perhaps only magic can properly digest the potion." "But, the puppet had magic in its body too," Wade said puzzledly. "The magic in a puppet isn't innate, it's enchantments imposed upon it by others," Dumbledore hypothesized. "It's possible the potion was reduced just now, but the quantity was so small it couldn't even offset the potion's natural restoration rate." Wade continued to feed the pig a second goblet of potion. By the third goblet, the Confundu's charm was losing its effect. The pig struggled fiercely for a few seconds before reluctantly drinking. The pig began to roll on the ground in agony. The transfiguration cast by Dumbledore started to wear off. Within seconds, parts of the pig's body reverted to its original form, leaving it looking even more grotesque. Suddenly, the pig calmed down again. Dumbledore intervened. He managed to make it drink the 4th, 5th, and 6th goblets of potion before stopping. The pig, which was now fully reverted to its original form, lay on the ground weakly gasping for air, and it looked as though it was on the brink of death. Dumbledore lowered his wand and said, "It's still possible to save it now. Any more, and it will undoubtedly die." "Professor, there are pork chops and lamb chops on the dinner table," Wade reminded him. "Yes," Dumbledore said, "but killing animals for sustenance is different from killing one that has helped us, my child." "All right, you've convinced me," Wade shrugged. "Luckily, I have plenty of animals at my disposal." He turned and entered his wardrobe space again. Inside, 2 Yarvay cubs were playing under a tree. A female puppet was tending to a botruckle perched on a branch, while a broomstick was furiously chasing a snidget that had plucked one of its twigs. The scene was bustling with life. Wade walked through the middle of it, gently placing a juvenile whooper that had perched on his shoulder back onto a tree. These magical creatures were gifts from his friends and had grown fond of him. Naturally, Wade wasn't going to sacrifice them to drink poison. However, there were also other magical creatures in the wardrobe space, ones he had brought in for various other reasons. Turning past a large rock, Wade came upon a structure resembling a prison. High walls surrounded it, and its roof was sealed with iron mesh and enchantments. He opened the door, and the creatures inside were stunned for a moment and then scuttled toward the entrance with a clattering noise. It was a group of man-eating acromantulas. They had 8 hairy legs, massive pincers, and were now eagerly tapping and clicking, their 8 eyes locked on Wade with the clear desire to tear him apart and devour him. When Wade had first picked up these creatures, they were about the size of basketballs. But they grew quickly, and now each one was larger than an ordinary goat. Their reproductive abilities were impressive too. They could lay 100 eggs at a time. Had they not been magically confined to this small space, they would have overrun the entire wardrobe space by now. But now, due to the limited space and controlled food supply, the acromantulas had been forced to keep their numbers in check, peaking at no more than 50. Wade waved his wand, restraining the fastest ones rushing toward him. After shrinking a few of the spiders, he brought them out. Thwop. One of the spiders behind him suddenly spat a web at Wade, attempting to trap him. An invisible shield materialized in the air, blocking the sticky web. In the next moment, Wade closed the door, and a flash of spell light sealed it shut. Cheep cheep. A bird's cry rang out from above. Mikhail, with wings folded, dove down from the sky, slipped through the narrow gaps in the wire mesh, and landed directly on the acromantula that had attacked Wade. Flames erupted and engulfed the spider, which screeched in agony. In seconds, only a pile of black ash remained. Mikhail proudly raised its head, flapped its wings, and let out a challenging cry at the other acromantulas, which were several times its size. The acromantulas quickly retreated, shrinking into the corners. Wade chuckled, and casually transformed a rock into a box. He placed a few shrunken, petrified acromantulas inside and left the wardrobe space. Professor, he said, opening the box. I think these should work too. Acromantulas are natural magical creatures, classified by the Ministry of Magic with a danger level of XXXXX, the same as dragons and dementors. They are far beyond comparison to a pig with only 1/16 magical bloodline. The liquid in the stone basin began to decrease at a visible pace. The last acromantula, unable to withstand the potency of the potion, collapsed on the ground and its 8 legs twitched uncontrollably. At the same time, the golden locket hidden in the basin finally revealed itself. Wade returned the remaining acromantulas to the wardrobe space. When he came back out, he saw that Dumbledore had already retrieved the locket and was studying it intently. Professor. Wade. Dumbledore set down the locket, and sighed. I'm afraid, we've been chasing the wrong target. He flipped the locket in his hand, ensuring Wade could see it clearly. To my knowledge, Voldemort did indeed have a golden locket. It belonged to Salazar Slytherin and bore his distinctive S mark. But this one, it has nothing of the sort. Well, not nothing entirely, it holds the last trace of a brave individual. Dumbledore opened the locket, revealing a folded piece of parchment inside. Wade unfolded the note and saw a message he was somewhat familiar with. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this. But I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B. Dumbledore said in a low voice, Regulus Arcturus Black. He did not die at the hands of his master but gave his life resisting Voldemort. Wade noticed that Regulus, in this final testament, mentioned Voldemort's greatest secret, the Horcrux. He had never discussed this subject with Dumbledore before. Even someone like Slughorn, upon hearing a student talk about Horcruxes, would have been utterly frightened and panicked. Perhaps Dumbledore had gleaned some insight from Wade's earlier experience at the Gaunt Shack. Whether or not he had already suspected the existence of Horcruxes, this would undoubtedly confirm it. At the same time, Dumbledore seemed to have arrived at the same realization. Horcrux. He sighed deeply and said to Wade, I have wondered many times what allows Voldemort to persist in his existence. There are several types of magic that can achieve such a feat, but in the end, he chose the most evil and dangerous of them all, Horcrux. Wade remarked, it sounds like it's connected to the soul. Voldemort split his soul. Dumbledore made no effort to obscure the truth. He said. He tore apart a portion of his soul and sealed it inside an object, which then became what is called a Horcrux. This way, even if he suffers mortal harm, he cannot die, as a part of his soul remains undamaged, lingering in this world, and waiting for a chance to resurrect. But existing in this state is a fate worse than death. If he cannot revive, he is neither accepted by the realm of the dead nor able to truly remain among the living. The remnants of his soul will weaken over time, and they will eventually forget even their identity and dissolve into nothingness under endless torment. After finishing, he observed his student, who nodded slightly and showed no hint of interest in the idea of Horcruxes. Dumbledore was not surprised. He stated plainly, when you destroyed the Gaunt Shack with fiend fire, a sinister shadow emerged from the flames. Yes. Dumbledore nodded, affirming what was left unsaid. If my guess is correct, that must have been one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Quite cunning. He hid a fragment of his soul in a derelict ruin that no one would pay attention to. Wade added, in fact, that wasn't the first time we encountered such an experience. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then said, it wasn't. I once found an old diadem in the room of requirement at school. A diadem. Yes. It resembled Ravenclaw's diadem, but it was imbued with a dark and evil magic. Remus, my friends, and I destroyed it in a cave with fiend fire. Now that Dumbledore had confirmed Wade's seemingly prophetic abilities, Wade no longer felt the need to concoct excuses for his discoveries. He skipped over the backstory and directly described the events. Upon hearing about the shadowy figure destroyed in the flames, Dumbledore fell silent for a long time. Meanwhile, the green potion in the stone basin began slowly refilling. If the locket were still inside, only a faint glint of gold would be visible now. Let's head back. Remus is likely growing impatient, Dumbledore finally said. The two boarded the small, enchanted boat, which automatically began its return journey. The distant light on the shore grew steadily larger in their view. Wade, do not speak to anyone about the Horcruxes. Yes, Professor. Is the diadem still with you? I'll deliver it to you once we're back at school, Wade replied. But it's already been burned by fiend fire, so it might not yield anything useful. Every spell leaves traces of magic, Dumbledore said. I suppose you found something unusual at the Gaunt house as well? Aside from Mikhail. A ring, Professor, Wade admitted. But I believe it's better if I keep it in my possession. Dumbledore paused, his expression briefly startled. His eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, it seemed he wanted to say something. But when he met Wade's bright gray eyes, he swallowed his words. All right, if you say so. I trust you have your reasons. Dumbledore murmured, his fingers trembling slightly before he clasped them tightly together. The boat bumped against the shore with a soft thud. Lupin reached out, pulling Wade onto the shore. He gave him a quick once-over with his eyes, and upon seeing that both of them were unharmed, he exhaled in relief. You were gone for quite some time. Did you find anything? Yes, some rather significant findings. Dumbledore glanced briefly at Sirius, who stood not far away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the golden locket. Professor, Remus, Wade suddenly said, I'd like to return to school now, if that's all right. Lupin looked surprised. Is something urgent? No, not exactly. Wade hesitated, then glanced at Dumbledore. Maybe Fawkes could bring Harry over. When Sirius learns the truth, would he be overwhelmed with grief for Regulus? Wade guessed he would. Sirius, a true Gryffindor, was a man of intense and pure emotions. When he hated someone, he wished them dead. When he cared for someone, he would go to any lengths for them. But Wade didn't want to witness that scene. He didn't want to see a man at his most vulnerable and broken. For offering comfort, Lupin or Harry would be far more suitable than him. But Dumbledore shook his head. No, if Harry is here, he would force himself to appear strong. But today, Sirius needs an environment where he is allowed to be weak. I understand, Wade replied. Without any visible action from Dumbledore, Fawkes suddenly appeared. It landed on Wade's shoulder, and with a beat of its wings, a few feathers floated to the ground. Wade caught one reflexively and then said farewell to Lupin. Professor Dumbledore will explain everything, Remus. If you need help, I'm always available. All right, thank you, Lupin said, still bewildered. He watched as Wade and Fawkes vanished in a blaze of gold and crimson light. Dash. A flash of fire later, Wade found himself back at school. More precisely, in Dumbledore's office. Fawkes landed sluggishly on its gilded perch, and looked unusually fatigued. It let out a faint, strained cry, and its eyes were listless. Softly, Wade asked, You're about to undergo your rebirth, aren't you? Fawkes didn't respond. It tilted its head back, and suddenly its entire body ignited in flames. With a sharp, piercing screech, the phoenix collapsed into a pile of grey ash that scattered to the floor. The sound seemed to rouse the slumbering portraits of former headmasters. Around the office, several of them stirred. A gaunt, stern-looking headmaster shouted, Hey, student. How did you get in here? This is the headmaster's office. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. You'd better leave immediately. The other portraits nodded in agreement. And why do you think I'm here? Wade retorted. Obviously, it's because Dumbledore allowed it. What other reason could there be? Hearing this, the other headmasters burst into laughter, jeering at the gaunt headmaster and mocking his lack of sense. Clearly, this particular portrait was highly irritating. Wade glanced at the name on the frame, Phineas Sirius Black. The most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history and the great-great-grandfather of both Sirius and Regulus Black. Wade sat cross-legged next to the pile of ashes, waiting for Fawkes to be reborn. Phineas squinted his narrow eyes at him with curiosity. Dumbledore says you're the most exceptional Ravenclaw student of the past century. Is that true? What grand achievements have you accomplished? His tone was flippant and arrogant. Wade raised an eyebrow and turned his head slightly to look at him. Phineas's previously lazy expression immediately shifted. He frowned, and said dissatisfiedly, Why does it feel like you're pitying me? Why would he? Another portrait, a female headmistress, interjected. Phineas, stop giving the student a hard time. But Phineas stepped into the adjacent portrait, shoving the older headmaster depicted there aside. Really? The elderly headmaster huffed indignantly as he adjusted his hat. Phineas moved to a portrait directly opposite Wade and leaned on the frame, and asked, Your little outing today, it wouldn't have anything to do with my useless great-grandson, would it? Wade answered calmly, No, it's about another one. What? Phineas looked confused. Regulus Black, Wade said. We found his body. Regulus. The flippant expression vanished from Phineas's face, replaced by silence. The other portraits also fell quiet. They collectively seemed to hold their breath if they could breathe at all and said nothing. Suddenly, the pile of ashes shifted. A small, wrinkled chick poked its head out. The newborn phoenix, bald and entirely unremarkable in appearance, shuffled its frail, skeletal wings, and explored its surroundings in the ashes. Wade couldn't help but wonder, does this phoenix retain its previous memories? Is it still the same phoenix as before? How should I take care of it? He asked the surrounding portraits. Does it need to eat something? After a pause, one of the older portraits spoke up. Dumbledore anticipated its rebirth and prepared accordingly. See that green crystal vial on the cabinet? Just feed it 3 drops of the potion inside. Following the instructions, Wade located the vial. It was placed beside Fox's golden stand, easy to spot. He uncorked the vial and caught a faint scent of bamboo leaves. He paused for a moment before carefully feeding 3 drops of the potion to the tiny chick. Like all newly hatched birds, it opened its beak wide to receive the food, as if its stomach was a bottomless pit. Wade only fed it 3 drops. Although the chick was still chirping eagerly, he put the vial back. Phineas watched him finish before slowly asking, "Regulus, how did he die?" "He died for his inner sense of justice and belief," Wade said. "He gave his life to give others a chance to defeat Voldemort." After a moment, Phineas let out a few harsh, mocking laughs. "Sounds like he's not much of a Black. More like a foolish Gryffindor." No sooner had he finished speaking than Phineas stomped off from the portrait, leaving nothing but blank space in the frame. Wade didn't linger either. He took out the box containing the diadem from his bag after deciding to invite Dumbledore to the cave. He had borrowed the diadem from the Room of Requirement again, and this time, Barnabas hadn't stopped him. Wade placed the diadem on an empty table and said to the portrait beside him, "This is for Professor Dumbledore. Please let him know when he returns." "Understood," the portrait replied. Another headmaster in a nearby portrait muttered in dissatisfaction, "These students nowadays, giving orders to the headmasters." Wade ignored him. He opened the door and stepped out of the headmaster's office. It was already evening, and students returning from Hogsmeade Village were trickling back. Wade stood at a height and easily spotted 2 students hiding in a corner, pressed closely together. The girl was giggling, while the boy leaned in to kiss her cheek. Those 2 were Michael and Padma. Padma was quite shy, but Michael seemed entirely at ease, like a seasoned charmer. He moved like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, getting close, touching, pulling back slightly, whispering a few words, then leaning in again. They were close, perfectly in tune with one another. Wade couldn't help but smile, then found himself thinking that these kids were a bit too mature. In his mind, he still considered everyone around him to be like 6th grade elementary school students. He knew some people called him old-fashioned behind his back, but he didn't mind. Wade walked down the spiral staircase, thinking about the events of the day. His candid conversation with Dumbledore, the Inferi, and the 2 Black brothers. And the Phoenix's rebirth. Although Phoenixes in this magical world are not as powerful and all-knowing as the legends, their tears can heal most injuries, including bites from the basilisk's fangs, and their feathers have various wonderful uses. Wade planned to first brew a few bottles of healing potions, while the rest could be used for alchemy. He was grateful for Fawkes' generosity, as he had given him enough feathers. "Mr. Gray. Wade Gray." As Wade was heading back to the Room of Requirement along the corridor, he suddenly heard a thin voice calling his name. He turned around and saw it was Maggie. Maggie was a house elf skilled in cooking, and also responsible for cleaning the Slytherin common room and dormitories. "Maggie." Wade walked over and squatted down. "What do you want to tell me?" Wade Gray still doesn't know. Something happened in Slytherin today. Maggie wants to tell him. Maggie clutched its hands, as if ashamed for revealing information about the house. However, since Wade was also a Hogwarts student and technically its master, Maggie wasn't embarrassed enough to punish itself. "What do you want to tell me, Maggie?" Wade asked gently. In the evening, there weren't many Slytherin students around. Most of them went to Hogsmeade. The house elf looked up and said in a thin voice. 2 fat students suddenly attacked others. Their magic wasn't very good, and they accidentally conjured up a cow, almost breaking their ribs. Did they get the levitation spell wrong? Wade furrowed his brow. Isn't that a very rare magic effect? Ever since Professor Flitwick mentioned the unfortunate wizard who nearly got crushed by a cow, there had always been some young wizards who didn't believe it and secretly tried it, but such an effect would rarely appear even in 10 attempts. Even if they mispronounced the spell, their magic wouldn't be strong enough to support such a massive translocation. The house elf shook its head. Maggie doesn't understand how it happened, but Maggie also noticed some strange things. It suddenly stopped talking, and looked around as if worried someone might be eavesdropping. Then, it leaned closer to Wade and whispered, "Someone is secretly practicing dark magic, and there's another house elf from outside in their dormitory." Draco Malfoy's recent days have been difficult. In fact, the signs of this started last semester. Ever since he attempted to ambush Ravenclaw's Wade Grey with some help, only to be nearly scared into tears by a swarm of bugs, some people have been less willing to side with him. By this semester, Draco felt he hadn't really done anything wrong, but one by one, his friends began to drift away. Even Crabbe and Goyle, those 2 fools, started publicly turning against him. The Quidditch team had been going fairly well because his father donated a batch of broomsticks, so the others had been trying to please him. But as a seeker, he lost to Gryffindor in the match. Especially when, the golden snitch was right next to him, and he did nothing, allowing Harry Potter to seize the opportunity and catch it. Draco felt wronged. Because Potter had cunningly feigned an attempt to knock him off his broom, distracting him just enough that he didn't notice the snitch's location. However, his teammates did not accept his explanation. Flint even mocked, "That snitch almost flew right up under your nose. What else does it need to do to get your attention?" Montague and other team members all laughed. Derek said, "A good seeker needs not only a good broom, but also a good pair of eyes. Isn't that right, Draco?" Malfoy used to think that Harry Potter was probably the most annoying person in the world, simply because he ignored his attempts to get on his good side and even mocked him. But when Draco truly faced others' malice, he realized those little contradictions were nothing compared to this. Draco slammed the book shut, and the pages made a sound like a scream. The title Magic Mist Evil on the cover slowly turned red, and even oozed blood. He habitually wiped the blood off his fingertips, and no longer recoiled with disgust like he had the first time. So, you got the wrong target, he said to the person next to him. I used to hate Potter, that's true. But now, compared to Potter, I'd rather give Crabbe and Goyle a lesson. Behind him stood his house elf, Dobby. The elf was wearing a ragged, dirty pillowcase, with large ears that seemed recently burned, and his forehead and thin arms were covered in scars. Dobby bent down and said in his high-pitched squeaking voice, Dobby doesn't understand why Master Malfoy is unhappy that Dobby attacked Harry Potter, but Master asked Dobby to help Master Malfoy. Humph. Draco grumbled unhappily. If my father really wants to help me, he should take back the broomsticks he sponsored for the team. Dobby blinked his tennis ball-sized eyes and said pitifully, Master thinks that cannot be done. Master believes it would harm the Malfoy family's reputation. Forget it. Anyway, I've gotten my revenge. Draco smugly patted Magic Mist Evil and loudly declared, Did you see that? I only learned a couple of spells, and I had those guys running in circles. They still have no idea what happened. He pushed the photos of the other people in the dorm off the table, stepped on them a few times, adjusted his collar, and cast a contemptuous glance at the house elf who had its head hanging low. I should go visit my injured roommates? You clean this up, don't go outside and get caught, and don't let me see you. Draco put away his wand, hid the spellbook, then slammed the door and left. As soon as he entered the common room and saw the others, Draco's expression darkened. Without saying a word, he passed through the doorway and headed to the infirmary. Today, several of his roommates had been sent there. Crabbe and Goyle had attacked others, but they didn't know the shield charm and were knocked out by other students' counter spells, leaving them with bloody heads. Thinking about the miserable state of his roommates, Draco's mood of being excluded recently improved a little. In the dormitory, Dobby watched Draco leave, almost eagerly walking to the door and reaching for the handle. Then his hand started to tremble. Don't go outside. Draco's casual words were an unbreakable command to Dobby. Dobby quickly withdrew his hand, then suddenly slammed his head against the wall. Bad Dobby? Bad Dobby? Trying to disobey Master's orders? Bad Dobby. After slamming his head a few times, he seemed to feel a bit better, and with his buzzing head, he swayed as he turned to start cleaning up. The photos were returned to their proper places, followed by the ruined curtains, bed sheets, pillows, and wardrobe. Today, there were no other students in the dormitory. Draco had vented his pent-up anger, and wrecked the place completely. Luckily, he hadn't used dark magic in this space, so cleaning up wasn't too difficult for Dobby. Dobby didn't spend much time on his work. He covered his growling stomach, glanced at the snacks on the table, but still didn't dare to sneak a bite. Draco hadn't intended for him to go hungry. The young master hadn't even considered the need to prepare food for his own slave, as he never had to worry about such trivial matters at home. Earlier, Dobby had stolen scurvy grass from the Malfoy family's warehouse. He didn't cover his tracks properly, and as a result, it was exposed that he had attacked Harry Potter in the maze. Of course, no one would have thought that Dobby did this to protect the victim who almost died. The Malfoy father and son naturally believed that Dobby must have heard Draco repeatedly complaining about Potter and his friends over the summer, so he took it upon himself to seek revenge for his master. Lucius Malfoy punished Dobby for acting without permission, but both Lucius and Draco believed Dobby to be very loyal and full of initiative. As a result, when Draco later complained to his father about being bullied by his classmates, Lucius sent Dobby to Hogwarts to protect his son. Lucius, being a school governor of Hogwarts, had his house elf bypass the school's protective enchantments and enter the castle, which was like a fortress. However, since arriving at Hogwarts, Dobby's actions had been greatly restricted. His master ordered him not to leave the dormitory casually, and whenever he went out to do something, he was to return immediately, without being seen by anyone or any other house elves. At the same time, Draco ordered the castle's house elves not to enter his dormitory or touch any of his personal belongings. Dobby, of course, was considered one of his personal belongings. Dobby took care of all the cleaning in the dormitory, and no one else noticed. The other house elves in the castle naturally noticed the change, but Lucius had told him that house elves would never report such a small change to the school authorities. They were tools of the castle, tasked only with cleaning, preparing food, and obeying orders. They had no authority to gather information, monitor students, or maintain order. Draco, while hiding Dobby, wasn't worried at all. He looked at the professors and others who knew nothing about it, and even felt a sense of superiority. What's the point of all those school rules? Draco thought smugly. As long as I want, the school is no match for me. Those professors are all fools. He had no idea that among the seemingly naive and eager to please house elves in the castle, more than one actually wanted to do something on their own. The student won't let Maggie clean the dormitory, but Maggie overheard. Maggie said, showing his big ears. Maggie has the best hearing, and can hear from far away. Thank you, Maggie, Wade said. I'll find a way to meet that house elf. Wade Grey, be careful, Maggie said seriously. That house elf is very powerful, stronger than Maggie. I'll be careful, Wade thought for a moment and asked, Maggie, of all the house elves in the castle, whose magic is the strongest? Of course, it's Ralph, Maggie said. Ralph. He is over 160 years old, the oldest and the strongest, Maggie explained. He tells us what to do. Wade understood. That Ralph is probably the leader of all the house elves? He must be the one assigning tasks to the house elves, and maybe even responsible for teaching them. 160 years old, older than Dumbledore. Although house elves can live up to 200 years, in reality, there aren't many that live that long. Some house elves, as they get older, are considered by their masters to be no longer capable of providing quality service, and are thus ordered to end their lives prematurely. For example, in the former Black family, most house elves' lifespans and magical abilities are affected because they haven't been treated well since birth. A 160-year-old Ralph, Wade was quite interested in talking to him. That house elf must have witnessed many events that could be considered historical. The next day, the fight among Slytherin students spread throughout the school. Everyone was surprised because Slytherin was usually known for its unity, second only to Hufflepuff. In contrast, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw often had internal conflicts. Of course, this wasn't because the Slytherins were all friendly and united, but because they were really good at covering things up. Even if they were fighting fiercely in the common room, they wouldn't show it outside the house. This gave the impression that the Slytherins were always in it together, supporting each other. So when this rare event occurred, students from the other three houses couldn't contain their curiosity. Groups of them rushed to the hospital wing, claiming to have headaches, coughs, insomnia, or anxiety, but their real purpose was to catch a glimpse of the few Slytherins lying in the beds. Most of the second-year Slytherin boys were in there, and even 2 first-years were involved. Outside the ward, Gryffindors were laughing loudly as they claimed to be dizzy, making it hard for anyone to miss them. The Slytherins' faces were hard to read as the chaotic crowd came and went. They had drawn the curtains around their beds, but even though the Gryffindors were just watching the curtains, they seemed to take great pleasure in it. After class, Draco came to visit his roommates, intending to take some amusement from their miserable state. However, before he could even reach the hospital door, he encountered several Gryffindors, arm in arm, laughing loudly as they walked down the corridor. Draco's face immediately darkened. Then, he stood at a distance and watched the students who found excuses to sneak into the hospital wing, until they were finally chased away by the increasingly intolerant Madame Pomfrey. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Did you see that, Draco? Sixth year Folly whispered. Do you know why we Slytherins need to stick together? Because if we fall apart, our enemies will just look down on us and laugh loudly, no one will sympathize, and no one will offer a hand. What do you mean? Draco frowned. Next to him, Yaxley said coldly, when you hurt your own companions, you think you've gained a brief, vengeful satisfaction. Folly continued, but when you look back, you'll realize you're just one of the ones being laughed at and despised. Because you're a Slytherin. Because we are Slytherins. Admit it, Draco. We come from Slytherin, and in the eyes of many, that's an original sin. Even though the Sorting Hat made the choice for us, in these 7 years at school, and throughout our future lives, no one will raise their voice about the injustice we face. Slytherins are born bad, haven't you heard that before? To restore the honor of Slytherin, to restore the glory of pure-blood wizards, we can't afford petty fights and infighting. We must unite and fight for the rights we deserve. Folly and the other students exchanged looks, and Draco had forgotten the words he intended to say. His heart wavered with the force of their words, and finally, he couldn't help but ask. So, what should we do? The others exchanged glances, someone smiled, and nodded. Come with me, Draco. Folly clapped a hand on Draco's shoulder and said as they walked, to face the harsh reality, we like-minded people have formed a club, and I think you might be interested in joining. The two spoke quietly, and with the crowd of Slytherin students surrounding them, they walked off into the distance. The corridor immediately became empty. Soon, a figure gradually appeared, as if a magical eraser had been wiped across the wall, revealing him. Wade frowned slightly as he watched the Slytherins disappear around the corner. All right, he muttered to himself. You've only read a series of novels, it's impossible to know everything about this world. The good news was that since Malfoy was taken to join some club, he probably wouldn't return to the dormitory anytime soon, which was perfect timing for Wade to go see Dobby. With this thought, Wade walked down the corridor for a while and then suddenly called out, Maggie. From behind a nearby pillar, a small figure appeared. Maggie peeked out at him and whispered, I'm here, Wade Grey. Please listen to what they're saying, all right? Wade asked. This isn't an order, if it will make you uncomfortable, then forget it. Maggie softly asked, is Wade Grey worried they are up to something bad? Wade replied, how did the first Death Eaters get recruited by Voldemort? The mention of that name made Maggie shiver, and he immediately bowed. Maggie understands, Wade Grey. Wade followed a group of Slytherin students, and headed underground. He wasn't very familiar with this group, but he knew they were 4th years. I can't believe those two dimwits, Crabbe and Goyle, could pull something like this off, a girl said. I thought they couldn't even manage a Lumos spell. A boy replied, their practical skills are actually not bad. They both passed their exams last term. At least they're better than Flint. At this, the group chuckled quietly. Marcus Flint was the captain of the Quidditch team, a tall and burly figure. However, while his Quidditch skills were commendable, his performance in every other subject was abysmal. In his owls, Flint barely managed to scrape a passing grade in charms, which allowed him to continue the subject. Now that he was in his 7th year, Professor Flitwick had explicitly warned him that his mediocre skills made it highly unlikely he'd pass his NEWTS. The professor suggested that Flint devote more time to his studies. But the greater the pressure, the more Flint buried himself in Quidditch, the one thing that gave him a sense of accomplishment. At this rate, failing the year seemed inevitable. In the past, when Slytherins called someone dumb, they'd say, "You've got the brain of a Hufflepuff." But now, they'd joke, "Are you turning into Flint?" That joke, however, hadn't spread beyond the Slytherin common room. After laughing for a bit, they stopped in front of a damp, empty stone wall. "Pure blood," the leading boy said. The hidden stone door slowly opened. The group filed in one by one, and the last girl couldn't help but glance back. The stone door closed slowly under her gaze. The girl felt that the door seemed to close a bit more slowly than usual today, but as she wasn't very time sensitive, she wasn't sure. "Come over and sit, Peggy," her companion called out. The girl walked over and sat on the sofa. "What plans do you have for the holidays?" another student next to her asked. The group began chatting about assignments, holidays, and love triangles. Wade, still under the disillusionment charm, observed his surroundings carefully. The Slytherin common room was located underground and had not been expanded using the undetectable extension charm, making it feel long and low. The walls and ceiling were made of rough stone, giving the space the appearance of a dungeon rather than a common room. Circular chandeliers emitted a green light, which only added to the room's gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Students had to light candles just to complete their homework. However, the fireplace and furniture in the common room were exquisitely crafted, with intricate and delicate carvings that seemed out of place in such a setting. Through the narrow windows, one could vaguely see the dark green waters of the Black Lake outside. On sunny days, it might have been possible to catch a glimpse of the vibrant creatures in the lake, but today the view was nothing but pitch-black darkness. Wade paused for a moment to observe, and felt a faint tugging sensation at his fingertips. He followed the pull down a similarly dark and damp stone corridor. On either side of the corridor were tightly shut wooden doors, making the place resemble a prison. The oppressive environment was unpleasant even for Slytherin students, so the corridor was deserted, making it feel even more deathly silent. Maggie, who was also in an invisibility mode, led Wade to a stop in front of one of the wooden doors and whispered, "This is the dormitory. Maggie is not allowed to enter." Wade asked, "Is he still inside?" "Yes," Maggie replied. Wade tapped the door lock with his wand, and with a soft click, the lock opened. He pushed the door and stepped inside. Having just finished tidying up the room, Dobby was lying under the bed and enduring his hunger. Dobby couldn't help but miss Crabbe and Goyle. Though his current master despised them, if those two were around, there would always be food scattered around the dormitory. Even if some of it disappeared, they would never notice. Dobby estimated the time and figured his master would be back soon, so he followed the "don't let me see you" order and hid himself. But the dormitory was small, and hiding spots were limited. Dobby couldn't shrink himself and squeeze into a jar, so under the bed was the best option. At least it was spacious enough that he didn't have to contort himself. He counted the seconds, waiting for the long day to pass. Suddenly, he heard the door open. Thinking it was his master, he froze. But then, hearing the footsteps, he realized something was off. Still, he didn't dare expose himself and stayed under the bed, and was unwilling to investigate. However, the intruder had no intention of letting him remain hidden. A pair of black shoes stopped briefly at the door before heading straight for the bed where he was hiding and then came to a stop. Someone crouched down and pulled back the bed curtain. "Hello, Dobby." Dobby's eyes widened in shock. He tried to jump up, only to hit his head against the underside of the bed with a loud thud. The pain brought tears to his eyes. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." The person stepped back a couple of paces, giving Dobby some space, and said, "What are you doing hiding under the bed? Come on out." Dobby hesitated for a moment before crawling out from under the bed. He stood awkwardly by the bed, pressed close to the green curtain hanging from the ceiling, as if it offered some sense of security. Of course, he recognized the student standing before him. Over the summer, Dobby had caused Harry Potter a lot of trouble while trying to get him expelled from Hogwarts, which had led to Harry being locked up by his Muggle relatives. It was this student, along with another adult wizard, who had rescued Harry Potter. Dobby had since snuck into Hogwarts several times and was looking for opportunities to get Harry to leave the school, and he often saw this student with Harry. Even earlier, Dobby had heard his name mentioned by both his master and young master, Wade Grey. Despite his young age, he was known for his many inventions, the favorite student of alchemist Murray, and someone even Dumbledore held in high regard. Dobby's young master, Draco Malfoy, didn't like Wade, but even he couldn't resist buying Wade's invention, the Book of Friends. Draco had secretly bought over a dozen sets, and collected various rare limited editions. Draco also purchased entire sets of soft light badges at once, and changed them daily to match his mood. Dobby's master and mistress were no different, though they bought even more. For the appearance-conscious wizarding aristocracy, going out without wearing a badge that reflected their status was as embarrassing as being improperly dressed. The difference was that the Malfoys didn't secretly use the inventions while cursing their creator. But why is Wade Grey sneaking into this dormitory? Dobby fidgeted uneasily and stole a glance at him. "I've heard about you from Harry, Dobby," Wade said gently. "So, you're the Malfoy family's house elf?" Were your actions instructed by your master? Of course not. Dobby became agitated at the question. Dobby wants to protect Harry Potter? Someone is plotting a terrible scheme at Hogwarts, and before it happens, Harry Potter must not stay here. Harry Potter must go home. Wade Grey shouldn't stop Dobby. Wade knew that this house elf, Dobby, could be rather stubborn. So instead of arguing about Harry Potter's safety, he asked, I heard from Harry that you want to be free. Dobby's previously excited expression froze. Slowly, he lowered his arms, and his large eyes darted nervously as he stared at Wade in fear. Don't be afraid. I won't tell the Malfoys, Wade said seriously. What I mean is, if you truly desire freedom, I can help you. Help Dobby. Dobby sniffled, and his voice trembled. Why, sir? Dobby is just a slave. Dobby doesn't know you, and you don't know Dobby. Why? Wade chuckled softly and said, perhaps because you're the first house elf I've ever met who longs for freedom. Tell me, do you want to be free? Do you want me to help you? Dobby clutched his old pillowcase cloth tightly, and his body trembled slightly. Even his gaze seemed to shake. After a long pause, he finally closed his eyes and exclaimed loudly, yes. Dobby longs for freedom. Dobby wants to leave their house forever. After speaking, Dobby seemed startled by his own voice. He froze for a moment before cautiously and fearfully adding, but, Master will never give Dobby freedom? Everyone in their family is so careful, they wouldn't even hand Dobby a single sock. The conditions for a house elf to gain freedom were both simple and challenging. A house elf would be freed if their master gave them clothes. However, discarded clothes thrown on the floor, into a laundry basket, or merely handed over to be washed did not count. The clothing had to be explicitly given to the elf to keep or as a gift, accompanied by the master's clear intent. A wizard's inner thoughts determined the direction of the magic. Don't worry about that. I'll figure something out, Wade assured him. Do you trust me? Dobby looked up at him and stared for a long moment before saying, yes, I trust you. This is the first wizard to ever crouch down and speak to Dobby. How could Dobby not trust him? Wade smiled and said, then, until that time comes, please be patient. It shouldn't be much longer. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud rumbling noise suddenly interrupted him. Wade blinked in surprise. Dobby, looking pitiful, clutched his stomach. Wade glanced at the candies and fancy pastries placed on the table and quickly understood the situation. Raising his voice to a normal volume, he said, Maggie, could you bring us some food? With a soft pop, a round tray appeared on the floor. On the tray were bread, roasted potatoes, fried sausages, and a large bottle of tea. Thank you, Maggie, Wade said as he slid the tray toward Dobby. Hurry and eat, Malfoy might return soon. And by the way, Maggie is the house elf in charge of the Slytherin common room. While your master doesn't allow him into the dormitory, if you ever need help, you can ask Maggie, or have him pass a message to me. He'll hear it. Dobby stared at him in a daze, his lips trembled. He neither spoke nor touched the steaming food. Well then, I'll take my leave. Wade stood up, smiled, and said, goodbye, Dobby. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be a free elf. He tapped his wand to his forehead and disappeared from the room. Dobby heard faint footsteps exiting the dormitory. The wooden door closed, and the sound gradually faded away. Wade Grey plans to help that house elf gain freedom. As Wade left the Slytherin common room and walked down an empty corridor, Maggie appeared by his side and asked softly. Yes, Wade replied. You saw it yourself. His master treats him cruelly. I don't like him, Maggie said after a pause. He's odd like an outcast. Because he pursues freedom? Wade asked. He betrayed his master. Maggie thought for a moment and felt his earlier statement was imprecise, so he clarified. He pretends to obey his master's orders while secretly defying them. No one will accept a house elf like that. He'll end up a homeless spirit, wandering until he dies. I will, Wade said calmly. I won't help him escape his current situation unless I've prepared a better life for him. Maggie was taken aback. He looked at Wade and repeated emphatically, Dobby is a bad elf who betrays his master. Do you think he's wrong? Wade asked. Of course. That's what Maggie thought, but as he blinked and opened his mouth, he couldn't bring himself to say those simple words. While he hadn't witnessed it himself, Maggie had often overheard how Draco Malfoy treated Dobby. Dobby often cruelly punished himself, and sometimes even burned his fingers with an iron or put his ears into the oven. Late at night, he would find discarded old clothes, tear them into strips, and use them as bandages for his wounds. Maggie was a bit confused. Wade didn't press him for an immediate response and instead asked, did he eat the food you sent him? He's crying. Maggie said. Crying so loudly, it's awful. Help him, will you, Maggie? Wade said gently. Bring him food every day. I left burn salve and white moss ointment in the umbrella room. Take a couple of bottles and give them to him. All right, Maggie replied, somewhat reluctantly. Since Wade Grey says so, Maggie can help him. But Maggie is not like him. Maggie spoke seriously. Maggie will never betray. Of course, I know, Wade said. He thought to himself that Malfoy might not entirely agree with that statement. In Maggie's mind, however, Malfoy and the other Slytherin students likely only counted as people he served, not those he truly pledged loyalty to. Maggie's sense of self-awareness wasn't much weaker than Dobby's, though he hadn't realized it yet. Life at Hogwarts was relatively peaceful and happy for the house elves who lived there, making it difficult for any extreme rebellious thoughts to emerge. If Maggie and Dobby were to switch places, Maggie's actions might be even more drastic, just like Creaker from the Black family. He might actively seek ways to harm his master. As Wade thought about Draco Malfoy, Maggie mentioned him too. He joined that club called the Necromancer Society. He asked them if the president was a Death Eater. They said no. They also gave him a ring that can send simple messages, saying that. Maggie glanced at Wade, saying that it was inspired by your Book of Friends. I see, Wade replied, unsurprised. The Book of Friends provided wizards with convenience, and that convenience wasn't limited to friends or ordinary people. Evil individuals would inevitably find ways to exploit it as well. After all, it is a double-edged sword. The Christmas holidays have arrived. Technically, though, there was still a week left before Christmas when the break began. The day before the holidays started, Wade received a funeral invitation from the Black family. Sirius doesn't plan on inviting too many people, Lupin informed them. But he wants it to be formal. He believes Regulus deserves a dignified funeral. After discussing it with his parents, Wade decided to stay and attend the funeral before heading home. Fred and Fiona supported his decision. Aside from Wade, Harry also invited the entire Weasley family still at school to the Black House. Their parents planned to visit their other son, Bill, during the break, leaving the younger children at school. But the Weasleys figured it was better to go on an adventure with Harry than stay at the school they had grown tired of. Percy apparently wanted to stay behind, but the twins snatched his stay form and refused to let him stay at Hogwarts alone. Additionally, most of the Umbrella Room group accepted Harry's invitation, though Padma's parents insisted she return home with her sister. I really wish I could go with you, I truly do, Padma apologized. But my aunt and cousin are visiting us, and my parents just. Well, you know how it is. To them, family gatherings are always more important. Don't worry, Michael immediately reassured her. I'll tell you everything we discover each day. Padma gave him a smile. Theo gave a loud, deliberate cough. The pair still seemed to think no one had noticed the change in their relationship, but aside from Harry, everyone had. On the last day of term, the students still had to board the train to leave school. The carriages pulled by Thestrals took them to the station. Partway through the journey, Hagrid gave a shout, and a few of the carriages came to a halt. They were now in Hogsmeade Village, where Lupin was waiting by the roadside. Wade and the others hopped off the carriages, and greeted Lupin warmly. Percy and Ginny, who were meeting him for the first time, stood together a little shyly. Welcome, Lupin said with a gentle smile. Harry. Hagrid, who was sitting alone in one of the carriages, stuck his head out and called loudly. Enjoy your holiday, and I'll see you at the Black House in a few days. All right. Harry, noticing the curious stares of other students, quickly responded with a slightly bewildered look. He still didn't know about the funeral. Goodbye, children. Goodbye, Remus. Give my regards to Sirius. Hagrid waved his arm as the carriages began to depart. Come with me, Lupin said, leading the group toward his house. Remus, are we going to the Black ancestral home? Harry asked eagerly. What about Sirius? Isn't he there? He had thought he'd see his godfather as soon as they got off the carriage. Sirius, well, he's not doing very well. Lupin said with a worried expression. The condition of the Black ancestral home is worse than we expected, and it's not really livable at the moment. For tonight, you'll have to stay at my house. It's not very big, so things might be a bit cramped. What's wrong with Sirius? Harry asked quickly. Lupin hesitated and exchanged a glance with Wade. His look seemed to say, you didn't tell Harry. I thought you would. Wade deflected the responsibility back without hesitation. As they walked, Lupin began recounting Regulus's story. Of course, he left out any mention of Horcruxes. The children didn't know who Regulus was, and most of them were only familiar with Sirius's name from the newspapers. But hearing the story of these two brothers, anyone could feel the weight and sorrow in their experiences. For over a decade, both brothers had fought against Voldemort in their own ways. One ended up imprisoned in the world's most terrifying jail, and the other lay submerged in a cold lake. The one thing they had in common? Both bore the weight of disgrace. What kind of cruel cosmic joke is this? No one spoke for a long time. After a while, Harry said, I want to be with Sirius. He shouldn't be alone right now. Where is he? At the Black ancestral home, Lupin replied. But didn't you say that place is unfit to live in? It is. That house is in terrible shape? Ever since Sirius's mother passed away, no one has cared for it. There's even a house elf there who seems determined to oppose us. Sirius has been working hard to clean it up, trying to prepare it for a proper funeral for his brother. I can help, Harry said immediately. But, we'll help too, Ryan said. When Harry invited us, didn't he say he wanted help cleaning up? That's why we're here. Harry blushed a little, not expecting it to actually involve so much work. Everyone burst into laughter, even Percy, who was usually serious, couldn't help but smile. Fred joked, haha, my mum's always wanted a house elf. I'm curious to see what kind of creature causes trouble for its owner. I came here just to see what an ancient wizarding family home is like. Honestly, the creepier and more haunted it is, the better, Michael said while looking around excitedly, and made no attempt to hide his enthusiasm. Theo gave a simple nod and said, more people means faster work. Hermione added, we're not the type to just sit around in comfort and back off at the first sign of trouble. Oh, honestly, Ron smacked his forehead, my mum's been making me do chores since I was 3 years old. I'm a seasoned pro. Everyone chimed in enthusiastically, and expressed their willingness to help, and they did not mind a bit of hard work. Their pure and sincere kindness was so genuine that even Lupin couldn't help but smile warmly. All right, then, let's head over. Just don't regret it when you see the Black Ancestral Home. At this time, the Black Ancestral Home had not yet become the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix and therefore wasn't protected by the Fidelio's charm. While generations of the Black family had cast powerful magic to conceal it from muggles and wizards alike, it didn't stop Sirius from connecting it to the Floo network. One by one, the group threw Floo powder into the fireplace and clearly enunciated, 12, Grimmauld Place before disappearing into the green flames. Wade lingered at the back. Before stepping into the fireplace, he turned to ask, Remus, where is Regulus's body? In the house next door to Sirius's, Lupin replied. Sirius wants to bring him back once the funeral venue is ready. Wade nodded slightly but remarked, I think it would be better to bring him back now. To Sirius, the Black Ancestral Home might be a detestable place, but to Regulus, it must have been the home he longed for in his heart. Wade's words left Lupin in silence. Sirius had been in immense pain recently. Unlike the sorrow of losing a close friend, this was a different kind of torment, finally getting to know his brother, truly, years after his death. Seeing his friend's expression, Lupin often felt that Sirius might have preferred to have died in Azkaban. Yet Sirius didn't unleash his grief recklessly, and did not even break down in tears. After spending a long time alone in silence, he simply told Lupin that he wanted to hold a funeral for Regulus. What could Lupin say? Seeing the depth of Sirius's pain, Lupin could only do his best to support his requests. But hearing Wade's words, Lupin had to admit they made a lot of sense. What surprised him was that Wade wasn't focusing entirely on Sirius's perspective, as he was, but instead considering things from the viewpoint of the deceased Regulus. And, oddly enough, such an argument would probably resonate more with Sirius in his current state. After a moment of contemplation, Lupin said, I'll ask Sirius what he thinks. If he agrees, we'll bring Regulus home. Sirius, of course, would not disagree. It was as if those words had come directly from Regulus himself. How could Sirius refuse? To transport Regulus's remains, they couldn't exactly shove the coffin into the Floo network or carry it via apparition. So, Lupin had to make another trip to borrow a carriage from Hagrid. By this time, the students had all left on the train, so Hagrid, having sent the Thestrals back to the school, brought a carriage to Sirius's house. Lupin cast an extension charm on the carriage, while Hagrid carefully cradled the coffin in his massive arms and placed it gently onto the wooden boards of the carriage. With a deep thud, the coffin settled into place, the sound low and heavy. Tears welled up in Hagrid's eyes, and soon they were dripping onto the edge of the carriage. Regulus. I never liked him before. I thought he was just another one of those evil Slytherins. Hagrid choked on his words, pulled out his enormous handkerchief to wipe his eyes and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know he was such a good person. If only I'd invited him for a drink back when he was still at school. Lupin gave a faint, bitter smile, and his expression was also tinged with sorrow. He didn't say it, but even if Hagrid had extended an invitation at the time, the proud heir of the Black family likely wouldn't have bothered with the gamekeeper. He just thought about how he had never really taken the time to look at that boy properly. Regulus was the younger brother of his close friend, yet in their eyes, he had always been defined more by the symbol of Slytherin. At the same time, Lupin couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Envious of Hagrid for being able to express his sorrow so openly. If only Sirius could cry like that, maybe things would be a little easier for him? Lupin didn't say much more. He let Wade climb into the carriage and joined him, then said, Thank you, Hagrid. We're leaving now. Hagrid nodded, and his eyes were red as he waved goodbye. Don't worry about Ari and Lewis, once you get to the destination, they'll fly back on their own. All right, I understand, Lupin said. Wade also said goodbye to Hagrid. Lupin tapped the carriage with his wand, and the entire carriage, along with its occupants, became invisible. The Thestrals spread their bat-like wings and lifted the carriage into the air. The cold wind of winter cut sharply through the heights, and Wade quickly waved his wand several times. A hemispherical shield appeared above the carriage, blocking the wind. Well done, Wade. Lupin praised him, one hand resting on the coffin, the other holding the reins to steer. The Thestrals were very intelligent. With a slight tug on the reins, they knew exactly which direction to fly. The carriage flew over fields and villages, past Muggle cities. Wade even saw the Hogwarts Express speeding along the tracks with a trail of white smoke trailing behind it. To cross over a mountain peak, the carriage flew higher and higher, nearing the clouds. Unable to resist, Wade looked up. Large, fluffy clouds were right above him, almost within reach. From this angle, the sky and earth seemed to be inverted, with the clouds appearing like a soft, white bed, beckoning travelers to lie down and rest. Can we fly into the clouds, Remus? Wade asked. Up in the high altitude, even though the magic shield blocked the howling wind, the sound of it still echoed in their ears. Lupin couldn't hear him, so he raised his voice and called, What? Wade had to ask again, louder. We can't fly inside the clouds, we'd be soaked in an instant. Oh. Lupin suddenly noticed the shield around the carriage and understood. He tugged on the reins, and the Thestrals suddenly flapped their wings and plunged into the thick clouds. The view immediately turned to a vast, blinding white. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, and all they could see was the deep and shallow white rushing past. Wade felt as if even his breathing had become quiet. Look. he told himself in his mind. I'm flying in the clouds. It felt like only a few seconds before the carriage broke through the clouds. The thestrals, covered in water droplets and ice crystals, sparkled as they galloped, leaving a trail behind them that looked like a path of stardust as the melting ice scattered in their wake. This wasn't likely the first time Lupin had seen such a scene, so he couldn't fully understand Wade's feelings. He just checked the direction and gave the reins a little shake. The thestrals suddenly dove downward, heading toward a massive city. For the first time in his life, Wade looked at London from this angle. The towering buildings and the bustling traffic reminded him that he was living in London in 1992. It was unfortunate that it was still midday. If it were nighttime, the city lights would surely make the scene even more dazzling. Living at Hogwarts for so long, where there wasn't even a single electric light, often made one feel as though they were living in the Middle Ages. But upon returning home, especially to the Muggle world, one could sharply feel the disconnection from the world. Perhaps that's why many students from Muggle families, after graduation, chose to live in the wizarding world not only because of the statute of secrecy and their identity as wizards, but also because they found it hard to adapt to the rapidly changing world outside. The carriage landed on a patch of grass. Of course, it was covered in snow, so no green could be seen. The magic shield disappeared, and Wade immediately felt the near-zero temperatures outside. He shivered, and gripped the side of the carriage as he jumped down. Lupin thanked the thestrals and, using the levitation charm, moved the coffin off the carriage. The thestrals took 2 steps away, then flapped their wings in unison and lifted the carriage back into the air. With a boom, the surrounding snowflakes scattered like a storm, covering the faces of the 2 people next to the carriage. Wade wiped the snow from his face, blinked, and looked somewhat dazed. Then, he heard a deep, raspy voice from beside him. Thank you for your hard work, Remus, Wade. Leave him to me. Wade turned around and saw Sirius, and almost doubted if he had recognized the right person. He looked as though he had just emerged from Azkaban unkempt, with a scruffy beard and long, tangled hair. His eyes resembled deep wells hidden in a shadowy valley, dark and devoid of light, making him look even more like a ghost. Behind him stood an old building. The intricately carved door was now dilapidated and covered with scratches. The walls were grimy and crumbling, with moss and vines creeping over the stones. The yard was overgrown with weeds, with only a narrow path barely cleared for passage. A garden gnome wearing a pointy hat peeked out from the bushes, and curiously observed the unfamiliar visitors. Hey, Sirius, Lupin said in a deliberately light tone. How are the kids doing? They're fine. Sirius replied emotionlessly. He nodded politely to the 2 of them, then carried the coffin through the front door. Has he been like this recently? Wade lowered his voice only after Sirius was out of sight. Yes. Lupin sighed and said, let's hope he recovers after the funeral. The 2 walked up the broken stone steps. Behind them, the silly gnome suddenly floated into the air, spun around more than a dozen times, and then zoomed away with a whoosh. Seeing Wade glance back, Lupin explained. You have to spin gnomes dizzy and throw them out. That way, they can't find their way back to their burrows. It's the only way to get rid of them. These little creatures love destroying plant roots and always leave gardens in complete disarray. I know. I've read about garden gnomes in books. But... Wade glanced at Lupin, speechless, and asked, Remus, what kind of person do you think I am? Were you worried I'd pity the gnomes? Lupin froze for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. Sorry, I guess my mind's not very clear lately. They crossed the threshold and went inside. The black ancestral home bore an eerie resemblance to the Slytherin common room. The entire building resembled a gloomy cavern, with small, grimy windows covered in cobwebs, keeping sunlight completely out. As a result, the interior was dimly lit, and even during the day, the old-fashioned gas lamps on the walls remained perpetually lit. Wade was sure this was Lupin's doing since Sirius looked like he wanted to bury himself underground and probably didn't care about lighting at all. This house must have once been grand. The walls had once been adorned with exquisite wallpaper, the remnants of luxurious patterns lingered on the carpets, and the ornate chandeliers spiraled intricately, faintly gleaming with traces of golden light. At this moment, the wallpaper was peeling, the carpet was stained, and cobwebs hung from the chandelier. The entire house reeked of decay. Sirius carried the coffin upstairs, seemingly intending to temporarily place Regulus in his former bedroom. Michael and the others, who had been about to come downstairs after hearing the commotion, froze in shock when they saw the coffin. Their eyes widened, and they pressed themselves tightly against the walls, not daring to make a sound. Ginny, who was walking behind them, screamed the moment she saw the coffin. Sorry. Sirius seemed to realize only then that his actions might be inappropriate. He politely said, don't be afraid. He won't bite. However, just as he spoke, 2 long velvet curtains suddenly pulled apart as if yanked violently. Immediately afterward, a horrifying, blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Filth? Wastrel? Disgrace to the family. The wretched spawn I gave birth to. How dare you come back? Why don't you just die? Get out of my house, you half-blood. Werewolf? Mudblood? Trash? Get out of my house. A life-sized portrait of an old woman with sallow and waxy skin and a black hat shrieked hoarsely and hurled insults. Simultaneously, every portrait in the entrance hall seemed to wake up, their ear-splitting screams reverberating through the room. The young witches and wizards were so terrified by the noise that they clutched their ears, as though their souls might fly out of their bodies. Sirius, however, acted as if he couldn't hear a thing. He even managed a stiff smile and said to Ginny, "Miss Weasley, could you please step aside?" Ginny stood frozen, not reacting, until Ron reached out and pulled her aside. "Thank you." Sirius nodded, and then carried the coffin upstairs. Regulus's bedroom was on the 5th floor. Back in the entrance hall, Lupin struggled to pull the curtains shut and then cast a series of stunning spells on the other portraits. Only then did Harry and the others lower their hands and come downstairs. "Wade, you're finally here," said Michael with his face smudged with dirt. He raised a hand in greeting, but his eyes were lifeless. "You should see how much work we've done this morning." Lupin sighed helplessly. "Like I said, this place is uninhabitable for the time being." The young witches and wizards showed regret on their faces, but after all the bold claims they had made earlier, they were too embarrassed to admit, "You were right, let's stop working and go to your house instead. I thought it would just take a few extra cleaning spells." Michael muttered. "We're pretty good at those spells. But this house is resisting our magic," Hermione said hesitantly, and shared her discovery. "It's like it doesn't want to be cleaned. Cleaning spells barely work. We've had to resort to manual cleaning methods. Because there's a very troublesome house elf living in this house," George added. "I've come to realize just how much trouble these creatures can cause when they don't cooperate." "Why doesn't Mr. Black simply get rid of him?" Percy asked in confusion. "A house elf like that is more trouble than it's worth," Sirius said. "Regulus was quite fond of that one, called Creaker," Harry said hesitantly. As they were talking, the subject of their conversation appeared. It was a very old house elf with wrinkled, sagging skin and ears covered in white hair. He was emaciated, wearing a filthy rag tied around his waist. His pale eyes looked dim and lifeless. Wade, this is Creaker," Harry said in a tone that suggested he wasn't sure whether or not he should introduce him. "Another little brat, upsetting the mistress," Creaker muttered in a hoarse, low voice. "Disgusting scum, ruining the mistress's house like goblins." "Shut up, Creaker," Harry shouted. Creaker paused briefly, then bowed and said, "Yes, young master." "Creaker greets you?" However, he immediately went back to muttering under his breath, "A brat brought back by the wastrel. They say he defeated the Dark Lord, but Creaker doesn't see how he could be that capable." Harry looked embarrassed and quickly waved his hands as he explained to the others, "He's really old and not in his right mind anymore. He just rambles." Sirius said to let him be, since he probably doesn't have much time left anyway. "Hello, Creaker," Wade said, crouching down to face the filthy house elf. "Hasn't anyone told you why we're all here?" Creaker acted as though he hadn't heard Wade or simply chose to ignore him. He continued muttering incoherently. "Creaker has served the noble Black family all his life, but Creaker doesn't want to serve the wastrel master. The mistress hated him so much, everything about him disappointed her." Wade ignored Creaker's ramblings and stated directly, "We." Creaker's muttering stopped abruptly. His pale eyes bulged like those of a bullfrog as he stared at Wade, and he asked in a soft, disbelieving voice, "Master Regulus's funeral?" He seemed to doubt what he had just heard. "Hey, so this guy can hear us?" Ron said irritably. For hours, they had been struggling to clean the house while enduring Creaker's constant insults. Ron had tried arguing back a few times, but the elf completely ignored him. Hermione had claimed the house elf was too muddled to understand what he was saying, which was the only thing that stopped Ron from giving him a beating. However, the two figures in the center of attention paid no mind to Ron's remarks. Wade wasn't here to play the role of an unsung hero. He stated plainly, "Not long ago, we discovered the body of Mr. Regulus Black in a cave, along with a locket and a note he left behind for someone. We learned of his great sacrifice in resisting Voldemort, so Sirius decided to give him a proper funeral. That's why he returned here to clean up the house, and that's why we came to help." Creaker's jaw dropped in shock, but the mention of the locket and note immediately convinced him that Wade was telling the truth. He trembled, his frail body shook, and he asked in a raspy voice, "Then, Master Regulus, where is he now?" "Sirius just took him to his bedroom," Wade said. "If you'd come out a little earlier, you could have seen them." Before Wade could finish speaking, there was a loud pop as Creaker vanished from sight. Everyone knew where he had gone, to the upstairs bedroom to meet his long-lost master. Wade stood up, and everyone stared at him in stunned silence. "House elves have a unique connection with the houses they serve," Wade explained. "As long as Creaker understands the purpose of what we're doing and stops resenting or resisting us, the cleaning will become much easier." He added, "And don't let his age fool you. He can do things far beyond what an ordinary old man could. Don't underestimate him." Theo glanced at the others and asked, "Wade, how do you know he'll cooperate from now on?" Wade raised an eyebrow and replied, "Didn't Harry say that Regulus liked him? House elves have very pure emotions. Creaker must have cared deeply for Regulus and would likely be willing to do anything for him." The room fell silent for a moment. Percy, standing on the stairs to the second floor, found himself inexplicably feeling as though he needed to look up to the second-year student standing at the entrance to the hall. I'd like to ask something," Wade said curiously as he looked at the group. "Why didn't any of you explain our purpose here to Creaker?" Everyone exchanged glances. "He started cursing the moment he showed up, so I was busy arguing with him. I thought he was hard of hearing and couldn't hear clearly. It's something everyone already knows, no need to repeat it, right? Talking about a funeral is kind of depressing. We were already swamped with all the work we had to do." They all offered their excuses at once, trying to prove they weren't completely clueless, just preoccupied. Then, they all turned to look at Lupin. "We can be excused, but you and Sirius have been here longer. Didn't you mention it either?" Lupin gave a wry smile, compelled to offer an explanation of his own. "I thought, bringing it up would only add to Sirius's pain, so I didn't." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from upstairs, and it carried through the twisting hallways and pierced their hearts. Lupin's voice faltered. "I'll go check." "I'll go too," Harry quickly volunteered. Lupin hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right. Wade, will you come too?" "Of course," Wade answered without hesitation. Lupin glanced at the others. "Don't worry about entertaining us," Fred said, taking the initiative. "You go ahead, we'll take a little break." "All right, there's some butterbeer in the kitchen, help yourselves," Lupin said quickly before heading upstairs with Harry and Wade. As they climbed the creaking staircase, the three moved quickly. Wade barely had time to notice the dim portraits on the walls, but the severed house elf heads mounted nearby were impossible to ignore. Soon, they reached the 5th floor, where they could already hear the sound of Creaker banging his head against the floor. Creaker failed to carry out Master Regulus's orders. Creaker couldn't destroy the locket. He sobbed loudly, smashing his head against the floor repeatedly while mumbling incoherently, apologizing to his deceased young master. "Stop it, Creaker," Sirius said in an unnaturally calm voice. "Tell me everything. How did Regulus die? What orders did he give you? And what's this about the locket?" The door was ajar, and as Wade and the others reached it, they saw the dimly lit bedroom inside, where a black coffin rested. Sirius was sitting on the floor with his back against the side of the coffin. In the darkness, his expression was indiscernible, but his eyes seemed to glow faintly with an eerie light. Creaker was sprawled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Under the force of a command, he gasped for breath and began recounting the events with great anguish. Regulus, who once took pride in being a pureblood, had joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16. A year later, Voldemort demanded a house elf for a task, and Regulus offered Creaker. He might have thought Voldemort only needed a servant to command and considered it an honor. But Voldemort brought Creaker to the cave, forced him to drink a potion, and watched as the Inferi dragged him into the water to test the security measures for the Horcrux. What Voldemort hadn't anticipated was that Creaker returned alive. Regulus had instructed him to come back home once the task was done, so Creaker had apparat back. Voldemort had overlooked the unique nature of house elf magic. His anti-apparition spells had no effect on Creaker. When Regulus learned what had happened, he was deeply distressed and instructed Creaker to stay hidden and not leave the house. Some time later, Regulus ordered Creaker to take him to the cave. This time, Regulus drank the poison himself. He commanded Creaker not to save him, not to tell his mother about what he had done, but to destroy the locket at all costs. However, the locket was protected by powerful magic, and Creaker was unable to fulfill his master's final order. When Creaker finished speaking, he collapsed on the ground and wailed inconsolably. His face was smeared with tears and snot. Sirius sat in front of him, silent for a long time. Wade gave Harry a gentle push. Stunned into silence by the story, Harry stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Harry saw Sirius, his face already streaked with tears. Harry's nose stung with emotion, and he felt utterly at a loss for words to offer comfort. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his arms and hugged his godfather. Sirius's face, pale and hidden from view, trembled as he clenched his fists. After a long silence, a hoarse sob finally escaped him. Lupin sighed softly with a mixture of sorrow and relief in his heart. He was relieved that Sirius could finally cry instead of pretending to be normal for so long. But Lupin also reflected that he had often seen wizards use house elves for service or sacrifice, yet he had never before seen a wizard sacrifice his own life to protect a house elf. Wade stood at the doorway, but did not step into the room overflowing with grief. Hearing movement nearby, he said quietly, "Remus, comfort Creaker. I'll go notify Dumbledore." After their last trip to the cave, Wade had sent Dumbledore a book of friends, allowing them to communicate directly now. The matter of the Horcrux, real or fake, was of utmost importance, and Dumbledore needed to know immediately. Surely, Creaker would know the whereabouts of the missing locket. Without much thought, Lupin nodded and entered the room. Wade cast a deep look at those inside before turning and leaving.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.